Chapter 51, Shrine of the Overseer. Once Maya finished her killing spree inside the forest the group was walking through, leaving behind many corpses. They took a break for lunch. Sophia decided to skip it because the wolf and cat had decided to barbecue one of the bears she killed. As the meat was supposedly very strong tasting, she wasn't overly interested. After smelling the meat while it was being grilled, Sophia was sure she made the right decision because its odor was very pungent, to say the least. But the two carnivores of her group enjoyed it. Fen more than Maya, though. She also found it a tiny bit too much on the strong side, after all. While of feline origins, she wasn't a pure carnivore in the end. Afterward, the group finally left the forest for good and continued their way towards the sea. I still can't see any water, but the smell of salt has gotten stronger again. While looking around, Sophia was sniffing the air again. Yeah, I kinda forgot how it actually was around here. But look at that. Maya pointed at a weathered-down cobblestone road that stretched down the plain they entered after the forest. If we follow that, we'll reach the sea in no time. The road doesn't look like it's used very much, so we shouldn't run into anyone. She glanced at the oversized wolf while saying so. Is that so? Okay. Raising her fist, Sophia energetically walked towards the road. Wait for me. Maya ran after her and grabbed the girl's hand before the two walked together, hand in hand next to each other. It was already starting to become a habit. The group, Fen slightly behind the girls, followed the street for a while. Eventually, they came across a roadside bulletin board at a fork on the path. Let's see. Sophia looked at the messages posted on the board with interest. Looking for cow meat, generous reward, only the most experienced hunters. That's a human bulletin board, is it not? Her interest instantly died down once she had read the joke of a request. Seems like it. Humans sure are helpless. Idiots. Maya, and even more so, Fen, had their very own opinions on the topic. There has to be something interesting. Slime hunting, yet no. Spider extermination, hard nope. Can they even kill those things, or is it just to get rid of unwanted people? I can't imagine a human winning against walking nightmares. Spiders, I mean. Oh, wanted posters, that sounds fun. Sophia looked at them, various murderers, theft, rape, and many other heinous crimes in an abundant amount. Humans are something else. She didn't add in this world for various reasons. Hiding that bit of information from Maya was just one of them. The girl's attention fell on a relatively new and fresh-looking poster that had no portrait on it. Wanted for multiple attempts of murder and disturbing the peace in the beautiful metropolis of Benalava. What, or where the heck's Benalava? She never heard that name before. That's a human city a little east of my home place, Ramont. You know, where we met. Then, isn't that the place we tried to enter, Fen? Most likely. That sure was no metropolis. She remembered the sorry excuse of a city. What a scary place. Good thing didn't visit it, huh? Let's see what happened there exact. Sophia continued to read the wanted poster, but suddenly froze up. Fen, this sounds strangely familiar. Unknown female person, blonde hair, normal to slightly short height. About 14 to 16 years, accompanied by a lowly wolf beast. According to several witnesses, they attacked two city guards for no reason, almost killing them, and severely handicapped them for the rest of their lives. She looked at the wolf and then back at the poster a couple of times. That's us, isn't it? Lowly beast, huh? They really never learn. Fen seemed slightly angry. Wanted, dead or alive. Maya glanced at it, as well. Handsome reward, exact sum yet to be determined. Not bad. She looked slightly impressed. You went all out there. Ahaha. I'm wanted now? Well, that's, something. She wasn't sure how to react. Sure, whatever, let them try their luck. Thanks to her previous experiences, and Fen's propaganda, Sophia wasn't the least bit scared. You sure took this revelation lightly. Not that I can blame you, it's not really a threat. The cat girl had a similar opinion on the matter. So, anything else? As the topic was done, the girl looked for other things on the bulletin board. Oh ho, directions. Exactly what I was looking for. See, 4.5 kilometers on the right path. It really isn't far anymore. Oh, what's that? Shrine of Kinnear? 1.7 kilometers on the left path. Kinnear. She paused for a moment. Where have I heard that name before? Ah, wasn't that the bored idiot who built that joke of a dungeon we explored a while back? Why does he have a shrine dedicated to himself? Maya suddenly exclaimed in a cheery voice, seemingly having remembered something. That's why I thought the name sounded familiar back then. Kinnear is the highest god for most races on this continent. I kind of forgot, because I'm not, well, very invested in religious things. Or politics, while we're at it. The idiot who created that dungeon, a god? The highest one, even. Is this place alright? Like, seriously? She began to doubt the sanity of this world if they worship such a god. Okay, I have to see this. With an unhealthy mix of disgust and curiosity, the girl entered the left path, leading to the shrine. Oh. Fen had a terrible feeling about the situation and what's going to happen soon. What's wrong? Maya was walking next to the wolf while the two followed Sophia. A storm is coming up. He'd gotten very cryptic all of a sudden. A big one, eh? The weather seems fine to me, though? The cat girl looked at the perfectly blue and cloudless sky, not understanding what Fen was talking about. I don't know how to explain. All I do know is that I'm about to develop a massive headache. He was not looking forward to Sophia reaching the shrine. Okay? She naturally was confused about his reaction. And there we are. A little while later, the group with Sophia in front had reached the entrance to the shrine. The only thing she could see right now was a massive wooden gate with brick stairs behind, though. It led up a hill, and a small but fancy sign stood next to the entrance. Shrine dedicated to the High God of Life, Kinnear. Overseer of the world, giver of many blessings. May the benevolent Kinnear watch over us Supreme Ones forever. Supreme Ones, human shrine, huh? Sophia had a similar reaction to earlier. That sure is a fancy description for a bored piece of trawweight. She suddenly froze in place when she reread a specific part of the sign. Oh no. Fen knew what was going to happen now. Overseer of the world. Sophia's eyes had lost all of their shine, looking dead. Kinnear is that guy? That can't be right, can it? Without waiting for the other two, she sped up the stairs leading to the actual shrine. There, she spotted a couple of older-looking buildings and a huge statue of the god, Kinnear. The person was male and seemed to be in his late 20s. He had very sophisticated features, styled hair, and wore something resembling a high-quality suit while overlooking the place with a serious expression. She had seen that person before. It was the very same guy the slob of a god had turned into for a moment when he was talking with Sophia before she came to this world. Forgetting even to breathe, the girl only stared at the statue, her expression slowly turning dark. Sophia. The bad feeling the wolf was having for a while already had finally reached Maya. She didn't know what was going on, but she could tell that the girl was angry about something. Ahaha. She snapped. So that's how it is. Now that I think of it, the sign in the dungeon kinda gave off his feeling. That guy actually was that idiot, huh? She wanted to use a different word. Giver of many blessings, huh? She remembered the description on the sign. Sure, that's one way to put it. Blessings really a very broad term. May he watch over us forever, it said. Yeah, that creep had such a hobby. Benevolent, my ass. She snapped. Losing her temper altogether, Sophia formed a fist and punched the statue with all her might to get the rising anger out of her system. The figure exploded into thousands of pieces on making contact, and the entire shrine area was suddenly bathed in a blindingly white light. What is going on? Holding her arms in front of her face to protect her eyes, Maya couldn't comprehend what was happening. Okay, that's a turn of events I did not see coming. Even the wolf was surprised about the turn of events. Huh? A few moments passed before the light disappeared. Once the catgirl could open her eyes again to look around, she realized a huge issue. Where's Sophia? Fen and Maya were the only ones left at the shrine. Any signs of the other girl were gone, almost as if she had never been there in the first place. Chapter 52, Kinnear. Sophia had found out that the person who mocked them in the Forsaken Maze dungeon a while back was actually the highest god of this world. To make matters even worse, it was the very same guy who brought her to this world and seriously messed with her personality. While it was mostly a good thing, the side effects were huge for the girl. Letting out her frustration and anger, she punched the statue of the god Kinnear with all her might, but something unexpected happened afterward. As it shattered into pieces, the entire place was bathed in pure white light. Where is Sophia? Maya was the first to notice that the girl was also gone after the light disappeared. Oh. Fen had no idea what to say, because he was about as confused as her. It's fine, probably. Is it? He wasn't sure. She'll come back, I think? I hope. The wolf really wasn't helpful. Tell me what is going on. Right now. She knew that he was hiding something and demanded to be informed about it. Oh okay. Fen felt slightly intimidated by the catgirl and started to talk after giving in to the intense pressure she was giving off. Sophia, she told you that she met a powerful individual that gave her those boosts and messed with her personality, right? Yes? The person she met was it was Kinnear. What? She did not see that one coming. While Maya was busy panicking, Sophia found herself in an all too familiar, pure white room again. I hadn't expected that. While she was surprised, her voice sounded calm. Welcome back. A casual and unreliable-looking guy in his early 20s suddenly appeared in front of her. The Slav version of Kinnear lightly greeted the girl. Why you? Almost trembling in anger after seeing him and being ticked off by his casual way of speaking, Sophia wasted no time and instinctively closed the distance between them in an instant. Her fist connected with his face, and a loud and satisfying smacking sound echoed through the all-white place before the benevolent high god was sent flying with tremendous speed from the impact. Only his afterimage remained in front of the girl for a second. She sighed while she was shaking and blowing on her hand that had turned red and bruised after the strong urge to hit Kinnear was satisfied. Ouch. That guy's face sure is hard. Wow, that hurt. I'm so happy that my regeneration is almost instantaneous. The perfectly fine-looking god reappeared before her after a couple of seconds. Almost instantaneous, huh? That's enough for me. Seeing her chance, Sophia raised her fist once more and closed in for the kill. Hold your horses, girl. Actually being scared, Kinnear jumped backward. That punch seriously hurt, okay? That would have killed almost anyone but me, you know? Yeah, but I'm going for you, so she readied her fist again. Stop already. Let's talk this out, okay? The high god of life was begging for his very own one. Ugh, fine. Reluctantly, Sophia took a step back. Man, you sure have anger issues, girl. She sent him flying again, after all. Only this time, she used at least twice as much power. Just whose fault do you think that is? Having vented her anger now, she sat down on the white floor and waited for him to appear again, because it seemed like it would take a while. She couldn't even see how far the overseer flew. Alright, I don't want that to happen again. I wanted you to be frank with me and ignore who I am. That's why I took that into consideration when adjusting you. It's more enjoyable to talk that way, but with much more distance between them than before, Kinnear came back after a couple of minutes. Well, whatever. It appears that I have to apologize for something? Something? Very many things. There were multiple things she wanted to complain about. But first. Benevolent god of life? Really? I am benevolent. He sounded serious, but after looking at Sophia's glare, he stopped. Okay. I'm not the one who came up with it. The residents of this world did that. Ah, that makes sense. She could live with that. Going on, what was that stunt with the Forsaken Maze dungeon, or whatever it was called? If you were just bored, destroy it once you're done with it. You splendidly took care of that for me, didn't you? Of course, you were watching. Still ever the creep. Hey. I only watch when you fight or destroy something, okay? The interesting stuff. I have delicacy, you know? You have not. She didn't buy it. Well, if it's just when I'm doing stuff like that, it might be tolerable. She didn't like the thought of being watched when she made a fool of herself ever so often. Yeah, the other scenes were too embarrassing to watch, so I stopped doing that. Why you? She was about to pummel him once again, but the god himself jumped back in reflex. Whatever. She gave up and got to her main topic. What have you done to me? You said you were going to boost stuff like my confidence and the like. I am grateful for this chance. But you clearly overdid it. Why yeah. He rubbed his jaw and rapidly shook his face. Yikes, way too strong. As for the other things, meh. Okay, you've gotten a bit, let's say, too frank from time to time, and your anger's not where it should be, but other than that, I don't think I overdid it. By much, at least. He corrected himself a little. You're just starting to get a feel for it. Give it some more time and look for the right stimuli to get used to it. You've only been there for some months. You have all the time in the world, after all. I see. It seems the group was right with their theories about Sophia's boosts. Speaking of which, is it really true that I more or less won't die of old age, or age in the first place, because of my totally not overpowered magic power? Yep, that happened. I forgot about that when I gave you magic power. Sorry. Kinnear didn't sound apologetic whatsoever, though. Well, I don't particularly mind anymore. Thankfully, I'm not alone with that. She was lucky to have Fan and Maya, who are in a similar predicament, with her. Say, is there anything you didn't alter, or boost? Hey. Well, I mostly left anything relationship-related untouched. The positive kind, I mean. If someone makes you, for example, angry, you know what happens. Yeah. Wait, what does that mean? Let's say, initial curiosity aside, because of a certain idiot's charm on girls. He made sure Sophia didn't hear the last part. When someone spends time with you and gets interested, it's their own decision. Your boosts didn't help them to want to be with you. That's good. Similarly, if someone falls for you, it's 100% of their own volition. No matter how quick it seems. It was a very specific explanation for some reason. If something like that would happen. She didn't even try to imagine something so impossible. He stared at her for a while, thinking whether the boosts he gave her might actually be too little instead. Should I up that part some more? Yeah, it might be for the best. He mumbled something before addressing her again. Whatever, the same goes for you, girl. Any interest you show in someone, it's not altered whatsoever. Only how you deal with it might be improved. If you like someone, go for it without caring about your boosts. They didn't decide anything for you. That's reassuring. Thank you. For that, at least. Sure thing. Okay, going on. Say, what's up with this world's humans? She had enough of the other topic and came to one of her main problems. I've only met a handful of them, but I already got so angry at them that they put me on a wanted list. The moment he heard the word human, Kinnear turned his head away. Yes. No, feel free to wipe them out. Unfortunately, that ship has long since sailed. The god of the world had said something very dangerous just now, having given up on humanity. Seriously? She couldn't believe it. I have no idea what's gone wrong with them. I mean, the humans of your old world weren't perfect, far from it, but they were overall a somewhat decent bunch. Most of the time. This world? Nope. Maybe one in like a million is not terrible. If they grew up alone in a forest or something like that. Why did you bring me to this world, then? You never said anything about wanting to meet humans, did you? All you mentioned was about finding girls. Really now? She obviously didn't mention humans, as it was a matter of course for her. A cat is fine, too, isn't it? What? Sophia raised her hand, indicating she wanted to say something, but she was speechless. Actually, there were many things she wanted to say, retort, and do, including punching him again. Still, his answer was too much for the girl. It didn't help that he was right in a way, even though Maya wasn't a full cat by any means. Anyway, he was pretty proud of himself for that. While the humans are like that, the other races are mostly good ones, in my opinion. Isn't that right, Miss Self-Proclaimed Demon? That's not self-proclaimed. Others assumed it, and I just, missed correcting them. But, yes, you're right, the beast folk are really nice. Indeed, they're a good bunch. You should also visit some actual demons when you have a chance to go to their continent. You're going to like it there. Okay, I'll keep that in mind for the future. So, aside from those minor issues, how do you like the life in your new world, Sophia? I wouldn't call them minor. She couldn't agree with him there. It's interesting. I've finally made some friends, outstanding friends, and the world itself is cool, but I think I have to get fully used to my boosts to give you a full review. Overall, I'm really enjoying it, though. That's good. By the way, if you ever want to meet up again, find one of my shrines. But simply touching my statue there and pouring some magic power into them is enough. No need to blow it into smithereens. But I can, right? She thought it was a worthwhile mission to free the world from these statues. Please don't. Right, I can just punch the real one when I come here. Actually, can I punch you again right now? Somehow, I really want to. Sophia had already formed a fist. I think it's time for you to leave. Because I didn't summon you today, time wasn't stopped, and your comrades are probably worrying already. He ran away. Before Sophia had the chance to punch him, or even react, her vision turned white. A moment later, she found herself inside the shrine again. There, she spotted the other two and lightly waved. Hey there. Wow, that sure was refreshing. Sophia. With tears in her eyes, Maya sprinted towards her the moment the girl came back and tightly hugged her. Why, you idiot. Welcome back. Fen wasn't as emotional, but he still looked relieved about her return. Ahaha. Yeah, I made a little side trip and met up with an old acquaintance. Do you mean Kinnear? Maya still wasn't letting go of Sophia while she asked. Why, you really met a god just now? The most powerful, even? Sorry. The wolf apologized. I had to tell her something in this situation. No, it's fine. She wasn't angry. So, how did it go? Fen was a little curious. Oh ho ho. I punched him. I punched him really good. Twice. She looked incredibly satisfied as she smiled at him. Why, you punched Kinnear, the god? The catgirl was sure she had misheard just now. Yep. You idiot. Maya started to pummel Sophia's back with her fists while she still had her arms wrapped around her. What did I tell you about being reckless? But he deserved it. I forgot to ask him why he dropped me into a place full of slimes. That deserves another smacking. As if bringing the already confused me to this world with all these messed up stats wasn't enough. Yeah. That shock was enough for the catgirl to finally let go of her. What was that? Brought you to this world. Does that mean you're actually the daughter of a god? The catgirl made yet another terrible misunderstanding as only half of the other's sentence had reached her brain. I did say that out loud, huh? Wait, what? Sophia only then noticed what Maya had said. I thought you were a princess of the demon folk, daughter of the current demon lord. Huh? When did that happen? This kind of backstory was news to the alleged princess, and she turned to Fen with a questioning expression. Don't ask me. I have no idea what she's talking about. Unfortunately, the wolf had no answer for her either. Huh. It's a little early, and I'm not sure if I want to, but I guess it's time. Sophia looked at the confused and somewhat frightened catgirl and made her choice. Maya, there's something I need to tell you. She finally decided to talk about the full, real backstory of hers. Chapter 53, The Real Backstory. One thing led to another, and Sophia had another audience with Kinnear, the overseer that brought her into this world. This caused Maya to have all sorts of strange misunderstandings. Because of that, she decided that it was finally the time to tell the catgirl who, or what she really is. I have no idea where to start. Before she even began, Sophia was already at a loss. Fan, I'm kind of scared. She faced the wolf first, with an uneasy expression. Well, it's too late now. Unfortunately, he had no calming words for her. Ugh. It was what she wanted to hear. Taking a deep breath, she eventually looked at Maya. Okay, first of all, I'm not the daughter of that Kinnear idiot. She wanted to clear up the thing that bugged her the most first. Really? So, then, you are the princess of the current demon king, after all? Seriously, how did that story even come to be? Well, your powers, lack of common sense, wisdom of all kinds of odd things. Access to as much literature as you desire, your ruthlessness in fights. You talking with Fen about not wanting to be the next demon lord. Me calling you a princess, and you not reacting, your flawless looks, which has to be of royal origins. Well, all that and many more things. Maya didn't plan on saying the last thing and got embarrassed. Thank you very much. The mood turned awkward for a couple of seconds. While there are many things I would like to address here, I may understand your assumption a little now. Then? Nope, no royal background whatsoever. Is that so? The catgirl was both relieved and a bit disappointed. On the one hand, Sophia didn't seem to be out of reach anymore, but on the other hand, it was a sweet story, her being a princess. To be perfectly honest with you, Sophia took another deep breath before continuing. I'm not a demon in the first place. What? Maya's eyes opened wide in response. This was a misunderstanding Chio made when we met because of my power and looks. As I wanted to keep my true identity a secret, I didn't correct her back then. It was a convenient cover story. I'm sorry for hiding the truth. What? Who are you, then? I refuse to believe you're human. That just can't be. Powers aside, it's impossible for them to have even a shred of kindness in them, and you're overflowing with it. As long as you're not angry. Maya had no idea what she was supposed to believe anymore now. Thank you. Well, strictly speaking, I am human, but I'm also not. Please don't lump me together with the humans of this world. The last thing Sophia wanted was to be put in the same group as them. Of this world. That Kinnear, he's known as the god of life and overseer of this world, right? Why yes. That idiot's actually the overseer of many worlds. What does that mean? Maya could barely follow. I'm not from this world. Yeah. She only shook her head. I died in my old world. Sophia only made it worse. What? The catgirl lost track completely. It was too much for her. Right before it was game over for me, Kinnear summoned me to his place and offered me to continue my life in this world. He's also the one who gave me those boosts as a gift for this world, but you know about them already. You're from a different world, died there, a god saved you and brought you here. That's roughly it. Sophia added some more details afterward before she got the urge to lift the mood a little. Now you understand why my common sense is a little odd, huh? Is this really true? Maya didn't feel like laughing, though. Is this really what happened? She was having a hard time believing it. Yes. I see. She was utterly overwhelmed and had no other reaction ready. I'm sure it's hard to accept. I think I wouldn't believe it, but that's actually what happened to me. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer everything. The catgirl went silent for a whole minute. I'm sorry, I need some time to think about all that. I can't, my head. Afterward, Maya left the shrine without saying another word. Sophia just stood there, rooted in place while she watched her leave. Was that a mistake? She looked at Fen, hoping for an answer. You did the right thing. It's just not an easy story to accept. Especially since the two of you have been traveling together for a while already. The wolf wanted to say something else, but he opted against it because it was a private matter of Maya, the love talk the two had not too long ago. Give her some time. Okay. Yes, you're right. I just hope she comes back. Sophia looked devastated just saying it out loud. Want to eat something? The wolf tried to divert her attention. Not really, but let's do that. She wasn't feeling hungry for some reason. Wolfen was trying to cheer Sophia up. Maya had covered some ground. She arrived at a massive boulder near a couple of trees and leaned against it while trying to wrap her head around the story she just heard. What was that just now? Did she really tell me what I think she did? The cat girl was freaking out. That can't be true. Sophia, she came from another world? And moreover, she's here now because she died there? How's this even possible? That makes no sense. It was too much for her. But why does it feel like she's telling the truth? She also seems to be an acquaintance of Kinnear, the highest god there is for most. Though, she seems to be on bad terms with him. If he's really the one who gave Sophia her boosts. Could it be? Could it really be? She was trying to convince herself. He's known as the god of life, that means it should be possible for him to save one, right? Still, a different world? Do those exist in the first place? I never heard of anything even remotely like that. Maya couldn't wrap her head around the existence of multiple worlds. She said that Kinnear is indeed the overseer of multiple worlds, but, do they actually exist, like seriously, for real? I mean, Sophia as a whole suddenly makes perfect sense when you say that she's not from this world. The concept itself just doesn't. Ugh, just why is this girl so freaking complicated? She was starting to get a headache over Sophia. Her tail was hectically swishing in all kinds of directions, clearly showing how confused, distressed, and irritated she was right now. She even started running in circles while she was arguing with herself. Let's assume I believe her, which I don't do yet. What would that even mean? Is it okay for her to be here? Well, of course, it is, the god brought her here. Still, won't Sophia face a ton of problems if anyone finds out? Probably not. Eh? I don't think anyone could harm her. Most wouldn't believe her in the first place, anyway. Actually, she could just keep pretending to be a demon girl, and absolutely no one would bat an eye. There were surprisingly few problems when thinking about it. She definitely needs to learn more about this world's common sense, though. It's not even funny anymore, how ridiculous she is. Okay, it is a bit. Maya had to correct herself. Still, she has to learn it. At the very least to prevent her from doing stupid stuff like learning healing magic without a care, which normally only people with a connection to a deity or a god can. She stopped in the middle. Seems like it was okay for her to learn it, huh? Kinnear definitely counts for that part. I'm sorry I said anything, Sophia. My point stands nonetheless, though. It's for her own good to learn some common sense, and my sanity. The cat girl was the one suffering the most from her over-the-topness, after all. But what about me? I only just became aware of my feelings, and now that falling for another race is one thing. I was okay with that. But no, I went for an alien. A sexy alien, but still. Wait, is she an alien? Well, that or otherworldler, I would call it. It's the same difference, really. I feel like just wanting to run away right now. The scale was so big that details like the proper terminology had long since stopped mattering. All of it made her head hurt, and she instinctively wanted to flee. Can I really love a person from another world? No, do I want to? Maya was having a tough time coming to terms with everything she found out today. While she was trying to find answers to her many questions and concerns, the other two of her group didn't stay still either. They finished dinner, though Sophia hadn't much of an appetite, and made camp in a relatively visible place near the shrine in the case the cat girl came looking for them. I think I have to apologize as well, Sophia. The two were sitting in front of their usual fire when Finn suddenly addressed her. Huh, what's that about? I know Kinnear. We met a couple of times in the past. I knew who he was the moment you told me what happened back when we met. You know that idiot? Yes. I somehow missed the right time to tell you. And honestly, after the dungeon incident, I was a bit afraid to tell you that I'm acquaintanced with Kinnear. Absolutely, that could have gone wrong. Sophia had a feeling that she would have punched him at least once. Yeah, but I should have told you. Did you know that I can contact him through his statues? No, that was a first for me. He used to visit me down here from time to time. I see, then don't worry about it. It wouldn't have changed anything. Sophia didn't care. Thank you. He was relieved. By the way, is Kinnear still alive? After you dash, you know? That guy's crazy durable. I couldn't scratch him. Or, more like, his healing was fast enough to not leave any lasting damage. Visual ones, at least. I think I left some mental scars, though. He was pretty on edge during our talk afterward. I can imagine. Even the overseer would be scared after you went all out on him. I didn't go all out. I felt too sorry for him before I had the chance to. That's scary in itself. Ahaha. Finn went silent for a moment after their conversation was finished. He didn't want to, not after he managed to divert her attention, but he had to bring it up again. About the cat, dash. Sophia clearly didn't want to talk about it right now. Don't, okay. Just like you said, all I can do right now is wait and hope for the best. With that, the topic was over before it even began. Afterward, the mood turned a little awkward in the camp, and the two spent the rest of the evening in silence. Maya didn't return that day. Not even when the night arrived, and the other two, one of them very reluctantly, finally decided to go to sleep. Chapter 54, Maya's Feelings. Sophia finally told Maya about the fact that she's from a different world and how the overseer brought her here. The cat girl was so overwhelmed by the revelation that she ran away to wrap her head around it. She thought about various things for a really long time, but she failed to come to a conclusion and never reunited with the other two that day. Huh. Sophia let out a big sigh during the morning of the following day. It was one of these extremely rare times when she woke up early, and all on her own, on top. However, that was a bit of a stretch, because she had barely slept in the first place. Are you okay? Finn was worried about her. I've been better. The cat hasn't moved, huh? No, she's still at her spot about 2 kilometers away from us. I've been watching her with my detection magic ever since I identified her reaction. She sure has a big red dot. It almost looks the same as yours, because I'm not that good at the details of the magic yet. Of course, after the two of us, she's by far the most powerful being in this whole area. I was super worried when Maya went to the forest we came from, but she came back after some red dots the size of those bears disappeared. Ahaha. As a fellow muscle brain, Finn had a rough idea of what the cat girl did, stress therapy. I wonder if she will come soon. If she comes. Sophia turned more and more silent towards the end. The wolf had nothing to offer to make her feel better. Huh, want to eat some breakfast? His ways of diverting her attention were rather limited. Sorry, I'm not hungry. I see. Don't worry about me, Finn. If you want to eat, go and catch something. Really? Okay, I will. With slight reluctance, the wolf then left Sophia on her own to get a bit of food. Huh. She sighed again and let herself fall flat on her back. Lying on the grass, the girl watched the clouds passing by in the sky for a while. Severely lacking in sleep, she was soon getting drowsy, despite all her worries at the moment. About 20 minutes passed, and while Sophia had closed her eyes, she didn't manage to fall asleep at all. After a while, she felt the presence of someone next to her. Being completely absent-minded, the girl lightly greeted them without checking. Welcome back, Finn. Sorry to disappoint, but dash. Maya? Sophia immediately sprang up when she heard the all-too-familiar voice of the cat girl. Yes, that's my name. Why you're back? She hadn't noticed her arrival at all and was really surprised. Can we talk? Maya went straight to the point. Yeah? Huh? Ah, of course. Sophia's brain wasn't working at full capacity yet. About your old world. No, about the you in your old world. Please tell me about your previous life. I don't think that's going to be any fun. She, herself, didn't enjoy talking about it, after all. Even just remembering was painful. Please. It seemed to be important for her. Alright, it didn't look like she had a choice in this situation. Let's see. Well, I was a pretty unremarkable girl, absolutely nothing noteworthy. I had no special traits, there was no magic in that world either, so I didn't have any of it. Kinnear gave that to me afterward. No magic? That sounds harsh. You don't miss something you never experienced. Besides, I lived in a peaceful part of the world. Monsters didn't exist either, only normal animals. On top of that, we had something called technology, which kinda overlaps with some of the magic here. Roughly, very roughly speaking. Oh, that doesn't sound so bad, after all. So, then you are really a H-human of that world? Yes. In the first place, humans were the only race that existed there. Seriously? Yep, it was a sad world. Neither cute catgirls nor gigantic wolf-like fluffballs. She spoke without thinking. Why you? Maya took damage from the unexpected attack. You said you were an unremarkable girl. Does that mean being shy and introverted, like you mentioned before, was normal in that world? Not at all. To be honest now, or not. Sophia was debating whether she should tell her the reason why she had become like that. Please tell me. Okay, she couldn't win against the pleading, almost desperate-looking eyes of the cat girl. Fine. I have no idea how it is here, but in my old world, Sophia was trying her best to keep the rapidly rising levels of embarrassment in check. I'm not sure if it's something I have to apologize for, but I'm sorry, I probably should have told you sooner, especially after we took baths together and the lap pillows and the petting and stuff. I wasn't trying anything, and I tried my best to keep a distance. In the bath, for example, I always did my best not to look at you. At least most of the time, especially in the beginning, Here goes nothing. I'm actually, I into G girls. My interest in boys is 0. It took her a lot to admit, but there was no way around it anymore. Not this late in the game. Okay? Maya seemed to be missing the point and had a really lackluster reaction. And? Yeah? The response was too underwhelming for her. I in my world, that was, well, definitely not unheard of, still relatively uncommon, and quite a few people discriminated against it. So, while I was growing up and noticed my preferences, I became afraid. Afraid of being different. I distanced myself from my female friends, because I felt guilty just looking at them. Even though I wasn't really interested in most, if not any of them. From there on, everything just went downwards. In the end, I was unable to speak to basically anyone, especially girls, because I had secluded myself so much from them. I later realized how stupid that was, but try telling a teen that they're wrong. She had to laugh at herself. It was a lonely life. She was only listening. After some years, when I became aware of my stupidity, it was already too late. My fear of being with someone was so deeply rooted in my brain that I became unable to change myself. Still, I really wanted to. Obviously. One day, I somehow got into an accident that would have killed me while I was complaining about my situation in my old world. The next moment, I found myself in an all-white room and met a being with the name of Kinnear, which I found out, well, yesterday. His actual name, that is. Sophia took a deep breath. That's, more or less, my full story. You already know what happened after I met with the god after all. Basically, you used to be a normal girl that made a wrong decision, wrong evaluation of your situation, which ruined your whole life. Having one's life reduced to a single sentence stings a bit, but yes, that's how it is. And now you simply want to live your second chance here without regrets? Yes, though it's not working that well. While she was having a ton of fun, there were also a lot of regrettable things already. Just traveling the world and having fun. Hopefully, making some friends, and maybe, if I get really lucky, a little more. In terms of finding someone, special. It's unlikely that anyone would ever see me in this way, but, that's the dream I had when Kinnear brought me to this world. Especially after confessing her previous experiences, Sophia's self-esteem had taken a big hit. Oh really? Is that really what you want? Maya seemed very interested in that part. It is. How unlikely it might seem, nothing would make me any happier. I see. That means okay. The cat girl didn't finish her sentence, closed her eyes, and stopped for a moment before she suddenly looked determined. Sophia. Why yes? All the talking about her past had made her very shifty and nervous, not to mention embarrassed. Before she said what she wanted to say, Maya thought about what she went through the previous evening once more, when she was alone and thinking about everything. That helped. Her hands were still soaked in blood when she came out of the forest that was filled with bears, or used to be so. It wasn't her blood, after all. Okay, now that I'm calm again, let's give this another go. She looked strangely satisfied. Right. I feel like I can believe Sophia now. It needed some time to settle. I mean, she said she's from another world. One does not simply shrug that off as nothing. It still sounds crazy, even now. I can only believe it because it actually makes some sort of sense in her case. Honestly, how can you be such an oddball that coming from another world makes sense? What was Sophia like in that world? Would she be considered normal there, or was she a special case, no matter the place? Maya had a hard time imagining the girl like that. Normal Sophia, huh? Sounds cute. I would like to see it. Then again, the normal Sophia here is the one I wanted? Her at full capacity was great. It was the moment I completely fell for the girl, after all. But, at the same time, this naturally makes me interested in her past as well. Also, how did she die? Why is she here? What does she want to accomplish in this world? Is there a place for me? Obviously, there is, but besides being her friend, that is? Is Sophia looking for more than a friend, maybe a special someone? It's hard to tell, because she gets embarrassed over absolutely everything in that regard. Or am I the reason that she gets so embarrassed? She did tell me that she used to be shy, and I noticed traces of it, but there's a limit to everything, right? Right. She doubted herself for a minute. Can someone be so like her simply from being close to another person, or is there more? Something that makes her embarrassed to be with me specifically? If she's really looking for someone special, I want it to be me. Does Sophia even know the definition of the word limit? Okay, yeah, that's a problem. Maya was unsure whether the girl could actually even function in moderation. Could the past her hold herself back? Are her boosts now the reason she can't? Is it just a matter of getting used to it? Probably. She started debating herself. Really now, could I have fallen for a less complicated girl? Likely. Should I have done so? Definitely. Do I want to? Nope. I'm happy that she's the one. The cat girl made sure of her unchanged feelings. Ridiculous power? That's awesome. No common sense whatsoever? That's fixable. Her personality? Well, that's all over the place, but the current her is nice, and the full potential Sophia is, from the glimpses I got, just perfect. Her looks? One word, gorgeous. Though, well, I admit that a tiny bit more in the chest department. I wouldn't complain. As our cook, let's focus on nutritional food for a while. She had gotten a little sidetracked toward the end. Who cares that she's basically a human? She's from another world, after all. Who cares about that, either? Being mysterious is great. I don't know what the future holds, and I don't know what Sophia wants. All I know is what I want. Now more than ever. I want to be next to her, and not just as her friend. I know it's too sudden, and I should wait a little longer, but I can't. I can't keep it to myself anymore. After all, there's no denying it, no need to make any more sure of it. These feelings of mine are crystal clear now. No mistakes. Definitely, I dash. Maya finished recalling her past day and went back to the present, where she faced the girl of her desire. Sophia. Why yes? I love you. Chapter 55, Sophia's Feelings. I love you. Eh? Sophia stopped working upon hearing those words. After Maya confessed to Sophia, seemingly out of nowhere for the girl, she had no idea what to say and was frozen in shock. Just a little while ago, she was desperately hoping that the cat girl wouldn't leave her for good, and now she confessed to her all of a sudden. It was only natural that Sophia was unable to wrap her head around it. Eh? She repeated herself a couple of times. Eh? And again, but for a different reason now. Getting a glimpse of her surroundings and Maya in front of her, Sophia noticed that she wasn't the only one frozen up, though not in shock. Huh? Tea time stopped again? Nothing around the girl was moving anymore. Maya. She stared at the motionless cat girl in front of her, but there was no response whatsoever. Why? I didn't ask for that. I hate this. How did that even happen? Wait, was the shock so big that some sort of self-defense mechanism kicked in? Do I have a feature like that now? How handy. Wait. That's so not important right now, me. She slapped her cheeks to get back on track. What just happened? No matter how severe time stopping was, there was a more important thing going on right now. Being confessed to was much more of a big deal than breaking the world. Maya, see confessed? To me, of all people? Eh? Her entire being was unable to accept it. Why did? Eh? She was getting nowhere. That super cute Maya over here, to me? She took a good look at the frozen cat girl from every angle. Tea time being stopped might have its perks. Because she couldn't get embarrassed by the cat girl's reactions, Sophia could stare all she wanted. Her ears, beautiful face, the snow-white hair, ears, arms, legs, her slender yet curvy body in certain areas. Sophia circled around Maya to also get a look at her back, these fluffy ears again, and the equally white tail of the cat. She paid extra good attention to her ears. Okay, I'm feeling guilty now. Sophia's face had turned red, and she stopped staring, having gotten flustered all on her own after all. Not only her looks, her personality's great as well. I had so much fun ever since we met. Though there were a lot of embarrassing moments as well. Such a girl confessed to me? Yeah, no way. But, she did say that, right? A joke? Prank? Is she getting back at me for telling her about my past so late? She doesn't believe it, and that's her version of messing with me? She came up with all sorts of explanations, refusing to believe the easiest, most logical one of them. Would Maya really do that? Sure, she likes to tease me, but that would just be mean, downright evil. I don't think she'd go that far. But, then, what else is it supposed to mean? Sophia was back at the start once more. Accidentally stopping time was the best that could have happened to her, because this would take a while. Is she actually interested in me? Why? A girl like her could have anyone. But she wants me? That makes no sense. I'm just a shy girl without any remarkable traits whatsoever. No, wait, that's the old me. I'm not, quite like that anymore. Huh. Wait, am I actually a viable choice now? Yeah, no way that's possible. Sophia's self-confidence was still stuck in the past, and had yet to adapt to her new person. But maybe. Still, Maya, out of all people? A girl that should be out of reach for everyone? Her evaluation of the cat was extremely high. If that's the case, assuming she actually does love me. What would that mean? What about me? What about my feelings? I like her, definitely, but do I love her? What's the difference in the first place? Ugh, is this a case of having no experience in something you need to have experience for? Without, you can't understand it? Stupid me. Everything about this situation was new for Sophia. Do I know her enough to love her? Do I even need to? Is that a requirement? She's cute, and it's fun with her around. Isn't that enough? She's also totally my type. Blue eyes and snow white hair? How awesome is that? And her figure, wow. I was also always fond of cats, so. She stopped for a moment. Okay, I mean obviously not in that way, definitely not, but. Maya's tail is adorable, and her ears, such fluffy awesomeness. The rest of her body is like that of a human, so there are no problems in that regard. The cat add-ons only make her better than a normal human. Still, just because that's all green. Sophia definitely finds her attractive, but that doesn't automatically mean it's a no-brainer in her eyes. That's what she tried herself to talk into, at least. A part of her still unconsciously wanted to find a way out because it seemed to be too good to be true. Let's go deeper here. What did I feel every time we took a bath together, the look and feel of her naked body when she touched me? Or when we hugged, when she held my hand or clung to me? When I slept on her lap? When she slept on mine, and I petted her, played with her hair and ears? She stopped for a second, her face getting even redder. Now that I said all that out loud, we did quite a lot, huh? So, really, how did I feel when doing all that? Embarrassed, duh. No. It was nice. Really nice. I felt all tingly and fluffy, just like when I think about her. That's it, isn't it? She stopped mid-sentence as she was slowly realizing something. Is it comparable to Chio? The only other girl I met, besides Maya? I know that I couldn't see her in that way at all, because she was a bit too much cat for me. Those paws, while fluffy looking, were no good, for many reasons. Was Chio cute? Absolutely. Would I want to pet her ears? I can't deny that. Would I want to take a bath with her? I don't think so. I have no desire to see her naked. Huh. Sophia had to take another break. When did I start wanting to see Maya? She was more and more realizing what was going on. Would I want to hold hands with Chio? Would I want to lock arms with her instead? There was a physical problem with holding hands to some degree. I don't think I would, mind, but other than that, like wanting to do so? I don't think so. My cat girl, though. Sophia remembered the lonely feeling she had whenever Maya stopped clinging to her. Since day one, actually. The same goes for the lap pillows, it's a kinda indifferent feeling when it comes to Chio. But, on the other hand, I don't think I can sleep without either having Maya on my lap or using hers anymore. I said that I might have liked to touch Chio's ears, but, to the same amount I indulged myself with that pair of snow white ears the other day? No way. In the first place, Chio never made my heart skip a beat like Maya always does. Wait. As her scream echoed through the area, it fully dawned on Sophia. My heart constantly skips a beat or goes in overdrive when I'm with her, doesn't it? It wasn't just because she was messing with me. It was something else, huh? Actually, that goes all the way back to when I first saw her and made a total idiot of myself. Getting overwhelmed by her beauty and calling Maya cute the moment I met her. It was both a happy and embarrassing memory at this point. Especially lately, just looking at her is enough to dash saying so. She took another glance at the still frozen in time cat girl in front of her. Why yep, this tingly feeling, and my heart's definitely beating faster. When did it get to that point? How? No, scratch that. I have a pretty good idea. With everything we did together, I actually went and fell for her without realizing it. How pathetic am I? Very. Well, I'm trying to change. Give me a break. She started arguing with herself. The girl needed a way to deal with the strain this situation was putting on her. Now wait, let me get this right. I'm pretty sure I love Maya. No, I definitely do, and she actually confessed? It's mutual? What? Have I died and went to heaven? No, I went through that already. Dream? That would be one heck of a long and elaborate dream. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, stop that, idiot. She scolded herself for getting sidetracked again. In the first place, fantasy already became the real life for me, so. Is that even still fantasy then? Anyway. She drifted away even more. Her brain was slowly but surely frying itself. It's mutual? It's actually mutual? The feelings I just became aware of are reciprocated already? No, I'm actually the one reciprocating her feelings. What a twist. Her brain had turned into mush from being overworked at this point, causing the girl to be all over the place. More than usual, even. What does that mean now? We both feel the same? So. If I return her confession, we become a C couple? Eh? It's that easy? I've ruined most of my past life for something this uncomplicated? No way. Are you kidding me? That can't be. She felt incredibly stupid and regretful for a moment. No. As painful as it was. All of that was responsible for me being here right now. Without suffering so much under my own idiocy, I never would have met Maya. A girl that no one on earth could even dream of competing with. Sophia managed to find something positive about her previous life. It probably wasn't easy either, right? I was just lucky this time. No, exceptionally fortunate. It was worth not ever having been lucky before in my life. It seems like I was unconsciously saving it up for something truly miraculous. The miracle called Maya. Such an awesome girl fell in love with me? What? The next time I see Kinnear, I'll thank him, and then punch him because, well, he's Kinnear, that's why. Still, he gave me this second chance and made me able to change myself. He's made me suffer a lot, but he's also the reason I was able to meet Maya. Yep, it's going to be a light punch. No matter how incredibly thankful she was, Sophia still held a grudge towards the overseer for messing so much with her. What's the plan now? Return her confession, that's for sure. How does one do that, though? Kiss her? Yeah, no. And no way. I mean, now that I said it out loud. I kind of want to do it. But, there's no way I could do it. That's way too much of a hurdle for me. Unfortunately. I would die. Embarrassed, Sophia looked for another way. Die, I say. She had to say it again first, for some reason. Okay, setting this idea aside for the time being. Yeah, there's only one other choice, huh? Easy but effective. I just have to repeat her confession, saying I feel the same way, right? Okay, here goes absolutely nothing. Because her idea of a kiss was way too much, she didn't notice that returning a confession was rather embarrassing, as well, but it most likely was for the better. Feeling that her boosts were working at total capacity right now, Sophia gathered all of her courage and ignored everything around her because nothing else was of importance right now. Deciding to use it all up in one go to get her feelings across in this once-in-a-lifetime confession of hers, she put her heart into it as much as she ever could hope to. It's only something she has to do once, after all. Yes. I love you too, Maya. I was curious about you ever since we met, but it has become so much more. I'm so happy we feel the same. She wanted to say some more, how she fell for her and how she noticed, but Sophia was sure that she would burn out any second now and bust her confession, which she miraculously managed to do without even stuttering. Because of that, she went for a safe route and kept it short. There was no reply. Because she was so busy with herself and everything that was going on, Sophia overlooked something major. Realizing her horrible mistake, the girl dramatically fell on her knees, with a crestfallen expression on her face. I forgot that the time still stopped. Her desperate cry wasn't heard by anyone, either. Having wasted all of her courage on a confession not noticed by her target of affection, Sophia just wanted to lay down and cry a lot. Her once-in-a-lifetime confession ended up being one she had to do twice. Chapter 56, Combined Feelings. Maya's sudden confession of love shocked Sophia so much that she accidentally stopped time on impulse. This ended up being in her favor because she now had more than enough time to think. She processed the shock and finally became aware of her own feelings for the cat girl. Having determinedly returned the confession, Sophia had forgotten to turn on the time again, though. She was lying down flat on the grass with her limbs sprawled out. Her eyes were still wet from crying over the screwed-up confession while she looked at the frozen scenery around her. Seriously, how stupid can one be? My idiocy got boosted, too, didn't it? Not that I was ever the brightest bulb in the box. So embarrassing. Huh. She sighed and concentrated on her surroundings again. Now that my sense of panic has burned out from the earlier shock, stop time is kinda cool. It's really tranquil, a great place to think. That absolutely nothing is moving, not even a bit, is really fascinating. While recovering from the botched confession, the girl focused on the less pressing things, like how she broke the world yet again. She remembered the previous time this happened, and some of her panic unfortunately returned. I can still turn it back to normal, alright? How cruel would that be, being stuck now, after Maya, full power from the get-go. Not limiting the amount of her used magic power, Sophia concentrated hard on getting the time to flow again. Contrary to last time, when she was freaking out too much, the girl now felt an effect much sooner. She noticed a slight movement from Maya's frozen body but then stopped her magic. Good, it seems I have control of it now. Wait a moment. What am I supposed to do once Maya's back again? I can't just do that confession again. I still haven't recovered from that failure. She wasn't confident about doing a repeat. Just why am I so damn complicated? The other two were right. I really am high maintenance. Okay, let's wait for an hour or so and gather some courage. Huh? If time's frozen, what does an hour even mean? Sophia's gotten philosophical all of a sudden. A good while passed since the girl started puzzling over the concept of measuring a period of time where time itself doesn't exist. Naturally, she was unable to come to a conclusion, but this sort of distraction was helpful nonetheless, as it was extremely distracting. Alright. Sophia was fully motivated again. Now I wonder, though, can I invite Maya to this world? Can I unstop time just for one person? I really want to show it to her. She looked at the tranquil yet fascinating scenery around her once more. Also, no one can bother us here. I wouldn't survive having to do my confession a third time just because something or someone interrupts me. This was her real motivation. Let's see, Sophia circled around the cat girl and then placed a hand on her back. Maybe pouring some of my magic power into Maya will do the trick. Concentrating while thinking about time resuming for only the cat girl as well, she did just that. Slowly, Maya started moving again. However, the rest of the area remained motionless. Even the birds in the sky were still rooted in place. Sophia. Once she was fully back to normal, the cat girl panicked. For her, no time had passed at all, and Sophia just suddenly disappeared in front of her. Where are you? This is getting really complicated. Sophia was marveling about the effect of time. Huh? Hearing that familiar voice, Maya instantly turned around. What is going on here? Wheel. She hadn't thought her plan through at all. She simply pointed all around her, the frozen area, and then at the birds in the sky. Why aren't they moving? Why isn't anything moving? She only got more confused. Stop time sure is weird, huh? She couldn't blame Maya for having such a reaction. Stop time. What? If I remember right, didn't you say you won't ever do that again? She recalled the day when Sophia was all broken after trapping herself in there. I didn't do it on purpose, it just happened. Stuff like this doesn't just happen. In the first place, it's your fault, Maya. How can I be at fault here? The cat girl wasn't aware of any responsibility in that regard. Your little surprise shocked me so much that my body activated some sort of self-defense mechanism purely on instinct alone. You know, kind of a safety measure to protect me. My little what, now dash? Aya. She suddenly stopped talking when she realized what Sophia was implying. Why you were so shocked that you accidentally stopped time in self-defense just because I confessed to you? That's what happened. Drama queen, much? Maya instinctively retorted to her reaction. As if that's such a surprise. Given my track record until now. Don't you argue with reason now. What else am I supposed to do then? I don't know. Maya also was slightly unreasonable. Eh? Wait, why are we fighting? I don't know that either. The two had taken a wrong turn somewhere. Anyway, Sophia tried to get back on track. Yeah, so that's the world without the flow of time. She gestured all around her. What do you think? Scary. The catgirl voiced the first thought that went through her head. I know, right? But it's fascinating. She curiously looked around at all the little details of the frozen world. The unmoving birds in the sky had really caught her interest. I've never seen anything remotely like that. It's also so tranquil here, with no distractions whatsoever. I bet it's a great place to be alone and think. You have no idea how great it is. Being all alone had helped her immensely in dealing with the current issue. Sophia, how long have you been here? Something bugged her about the way the girl had worded her answer. A couple of hours? Half a day, maybe? It's hard to tell the exact duration when there's, well, no time. So long? Maya was shocked. I had a lot to think about. My brain's really not the fastest, after all. Not to mention that I got sidetracked all the time while searching for an answer for you. Yeah? Maya stopped when she heard that. Have you found one? An answer? I have. Oh really? Maya's body tensed up. Her cat ears also perked up, and her tail couldn't decide on a position and nervously swished from one side to another. I really have to do it again, huh? What do you mean? I actually gave you a reply already. Eh? How did I miss that? Because I'm an idiot. I forgot about the stopped time and gave my answer to the frozen you. How did I fall for such a scatterbrain? Maya couldn't believe this girl. Funny, I was asking myself a similar question when I was processing all of it. Because you're awesome. Thanks. Sophia got a little bashful. So. She was clearly nervous. She went silent to prepare herself while scratching together every last bit of courage she had left in her. Yes. I love you, too. I've been Sophia tried to recreate her earlier failed confession, but she never got the chance to finish. Seriously? The moment Maya heard those first couple of words, she couldn't contain her excitement anymore and jumped at the girl, tightly hugging her. Whoa. Wait, this does count now, right? No one heard her first confession, and her second was interrupted. But this time, she thought it was a success nonetheless. Is this really true? You were so hard to read in that regard because you're always all over the place. In that regard, at least. I had no idea about my chances, but I couldn't keep those feelings to myself anymore. Why yes. Honestly, I only became aware of the depth of my feelings after your confession. Still, in retrospect, I noticed that you always were special to me. Since the day we met, actually. Well, you did call me cute before I even knew your name. That sure was something. There was no way Maya would have forgotten their first encounter, either. Ahaha, I sure fumbled that one. Not that challenging someone to a fight without reason on their first meeting is any less, let's say, interesting. Alright, I did that. Well, we at least got a lasting impression of each other. Yeah, that's for sure. I don't think I'll ever forget our meeting. Dot. Maya suddenly started to giggle. It's actually mutual. I can't believe it. That's my line. For hours, I tried figuring out why such an awesome girl like you would ever fall in love with a mess like me. Never found an answer. You're interesting, funny, cute, mysterious, strong, friendly, beautiful, caring, not to mention Maya instantly showered her in a rapid fire of compliments that had no sign of stopping. Oh okay, I get it, please stop. I can only take so much before my brain melts. Again. It almost seemed like steam was rising from her head. I love that embarrassed side of you, as well. Maya was feeling playful. The same goes for you, your cuteness is criminal. No, not just cute, straight up gorgeous, actually. You care so much for me, you're doing so much to help me with my boosts. It's so much fun to be with you, and it's so relaxing around you. Well, when you don't tease me. Your fluffy ears are the best, and I just love your expressive tail. Alright, I understand, okay? The heads of both girls were steaming by now. Maya was good at dishing out, but being on the receiving side was one of her weak points. Hee. The two shared a slightly bashful laugh. Sophia? Maya finally let go of the girl again and looked straight into her eyes. Such a beautiful color. She found herself lost in them for a moment. There was no holding back with her anymore. Why, your deep blue eyes are much more gorgeous. She was staring back at her and tried to return the compliment. Anyway, what is it? Alright, yes. She snapped back to reality. Your eyes, can you close them for a moment? Why? Just do your girlfriend a favor, okay? The cat girl stumbled over the word when she said it for the first time. There was no way for her to say anything anymore after such an unfair attack. Doing as told, she then obediently closed them. Nothing happened for a while, and Sophia could only feel the warmth of Maya right in front of her face and the slight tickle of her breath. Eventually, though, she felt an incredibly soft and gentle but ever so slightly awkward sensation on her lips, a feeling unlike anything else she ever experienced before. Chapter 57, Their Own World. After a lot of thinking and realizing her own feelings, Sophia returned the confession of the catgirl in kind. Being overjoyed about their mutual feelings, Maya first hugged her for a good while before urging Sophia to close her eyes. Granting her wish, the girl then felt a sensation on her lips that was unlike anything she experienced before, soft, gentle, and ever so slightly awkward. Lasting just a couple of moments, only the lingering sensation with a hint of wet stickiness to it then remained on her lips. Being in a slight daze, Sophia slowly opened her eyes once she didn't sense Maya's head right in front of her anymore. Did you just kiss me? She had no previous experience with it, but there weren't many alternative possibilities in this situation. Why, yes. The catgirl bashfully turned away. I looked at you and really wanted to do it. Sorry, I should have Again. Her reply was barely audible. What was that? Maya had heard her perfectly well, but that was precisely the problem. It was too unbelievable for her. Do it, again. Really? She was surprised. It's okay. Why, you didn't dislike it? I didn't ask for permission, after all. What kind of question is that? The girl I fell for, kissed me. Why would I dislike that? Sophia's face, no, her entire body, had turned red from embarrassment. Why, you're so unfair. How could I not do it now? Then. She closed her eyes again and looked up a little to make up for Maya's height advantage. You. Maya squirmed a little as she glanced at the expectant-looking girl. Her confidence was slowly burning up, but not wanting to disappoint her, she closed her eyes as well while moving closer and tilting her head to the right. Slightly hesitant and awkward because she, too, lacked experience, the catgirl lightly brushed her lips against Sophia's before coming in complete contact with them. Savoring the soft and warm sensation of the other girl for a while, Maya reluctantly parted again a moment later. More. Sophia's sweet-sounding voice leaked out the moment there was some slight distance between them while she stared at her with upturned eyes and a greedy expression. Huh? She hadn't expected that. I didn't imagine you to be this thirsty. Sorry. Her shoulders slumped down. I wasn't complaining. Maya, by no means, had something against this new trait of hers. It's just all of this is completely new to me. Sophia sounded really shy. And it felt so, and nice. I think it's becoming addicting already, and I couldn't stop myself from wanting more. How can a girl be this cute? Her heart skipped more than just one beat in response. What? Oh, how about this? I want you to kiss me. Huh? Sophia raised her voice way more than she intended to. Is there something wrong with wanting to be kissed by my girlfriend? That's unfair. Please stop playing dirty. How am I playing dirty? Please tell me? Maya's voice was full of playfulness as she was slowly getting used to the word. If you call me your girlfriend. She stumbled more than a bit over the same word. Is there something wrong with that? And no. I am, after all. Just the same as you. It's just dash. I am what? She wanted to hear it. You. Sophia was taking a lot of damage right now. You are my girlfriend. She managed to squeeze it out. Very good. The catgirl liked what she heard. I never thought I would ever be able to say that. Sophia paused for a moment. I'm feeling all tingly, but in a nice way. Still, so embarrassing. Dot. She was happy. Okay, back to the topic. I want a kiss from the girl I love. Will you grant me this wish? Were you always this smooth? I'm trying my best. I'm still so happy that it's mutual that I can't contain myself. Maya was super giddy. Seriously, so smooth. Well then, Maya leaned slightly forward and closed her eyes, giving the girl no other choice. Smooth, and sneaky, and unfair. Sophia complained, but with a smile, resigning to her fate, her sweet, sweet fate. Leaning in as well, she tried to recreate Maya's motion from the last time, but it didn't go that well as she had never done it before. Instead of a light brush-like touch, Sophia was a bit too eager, and their lips loudly smacked together. Luckily, it wasn't hard enough to hurt either of them. Thanks to that, the two immediately parted again. Ahaha. She laughed at the girl's clumsiness. Ugh, just why am I so pathetic? Sophia felt more like crying. Don't worry, you're not pathetic at all. If anything, this clumsy side of you makes you even cuter. Wanna try it again and redeem yourself? The catgirl showed her a little smile. Yes, please. She splendidly fell for the bait. Sophia moved her face closer and kissed her again. This time, she was much gentler. She lightly pressed her lips against Maya's, and the sensation Sophia was slowly becoming addicted to got even stronger. As she was the one initiating the kiss this time, it felt more real, more intense, more overwhelming. Better. Wow. You sure know how to redeem yourself. Why, you're good at this. Maya seemed slightly unsteady on her feet. Oh, one more time? She was like in a trance. So spoiled. Of course, you can. Do it as much as you like. The catgirl had zero interest in stopping her. Yay. Feeling bold, Sophia wrapped her arms around Maya's neck. She pulled her as close as possible before their lips connected yet another time. Their kiss this time lasted much longer, and the initial gentleness was slowly changing into something else. Sophia repositioned her mouth while pecking her a couple of times to get a better taste of the catgirl. She had no idea what she was doing or how she was able to, but she liked it. While playing with her lips and sneaking in a slight nibble or two, she also began playing with the hair on the back of Maya's head. Letting strands of the silky and beautiful white hair glide through her hand, Sophia was completely immersed in the girl in front of her. Efua. Maya parted from her after a good while, panting for air. She needed a minute to recover and then gazed at Sophia with an entirely red face, which wasn't purely from the lack of oxygen. What was that? Where did that come from? Sorry. I don't know what came over me. I saw you, I felt the touch of your incredibly soft lips, and I couldn't think, no, I couldn't stop myself. I regret nothing, though. Sophia didn't want to deny her actions. Oh, and no, I wasn't complaining. And not at all. The catgirl quickly corrected the misunderstanding. This kiss was incredible, you're incredible. So are you. Who's the smooth one here again? You. How? Maya's retort echoed through the area. Ahaha. She was feeling really happy right now. Sophia, could it be? Your boosts are running at full capacity right now? Especially no, every single one of them. She wanted to say desire, or libido, which were at max right now, but decided against it. The cat girl didn't want to kill the mood. Of course. How else would I be able to do any of this right now? Sophia sounded strangely confident about it. So, it could wear off any moment now? No, it feels like they'll last a while longer. But eventually, yeah, they might will? Though, ever since I met Kinnear again, it feels a little different? No idea why, though. Then, can we keep going? Maya placed a finger on her lips with a yearning expression. Sophia wasn't the only one getting addicted to it. To get you used to your boosts and keep them active, of course. No, not for such a reason. She didn't like the sound or it. Okay, because I want to. The cat girl corrected herself. That, I can accept and will do. Sophia wrapped her arms around her neck again, and this time, Maya returned her embrace by hugging her waist. Both tilted their heads, and their lips soon came in contact once more. The cat girl was much more assertive this time and initiated a couple of pecks on her own, as well. The two changed the lead every so often, and neither got enough of the other girl. Sophia was also ruffling the snow-white hair again and used her hand to lightly press Maya's head against her own. A light brush against each other's lips. A gentle kiss with almost no contact, a little stronger one, a much stronger one, full contact. A kiss on the cheek, one on the nose for some reason, because they just felt like doing it. Rubbing their cheeks for a change, back to some lighter pecks, their mouths fully closed, occasionally slightly opened, a couple of playful nibbles on each other's lips. Feeling bashful after their tongues accidentally came in contact, and exploring those very tongues after a while, getting accustomed to the warm and slightly slimy sensation. Coming to enjoy the ticklish feeling and seeking more of it. Licking each other's dried-up lips to exchange some more kisses, sometimes using their tongues again, while other times not, rubbing their noses together before placing another kiss there. Maya tried to nibble on the girl's ear while Sophia was caressing the cat girl's fluffy ears before going back to focus on their lips. Sometimes with tongue again, sometimes without. Tilting their heads at various angles to find the perfect position, another nibble or two, lightly sucking on the other's lips, back to light kisses once again. Afterward, the two. They had entirely lost themselves in the girl in front of them, and their exchange seemingly went on forever. Neither of them was planning to stop, wanted to stop, could stop. The only thing of importance was the girl of their desire. Everything else stopped mattering. Thankfully, aside from their brains, which were slowly turning into mush from overheating, the two had no need to stop and could fully give in to their blossomed feelings. They were still, literally, in their own little world. A world where time had stopped flowing and which was free of any possible interruptions. A place where only the two freshly baked lovebirds existed. Chapter 58, Calming Down. After their successful confession, Maya had kissed Sophia. This flipped some sort of switch inside her. Falling in love with her even more and not getting enough of her lips, Sophia kept asking for more. Later initiating her own ones, as well, the two got so absorbed in it that they forgot about anything except the girl in front of them. Exchanging kiss after kiss, exploring the mouth and face of the other, nothing else mattered anymore. Panting for air, Maya finally parted from her and sunk down on the grass because her knees gave in. Sophia sat down as well. That was amazing. The cat girl finished her sentence. Yeah, intense. Where did that even come from? I have no idea. Both their faces were red. It's probably your fault, Maya. How? In the first place, while I was the one who initiated it, you're definitely the one who kept wanting more. And not that I'm complaining. How could I not want more after such a beautiful girl kissed me? Not to mention it was the girl I love. Oh, that's why I got so into it as well. Maya found no flaw in her argumentation. The two shared a bashful giggle. Still, while I enjoyed every moment, the cat girl touched her lips and savored the lingering feeling for a moment. We might have overdone it a tiny bit. It's not like we have to rush anything. HRMN. She gave a slight nod. Then again. It was the result of our feelings for each other, Something we both wanted, so she pondered over it for a moment. Okay, I regret nothing. No, we definitely overdid it. Sophia disagreed with her change of mind. Yeah? And no, don't get me wrong, I want to do it again, but, my lips are all tingly and feel a bit chapped, you know? She was talking about the physical problem. You have a point there. Her lips had taken some damage as well from being overused by something they weren't accustomed to yet. Thank goodness your tongue isn't the same as a cat. I think that would have hurt quite a bit. Sophia was happy that this part of Maya was like a human, not rough at all. It was nice and smooth. Why, you idiot. She got embarrassed. Hee hee, oh, but my body recovers really fast, so my lips are good to go in a bit again. Maya wasn't as high spec. I think we have to wait a little longer for that. It seemed like she had an idea. Sophia touched the catgirl's lips with her finger, and a blue light suddenly shone from it. How is it now? The light quickly disappeared again while she removed her finger. What? My lips, they're fine again. Huh? The catgirl was confused. I learned healing magic just for that. Why, you learned a sacred technique just so you can keep kissing your girlfriend? Shut up, Maya. Ahaha. Anyway, thank you very much. Still, let's take a break, regardless. She rolled over to Sophia, who was sitting on the grass, and placed her head on her lap. I think this is nice, too. Yeah, I'm not complaining. Please pet me. With a sweet voice, Maya demanded to be spoiled. My ears, please. I can. She sounded excited. The last time felt kinda awkward after all. You, and only you, are allowed to touch them. I was a little awkward because I was so bold and let you touch them the other day. Bold? Sophia tilted her head. Why, you see, our ears are really important for the beast folk. Especially for us of the cat tribe, only the person chosen as our partner is allowed to touch them. Really? That's kinda embarrassing to hear now, in retrospect. It was even more so for me during that time. But as for now, please pet me, partner. I won't survive this day, will I? She took a lot of damage from the sweet display of affection. Not to mention anything that happened before. Anyway, gladly. Sophia placed her hand on the catgirl's head in her lap and gently ruffled her hair. Maya immediately responded with a comfortable purr-like hum while she rubbed her head against the girl's thighs again. F for the dash, I don't know how many times. My legs are ticklish, Maya. I know. She only increased her wiggling. Hey. Sophia used her hand to press Maya's head into her lap, stopping her from moving. Why are you doing this in the first place? If I didn't know better, I would think you're trying to mark me, being a part cat and all. No answer came. Wait, that's actually what's going on. Sophia didn't see that one coming. Sorry. She sounded embarrassed. Well, it worked. I am yours, so please stop that wiggling. It almost feels like those boosts made me more ticklish as well. Oh? Don't owe me now. That was not an invitation. Anyway, no more marking. I can't promise that. It mostly happens on instinct. I have to do it from time to time before it wears off. Moreover, I don't want to. Maya had no plans to change her behavior. Sophia gave up with a sigh for the time being and continued to pet the catgirl. While taking great care of her ears, the two relaxed for a good bit. She was feeling good but eventually shifted around a bit and looked up at Sophia. I sure was lucky. No, that's my line. Sophia was feeling the same. I was unable to find anyone in my old world, but here I actually found a girl that's into other girls as well. Not to mention a perfect girl. Even ignoring how my idiot personality was at fault there, how high were the chances for that? Not that low, actually. You said that being interested in the same sex is rare in your old world, right? Maya remembered that bit from when she learned about the girl's past. Yeah. I don't know the exact numbers, but it was roughly around 5% of the population who weren't interested in the opposite gender, or in some cases, not exclusively, at least. Wow, I really was super lucky, then. What do you mean? Sophia was confused. If the numbers were higher, someone from your world would have definitely taken you already. Even this world's humans couldn't be that blind. Though biased, she was sure Sophia wouldn't have been single otherwise. It's also a little different here. Well, you see, it's not rare at all here. I think it's roughly a third each. People being into the same sex, the opposite, or not having a preference, that is. Well, there are some more types, but those big three are the majority, and no one bats an eye. So, for you to find a girl that's not, at least partially, into other girls is actually the rarer possibility. Seriously? That obviously was a shock for her. While she was overwhelmed by it, many questions also came up. Mostly how a race with only a third of actual straight people can survive in the long term. She then thought about actual animals and remembered how they reproduce much more frequently. The number of offspring often is higher, too. Thinking this might be, to some degree, the case for the beast folk as well, she didn't question it. Not to mention that it was neither time nor place to ask such questions. Yep. Maya smiled at her. Oh, by the way, I'm just like you. I'm exclusively into girls. Or, to be more precise now, I'm exclusively into the girl called Sophia. Oh, so we aren't the same? I'm into someone called Maya, after all. I don't think it's going to work out with us. Yeah, we're too different. The two were joking with each other. Seriously though, this world's awesome. By the way, this world's humans, on the other hand, dash. Yeah. Sophia interrupted her as she had a pretty good idea already. Don't mention them when I'm happy. Sorry. The beast folk definitely is a great race. To be that diverse. Coming from my world, that was quite a surprise you dropped on me here. Is it really? Remember our date in the cafe? So it was an actual date, after all? I won't deny that I was getting curious about you that time, but my main goal really was the cake there. That's the reason I often dragged Chio there, and we never were more than friends. I knew it sounded weird back then. I should have gotten more suspicious. So, what was your point again? The cafe's a couples-only place. Seriously? Someone told me about their cake one time, and I had to try it. Using Chio as an alibi girlfriend, I finally got to taste it. I was wondering about the guests there, but I thought they were simply friends, exactly because there was absolutely no preference in the groupings. Nope, they were all dating. Okay, most of them. I'm sure a few of them came just for the cake, like Chio, and I did, though. Why you seriously dragged me into such a place without telling me, a day or two after we met? Would you have come with me if I did tell you? Fair point. Sophia would have passed out before the chance of that happening. I was delighted being able to go there again because you didn't know about it. Chio was the only close enough female friend to not misunderstand. Also, going with male friends to a date spot, even as an alibi, I wasn't a fan of that. Did you stop going with Chio? Why? Danny got jealous when she found out. Not wanting to make her feel sad, I stopped inviting her. Danny. Sophia felt she heard that name before, but couldn't associate it with anyone at the moment. Remember the waitress in the bar we went with the gang? Oh, the dog girl? Floppy ears and a super fluffy tail? Why yeah. Maya wasn't sure how she felt about how she linked the name to the picture. Don't worry, I'm totally a cat person. Fen doesn't count. She noticed her mistake. Wait, she got jealous? Do I have a rival? You have a couple, actually. Not wanting to boast, but I was pretty popular in my hometown. Is that so? Yep. She enjoyed her reaction. Wasn't interested in any of them, though. Magic and fighting were my only love. But Danny isn't one of your rivals. Huh? She was jealous of me, not Chio. Now that I think about it, the person I used as an alibi girlfriend is the one that turned into my rival. Wow, that's a twist I hadn't seen coming. Wait, what? Sophia was still hung up on her own rivals, so she couldn't entirely follow. Danny's interested in Chio. Chio's interested in you, and I got you. What's this, a high school drama? She retorted purely on instinct. What? Forget it. Maya suddenly covered her mouth. If we see her again, please don't tell Chio about it. It was supposed to be a secret. Don't you think you have bigger problems with her than that the next time we meet? Oh, yeah. Well, she only started to get curious about you and didn't know what exactly it was yet, but I didn't fully believe it back then, or rather, I couldn't, but the way she sent me off made me a bit suspicious. She even asked me if I like you. She rubbed Maya's head while saying so. What did you answer? Not in that way. I wasn't or wasn't aware. That's going to be awkward. Yeah. The two weren't looking forward to that reunion. What about Chio and Danny? Does she not like the, dog girl? Sophia thought about actual cats and dogs for a moment but decided not to bring that up. No, they're really good friends, actually. Chio just has absolutely no idea about Danny's feelings. Both fell silent for a moment. Please do your best, Danny. The two thought that this would be the solution for everything whenever they visited Maya's home again. Anyway. Sophia changed the topic. But now I can't punch Kinnear the next time I see him. I asked him to be put into a world where homosexuality isn't widely discriminated against. As usual, I got way more than I asked for, but it's completely positive this time. I feel happy but also conflicted that he did something that nice for me. How about not wanting to punch a god in the first place? Maya couldn't believe the girl. Not an option. Then again, he probably did something else I have yet to discover, which will make me angry again. Yeah, no problem. Why you really are something else, like, entirely. The couple relaxed for a while longer. Maya had gotten really comfortable on Sophia's lap while she was being petted, and the girl herself was in heaven for being able to do so. Sophia suddenly stopped moving her hand. What's wrong? The cat girl looked slightly pouty over her having stopped. I forgot about starting time again. Huh? Oh, right. Maya had forgotten as well when she looked around and noticed that their surroundings were still frozen. Wait, you can, right? The last time, you said you struggled so much. Of course. I properly tested it before bringing you over to here. Sophia closed her eyes and concentrated on the task. A couple of moments later, the world started to turn again. The wind was moving the leaves on the trees and the grass, birds weren't frozen in the sky anymore, and various animals and other noises could be heard in the distance. And we're back. Gee good. The cat girl let out a relieved sigh. Wow, I never knew how loud the world actually is. She marveled at all the sounds she never paid attention to, not until they were gone. Yeah, it's bizarre. After this slight oversight was taken care of, the two decided to relax for some more time while enjoying each other's company because neither of them felt like moving or getting up yet. Chapter 59, Telling Fen. The time went back to normal again, not frozen anymore, and the couple slowly had enough of idly relaxing. Or not, as Maya was enjoying her place on Sophia's lap and the owner of said had a great time petting the cat girl, but everything had to end eventually. I'm getting hungry. I ate very little during the last dinner and even skipped breakfast because of you. It feels like it's been 2 days since I've eaten anything meaningful. Sophia's stomach was loudly complaining while she said so. And not to mention all the, exercise we had. Why yeah, I could eat something as well. Maya agreed with a slightly red face. Wait, why haven't you eaten anything because of me? Who ran away after I told you about myself and my past again? Not to mention how you never returned, not even during the night. How could I be hungry in such a situation? Ugh, sorry. She felt guilty. I had a lot to process and think about, okay? It's alright. I can't blame you, and moreover, it ended exceptionally well. Still, now I want some food. Stopped time not long after Finn went for breakfast. Then, I spent like half a day thinking on my own. After I invited Maya, another half day passed. Oh, did I go full circle? Does that mean I still skipped breakfast if I eat some now? It's a day later for me, after all? For Maya, it's only half a day, so she's having an early dinner now when I eat breakfast? But it's still morning. For both of us. Huh? How does that work? Sophia got herself confused. Stopping time sure is complicated. How about we simply have some food? No need for an actual mealtime. The cat girl offered an easy solution. Alright, we'll do it that way. Okay, let's go look for Fen. I kinda don't want to see him right now. Maya looked somewhat troubled. Why? I talked with him about you and my feelings not too long ago. Eh? Something like that happened? Wait, where was I during that time? Fast asleep. No wonder I had no idea. When I sleep, I sleep. You sure do. Maya rolled her eyes. So, what's the problem? Wheel, I told him I want to wait and not rush things with you. That definitely didn't work out. Not at all. Whatever, the pros, you, are bigger than the cons, Fen's comments. That wolf sure is a meddlesome one, huh? Absolutely. That's not even the first time he started questioning me. Seriously? Sophia was shocked. I really have to stay up longer. It seems I'm missing out on some really interesting discussions. How about no? Hee hee. Anyway, hungry. Yeah, let's go. I can deal with Fen, somehow. The cat girl grabbed Sophia's hand, and the two made their way towards the wolf and see what he's up to and get some food together. What? The couple arrived at his location, and Sophia was somewhat confused by the sight. Fen was currently busy dissecting a cow. That alone wasn't anything noteworthy or new even. Still, the cow in question was even taller than the already oversized wolf. Don't you think that's a bit much, big guy? No matter how hungry you are. Haha, you might be right about that. I just saw this marvelous thing, and I had to get it. I simply had no other choice. His hunting instinct had gotten the better of him, Oh, Maya, welcome back. You two are together again? Good. Did you already made up in the short while when I was gone? The girls were at a loss. Am I wrong? Still fighting? No, we definitely made up, and then we started de-dating. The cat girl decided to make it short and painless. What? When? How? What? Fen didn't follow. Sophia, could you explain? I don't get half of your side, either. What made you think I do? The girl in question only tilted her head in confusion. Well, try. Sure. Let's see. Maya wanted to hear more about my old world and my life there. I told her. Maya suddenly confessed. I panicked and thought about it for half a day. I realized my own feelings. Took me another couple of hours to gather my courage. I returned her confession. We did some, post-confession rituals? Talked some more and relaxed for a few hours before coming back here. Sophia gave a rough rundown on what happened. How long was I hunting that cow? I don't think it took me longer than half an hour. He was confused as the timing didn't match. Right. I forgot. Maya's confession shocked me so much that I instinctively stopped time as an emergency response. In my own little world, I thought about it for half a day. Once I found my answer and was ready, I invited Maya to the frozen place, and we spent another half day there. So, yeah, since you left for breakfast, Fen, it's been around a day for me. Seriously? Fen didn't even know what to react to first. Why you stopped time again? For a whole day even? Whatever a day is worth when there is no time. It felt that long, at least. It could have been more, or maybe less? It's a rough estimate. Wait, you can actually do it that long? I don't think there's a limit? I activate my magic once to stop time and again to, unstop it. That's ridiculous. Fen couldn't accept her outrageous claim. Wait. Maya was with you? You can unstop time for selective people? I tried. It worked. Why you? You need to show it to me. If I see it with my own eyes, I might be able to find a way to recreate it for myself. He sounded excited and slightly desperate. Yeah, once I figure out how I properly stop time when I want it, and not something causes me to do it, I'll show you. Yes. Thank you very much. You sound me a tad too excited, Fenny. Stopping time shall only be used for good things. No shady stuff. Oh, of course. It's purely for researching powerful magic. Is that so? Sophia doubted his intentions. Hey, weren't you the one who stopped time for a prolonged amount just so you could be alone with Maya? Like I said, only to be used for good things. There is no winning with you, is there? Not right now. My mood's way too good for it. So self-centered. I don't think she's self-centered. Maya chimed in. I fully support the use case of being alone in a place where no one can interrupt us. I get a distinct feeling your opinion is slightly biased, Cat. The wolf didn't buy it. No, wait just a moment. He finally focused his attention on the cat girl. What was that about wanting to wait again? Ahaha. Yeah, I did say that. Well, a classic heart versus brain argument. My heart easily won. I didn't expect it to be this fast, but I'm not that surprised it happened. Really? That wasn't planned at all, though. It was clear that you wouldn't be able to keep it bottled up. The wolf could read her like a book. You can be in love without realizing it for years or more without an issue, but once you do become aware of it, you won't be able to continue in the same way. Romance expert Fenny. Sophia found it interesting. Where did you get that wisdom from? I have some experience. Oh? Please elaborate. She was very interested. I will not. The way his body language worked, he made it clear that this topic was over for him in an instant. Oh, okay. Sophia didn't push the issue and pointed at the giant cow. Anyway, while still way too big, I'm hungry. Please cut something for us as well. Didn't you say you were going to skip breakfast? No, that was yesterday. For me, at least. Right, stopping time. That sure is confusing. For the wolf, not much time had passed, after all. You have no idea. Also, I'm not only hungry, but I also feel incredibly jet-lagged even though I didn't move places at all. So weird. Jet-lagged? Neither the wolf nor the cat had heard this word before. It means I'm tired. Sophia didn't want to bother explaining. Once the group ate breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever meal they had, Sophia decided to take a nap. No matter what happened, only getting a wink of sleep in what's essentially 2 days' worth of time was too much for her. After accepting Maya's offer to use her lap for a change again, having no reason to decline, she got comfortable and fell asleep in no time. What is it? While the cat girl was entertaining herself with the sleeping face of Sophia, she was feeling the stare of a certain wolf. Nothing much. I guess congratulations are in order? Haha, thanks, Fen. So much happened today. And it's only morning. Man, that time thingy, crazy stuff. That's true. But, I'm glad for you that it worked out this well. So am I really happy. Be sure to make her as well. He gestured at Sophia in her lap. Or else I'll make sure you'll never be happy again, either. Are you her father? Maya just had to make that comment. Oh, shut up. Or could it be? Are you jealous? Jealous? No, I'm not the least bit interested in either of you in that regard. He clearly denied it. If anything, I might be feeling a bit nostalgic? In what way? He didn't answer. The experience you were talking about earlier? She had a rough idea about his implications. More or less. Though that story didn't end on a good note, so don't even think about asking. Oh, of course. Well, don't worry. No, our happiness is the top priority. Always has been, always will be. That's good. Though I'm a bit concerned. Sophia was really, proactive today. Most likely thanks to her boosts running literally amok. What happens once she calms down again? It's the same girl who broke the world, again, once I confessed to her, after all. Good luck. He wasn't overly helpful. See, come on. I did say you should push the girl to get her used to it. You did a thorough job there. I don't think she can go completely back to before. I guess that the more you push her, the higher Sophia's baseline will become. Hmm. Now that you mention it. Since the bath, let's say, incident, she wasn't that much of a nervous wreck anymore. No, but you were. He just had to make use of this chance. You. Well, it all worked out, so I don't care. What a strong girl. It would be nice if we really can increase Sophia's level in that way. I think that's the right way. Though, I'm sure she'll continue to go out of control from time to time. Yeah, no doubt about that. Maya caressed Sophia's head in her lap. I doubt anyone can ever fully tame her. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Definitely, as long as she stays less shy and gets more self-confident, that's all I want from her. Her wish list wasn't long. That, and maybe those genocide plans of hers. The desire to punch a god is debatable as well, though. I really went all out, falling for this one, huh? This time, she pinched the sleeping girl's cheek. Goo. While not waking up, Sophia still had to complain about her treatment. But, well, she's cute, so it's okay. You. The cat and the wolf chatted for a while longer about this and that. They killed time and relaxed until Sophia eventually had enough of her nap. Chapter 60, Arriving at the Sea. Being exhausted and hungry after everything that happened, getting confessed to by Maya, stopping time, a lot of thinking, becoming a couple with the cat girl, and much more, Sophia finally got something to eat and went to sleep right after. Her little power nap ended up being a full 3-hour-long slumber before she managed to recover enough from being, mostly on accident, awake for almost 2 days. Yawning, she slowly opened her eyes and tried to identify her surroundings. Oh, look who's up. Maya looked down at the sleepy girl. Oh, Maya. Morning. It's past noon already. Same difference. Sophia was still half asleep. How are you feeling? Tired. She turned around on Maya's lap, indicating she wanted to sleep some more. I can see that. What about the other stuff? What, other stuff? Us, for example? Are your boosts still working? I still love you. That just now was embarrassing. Sophia managed to say it without a problem, but once the words had left her lips, her face turned red in an instant. I love you, too. Thank you, I'm happy. Sophia burrowed her face into Maya's legs to hide her blush. You. Ahaha, your breath, it tickles. Shori. Her voice was muffled. Ahahaha. The catgirl couldn't hold her laughter. Your legs and shooperness. Sophia was still talking into her lap. Ahaha, stop it. Not being able to bear it anymore, Maya pushed the girl away from her lap. Being tickled is no fun, huh? And no comment, But being the one tickling the other is. And no comment. Sophia turned her head away. I'm just happy that you haven't fully reset. Reset? Oh, you mean my boost thing? Why yes, it feels like I progressed a bit. I mean, on the inside, I'm screaming like a 3-year-old whose candy got stolen right now when remembering the events, but on the outside, I'm perfectly calm. I wouldn't go that far, but... Maya wasn't sure she was this calm with her bright red face. Baby steps, okay? Sure, let's leave it at that. By the way, Sophia wanted to change the topic. We planned to go to the sea, but it feels like that was an eternity ago. Are we still going? I'm fine with whatever. I already got what I wanted to come there for. Sorry. The catgirl suddenly apologized. The sea was actually a huge detour towards the capital, but I panicked and had no better idea. What did I miss this time? I suggested the sea shortly after I realized my feelings for you. Back then, I wanted to wait and get to know you better. But, I was scared about the thought of you meeting other people, and that's why I wanted to take more time before reaching the capital. Why were you scared about me meeting people? The more she heard, the more confused she got. I had the sneaking suspicion that your charm got boosted as well, Sophia. What? It was news to her. It would explain why Chio got curious about you so fast. She's usually so oblivious after all. I think it affected me a bit as well. After our mock fight, I really wanted to come with you to train, but I felt kind of attached to you since the beginning. I mean, I like being touchy-feely, but not with people I don't know. That was a lucky incident, though, because I got to know you that way and fell in love. And my charm got boosted? Wait, wouldn't that just mean it isn't negative anymore? Sophia still couldn't follow. You know, I don't like it when my girlfriend sells herself short. I'm proud of her after all. Sorry, but, She honestly believed it is the case. Anyway, still, what does that has to do with me meeting people? I didn't want more rivals by you accidentally charming every girl we come across. I wanted to be the only one. Sorry for being selfish. So cute. Sophia had her very own opinion. You. Now it was her time to be embarrassed. Good job. Thanks. Okay, let's show the CR gratitude as well. Let's still go visit it. She was happy about the detour, or rather, the result of it. Sure, I don't mind. Maya was okay with the plan. Also, I want to eat some fish. Didn't you just eat right before your nap? Quite a lot, I want to add. I missed several meals, after all. Well, truth to be told, I might also could eat a little again. While not as much as Sophia's, Maya's eating routine, too, got somewhat messed up. Having decided on a plan, the group got ready and going. Instead of tracing back their way on the road, they simply went in a straight line. It's not like they had anything to fear when straying from a relatively secure path. Actually, the ones coming across the group were the poor souls. Walking not too long of a distance, the sea finally came into view too the first time. Oh. It even has a beach. Sophia was looking at the mostly untouched, almost white sand in front of the gigantic mass of blue water. Kinda makes me want to go for a swim. Why don't you do it, then? I don't have a. Wait, we had this exact same conversation before, hadn't we? She remembered the time when Maya had almost tricked her into jumping into an ice-cold lake. What's wrong with this sea? Nothing, I think? Nothing I know, at least. My goal was a different one this time. You still don't have a swimsuit, right? So, what does that, She needed a moment to get the catgirl's implication. Pervert. Her face turned red. What dash? Why? I just wanted, okay, I get it. She had no way to defend herself. Let's focus on fishing, okay? Fine. Maya looked a bit disappointed. Why you? Ignoring her, Sophia dashed towards the beach, but she made exactly one step on the sand before she completely froze up. What's wrong? The other two seemed slightly concerned. She got on her tiptoes and placed a hand on her forehead while trying to look into the distance of the sea. Nope, it's too far. I can't see a thing. Hey, is there an island or something like that on the other side of the water? Around 40 kilometers away? Maybe a bit more? I'm not sure about the distance, but yeah, there's actually a huge mass of land over there. As far as I remember, it's completely uninhabited, though. Why are you asking? Maya knew a little about the geography around here. Oh no, it's not uninhabited. Definitely not. What do you mean? Just when I took that step, something entered the range of my detection magic over there. Just hold on a moment. Fen interrupted her. Why, you can detect things that far away now? Yeah. I have the magic on constantly, and its range just keeps growing. Why, you have it on all the time? Yep, though I blend out everything that's not at least as strong as Maya unless I look for something because it's annoying. What about the cost of magic power? The wolf was confused. It recovers faster than I can spend it with detection magic, so I never bothered. What a monster. He looked shocked. Maya had a question. If you ignore everything weaker than I am, just what is over there? Bad news, seriously bad news. Let's never go to that place, okay? She seemed really nervous. Why, you're scared of a monster? The catgirl couldn't believe it. Fen, how many beings are stronger than you in this world? Not wanting to boast, but there are few. Well, over there is one of them. She pointed at the sea, or rather the island behind it. What? Both, cat and wolf, couldn't hide their surprise. It actually gives off a similar feeling to you, Fen? Though it's a bit foggy because it's still so far, but, I think whatever's over there, it's at least 50% stronger than you. 5 to 50%? No way. Maya turned white. Are you sure? Fan, too, was shocked. At least, yeah. This can't be. Such a being shouldn't exist. The wolf was overwhelmed by the revelation. What's the problem? While there are ones stronger than myself, it was only by a slight margin. We were basically equally matched. That guy sure isn't. Another unknown? Interesting. Sorry to disappoint, Fenny, but we are not going to check. Sophia wasn't interested in engaging someone far stronger than her already overpowered wolf. Yes. 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 Maya strongly agreed. I wasn't planning to. I'm curious, but the risks with such a powerful being are too big. He wasn't stupid. Good. I suddenly don't feel like fishing anymore. What if it comes after us? The cat girl wanted to put more distance between them. There's a fair bit of water between us, you know? Also, there's no way it knows that we are here, anyway. Are you really, definitely, absolutely 100% sure about it? Air. So, where we are heading to next? To be honest, I've never been further than this place. Maya shook her head. I know that we have to follow the coastline for a good bit and then keep going west to reach the capital, but I have no idea what's in between. Sorry. Oh, so we are entering uncharted territories? Very interesting. I like it. Sophia wasn't the least bit disappointed. Anything goes for you, as long as it's fun, huh? Precisely. Well then, let's get going. Energetically raising her fist into the air, Sophia started walking. The other two didn't follow her, though. What is it now? It took her a while to notice that she was alone and quickly came back. Wrong direction. Yeah? But you said to follow the coastline? Sure, but I also said that the capital is westwards. A coastline typically has two directions, right? Following the east one won't do us any good. And how am I supposed to know that this was east just now? Common sense. Sorry, my bad. Maya had expected the one thing she shouldn't have from her. I feel deeply offended right now. Sophia started pouting. Give me a reason to stop doubting your common sense, and I'll do so. She didn't answer and simply started walking again, just in the right direction this time. Ah. Wait for me. The cat girl ran after Sophia and grabbed her hand before the two continued together to the yet unexplored area. Fen cast another glance beyond the sea with a slightly troubled expression before following after the couple. Chapter 61, Definition of Common Sense. The group had ditched the beach after Sophia detected a mysterious and mighty monster in the distance. Judging it was too dangerous to stick around, they continued their way towards the beastfolk capital. HRMN. Sophia was grumbling over something while the group was walking alongside the sea. What's wrong? I can still sense its presence. That thing always stays at the corner of my detection range. Is it following us? Maya didn't like the sound of it. I don't think so. Why would it? How could it? In the first place, there's still like 30, 40, or maybe even 50 kilometers of water in between us. That's not so easy to cross, you know? Why, you're right. And just as I said it, it's gone now. Great. The cat girl was visibly relieved. Let's keep going and increase our distance. You're way too worried, Maya. I'm not so sure about that. The group kept going for about half a day until evening, and the monster never showed up on Sophia's radar again. Once the sun was about to set, they made their usual camp for the night and had just finished dinner. That was good. Sophia was rubbing her belly in satisfaction while relaxing in front of the fire. Okay, bath time. I'm looking forward to that. She flinched at Maya's suggestion. I forgot about that. Let's go. She grabbed Sophia's arm and dragged her away. Have fun. Fen sent them off, hoping to finally have some peace and quietness. Once the couple went and built the bath, the two entered the tub, and things became a little awkward. Sophia let out a soft squirm. Feeling the gaze of Maya all over her body made her really self-conscious, and she turned her body away. Why are you hiding? Because it's embarrassing to be seen. I thought we were over that? I got used to it, sort of, but that was that. Now's an entirely different situation. How so? Because we are dating now. Being seen in the nude by your girlfriend is super embarrassing. Sophia turned redder and redder. Really? You can look at me all you want, though. I don't think that would help in any way dash. Sophia wanted to deny it, but she still slowly turned around to face the catgirl and lost the ability to talk. Mesmerized, she couldn't look away anymore. You. After a while, Maya turned away with a slight squirm. Oh okay, I think I get what you mean. She had become self-conscious as well. Being watched by your lover is something else entirely, alright. Why yeah. With a slight hint of tension in the air, the mood got a little awkward. Well, let's do that in the meanwhile. Maya got next to the girl and leaned her back against the side of the tub while placing her head on Sophia's shoulder. That much is fine. She tilted her body a little, coming more in contact with the catgirl, and leaned her head against hers. The two stayed like that for a little while, just enjoying each other's company, with the awkwardness slowly fading away. Sophia? Maya spoke up after a bit. She was slightly dozing off. I love you. Aya. In an instant, the girl was wide awake again. And no sneak attacks. My poor heart won't survive something like that without prior warning. Sophia went silent. After preparing herself for a moment, she turned her head and gave the catgirl a quick kiss on the cheek. I love you, too. She was trying her best to keep up with the other one. Who's the sneaky one here? Maya, too, took some damage. You. Eh? So unreasonable. HRMN. Maya pouted for a while. Once she was done with that, she had the urge to get back at her. Facing her, she gave the smug girl a surprise kiss, directly on the lips. That's how it works. Grr. Sophia's competitive side was lit, and she immediately returned the kiss. That's your game, huh? This back and forth went on for a while. The two exchanged kiss after kiss, trying to top the other girl, getting more and more heated up. Yeah? The next thing Sophia saw with her eyes was the fire in their camp. This feeling on my head. Having a slight sense of déjà vu, she slowly looked up and eventually made eye contact with a certain catgirl. Oh, look at that. The sleepyhead is back. She lightly greeted her. Wow, you really are bad with hot water. Ugh, Sophia squirmed around in Maya's lap after regaining consciousness there, still trying to figure out what happened. That's all your fault, idiot. The hot water was only part of the reason this time. The catgirl understood her implication and replied with a smug grin. So embarrassing. You say that, but you were pretty bold yourself, Sophia. That's the biggest problem. I want to do the things we, did. I really like them, but a part of me can't keep up with it right now, so I get excited and embarrassed at the same time. It's a very complicated feeling. As long as you don't get excited from feeling embarrassed. That would be a bit much for Maya. No, thank you. Then it's fine. We'll be able to deal with it eventually. How does lots of practicing sound? Practice, huh? Sophia wasn't sure whether she should look forward to it or be scared. Or scared that she's looking forward to it. Lots of it. It was important, so she said it twice. Oh okay. While her face was red, all things considered, Sophia wasn't against it. They chatted a while longer before the group decided to call it a day. Somewhere along the way, the couple had changed positions, with Maya claiming the other girl's lap for the night. Once she got scolded a couple of times for tickling Sophia's legs, as usual, they finally closed their eyes. On the next day, after breakfast, the three continued to follow alongside the coastline towards the beast folk capital located in the fast west. Sophia seemed to be thinking about something. What's wrong? Don't tell me you're detecting that monster from before again? No, I was trying to search for it, but I can't sense it at all. Kinda disappointing, huh? Not at all. If anything, I'm really very happy about that. I don't mind a strong enemy, but too much is too much. Maya wasn't sharing her sentiment. Well, I don't want to meet it either, but it was interesting, wasn't it? I have very mixed feelings about that. But Fan, you were curious, right? I'm wondering who it was, but as I said before, not enough to risk meeting it. Yeah. Sophia agreed with him. Not worth it. Still, Fan was intrigued nonetheless. Could it be another human from your world, Sophia? Someone, maybe? I have no other explanation for such powers. I didn't know many people there. In the first place, there were something like 7 or 8 billion humans in my old world. The chances for that would be extremely slim. S7-E8, B billion? The wolf's entire body shivered. Such a ghastly world exists? Yeah, it wasn't a fun place. It's so much better here. Sophia glanced at Maya a couple of times while saying so. Hee hee. She didn't fail to notice it. Anyway, no, I don't think so. I'm still not that good with it, but it didn't feel humanoid to me. Actually, was it even a monster? It really felt similar to the reaction I get from you, Fen. That makes no sense at all. The wolf hesitated with his answer. There should be none. His reaction confused her a little. Well, I could be wrong. I'm not very good at properly identifying individuals. I'm only certain about its power, after all. Yes, that could be the reason. Once that topic was over, the group continued their journey and covered a lot of ground. A couple of days later, however, a slight obstacle blocked their path. Sophia glanced down a massive and seemingly endless canyon that created a gap of at least 50 meters in front of them. The cat girl was looking at the other side at the same time. The path continues over there, though? Shouldn't there be a bridge or something like that? She looked around and quickly found the answer. Well, there was. She pointed at 2 posts and the remains of a suspension bridge hanging down the cliffside. You're right. Maya spotted the destroyed bridge, as well. What now? Jump? Seems like a plan to me. Fan and the other idiot took a couple of steps back to have a run-up. How about no? The wielder of common sense tried to stop them. There's no way that I can jump over that gap. You really need to get in better shape, cat. Fen was slightly disappointed. Why, you two do know that I'm the normal one here, right? Jumping over a 50m gap is not something you can overcome with training. Nonsense. Ugh, just why am I the only one with common sense? If you're the only one, is it really common sense? Sophia was confused and tilted her head while thinking about the terminology. Don't get philosophical on me again now. I'm generally speaking. Is retorting fun? You seem so energetic. Oh, shut up, Sophia. Eehee. She chuckled at Maya's reaction. On a more serious note. How about we simply build a new bridge? One does not simply build a bridge. Why not? Sophia didn't see the problem. Why, she asks. Because, She didn't have an answer. Am I in the wrong here? You keep going on about common sense, but that's just by the standards you grew up with. Fen tried to explain it for the cat girl. The members of this group are way out of this norm. All members of this group. For us, something like this should be common sense, While saying so, the wolf looked at the canyon. A moment later, multiple stones floated up from down below and slowly began to form a passage. Soon after, a picture book-worthy stone bridge had closed the gap in front of them. Good job. Sophia praised him. That much is nothing. All right. Maya wasn't sure how to react. I actually am not normal either, huh? Nope. The other two nodded. What have I gotten myself into? Something great, I would like to say. That is true, Sophia. Maya heavily emphasized her name. The power scaling is just a bit much for me. Don't worry. You'll get used to it eventually. That's my main worry. She didn't feel relieved at all. While the cat girl was busily retorting, the group crossed over the newly built bridge and continued on the path at the other side of the canyon. Chapter 62, Spotting a Beastfolk Village. To cross the massive canyon they came across, the group had to build their own bridge with earth magic. Logically, as Fan took care of it, it wasn't an issue whatsoever. Afterward, they kept walking alongside the coastline for around 2 days, but Sophia was bothered by something again. I'm bored. As nothing interesting had happened for around half a day, she was getting tired of it. Well, while I tend to agree, there's nothing we can do about that. We have a long way to cover, so of course, not everything would be interesting. Maya urged her to be patient. Yeah. By the way, how much longer is it to the capital, anyway? We took a ton of detours, so it's hard to tell, but I guess the beach from before day would be around halfway there. Seriously? There's still so much left? Wow, someone in this world needs to invent cars already. Cars? The other two had never heard this word before. It's a vehicle from my old world. Something like a carriage here, I guess? Just incomparably faster, we could have reached the capital in like a day with it. Sophia missed traveling comfortably and fast. That's amazing. Yeah, not that it has anything to do with us. I had a rough understanding of how they work, but not nearly enough to even think about recreating them. Her little theoretical knowledge would be of no use for the real thing. Just tough it out, girl. Fan wanted her to stop whining. Bored. It wasn't very effective, and Sophia raised her arms to indicate her displeasure. Yeah, we get it. Maya grabbed one of her arms, dragged it down, and interlocked their hands to calm down the girl and, more importantly, distract her. Not quite as bored anymore. It helped a little. Still, isn't there anything interesting? Let's see. Oh? She stopped walking all of a sudden. What is it? Don't tell me the monster's back? No, I lowered my detection sensitivity and found a spot full of people a couple of kilometers in front of us. It feels like a village or something like that. That's great. The cat girl was relieved that the overpowered monster wasn't following them, after all. I just detected them, too. Fan nodded. Around 150 people, I guess? Yep, they're beast people. And it's gotten interesting. Sophia's boredom was washed away. Let's go there. Sure. The other two had no complaints. But no flirting with the girls there, Sophia. Huh? Why would I do that? She didn't understand where Maya's implication was coming from. You're too charming. That again? I obviously won't. But if that's the case, the same goes for you, Maya. You're much more charming, after all. I wouldn't think about it. Get a room, you two. The wolf's teeth started to hurt from all the sugar. Sorry. After the couple apologized, the group got going again and made their way towards the beast folk village they found with detection magic. As they got closer, Fan also transformed into his smaller version to not confuse the villagers. Sophia seemed excited as she spotted the couple dozen old-looking yet orderly built red brick houses, and the central plaza of the place with a small fountain in the middle. While they followed the nicely maintained cobblestone road, the group got spotted by a duo of lookouts at the edge of the village. Welcome to Alva. One of the rather hairy and bear-like looking guards greeted the group. Now, that's a colorful group. A girl from the cat tribe, a full and even a hidden. You don't see such a combo often. He hadn't even assumed Sophia was a human after sensing her power. Hidden. Sophia leaned towards Maya and whispered the word that confused her. Beast people that have no apparently visible animal traits, like a tail or ears. They usually have only animal character traits, or it's hidden by their clothes. They're quite rare, so people often forget to mention them, though. Oh. Wait, does he mean me? Who else? Lucky misunderstanding, huh? Yeah, I'm good at those. It wasn't the first time people had gotten confused with Sophia. You sure are. The cat girl gave a heartfelt nod. I guess I'm a beast girl now, huh? She officially graduated from being an alleged demon. Could be worse, couldn't it? Sounds fun. So, what brings you here? Noticing that the girls finished talking about whatever, the guard continued. Wait, the direction you came from. How did you guys cross the canyon? The bridge there broke down a while ago, and we weren't able to repair it yet. Maya, the only actual beast person in the group, decided to take over. When we tried to cross there, we built a new bridge for it. Oh, jokesters, I like you lot already. The bear-like guard naturally didn't believe her. No. We're pretty good at magic, so that actually happened. Showing off the fruits of her training, the cat girl let a small earthen wall rise from the ground. See chantless magic? The guard was shocked. Why yeah, the other two are much better at magic than I am. So, we really crossed the canyon with a bridge we made ourselves. Seriously? Actually, the bridge is still there. Feel free to check it yourself. Melv. The guard addressed his coworker. Get a horse ready and check their story. Yes, sir. He immediately left. Anyway, again. Welcome to Alva. There's a small inn at the plaza. As there are currently no other travelers, there should be plenty of free rooms available. Feel free to rest there a bit. I can really recommend the attached bar there. Good food and even better alcohol. Once my colleague returns and confirms your story, we'll come back at you guys to discuss the reward. Reward? Maya tilted her head. We just made a bridge to cross the canyon, though. Yeah, and you saved us a ton of golden time if that's really the case. The village would obviously reward you for that. Assuming the bridge is usable, of course. I see. Yeah, it makes sense if you put it that way. It's a pretty sturdy all-stone bridge made by Fan over there, so Maya pointed at the wolf. I wanted to prove a point when I built it. That bridge should last a couple of centuries. Oh really? So not only the cat girl is abnormal? The guard could barely believe them. Anyway, just follow the road, and you'll end up right in front of the inn. Abnormal? Maya was shocked. Thanks. Waving after him, the group finally entered the village. Poor guard. Sophia felt sorry for him for some reason. Why? Maya completely destroyed his common sense. What? Talking about a bridge being made in an instant, using chantless magic, something incredibly rare, like it's nothing. You totally broke him. Sophia was clearly getting back at the cat girl who criticized her about the same thing countless times already. For someone who constantly retorts at us for exactly that, you sure aren't any better. Fan, too, had to use this chance. She just noticed it. I actually became one of them. So embarrassing. Ahaha. Sophia was having a good time. I am sorry for making fun of you. As it turns out, common sense is indeed a very perspective matter. Why you don't have to apologize so earnestly. She had gotten flustered about the cat girl's honesty. I mean, I really have none of that, this common sense thingy, for various reasons. As long as you understand. Though, I'll try not to tease you about it in the future. Thanks. Okay, let's head to the inn. Once Sophia finished rolling her eyes after learning that horses are indeed just simple horses, the group continued walking along the main road for a bit. Eventually, they ran into a group of children, probably around grade school age, 2 boys with dog ears and a bushy tail, together with 3 girls. One of them was a cat girl like Maya, one resembled a deer with her big ears sticking out of her brown hair while also having a small tail. The last girl was similar to the boys, but together with the dog's ears and tail, she also had actual paws for hand and feet, and a part of her arms was covered in fur. A human. One of the boys spotted Sophia and walked up to the group. You're right. The rest of his gang followed after him. What is a human doing here? I've never seen one up so close. How did she not die before coming here? I heard humans can't even fight a cow. I knew Daddy was lying. No one can be that weak, after all. You're beautiful, miss. The little cat girl of the group had a slightly different reaction. Are you really human? Thank you. While being slightly bashful about the sudden compliment, Sophia squatted down in front of her to get on the same line of sight while giving her head a quick pat. You're quite cute, as well. The little cat girl giggled happily. Grr. The bigger, white-haired cat was not so happy, though. Seriously now, Maya? She didn't answer and turned her head away, somewhat embarrassed by her own action. Anyway, Sophia faced the children again. No, I'm not one of the humans you know. I've been called a hidden, you know? Her way of weaseling herself out while not actually lying had become even more skilled. A hidden? A few of them tilted their heads. Oh, Daddy told me about them. The dear girl seemed to know about it. Those are beast people where you can't see that they are one at first glance. That makes sense because you don't seem like you want to do bad things to us. That's right. You're really smart. Sophia smiled at her. She was curious about the bad things the girl mentioned, but thinking about the humans again, she didn't want to know, after all. Thank you. She had gotten shy all of a sudden. Maya was still not amused. What are you doing here, miss? The girls of the group had gotten very interested in Sophia. I'm traveling with my companions. We came across this village on the way to the capital. The capital? So cool. How long are you staying? We're just passing through, so, not that long. Probably just the night. Ah. The little girls were disappointed. Do you have a lover, miss? The small cat of the group was an aggressive one. Yeah, she does, in fact. The big cat girl was, too, and got really close to Sophia and linked their arms. I'm her girlfriend. She sounded really competitive for some reason before giving her a kiss on the cheek. And Maya? She got embarrassed in an instant. Doing something like that in public was too much for her. Eehee. She liked her reaction. Too bad. The little one seemed disappointed. I would have waited. Then again, you two are a good match, so it's okay. Ah, guys, we're going to be late. Bye-bye, miss. Bye-bye. The small gang left while waving at the group. Bye. Sophia awkwardly waved back. Wow, they were like a storm. Still, they were so adorable. She had taken a liking to the little ones. My, aren't you popular? A cold voice came from her side. Eh? Maya. She awkwardly turned around to face her. Wait, I have no idea how any of this works, but don't tell me, are you jealous? I am not. She puffed up her cheeks. Why are you so adorable? It had a very different effect on Sophia. Shut up. Her puffed up cheeks turned red. Come on. Those were just some little kids. Adorable as they might be, they're obviously no rivals to you, idiot. You. I'm sorry. The cat girl felt embarrassed and stupid for losing her cool over something like that without thinking. Seriously. Let's just go to the inn, okay? She wanted to run away. Sure. No matter the idiotic circumstances, Sophia was still happy that Maya got jealous. Once the group found the inn and entered, Finn got a room specifically for full beast people, but getting a room for the girls involved a bit of work. Do you two want rooms next to each other? The receptionist with some floppy dog ears asked the two. No, we'll be sharing one. Eh? Sophia hadn't heard about that before. I'm sorry, but we only have rooms with one bed. That's perfectly fine. Eh? She was only getting more surprised. While our beds are on the bigger side, it could be a bit cramped with two people. The receptionist tried to change her mind. Perfect, that's just what I hoped them to be. It had the opposite effect on Maya. Eh? Sophia felt left out. But, don't worry. We'll pay extra if that's the problem. The cat girl was dead set on sharing a room, or rather, a bed. Well, it's your choice. The dog girl stopped objecting. Great. Once the room situation was solved, the group got the keys and walked towards their rooms to get a bit of rest. Well, most of them. Eh? Sophia was still confused about what just happened, or rather, what's going to happen. The mention of sharing an actual bed wasn't good for her imagination. Chapter 63, Maya's Preference. After arriving in a small village called Alva and causing a bit of a commotion, the group went to an inn that was recommended to them by the guards. The room situation there had left Sophia a bit confused, though. Eh? She was still rooted at the reception. Are you coming already? Maya went back to her, grabbed the girl's hand, and dragged her towards their room. Are we really going to share a room? Sure. Even us sleeping together in that bed? Sophia was nervously glancing around until her eyes fell on the bed that would make for a rather cozy fit for two people. Of course. You. I might die, you know? Why? B because it's embarrassing and I haven't, prepared myself, yet. Her voice trailed off towards the end. Huh? Aren't we sleeping together all the time, though? The cat girl didn't understand her reaction. B but, that's different. How? B because, we're alone, and sharing, a bed, so speaking was becoming harder for her. Oh? Maya's lips formed into a grin. Just what do you think is going to happen, Sophia? She realized her mistake. As her face turned red, she jumped onto the bed and buried her face into the pillow, trying to hide herself. You. First, flirting with a group of girls, even though she promised me not to, and now that. What a pervert. Am not. Really now? Maya sat down on the bed and leaned her back against Sophia's body, effectively using the girl as a cushion. In the first place, I didn't flirt with them. She dodged the subject. They were just little kids. They seemed to be quite taken with you, though. Even so. Wait, you're angry, aren't you? Why would I be? Totally angry. And Maya, there's really no need to be jealous of little girls, you know? I have absolutely zero interest in them that way, okay? She somehow had the need to make this very clear. Zero. I wasn't jealous. I just got a little upset that you were getting along with them so well. Not to mention that these girls, no matter their age, clearly had ulterior motives. Does jealous mean something else in this world? Ugh. The cat girl shrunk down. Sorry. Haha. You're the only one for me, okay? Yeah, I get it. I don't know why I'm bothered by it. I have to get used to it first, I guess. I'm sorry. She apologized again. So, what did you want to do in this bed? Maya recovered fast. Sleep, just sleep. Cut me some slack already. Sophia didn't want to talk about it anymore and pressed her face deeper into the pillow. What a cutie. Maya leaned further against Sophia's body and relaxed for a moment. You, such a mess, just because they thought I'm a human from this world. The kids only approached her because of her non-beast girl-like body. Maybe I should change how I look. Eh? What do you mean? Like changing my body with magic, or something like that? What? I like you the way you are, though. Maya wasn't an immediate fan of the idea. Thanks. I mean only temporarily. Like Fen, just in the times we meet other people. Oh, I see. I think I can allow that. Aren't you generous? She had to roll her eyes at the response. So, what do you want to change? That's a good question. Sophia hadn't thought that far ahead. Maybe add some ears and a tail like you? They're adorable, after all. Oh. Do tiger people exist in this world? Tiger? Tiger, huh? Wait, She tilted her head for a moment, thinking about something. Yeah, they're rare, but I saw them before. Perfect. Well, I'm blonde, Ash, to some degree, but I think I've seen tigers in a similar color before. Or maybe change it? Wouldn't that look super cute? Some fluffy ears and black highlights in my hair, together with a bushy, ringed black and blonde tail? Or maybe go orange like most of the real ones, after all? She wasn't sure about the color yet. Maya closed her eyes for a while and imagined the new version of her girlfriend. Ehe. Ahem, yes, though reluctantly, I think I'll allow it. She had a bright smile at the same time, though. You like it, huh? It wasn't a hard guess. Yeah, I think it would be cute. I'll ask Finn how to do it. I'm sure he has a tip or two for me. Why yeah. She was slightly excited about it. Okay, anyway, I'm hungry. Let's test that bar-restaurant thing the bear guard told us about. No, wait. It would be bear guard, right? Whatever. Let's check it out. Sure. Leaving together, the two collected Fen from his room and went to eat something. And drink. Changing your appearance? The wolf was looking at Sophia while they were eating. Yeah, I'm getting tired of being mistaken with those human things. Ah, I see. That's a very valid concern. I want some fluffy ears and a cute tail. Is that possible? Sure, with a bit of training, no problem. Yay! We can train it once we're back on the move again. The basis of that magic is the same as my shrinking, after all, appearance alteration. It changes your, well, appearance without making any permanent changes to your body. Great, thank you very much, Fen. Sophia was happy that it seemed to be easy. But appearance alteration magic, huh? If that's the case. I wonder, could I make my breasts bigger as well? She looked down at her chest, her biggest regret after coming to this world, being stuck with a not yet fully developed body. What do you think, Maya? The catgirl was strangely silent on the topic. She stared at her with a complicated expression. I'm no expert on relationships, far from it. Actually, I'm the last you should ask, and I'm also the one who brought it up. But, shouldn't my girlfriend say something here? Right. Why you're, of course, fine the way you are, as well. As well? Well, I'm sorry for being small. She covered her chest in response. That's not what I meant. I mean. Wait, is there anything I can say now that won't make it any worse? Maya felt trapped after she messed up. This question doesn't help your case, that's for sure. Fen sighed, wishing he would be able to do a facepalm as a wolf without looking stupid. What he said. Sophia had to agree. I mean. Of course, like you the way you are. You're the most beautiful girl I ever met. That naturally includes your body as well. I like them that way. Maya looked at a particular part of Sophia's body. I saw them in the bath, after all, and they're beautiful, but. Wouldn't necessarily, complain if they were one size, bigger. Or two. She only mumbled these last two words. So, you do like them bigger? I like you, okay? The size doesn't matter. Maya was getting desperate. Fan, as soon as we leave, I want to learn that magic. Sure. He didn't care anymore. Not that he ever did. I knew it. There was no right answer. The catgirl had lost the moment she brought it up. While Maya was trying her best to get on Sophia's good side again, the group ate some more, and, as they were in a bar, lots of alcohol, too, was served. A couple of hours went by, and the couple eventually made up to some degree. A short while later, the Berry guards from earlier entered the bar and approached the group once they saw them. Ah, there they are. Looks like you guys are having a good time. One of the bears saw the empty plates and glasses on their table. Yeah, sure. The couple had a rough start and a slightly different opinion. I'm having fun. As most of the empty glasses were in front of Fen, he was feeling great. Here, have another one. Sophia wanted to shut him up. Anyway, what's up? She faced the guards. We finished the investigation on the bridge you built. Already? That was fast. That bridge. The second guard seemed overwhelmed. I never saw anything like that, really. Seriously, who are you guys? We? Just a small group of traveling magic enthusiasts. Sophia was doing the talking as she was the only one still sober, whether she liked it or not. She didn't have a choice, after all, being unable to get drunk. How mysterious. Well, we're not going to pry. Everyone has a secret or two, and it's more than obvious that all of you are extremely powerful. Sure. It really was basically all they were, a group of bored magic enthusiasts, but she didn't feel like correcting them. Anyway, we spoke to the major earlier, and he agreed that you did us a huge deed. While we think the bridge is worth a lot more, this is all our little village can comfortably offer at once without suffering. With a big thud, he placed a heavy bag full of coins on the table. Those are 750 gold coins. I hope that's enough for you. 750? Sophia couldn't believe it. For a minute of work? Seriously? A minute, she says. Girl, such a bridge would have taken us weeks, no, months of very labor-intensive work. That much of compensation is the least we can offer. Well, okay. On behalf of those two drunk idiots here, I accept the reward. She pointed at her companions. I'm not drunk. Me neither. Of course. Sophia rolled her eyes. Anyway, thank you very much. No, we're the ones that are grateful. The two guards bowed a little. Alright, I'll throw in a little extra. Keep eating and drinking, you all. The night's on us. Are you sure? That could end up being expensive. Maya feels, let's say, guilty about something and is drinking. Fen is a heavy drinker anyway, and I plan on trying every dish on the menu. Why yeah, go for it. He had slight doubts about his offer, but didn't take it back. Thanks. The guards took a couple of drinks with them, but left after a while. The group continued to drink and eat deep into the night, though. Once it was closing time, they finally went back to their rooms. Sophia first had to help Fen reaching his, before she could leave with Maya. Sophia. Once the door of their room closed, the cat girl latched herself onto Sophia and whispered her name with a sweet, almost purr-like voice. Wow. She took a lot of damage from the sensual way of how she called her. Maya, I think, humph. She wanted to say something but never got the chance. The cat girl got even closer and kissed her on the lips, before pushing her down on the bed. Sophia. Another sugary purr echoed through the room while Maya climbed on top of Sophia, before taking her lips again. Oh. Sophia was getting embarrassed by the situation. A part of her felt like she had to stop the cat girl, but she was also getting excited. In the end, she was unable to bring herself to stop her. Instead, lying with her back on the bed while getting pinned down by Maya on top, Sophia wrapped her arms around the cat girl's neck and returned the kiss. Unsure, embarrassed, excited, and slightly turned on, Sophia decided to let herself be guided by the cat girl and let her do whatever she planned. Chapter 64, Sophia's Old Self. Because it had gotten really late in the small village bar they came across, or early, depending on how one would interpret it, the next day didn't start before noon for the group. After they had lunch together and Fen didn't feel like his head would explode any second anymore, the three left the village again. They were currently walking through a lush, green field. There was an awkward silence between the couple, and they were unable to look at each other, their faces slightly flushed. I'm not sure if I should ask because I doubt I want to know, especially because my head still hurts, but, did something happen? Even though he was still hungover, Fen didn't fail to notice the mood between them. And nothing happened. Nothing at all. Why yeah, after we entered the bed. Maya fell asleep in under a minute. Sophia's voice was a complex mix of subtle relief and utter disappointment. I simply passed out before, she didn't finish her sentence. While the cat girl clearly sounded disappointed as well, there was also a considerable amount of shame mixed in. The bed was comfortable, though. She wasn't sure what else to say anymore. That's true. Neither was Maya. Okay. Fen decided that he really didn't want to push the issue any further. He felt that his current headache was more than enough already. With that, the group continued to walk for a while longer in silence. Sophia. She glanced at the cat girl. I'm sorry. For last night. What exactly? Starting what you started, or falling asleep before going through with it? Both? I shouldn't have done it in the first place, because we were drunk, but falling asleep was really rude, as well. I see. I wasn't drunk, though. Didn't I mention that? Thanks to my boosts, I'm basically unable to get drunk. They made me more or less immune to alcohol. What? I never heard about that. Wait, does that mean you were fully conscious when I Sophia gave her a slight nod. Then. I think, all things considered, it was a good thing you fell asleep. I lost myself in the moment, thanks to your overly sweet purr-like voice, but, while I don't think I would have regretted it, I think it would have been a little early. She was having trouble keeping the last bit of calmness she had left during her explanation. Why yes, I acted completely on impulse. Maya, too, had become really flustered. I mean, I'm not one to talk because I was the one who, let's say, jump-started our relationship, she remembered the excessive amount of kissing she initiated right after the two got together. We agreed that not holding back is no problem at all. If it happens, it happens kinda deal, but, just. Sophia had gotten nervous when thinking about last night again. Why yeah, I fully get what you mean. She agreed. Also, I don't want it to happen when I'm drunk, even though I remember everything. Painfully so. Anyway, Sophia wanted to change the topic. It seems that I have to apologize as well, though. Why? Maya didn't understand. Well, yesterday when I, let's say, got upset over the topic of my breasts. It appears that you were indeed honest. Yeah? She still couldn't follow. You tried to go after my body, regardless of the size, after all. What? There was nothing she could say in her defense. Why, you're still angry about that, aren't you? Who knows? There are actually times where I'll miss my shy Sophia. I'm getting better at this. While I'm happy for you, I'm also not. She was having mixed feelings about the matter right now. Okay, Fan, how does your head feel? Sophia decided to change the topic for real this time. I don't want to rely on it, but I decided to apply some healing magic after having had to listen to two flirty idiots. I'm fine now. That's oi. Well, I can't blame you. She had to accept that they were idiots. So, what do you want? The wolf stared at her, knowing she didn't just want to know about his well-being. The appearance alteration magic thingy. Sophia was getting excited just thinking about it. The what now? He tilted his big head. Don't tell me you forget everything about yesterday again? Fenny, you drink too much. I do not. Really now? Then, you should definitely remember what we talked about in the bar. Ugh. He stopped for a moment. Right. You were unhappy with your chest size and wanted to make them bigger. See, I totally remember. My dear Fen, while this topic indeed came up during our conversation yesterday, this was not what I had in mind right now. Her voice sounded warm, but her eyes were far from looking friendly. Somehow, I'm sorry. He stepped away a couple of steps to increase his distance from her. I want animal ears. And a cute tail. Fortunately, she had more important things going through her head. Alright, there was a topic like that. The fog inside his brain was clearing up. Okay, teach away. You're way too hyper. Okay, whatever. Well, as you know, I exclusively use that kind of magic to shrink myself. Like you'd expect, it's category-less magic, because it's completely unique. For the imagination, think about a smaller version of yourself and start by shrinking a small part like your hand and visualize it inside your head. Do that with every part of your body, and . Nope. Sophia interrupted the wolf. No more shrinking for me. That idiot, Kinnear did enough of that to me already. I've gotten small enough already. She glanced at a part of her body that had gotten way too much attention lately. What do you mean? Maya was confused. I told you that I'm older than I look, did I not? Yeah, just like me. But what has that to do with what you just said? Oh. She opened her eyes wide when she realized the part she missed. Right, you see, that only happened when I came to this world. Becoming younger, that is. In my old world, I looked like my actual age. What? Seriously? An older Sophia. You're already stunning. How would a more mature version of you look? So unfair. I wanted to see that. My looks were actually the one thing I was proud of in my old world. Grmn. Maya almost looked in pain when she was trying her absolute hardest to imagine it. Fen, help a girl in love out here. Make it possible that she can transform into her old self. Only for a second. That's all I want. Sophia wasn't sure how to react. It's not like that, okay? I just found out there's a version of my girlfriend that I don't know. Of course, I'm curious about that. The cat girl tried to talk her way out. While I doubt your sincerity, I applaud your excuse. That was a good save. She didn't fully believe her. Fan, is that possible? To turn to my old self again? If you still remember how you used to look, I think that would be even easier compared to shrinking yourself. You already know how you want to look, after all. Awesome. So, what do I have to do? Simply imagine how I used to look and, give it a go? Pour some magic power into my imagination? More or less. Isn't this world's magic way too half-assed? It's great, isn't it? Fen looked smug. He's definitely the one responsible for destroying every trace of Sophia's common sense. Maya couldn't help but sigh. For most people, it's not that easy, you know? Well, normally, you have to put in a little more effort in changing your appearance, but as she's only changing to her previous self, it's not much work. The wolf corrected himself a little. HRMNN. She already stopped listening and was instead concentrating on her task. Sophia stopped responding altogether for around half an hour while concentrating hard because she didn't want to rush and make any mistakes. She shuddered at the mere thought of messing up while altering her own appearance. Is it really going to be okay? The cat girl was slowly becoming worried. It should be fine. But then again, we're talking about Sophia, so, maybe? Fen couldn't predict how their resident walking oddball of a catastrophe could mess up this time. You. She got nervous. Okay, I think I got it. Alright, do your thing, magic. I want to look like my old self. Announcing so, Sophia was suddenly swallowed by a cloud of smoke after activating her magic, just like Fen when he shrinks or enlarges himself. Once the smoke disappeared, a familiar, but also different-looking girl appeared. Sophia grew by around 5 to 7 centimeters and was just a few cm short of Maya now. Her usual, ash blonde hair got closer to a honey color with a slight orange shift and also got longer. Instead of roughly around the girl's shoulders, it now reached almost all the way to her middle back. Her face had lost a bit of its roundness, making her features slightly more defined. It gave her a more mature look befitting a girl that had stopped being an adolescent and was turning into a young adult. While being even more trained from all the sports in her old world, Sophia's body had also gained a lot more curves and a bit of a tan while still maintaining her slender image. More than anything, her chest had grown by 1 or even 2 sizes as her sought-after growth period had finally happened again. Because her clothes had become a little too small, thanks to her new body, the girl's changes became even more prominent. Her shirt had gotten rather tight, and her shorts were even more revealing now, because mostly her legs were responsible for Sophia's height gain. Thanks to that, she was showing off even more of them now. Maya was mesmerized and could only stare at her girlfriend in utter silence. Oh ho, so that's how you looked like in the past, huh? Yeah, I can see the resemblance. As Fen wasn't interested in her, he could calmly comment on her new, old looks. HMMN. Sophia twisted her body, looked at her chest, arms, chest, stomach, hips, legs, and chest again. She grabbed a couple of strands of her hair to look at it and then touched her face before stretching her new, old body some more. Yeah, that's the me I remember. The cat girl was still staring at her with a slightly agape mouth. What do you think? Sophia did a cute twirl in front of her girlfriend to present herself. She was in the middle restarting. Wow. A single word was all she could squeeze out. Thanks. And now I get it. Why you were illegal in your old world, right? Maya could finally speak again, but the words that came out of her mouth made little sense. That's why you came to this place, right? Illegal? What are you talking about? I mean, nobody would be allowed to be this beautiful, after all. Her opinion on the old Sophia had exceeded all expectations. Thank you. It was too much for her to appropriately react to such overly high praise. I am so happy that you were unable to talk with women in your old life. Why? Sophia was shocked by her statement. Because if you could, there would have been no way you were single and ended up in my world. You would even make straight girls question their sexuality for a moment if you started flirting with them. And now you're just over-exaggerating. I am not. I am so not. Maya was dead serious. Why you're so beautiful that I'm having problems staying sane right now. Really? Then I better change back, huh? Wait, back? This is the original me, so L already changed back? Back to the future? The present? Past? Change to the previous me? Which is the previous one? A? The new, old me. The old, new me? Huh? Wait a moment? Who was I again? And I'm confused. Just take the younger one, idiot. Fen couldn't deal with the dorky girl any longer. Okay, thanks. Wait. Maya interrupted them. Jay, just give me a minute, okay? Just 5 minutes to burn this image into my head. She changed the time in the middle of her plea. You do know that I will naturally turn into this girl eventually, right? Yeah, in a couple of 100 years at the earliest. The wolf wasn't helpful. If ever. Jay, just 10 more minutes, okay? The time increased again. 15 minutes is all I ask of. Fine. She gave up. Doing as told, Sophia waited with turning back, and the cat girl used every second to burn every detail of the adult version into her memory. Circling around the girl a couple of times, making sure that she didn't miss anything. Thank you very much. Precisely 30 minutes later, Maya let her obediently turn back. Alright. Smoke swallowed her again, and a familiar, younger-looking girl was left behind. Maya stared at the new, old Sophia. She stared back at her. Fen glanced at Sophia as well. Girl, you forgot to turn your chest fully back to before. Fen, you idiot. Both girls instantly and loudly scolded him. One of them was slightly teary-eyed, as well. Chapter 65, Itchy. Once Sophia had fully converted back to her younger self, after successfully transforming to her older looks, based on her previous world with appearance alteration magic, she finally concentrated on the actual task. Putting many regrets aside, she glanced at her chest while saying so. Time to get back on track. Many. Maya agreed as her tail flopped lifelessly on the ground. Do we need to have another talk? And no. The cat girl immediately turned her head away. Good. She looked down at her body. I'm actually kinda torn here. You know, looks aside, that one definitely is a big regret of mine and makes me wanna adjust them again. Now I know it's pretty easy, actually. But, smaller ones do feel better, or rather, they are more comfortable, at least. I mean, even my old ones weren't gigantic, far from it, but I still felt them on my shoulders and back from time to time, especially when running. I've gotten used to being less restricted when moving around now. Smaller breasts might actually be better, after all? Or maybe a middle ground in between instead? Maya desperately tried to hold herself back. Sure. It almost looked like she was in physical pain when answering. If you think it's better, I feel the same. Okay. Let's try to transform into a tiger girl next. Full of energy, Sophia simply went on, sat down on the grass, and patted her lap. Come here for a moment, Maya. I need you for a little something. Should I be scared? She was a little hesitant, especially after what just happened. Think of it as redeeming yourself from you know what. While she ignored Maya's comments before, it wasn't like she hadn't heard them. Fine. She had no other choice. Slightly reluctant, Maya walked up to her and got comfortable on the girl's lap. What are you planning, anyway? I need to get a better understanding of how your ears and tail work, before I can recreate them for myself. That means she had a bad feeling. Lots of fluffing. Sophia, on the other hand, had a bright smile on her lips and a scary look in her eyes. Half an hour and intense petting of the poor cat girl later, Sophia not only looked extremely satisfied, but she also learned a lot. Huh. Maya's breath was still haggard when she was finally freed from the girl's clutches. I feel violated. She had tears in the corners of her eyes. I finally know why scientists are so engrossed in their studies. Knowledge is fun. Her take on it was very different. Why you two should get a room already. Even Fen was affected. Sophia didn't care about any of that. Alright, I think I now can create my own ears and tail, now that I have a really good understanding of them. Way too good of an understanding. There was still a bit of life missing in Maya's eyes. Mind if I go on a walk? The wolf wanted to run away from them. He had enough and felt a little stupid not thinking about it earlier, way earlier. You already know how to transform, right? Sure, have fun. Thanks. Okay, let's give it a go. Cute is a must. After voicing her preference, she closed her eyes and thought about the beast girl version of herself for a while. Just like Maya, but I want to become a tiger girl instead. A couple of minutes passed. While the girl was concentrating hard on the task, she was eventually wrapped in smoke once more. Soon afterward, an all-new Sophia appeared. Her ash-blonde hair changed to a deep orange hue. She wanted to recreate the color of an actual tiger, after all. It was also decorated with a couple of striped black highlights. On top of her head, a pair of feline ears in the same color appeared, together with a generous amount of pure white fluff inside. They were slightly rounded, just like those of an actual tiger. Out of her lower back, below Sophia's t-shirt, was now a sleek and moderately thick tail sticking out. It had the same base color as her new hair and was covered with black stripes that ringed all around it from base to tip. Once she had fully transformed, the girl did a short and clumsy twirl again to get a feel for her new body parts. After that, she created something similar to a mirror with water-based magic and gave a satisfied nod to what she was seeing. See cute. According to Maya's reaction, Sophia's main goal had been achieved. How does it feel? Itchy. Her response was slightly odd. Itchy? The cat girl tilted her head. Super, super, super itchy. 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 Her face grimaced as she shook her body around. I am feeling parts that shouldn't be part of my body. And my brain can't process that I have a tail now. Arg, itchy. So weird, what is this feeling? It feels a little like when your arm or leg falls asleep and then comes back to life. The tail and my lower back are all tingly and prickly. Just much more intense. Do you have this feeling all the time, Maya? No? I've been born like this, after all. How about you try to move your tail? Maybe it stops itching if you get used to it? That might be the case. Ugh, itchy. Wait, how do you move your tail, Maya? How do you move your arms? Breathe? Sorry, I just do. She had no explanation how she moves a part of her body that had always been there. Makes sense. Well, I feel it, itchingly painfully so. That means I should be able to control it, right? Let's fight this itch. This itchy itch. It really was bothering her to no end. Move my tail, move it. Gosh, it's so weird. Oh? I think I'm feeling the tip now. She stopped for a moment after saying that out loud. Wow. Wow, wow. I never thought I would say these words. Like, ever. She was getting incredibly sidetracked. Thank goodness it's just because I grew a tail and not because anyway. She stopped herself before her mind wandered somewhere she really wouldn't want to imagine. For the time being, let's focus on the tip of the thick, ugh. She couldn't stay serious and face-bombed at her own idiocy in this situation. Sophia. The cat girl had gotten slightly confused while she was watching her. Don't mind me, and especially don't listen to the nonsense I'm spouting. Can I ever talk to you again, then? She just had to use this chance to be sassy. Okay, that one was good. I don't even want to get back at you for that. Hee hee. Enough with the distractions. I need to focus on my tail. For the itch. Against the itch. Sophia closed her eyes and tried her best to move the tip of her new tail. A few minutes passed and it suddenly twitched. Oh, I felt that. I did that. All right. Motivated by her small success, she continued to get used to her new body parts. Once she stopped face-palming herself after saying she wanted to move down the tip and use the whole thing, Sophia finally regained her concentration once more and actually made some progress. Eventually, she became able to, at least clumsily, move her entire tail after a lot of training. Oh, seems like you're getting the hang of it. Maya was watching the somewhat choppily yet gently swishing orange and black tail of the newborn tiger girl. How does it feel now? Less itchy, but still very itchy. One could mean she had taken a liking to the word. But yeah, it's getting better, I think. I might get used to it eventually. It looks way too cute to give up. Sophia clumsily moved her tail to her side to get a look at it. So very cute. Yep, cute. Maya wasn't looking at the girl's tail, but rather at her bright and adorable smile while she was doing so. Let's see how walking or running works with it. Here I go. I wouldn't do that if I were you, and I was too late. She wanted to warn her about something, but didn't get the chance to finish her sentence. Huh? Eh? Oh, ouch. Sophia accelerated as usual, but she managed to move at best 3 meters before she tripped and skillfully planted her face into the dirt. What was that? She got up and took a couple more steps. Eh? I can barely walk at all. She looked really wobbly and unsteady while moving. Her new tail was also twitching and swishing all over the place while doing so. Ahaha. The cat girl watched over her with an awkward smile. What is going on here, Maya? The tail is an integral part of our balance. If you, who has absolutely no control of it, try to run, your tail's all over the place and destroys said balance. It'll work against you in that situation. Ugh, this sure is complicated. And itchy. She definitely had taken a liking to the word. It would probably be the other way around for me. If I were to lose my tail, I would have some serious problems, as well. Maya looked at her own snow-white one while saying so. Want to try? If magic can add tails, it probably can temporarily remove them, too. Yeah, no. She wasn't a fan, and her tail, as if having a mind of its own, angrily swished around and twitched a couple of times. I'm quite fond of it. Yeah, me too. She stared at Maya as a whole, though. So, how do I use my tail for balance? That's actually a good question. Wait. Seriously, how? The cat girl had confused herself over the question. I never thought about that before. I just do it. I am so happy that I'm not the only one that gets distracted by trivial stuff while thinking. Okay. Sophia, I will walk around a bit, and you watch me. We're going to find out how this thing actually works. She gave her tail a slight glare while saying so. Sure. She was a little confused why the cat girl was so motivated about it. As said, she watched Maya walking around and focused on her backside while doing so. While she paraded around, Maya made some extravagant movements with her hips, getting a better understanding of how her tail compensates for that kind of walking. And? What did you find out? She stopped walking around and faced her. Sorry. Sophia awkwardly looked away with a slightly red face. Yeah? Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? All those fancy extra movements of your hips. Yeah? I ended up staring at just your legs and butt. Sorry. Pervert. While she seemed a bit embarrassed, Maya didn't look angry. Please do it again. I'll do it properly this time. Okay. With a slightly doubtful expression, she walked around some more. And? HRMN. Sophia was seriously thinking about it. I believe I found a pattern, actually. Whenever you move or take a step, your tail swings in the exact opposite direction. Oh? Really? I never paid attention to it. Maya was learning new things about her own body. Fascinating, but it actually makes sense, improving your balance with a counter movement. Oh, kinda like when you flail around your arms when you try to balance on a narrow object? Exactly. Well, I use my tail for that, now that you mention it, but I guess that's precisely it. Interesting. So you don't have a tail just to make you look even cuter. It has a practical use as well. Thanks. Time for more training. I at least need to be able to walk and run properly. And get rid of this itchy itch. Sophia was still greatly bothered by it. Sure, break a leg. Not literally, please, though. She had a feeling the next hours would involve a lot of stumbling and falling for the alleged tiger. Now that the girl had a rough understanding of how her new tail was supposed to work, she became motivated. A couple of hours passed, and as predicted by the cat girl, Sophia had kissed the dirt more than just a couple of times. Mainly because she always got overconfident once she could walk a couple of steps and directly tried to run, which didn't work out at all. After a lot of trial and error, though, she was slowly getting a better feel of her tail and became able to use it for slightly more refined movements. Once the sun began to set, and it was getting time for dinner, Sophia had become able to walk again, albeit clumsily. That she occasionally seemed like a grown-up newborn, just learning how to walk, didn't bother her much because the tiger girl was having way too much fun with her new tail. Sophia still complained about the lingering itchiness during their dinner, though. More than once, actually. Chapter 66, New Sensations. Sophia had spent most of the day trying to get used to her tiger girl transformation. Not only were her new body parts making her feel incredibly itchy, but thanks to the tail she now has, even as much as walking had become difficult for her because it was seriously tipping off her balance. By the time Sophia had at least gotten some basic proficiency, the sun was down already, and she was exhausted from all the training she had to go through with her new body. Letting out a massive yawn after the group finished dinner, the couple was currently alone again, and Sophia made herself comfortable on Maya's lap and just wanted to relax. Who knew that learning how to use a tail is so exhausting? I just want to curl up in a ball and sleep. She even attempted to do just that, but the lap she was borrowing was unfortunately too small for that. Instead, she lay with her stomach flat down on it and her limbs sprawled out in every direction. You don't fit there like this. Maya was looking at the spectacle of the tiger, trying to find a good position on her legs. I don't care. I make myself fit. Are you a cat now or what? As a fellow cat girl, she was well aware of the irony. She just had to make this comment when she saw how she was acting while being all over her lap. Actually, Sophia concentrated a bit to move her tail and swished it around in front of Maya's face before gently hitting her with it a couple of times. Afterward, she repositioned herself a little and nuzzled the side of her head between Maya's thighs while trying to curl up her body around the cat's legs in a comfortable way. What a dork. Eehee. What about the itch? Itchy. She gave an immediate response. It's gotten a lot better, though. I think my body and brain are slowly accepting it. And your ears? She looked at Sophia's head and her tiger-like ears. I'm not so sure about the strong orange shift of your new hair color, but I really like the black accents. Hee, I wanted to make it look the part, after all. My ears, huh? Not nearly as itchy. Basically, not at all anymore, actually. Maybe because I already had ears before, though slightly different? I mean, it feels weird, and my hearing has become different, but I'm strangely okay with the change. Your hearing has become different? Yeah, not necessarily better, but it feels easier to locate the sound now? Kinda weird, but very cool. While she said so, her new animal ears twitched and turned to the direction of a nearby forest, making out some sort of noise. Right, you weren't able to move your normal ears on their own and individually, right? Pretty handy, isn't it? Totally. Still, a tiger, huh? Maya looked at her girlfriend's new features again. It feels like I'm forgetting something here. Eh? You said they exist, didn't you? Sophia panicked at her wording. They do, but that's not it. What was it again? She tilted her head while trying to remember. Don't tell me they're evil or something like that? No, something like an evil beast folk race doesn't exist. That's a relief. Well, it can't be that important if I have no idea what it was, right? Yeah, I'm sure I just mixed something up, don't worry. Okay? Sophia was a little confused. Anyway, tail still itchy, huh? She changed the topic as she really couldn't remember. Yes. Maya watched the orange and black tail that was moving around in choppy and twitchy movements in front of her face. She quickly got mesmerized by it and somehow got the huge urge to pounce on it. Hiya! Sophia shrieked the moment the cat girl had grabbed her tail. What are you doing, Maya? While glancing over her shoulder, she stared at her with teary eyes. See cute. Something seemed to have awakened in her. What was that adorable scream? And this reaction? Why, you just surprised me. Really now? Maya was clearly up to no good as she readjusted her grip on the tail. Hiya! Her shriek was even louder this time. Oh, surprised again? That's not, yawn. Sophia wasn't able to finish her sentence. Tails sure are sensitive, aren't they? She looked delighted right now. Why, you knew. If so, please stop. Mine's the same, after all. And so, it's time for some sweet revenge now. Enuhaya ea. The shrieking girl, unfortunately, had no sayings in the matter. Around 20 minutes passed, or an eternity, depending on which girl one would ask before Maya finally let go of Sophia's tail again. That was a fun exercise. It was, not. Her opinion on the matter was very different. Violated. I've been violated. I need an officer over here. Or a guard, or whatever. Now you know how I felt earlier, huh? The cat girl had gotten her sweet revenge. You. Nobody would want me anymore now. Ahaha, don't worry, I'll gladly take you. Why, you're so mean, Maya. Sophia's eyes were still filled with tears. Don't make me the bad girl here. Why, you're the one who started it. Thanks to her reaction, the cat girl was starting to feel bad. How's the itch now? I only feel shame and embarrassment. Ugh, you can be such a pain to deal with. Don't say that to a girl you just violated. Sophia wasn't giving her any slack. You're just doing it on purpose now, aren't you? This was too much, and she noticed what was going on. I got caught. You cheeky little Maya attacked her tail again and showed no mercy this time around. You. Even more violated now. I was mostly serious before, okay? Just a little extra dramatic. To get toyed with so much. Want me to do some more? I'm up for it. You have no idea how much of a great time I'm having here. And no, thanks. Sophia had enough. Is your tail really that sensitive, as well? I developed a bit of resistance during my life, but more or less, yes. I'm sorry for playing with it so much earlier. As long as you understand. Well, I don't dislike when you touch my tail. It feels good, but. You got a little too excited, and stimulating. Why, yeah. It was, somehow nice, before it became, overwhelming. Sophia started to blush when she recalled the feeling when Maya was being gentle with her tail. We got a little too excited there. Sophia then touched one of her new tiger ears and looked confused. I didn't feel anything when I touched my own tail either. Well, it's probably like how you normally can't tickle yourself. Fair point. So, about our ears? She had gotten curious about them. Can I touch them? Maya sounded timid all of a sudden. After what happened earlier, she was slightly reluctant about it. I'll be gentle. I wouldn't dare to treat your ears rudely. Right. Oh, wait, you did say that the ears are really important to the beast folk, especially for the feline ones. Only your partner was supposed to touch them, right? That's the case, yes. Are they really that sensitive to the touch of others? Sensitive? In a way, they are, I guess. The cat girl's response was slightly cryptic. Well, you are my partner, so it would be pretty rude on its own if I were to say no, right? No. If you don't want to, it's the last thing I would force. Now I've gotten curious. I trust you, so, yes, please go ahead and touch them. Oh, okay. Reluctantly, and very carefully, Maya then proceeded to reach for the tiger girl's ears. MMNG, far from a shriek, something akin to a moan escaped Sophia's lips the moment Maya's fingertips came in contact with her ears. At the same time, something resembling a strong electric current shot through her and caused her entire body to shiver in response. Www. What was that? She had gotten incredibly flustered in an instant, her face completely red. Maya had taken a lot of damage from the girl's reaction. While sensitive isn't technically wrong, a sensual sensation might be the better fit here, isn't it? Why, yeah. Wait, what? What happened just now? Sophia couldn't keep up. Well. She went ahead and caressed her ears some more. NNNHH. She was unable to hold back yet another moan. Sophia, your voice, it's. The sweet moaning was doing things to her. Whose fault, do you think, that is? Sophia's breathing started to become slightly unstable. What is this feeling? Why is it so strong? And my whole body is trembling. Just from a light touch. It's really, intense, isn't it? That doesn't even begin to describe it. She had problems staying sane. Wait, when I was playing so, let's say, excessively with your ears, shortly before we started dating, were you actually feeling the same? I currently am? Her only response was a slight nod with a blush on her cheeks. What a bold girl. Well, your reaction seems stronger, but still. Do you now understand why? Why touching your ears is only supposed to be done by your partner? Partners? This should be limited to, long-term couples. And not to mention behind closed doors. This feels more intense than yours. Sophia abruptly stopped herself while her face was so hot that it seemed like steam would rise from her head. I mean, it feels very intense. Why, yeah. The cat girl decided not to comment on her implication, mostly as not to get caught up in friendly fire because her face was in a similar state. Especially after what almost happened in the other day. She felt the need to change the topic. Why do I feel so strongly in the first place? A. And get excited. B. Because I'm the one touching you. I hope? Maya got even more embarrassed when she said so. Wow, that was smooth. Thanks. No, I mean, yes, that's probably the reason it feels good, but that's not what I meant. Why am I feeling it so intensely? Because that's how the bodies of the beast folk work, after all. The feline type, at least. Yeah. I get that and all, but I am not a beast person, though. I only altered the look of my body. I'm just a slightly eccentric girl that wanted to look like one. Huh? You're right. Eh? The girls had gotten themselves confused. I had no idea that one's ears and tail are weak to the touch of others, and yet, the same rules you obey are true for me as well. There's also your new directional hearing, your tail throwing off your balance. The cat-like behavior on my lap before, and your sensitivity that's just like mine. She seemed to be onto something. Maya. Sophia didn't like where this was going. Can you try to look around in the area and tell me what you see, please? It's already pretty dark, though. My eyes aren't that good in the eh? Once she actually paid attention to it and actively looked around in the vicinity, she seemed surprised. I can see pretty well, actually. What is going on? Please look at me now. Okay. After Maya got a better look at her eyes, her expression turned somewhat awkward. What's wrong? Her already bad feeling became even worse. She had no idea how she should explain that Sophia's eyes were slightly glowing from reflecting the light of their surroundings, or how she suddenly had slit-like pupils that looked just like those of an actual cat. Basically, an exact copy of Maya's right now, save for the color. The glowing dark blue of the cat girl, compared to the luminous greenish turquoise of the other girl. Please talk to me. I'm getting scared over here. The bad feeling was becoming stronger and stronger. When you transformed your looks to your previous world ones, the super hot one. What exactly did you do when you activated your magic? I just thought about wanting to look like my old self. Why are you asking about that all of a sudden? So far, so good. Okay, so when you changed to your current tiger look, what did you do, then? Well, I imagined a tiger, your beast folk or cat features, and all that. Then, I thought about wanting to become a tiger girl. She'd gone silent. Seriously, what is going on? Sophia was properly panicking now. Are you sure you used the right magic, Sophia? Yes. You wanted to become a tiger girl? Maya put extra emphasis on her wording. Yeah. I mean, that was the whole plan? She felt like she was missing something here. You really wanted to become a tiger girl? Not just look like one? The whole area turned silent for a full minute. Huh. Sophia's expression turned blank once the words finally registered. Chapter 67, Tiger Girl. Sophia had successfully transformed into a tiger girl and also got relatively used to it after a while. While she was playing around with Maya during the evening, she became aware of how sensitive her new ears and tail actually were. The two then found out that Sophia had adopted basically every aspect of a feline beast person. Instead of merely altering her looks, Sophia apparently got way more than she bargained for after she slightly messed up her magic. I turned into an actual tiger girl? She looked extremely confused right now. Is that what you want to say? It appears so, you're way too much of the real deal. That's kinda bad. Wait, is it? Wait, what? It was too much at once for her. Maya also seemed conflicted. I'm happy that we are the same now? Mostly, at least. Generally speaking. You're also still the same person, just different, and you're still beautiful. Your new weak points are great fun, too, but I'm confused. My girlfriend has two different human forms and now an actual beast girl version. Not to mention all your personality shifts. Just why are you so freaking complicated, Sophia? I'm not doing that on purpose, okay? I'm just stupid. She had no way to defend herself. I know that. Ugh, at least fake to deny it. Sorry, I can't. What should I do now? What do you want to do? I love the old Sophia, but I'm also enjoying the current Tiger Girl version. I love my Sophia as a whole. I'm okay with whichever person you want to be on the outside, as long as the inside stays the same. And not helpful, but thank you very much. I love you, too. Dot. As usual, they got a little sidetracked. I like this look, as well. I think it's super cute. She happily, although still slightly awkwardly, wiggled her tail around while saying so. But the other me is how I've been born, so I'm naturally attached to it. Not to mention that changing races is, I don't know. I'm not the least bit attached to this world's humans as of now, but I still am a human. Was? Then again, I now finally would have a place where I can fit in. Saying I'm a tiger girl doesn't make me feel ashamed in this world. But still. Sophia couldn't decide on her feelings for the matter. That's fair. Seriously, though. What should I do? Sophia was at a loss. Turn back? Stay like this? Is turning to your older self an option? No, you get way too excited by her. But you are her. Isn't it fine to get excited? Anyway, she dropped the topic. To turn back or not? Wait, can I turn back? What if that was a one-way ticket? Should I try? Should I not? Could it be dangerous? Maybe we should ask Fun about it? Yeah, that's a good idea. Hey, Faith eh? She looked around to find the wolf, but didn't see him. Wait, where is he? Huh? You just noticed? He's been gone for hours already, left directly after dinner. What? How did I miss that? Sophia couldn't believe that she overlooked the absence of the gigantic wolf the entire time. Well, we were pretty busy. I can see why he left. He probably wanted to give us some alone time, huh? Or got fed up. Or that, yes. Maya found herself agreeing. Oh, he's just a kilometer away. Let's go and pay him a visit. She immediately found him with her detection magic. Sure. The couple got up, pat the dirt from their clothes after being on the ground for so long, and began walking towards the wolf's direction. As Sophia still had some issues with keeping her balance, covering that single kilometer took a surprisingly long while. Thankfully, as Maya held her hand the whole time, the clumsy tiger girl didn't trip more than 3 times along the way. Oh, Maya, what's up? Fia. Finn spotted the two approaching and got really confused when he looked at her. I understand the cat's eyes, but why are yours glowing in the dark, as well? He noticed how both had the properties of feline eyes. About that. Sophia awkwardly looked away before explaining the situation to the wolf. You. You accidentally turned yourself into an actual beast person? Yep. You're a special kind of idiot, aren't you? He had no words. I am very well aware of this fact. Honestly, to think there would be another one to actually change races. Huh? You know someone who did the same? Yes. Back when the demons were still around here. He was an interesting guy and a real genius when it came to this kind of magic. He turned himself from a demon to a beast person as well during his research. I'm not sure what exactly anymore, but it was some type of bird because he really wanted to have wings for some reason. He was a bit weird. What a fun guy. Sophia had the feeling the two would have become friends if they met. Don't get any strange ideas now. Maya stopped her before she could even think about adding wings to herself. So, I assume it's no problem for me to turn back? The three stared at each other in silence. FN? Sophia turned white and began to panic over his lack of a response. Well, that demon ran into a couple of problems the moment he transformed. What do you mean? Like, he felt, the wolf suddenly stopped. Don't do this to me. She panicked even more. I just remembered. His new body parts felt incredibly itchy to him. Tell me about it. Sophia had slightly noticed this minor issue before. The reason for that apparently was that his new wings and a couple of extra features became an actual and full part of his body forever. These additions apparently overloaded his brain for a while until it accepted it. But there was more. As he was a male demon, he had horns, which he lost after his transformation. The problem was that he could still feel them, and they hurt. Quite badly. Like phantom pain? She roughly heard about this phenomenon before, in her previous world. Still feeling one's lost body part, them even hurting at times, was a big problem for many amputees. Exactly. But I lost my human ears, too. I don't feel them, though. She pointed at the now empty spot at the side of her head that was hidden by her hair. Ultimately, they simply got replaced by a different set of ears. Your body most likely was able to adapt to that much. Oh, is that why my new ears weren't nearly as itchy compared to my tail? Most likely. The actual problem was something else, though. Huh? There were more than enough problems for her already. After half a day, he couldn't bear it anymore and transformed back to his demon self. Fortunately, his horns immediately stopped hurting once they came back. That's good, isn't it? Not really. As the wings had already become a part of his body, he was feeling a different version of phantom pain now. Oh. We tried various kinds of healing magic on him, but nothing actually ever worked. You can't heal what's not there anymore unless you restore it, but that was exactly the problem in this case. You can fix brain damage, but you can't, damage it? Well, get rid of the hard-coded feelings of body parts or something like that. Then. Have fun as a beast person. He made it quick and painless. Sophia was speechless. You sure messed that one up. Then again, I might come to like you even more now. This way, no one will confuse my lover as a human of this world, either. So, when you see it that way. Good job, girl. Maya was conflicted about the many sides of Sophia before, but after giving it some thought, she adapted fast. Thanks. She still was slightly overwhelmed by the situation and unsure how to feel about it. I mean, you should try turning back once. Maybe the demon was a special case? Why yeah, I'll try that. Wait, what did that guy do in the end? With phantom pain in both forms? Horned birdman demon. Fun tried to hold back a laugh when reliving those memories. Of course. She wasn't sure what she expected. By the way, appearance alteration, the thing we actually talked about before, that works slightly different. It doesn't transform your body, but rather temporarily alters the appearance of it. I see. It was too late for this kind of information now. It's a small but significant difference. Yeah. Well, it looks like you're actually dating a fellow feline now, Maya. She was beginning to accept her fate. I'm okay with that. You're still mostly the same and just gained a couple of cute extras. If anything, I feel even closer to you now. Although, I think I'm going to miss the original girl from time to time. Fan, could I use the real alteration magic to look like my old self without actually transforming my new body? Of course. In the first place, wasn't that the plan from the beginning? It's just the other way around now. Alright. She was feeling really stupid. Okay, I'll diligently try that later. For now, I want to find out if I actually turned myself into a tiger. You're going to transform back? I have to try. Don't overdo it, okay? Maya was worried about her. Okay, MRMNGH. Concentrating on her old self, she was soon shrouded in the usual smoke while transforming. Ah, there she is again, the usual Sophia. The cat girl was looking at the Sophia she originally got to know. The roughly 15-year-old, beautiful human girl with ash blonde hair and greenish turquoise eyes, who also was ever so slightly flat. Not that Maya would ever mention that part again. Ever. Probably. She didn't answer. Instead, she sank down on her knees a little while later with a few tears in her eyes that slowly ran down her cheeks. Sophia? The cat girl panicked and rushed over to her. What's wrong? My tail, it's still there, but it's not. Moreover, it hurts. My tail hurts. It feels like someone is sticking red-hot needles in it. Ouch. Maya yelped in pain, just imagining someone doing that to her tail. Fan, too, grimaced after hearing those words. Effin. With a pained expression, Sophia faced the wolf. Did that demon ever try to sit out the pee pain? Yes. He tried to wait for a couple of months, but nothing ever changed. Is that so? Wow, I'm really such an idiot. Thankfully, I like my new form because it's cute. Arg. It hurts. Oh okay, time to transform, be back. The pain was getting more intense, and she didn't want to bear it any longer. Can I make a little request before? Maya stopped her from turning into the tiger girl again. What is it? That really dark orangey hair you used with your transformation. It's cute, but I don't think it fits you that much. I know you did that to better fit the looks of a tiger, but I like your original color much more. But the black highlights were adorable. You should keep them. Sophia didn't seem convinced. Oh, how about the honey blonde from your adult version? I liked that color even more. I think that should work well as a base color for a tiger, as well. It's somehow kinda orange, too, isn't it? Well, just much lighter than that of a tiger, thanks to the blonde and brown parts. You're right about that. Alright, I'll do that for you. I like that idea, as well. Oh okay, now I better transform back. I feel like I'll pass out from the pain any second. It almost feels like it's at a P-point where my boosts are kicking in and making it worse. B-boosted phantom pain. That's another punch. Seek an ear. Sophia's face had a seriously unhealthy color while saying so. Then hurry up already. Sorry for stopping you. After a last sigh, she closed her eyes and focused on turning back to a beast person. A short but painful while later, once the usual smoke had vanished, Sophia's new and improved tiger girl version appeared. Her body, tail, and animal ears remained unchanged, but her hair color and fur on the ears and tail had changed. Instead of the deep orange hue of her hair and furry tiger parts, it was now of a honey blonde color. It almost looked like the hair of her adult version in her previous world, just with a light tint of orange now. The black stripes and highlights stayed the same, though. She also made her hair a little longer. Instead of just around her shoulders, it now went almost past her shoulder blades. Remembering that tigers often also have some white parts, Sophia had made the fluffy bit inside her ears and the tip of her tail snow white. She was a big fan of that color, after all. Yeah, that was the right decision. Such a lovely combination. The white accents are a nice touch, too. Maya was staring at the tiger girl's new hair and tail. So, how are you feeling now? Let's see, the pained expression on Sophia's face was gone. Ever so slightly itchy, but business as usual, then? Great. Is the pain gone? Yeah, everything's good again. My tails, dash. She turned around to watch her now blonde and black, ringed tail move around a bit. Yep, perfect, and cute. You were right, Maya. This color is much better. Now that I think about it, that's why I became honey blonde before in the first place. I'm also pretty proud of my idea with the white bits, dot. Ehe, dot. She was happy that she liked her suggestion. I love it, too. So, what's the plan now? Finn stared at the new Sophia. That's a good question. I have no idea. Also, I'm honestly too tired to think about anything anymore. A lot happened today, huh? I'm exhausted. I just want to sleep, dot. Her brain had burned all of its capacity, and then some more. The group went back to their campground, and the girls got ready to sleep. As Sophia had the strong urge to sprawl herself out over Maya's lap again, their usual sleeping position was reversed this night. Chapter 67.5 Illustrations. Sophia with a lighter hair color. Spoiler. And even lighter, plus tail. Spoiler. Collapse. I think the original color fits the bill of honey blonde, also a caramel/brown/honey hue, with a bit of orange the best. These here work, too, though, I guess? If you imagined her hair more like this, here you go. Collapse. Sophia with short hair. Spoiler. I'm normally more into longer hair, but this one is speaking to me, and I had to share it. There are currently no plans for her to appear like this in the story, for now, but I think it's really nice to look at. Collapse. Chapter 68, Instincts. It was a very hectic and eventful day for Sophia. By sheer accident, she transformed her body into that of an actual tiger girl, and to make matters worse, this change was more or less irreversible. Because of all that, she had tired herself out and immediately fell asleep once she got comfortable on Maya's lap in the evening. Phua, so tired, Sophia yawned while lazily opening her eyes on the following day and blinked a couple of times. Ugh, so bright, was it always this bright? And, were the direct surroundings always so crisp and sharp? Welcome to my world. Also, good morning. Maya looked at her during her greeting. Morning. She blinked a couple more times to get adjusted to the light. Your world? Our eyes can be really sensitive. Sophia turned around on the catgirl's lap, and their eyes met. She stared at them for a while. Those slitted pupils of yours. Are mine the same now? I actually didn't pay attention to my eyes when I checked out the transformation. Yep, I think a little more even, actually. Though, they're a bit more rounded right now. It seems like you can't fully adjust them yet. That's most likely also the reason why it's so bright for you at the moment. The bigger the pupils, the more light enters. Well, I have the same problem from time to time after waking up, so you don't need to worry about that. Okay. Oh, it's actually getting better already. Great. I'm really glad that I still see all colors, though. Sophia remembered that normal cats are more or less colorblind. Yep, we got the good parts of the eyes, but without the drawbacks. Well, most of the time. Being a cat or tiger girl isn't all about being adorably cute, huh? Though you nailed that part, Maya. Wow, aren't you in a good mood? I just felt like saying it. Kinda happened on impulse. I know that feeling. You really became one of us. Actual cats, too, can be quite impulsive. Not that this is actually new. As if I didn't have enough personality quirks already. Sophia had mixed feelings about also having feline-related traits added to her repertoire. But on that note, I better get up from your lap now. She sounded nervous all of a sudden. What's wrong? Well, remember the other day where you said that you like marking me and how it's happening on instinct? Of course. I think I'm starting to understand what you meant. I'm also not sure if I want to understand. That's why without finishing her sentence, Sophia was trying to fight her newly awakening instincts by getting up from the catgirl's lap. Oh? Maya's lips formed into a grin. You are feeling it now as well, huh? Dot. Using her hand, she pushed the tiger girl's head down into her lap again. Go ahead, I don't mind at all. She wanted to awaken those new instincts forcefully. Huh? If you're getting the urge to mark me, that's making me really happy. It means you genuinely want me to be yours, after all. You're trying to claim me. It's a sign of affection. She seemed excited about it. But does it really has to happen that way? Somehow, this is really embarrassing. Having the extreme urge to rub my head all over you. No, I can't imagine a better way. Maya was in a great mood right now. Fen, I could use some help over Fen? She looked around but couldn't find the wolf anywhere. He left before you woke up, saying he wanted to hunt and train a bit. Her one escape route was gone. He's gotten too good at running away at the right moments. Well then, Maya pushed the girl's head down on her lap once more. MMNHPFHH. She wanted to complain about something, but as her face was pressed against the cat girl's thighs, only muffled gibberish could be heard. I'll let you go if you give it a try. While she said so, she began to gently pet the tiger girl's head. RRMNGH. As much as Sophia didn't want to admit to in this situation, she was enjoying it very much. How does this kind of marking work, anyway? She was starting to lose to her new instinct. Just listen to what your body tells you, and give in to the desire. She was embarrassed about the urge that was welling up inside of her. Maya continued to pet her head with a great smile. The tiger girl silently enjoyed being spoiled for a while, but this only increased her desire. Unable to fight back her instincts any longer, Sophia slowly began to move her head from side to side, causing her face and hair to gently rub against the other girl's legs. Maya didn't think she would actually do it and became so surprised that she stopped petting her. Don't stop. Sophia turned around and looked at the cat girl with pleading eyes as she rested the back of her head in her lap. More. She already was like in a trance. This girl. She actually managed to become more adorable after transforming. How is that even possible? Maya, she had completely lost to the new feline side of hers. Grabbing Maya's hand, she placed it on her head again, urging the cat girl to continue her petting. Ugh. Her heart tightened from the sight of her girlfriend being in such a state. Fine, it can't be helped. With an awkward but warm smile, she continued to stroke her hair. RRHHMN, the blonde tiger girl had her eyes closed and looked very pleased. Whenever Maya came near her forehead, Sophia lifted her head and pushed it against her hand, seeking the contact while making a deep purr-like sound. Afterward, she plopped back on the cat girl's lap, where she proceeded to rhythmically rub the back of her head all over her legs. HNNGH. She was in pain, but the good kind, as she was currently overdosing on cuteness. Their exchange went on for a while. Maya continued to caress her hair while enjoying Sophia's reactions and the purring sounds that somehow had much more power behind them than her own soft purring. The tiger girl kept on showing her affection by seeking the touch of her hand and rubbing her head against the other girl's lap while being in a trance-like state. I want to die. It took Sophia around 15 minutes before she finally snapped back to reality. She was currently hugging her knees while rocking back and forth. Her face had turned crimson, deeply embarrassed from the shameful display she showed earlier when she lost herself to her new instincts. Don't be like that. You were adorable. Maya was basically glowing after being showered with so much affection. That doesn't make me happy at all. Come on. You made me fall even more for you. Okay, that does make me happy. Sophia's mood was all over the place. Even more than usual. Don't be like that. It was so obvious that you enjoyed marking me. That's exactly the problem. She regretted having lost to said instincts. You're so mean. Her angry and desperate cry echoed through the area. What is going on here? Just at the perfect moment, Fan arrived back at the camp. Seeing Sophia hugging her knees with a bright red face and screaming out her frustration confused the wolf a bit. Fiend. The second the embarrassed tiger saw him, she sprang up and hid herself behind his massive body while pointing at Maya. She's bullying me. Maya, what did you do? I'm innocent. Are you? He suspiciously eyed her. Mostly. She lost to his pressure. Sophia was awakening to some of her new feline instincts. I just gave her a little push. Why you forced me to? The girl in question had a different opinion. Wait. The wolf needed a moment. Not just looks and the properties of your body, you even assimilated feline character traits and instincts? It appears so. I became a full, 100% tiger girl. Wow, even when messing up, you go all out, huh? Fan wasn't sure whether he should be impressed or not. Why yes, I do. Especially when messing up. Don't you think your persona was complex enough already, girl? With the whole boost story and such? It's not like I wanted to, okay? I'm still not happy at all about any of this. Well, my new looks aside. I am, though. Maya wasn't being helpful. You. Fan's right, I already had enough going on. I don't want to be like a cat as well, on top. You already were pretty cat-like even before your transformation, though. Actually, you were more cat than I am, and I'm born as one. In what way was I cat-like? This accusation was news to Sophia. Well, sleep is the most important thing for you. You're shy, but also laid back and easygoing, super stubborn, and moody. Not to mention how curious and unpredictable you are. And once you warmed up to me, you became super affectionate. Don't forget her slightest tendencies. Fan added something to the list. Yeah, that. You. She had no way to defend herself. Wait, what was that? Nothing. Cat and wolf were in perfect sync. But even so, she really couldn't say anything against most. Actually having such distinct instincts is too much for me. They're super embarrassing. I don't think they're embarrassing. They're perfectly natural. For you, they might. You were born with them, after all. You're also not shy, and don't get embarrassed by those instincts. And that's what makes you twice as adorable when you give in to them, Sophia. Why you're such a bully. She, too, is a cat after all. Fan saw the connection. Ugh. Maya finally also took some damage. So, how do you stop those instincts? Sophia wanted to get rid of them. Well, they're instincts. That means you don't. You can become able to deal with them better, but they'll always be there. Not what I wanted to hear. Becoming able to deal with them? How? Getting used to it. Mostly by living them out. Why, you're kidding. It was the exact thing the tiger didn't want to hear. Nope. We usually do that with our parents or friends when we were really little. That's bad for me, isn't it? It's really good for me, that's for sure. The cat girl enjoyed the situation way too much. Why? Because you can live out all those instincts on me. Gee, great. She was at a complete loss. Sue. Fan tried to change the subject. How about we cover some ground today? I know it's just one thing after another with you, and the last one was quite significant. He glanced at the tiger girl. Just, if it keeps on going like this, we'll never reach the capital. Not that I care that much. Sorry. She apologized for being such a handful. Why yeah, let's do that. I want to see it, too. I'm for it, as well. Alright, let's ouch. As if running away from this situation, Sophia tried to take a couple of big steps, but she didn't make it far. Stupid tail. Having forgotten about it already, as there was no muscle memory yet, she had lost her balance and splendidly tripped over her own feet. Yeah, we won't reach the capital anytime soon, huh? The wolf sighed at the hopeless sight of the girl. Here, let me help you. Maya got next to the tiger and offered her hand to bring Sophia back on her feet. Thank you. She gladly took her hand and stood up again. Time for a second try. Not letting go of the tiger girl, Maya took the lead now. Sophia was relatively soon able to walk somewhat okay again after recalling her training from the other day. Even so, their speed was severely reduced for apparent reasons. It will most likely take quite a while until she becomes able to run at her best again. As a result of all that, the group's progress wasn't all that noteworthy. Chapter 69, Hunting. The group continued their journey toward the beastfolk capital. Still, after Sophia had accidentally turned herself into one as well, their progress had become severely impacted for the next couple of days. The new tiger girl was still fighting with balance issues caused by her tail. Because of that, everything faster than simple walking had become impossible for her at the moment, and even getting that fast took her a while and a lot of concentration to maintain. I'm sorry. Once the group stopped for their camp in the evening, Sophia suddenly apologized. We didn't make any progress because of me. It's fine. Yeah, it's not like you're doing it on purpose. The two didn't mind at all. Thanks. Seriously, from being the fastest to holding everyone super back. I hope I improve soon. You already did. I mean, you can walk again. Maya tried to cheer her up. I somehow can't feel happy about that. It didn't help her at all. It really sucks, because I like to move around and run, but I can't. So incredibly frustrating. Don't worry, once you get fully used to your tail, you'll be faster and more nimble than ever. That's what our tail is for, after all. It keeps our balance in complicated situations, or making tight turns and the likes when chasing something. Really? So it actually isn't just a cute accessory once it doesn't interfere with my balance anymore? Of course. That thing wouldn't make much sense if it doesn't give us any benefits, right? Maya looked at her own tail, moving it around while saying so. That's great. I'm looking forward to it. Especially because I have the strong urge to hunt something. To the point of feeling all itchy, actually. And I don't mean my tail for once. Eehee, your instincts are pretty strong, huh? The catgirl chuckled at how she was trying to resist the feeling. Sophia only now noticed why she had the itch to hunt something. I hate this. How about you try to hunt something? Fen egged her on. I know that itch, especially when it's not taken care of. As a predator himself, this sort of instinct was very dominant in him. It could also help with regaining your balance. Eh? What do you mean? We look for a slightly fast monster, and you try to catch it. It's not like anything could harm you here, no matter how clumsy you are right now. Oh, that sounds like a great plan. The tiger girl liked his idea, and it wasn't just her instinct speaking. But is there even anything I can hunt that fits the description? Even in my current state, a stupid cow wouldn't be much of a challenge. There are some bears nearby. They would work pretty well. Bear. What's that? Sophia tilted her head at his suggestion. A wild pig-like animal with bristly fur and fangs. Very delicious. Fen's last detail was slightly unrelated. Oh, a boar. Wait, but a pig is still a pig? I seriously don't get this world. You want to hunt them or not? The wolf didn't want to deal with that again. They can't sense magic, so you're good on that side, but they have good reflexes. You have to sneak up on them. Oh, that's perfect. I don't know why, but stalking my prey sounds really alluring. There was a playful tone in her voice. Hee hee. Maya had to chuckle at this textbook-like feline behavior. The tiger girl got embarrassed. Now that I think about it, Fen, would the actual appearance alteration magic do anything against those stupid instincts? Maya didn't like the idea. Nope. He quickly shot her down. It doesn't actually affect your body after all. And, no, it also wouldn't help you with your balance issue for the same reason. He already knew what Sophia would ask next. There goes that idea. Yay. The catgirl was happy again. She really came to like the new Sophia. Okay, screw it. I need this hunting itch to be taken care of. Fighting one's instincts is a surprisingly challenging task. Can I join you? Maya seemed excited. Seeing you all fidgety about stalking your prey made me kinda itchy as well. I wasn't fidgety. Okay, maybe. She gave up. Sure, let's do it together. Fen guided the couple to the group of bears, and the two cats hid behind a nearby bush. As it had become already slightly dark, it was relatively easy for them not to get spotted by their prey. They were currently developing a strategy while their two pairs of shiny eyes scanned the area. They're still a couple of 100 meters away, huh? Sophia stuck her head out of the bush while watching two singled-out bears. So, how are we doing this, Master? Master? You're the expert here, aren't you? I've never tried to hunt stealthily. Actually, my only hunting experience is killing some cows. Right. Let's see, the cat girl thought about a plan. Well, as I'm currently the faster one, I should take the lead. No objections here. She was painfully aware of this fact. We should first sneak a little closer to the bears. There are still some more bushes between them and us, so we should be able to get really close. You're really good at this, Maya. I did this kind of hunting a ton when I was little. She had a playful expression while remembering it. Why, you already hunted bears when you were little? Yep. What a rowdy girl. I like it. I stopped hunting like that when I started being able to use magic. By then, I could simply set them on fire. Made things much easier. What a rowdy girl. Sophia repeated herself. I had no idea how much I missed it. Thanks for reminding me, Sophia. I'm somehow really looking forward to it. You might not like your new instincts, but I'm a fan. She looked at the tiger girl with a genuine smile. Don't do this to me, Maya. I want to be angry at them. You should embrace it instead. I really have the feeling your transformation, including those instincts, will bring us even closer together. It was hard for her to keep complaining after this. Let's focus on the hunt for now. Changing the topic was her only solution. Yeah, let's. The cat girl agreed. Stealthily sneaking up to the bears, the two feline girls got really close to their prey without getting noticed by hopping from one bush to another. All while making no sound whatsoever. This is great. Sophia was in a good mood while smiling broadly. She stopped caring about having lost to her instincts. It is. Her eyes were fixed on their prey, but she, too, was having a really good time, as indicated by her equally big smile. So, how are we going to continue? You go over there, the cat girl pointed to her left, at a small range of trees. While hiding there, I'll get closer to the bears, and then I will chase one towards your direction. Once you think you can get it, break into a sprint and go for it. 3 probably mess up, but I'll try my best. As instructed, Sophia stealthily moved toward the trees and waited for Maya to take action while she was hiding. The cat girl waited a bit longer, but then shot out of the bush and raced after the bear that fled towards the trees after it got surprised. Running in a slight slalom to make sure her prey didn't change direction, Maya kept her distance while also not letting the animal have any room. She could catch it at any time, but that would defeat the purpose. Once the animal was close enough, the tiger girl sprang into action as well. She jumped out of her hiding place and tried to cut off the escape route of the fleeing bear. She ran towards their direction and even managed to somewhat keep her balance while doing so. Noticing Sophia, the animal panicked and made a sharp turn, immediately changing its direction. The girl tried to do the same, but unfortunately didn't manage to do so. Oh ouch! As she had no idea how to use her tail for sharp turns yet, Sophia failed miserably in her attempt. She moved it in the completely wrong direction and splendidly lost her balance. Tripping over her own feet while attempting the turn, the tiger girl made a somersault in the air, before planting her face deep into the dirt. Wow, that must have hurt. Maya was watching her crash with a grimace on her face. Are you alright? She stopped the chase to check up on her girlfriend. Why, you little, though dirty, she seemed perfectly fine. I'll end you. A fire was burning in her eyes, and her scratched-up face showed a sinister smile while something had apparently awakened inside her. Getting up, Sophia's eyes fixated on the fleeing prey again. Immediately after, the tiger girl jumped into a full sprint and chased after the bear. What just happened? Maya had no idea what was going on but rushed after the girl a moment later. Sophia continued to run after the bear and was somehow getting reasonably good at it. She was still nowhere near as fast as in her previous body, but her balance problems seemed to be getting better. The tiger girl's tail was working as intended most of the time all of a sudden, because she was able to take relatively tight turns without kissing the dirt anymore. This went on for a good while, and Sophia kept consistently getting closer to the animal. Maya, noticing how much fun she was having, decided to stay in the background while making sure the bear wouldn't be able to get away. Minute after minute, meter after meter, and turn after turn, Sophia inched closer to her target while having a great smile, and her glowing eyes never let go of it. Once she finally got close enough, the tiger girl leaped at the bear. After successfully catching it, she used both her hands to press the animal's neck down in the dirt, making it unable to move. And that's how you do it. She looked incredibly smug and satisfied while dominating the bear. Gee, good job. Maya was a little surprised at how much she had gotten into the hunt. What now? She stared at the caught animal. Setting it free and catch it again? Sophia wanted to play around with the bear some more and spoke like a true feline. Let's not do that. What else? The still excited tiger girl tilted her head while thinking about it. She seemed to have a plan. After sharing her idea with Maya, the couple got back to their camp, where Fen was waiting. A little while later, once the preparation was finished, Sophia found out that bear meat is surprisingly delicious. Though, having hunted it herself while chasing it all over the place, with a massive grin on her face might have affected her opinion ever so slightly. Chapter 70, Unexpected Differences. Sophia had successfully hunted a bear using her feline instincts alone, without the help of magic. Once she caught it, the couple brought it over to Fen, and the catch ended up being roasted over their campfire. While they were eating, the girl made yet another discovery. I've tried bear before, in my previous world, but I wasn't a fan. It tasted too gamey, or strong for my liking. This one, though, was surprisingly delicious. I wonder why. Because I've hunted it myself and am proud of it? This might be it. Maya agreed. That, or because you've partly become a tiger. One of the most predatory carnivores there is. Like, at all. That's awesome. Fen seemed happy for some reason. Sophia has finally fully awakened to the superiority of meat. The resident carnivore welcomed his new comrade. Maya. She panicked and turned to the cat girl. Let me try some of the zucchini thingy you roasted over the fire. The zucchini? She pointed at a long, green vegetable that she had put on a stick to grill it over the flames. Those names, seriously. Also, we definitely need some dishware, pans, and the likes. She had gotten sidetracked. I would love that, but mind telling me where we should put them? Maya agreed, especially because she's the main cook of the group, but there was no place to keep them. Good point. Anyway, yes. Please let me try the zucchini or whatever, I don't care about the name. Sure, help yourself. She handed her the stick with the vegetable. Please still be tasty. Slightly shaking, she slowly brought the zucchini to her mouth and hesitatingly took a bite. Chewing on it for a bit, her face eventually brightened up. Phew. Not my favorite, but it's still good. The wolf was disappointed. So close. Hey, don't worry, Sophia. It's not like you're nothing but a tiger now. Your liking for meat just got enhanced thanks to being partly a tiger now. I like vegetables as well, after all, and actual cats are carnivores, too. Why, you're right. I got a little too worried there. The tiger girl was visibly relieved. Then again, Maya wasn't done yet. Your instincts are really pronounced. You might have been lucky there. They really are, aren't they? A bit, yes. You're still in the progress of getting used to them, but I don't think mine were ever as strong as yours, like during our hunt earlier, You've noticed, huh? Sophia looked awkward. After I tripped. In an extremely showy way. She had to add that. Why yeah, her cheeks turned red. After that, my brain kinda took a break, and my body worked on its own while chasing the bear. It felt great, but it was also scary. But it also helped you getting used to your tail, though. That's true. I'm able to walk now properly. Even running is not impossible anymore. Still, just why are my new feline instincts so, oh no? Sophia suddenly stopped in the middle of her sentence while her face turned white. What's wrong? My boosts, are they affecting those instincts as well? The other two looked at each other. Wait, could that even be? That Kinnear boosted me only when I came to this world? How would new aspects of me be altered, then? Don't tell me that idiot of a god is still messing with me? Why would he do that? The cat girl thought that this would be very unlikely. He's a bored idiot that loves to stalk and harass me. I don't think a god would be such a bad guy. He said that he's bored himself. He admitted that he's stalking me. The harassment is obvious in my boosted negative traits, and that he's an idiot, well, that's just a fact. Maya had no response to this. Great. The tiger girl had a weird follow-up. I was actually rather thankful for him lately, but now I have another reason to punch him again. What did I tell you about your urge to punch a god? I am most definitely sure I never agreed to stop doing that. Anyway, as it was Maya's loss, she wanted to change the topic. It's great that you can walk and run again, huh? Absolutely. Today's hunt was great, and I can't wait for tomorrow. I'm going to run around all day long. Barely being able to move for a day, and mostly having stuck to walking for a couple of days was way too much. Even though sleep is so important to you, you really like to move around, huh? The cat girl found the contrast rather interesting. Yeah, that's a habit from my old world. I did a lot of sports there and always got itchy when I had to stay still for a day. You sure get itchy a lot. Tell me about it. She didn't found it funny. Though, ever since coming to this world, the itch to move my body got way stronger. Boosts? Probably. It's great that I can run around for multiple kilometers in the nature each day. Sleeping feels really great after such a day, as well. Ah. That sounded more like the girl Maya knew. I wonder what we run into tomorrow. I hope something interesting. Don't jinx it. Your interesting usually ends in a disaster for us. Alright, let's take a bath first. We skipped it yesterday, and I really want to have one now. And that usually ends in a disaster for me. Sophia didn't like this turn of events. Or so she said, at least. Their reaction, too, was the same. Even so, because the tiger girl wanted to take a bath, there wasn't much room for her superficial complaints. After leaving their camp, the couple created their bath a little distance away. Once she undressed, Sophia was staring at the water with a complicated expression. What's wrong? Maya finished undressing as well and popped up next to her. Do I still like water? Why wouldn't you? Well, she pointed at her ears while swishing her tail around. I'm good with water as well, so it should be fine. That's true. But if that got boosted as well, then Actual tigers love water too, right? You should be good either way. Yay, tiger. Sophia was happy about her choice. Let's go in, then. Saying so, she entered the water, sat down, and immediately had a relaxed expression. Such bliss. Water never felt this great before. Sophia likes water, tigers like water, tiger girl Sophia loves water. Sometimes, your boosts are everything but complicated. Ahaha. A dry laugh escaped her lips. Putting that aside, do I need to know anything about my new ears in terms of hygiene? A tail probably doesn't need much more attention than normal hair, right? Taking a bath right now, she thought it was a good time to ask. Yeah, a tail is pretty low maintenance. Okay, mine needs a little attention because of the color, and it can get a bit itchy if you use the wrong shampoo, but other than that, Snow White gets dirty easily, huh? Yeah. It's worth it, though. I'm pleased about my color. The cat girl caressed her tail while saying so. Yep, it's beautiful. Sophia was a fan of it the moment she met the girl. Thanks. Your blonde stunning, too. Your new honey even more than the old one. Wait, or is it that the new one which is your old color? Sorry for being so confusing. The tiger girl constantly confuses herself with the same kind of topic, as well. Let's go with my current one. Yeah, I love your current color. Wait, where were we again? Huh? Maya stopped as she, too, had forgotten about the topic after the two got absorbed in their flirting. Right, ear hygiene. That's it. They actually do need a little care. Want me to clean yours? That's a hard no. She instantly shot her down. Maya was naturally shocked by such a strong denial. I'll be gentle, okay? That's part of the problem. I am curious, but you touching my ears, with how intense that feels. All while I'm in the bath. Sorry, I've passed out enough already. A very, very good point. You're seriously bad with that. Though, I enjoy drying and dressing you up afterward. Nursing you on my lap's great, too. Pervert. Did I say that out loud? Maya's face turned red. Why, you sure did. Sophia also got embarrassed. Anyway, back to our ears. Let's do that. As I said, they do need some care. The cat girl pointed at her right ear. See that fluffy bit? She touched the white ball of fluffy fur inside her own ears. What's up with that? Dust and other small things like to collect there. Together with some earwax, it can be quite a pain. But it looks so beautiful and feels nice. All nice and beautiful things need to be taken care of. That's a fair point. Sophia nodded in understanding. That's why Maya leaned over to her to whisper something into the tiger's ear. Let me take care of you. She needed a moment. Maya? Yes? Shut up. Too much? She had noticed it herself. A bit. Okay. So, I have to carefully clean the fluffy bit? The tiger girl brought the topic back on track. Yeah, but you really need to pay attention. This soft fur also acts as a barrier against water and the likes for your ear canal. Get water in there while cleaning, and it will stay there for days. Super bad time, I can guarantee you. Speaking from experience? Unfortunately. I was half deaf in one ear for like 3 days after getting some water inside. Yes, that indeed does sound like no fun. She didn't want to go through something like this. I wouldn't wish that even my worst enemies. You have enemies? Figure of speech. Afterward, Sophia extremely carefully cleaned the fluffy part of her new animal ears. It took her quite a while, but she successfully managed to keep the water out. Once they were clean, the girls finally got out of the water. Being a beast girl's surprisingly complicated. Sophia hadn't thought their bodies or instincts would be that different from what she was used to. Well, it's not like we have a choice, sorry. She answered without thinking. Ahaha. But, in a way, I had no choice either. At least, staying a tiger girl, that is. Fair point. On an unrelated note, Maya looked at her while she was in the middle of getting dressed. You sure have developed well. Yeah? Sophia instinctively covered her exposed chest with her arms while her face turned red. That's sexual harassment. Huh? No. That's not what I meant. She quickly tried to correct this misunderstanding. There's no development. Only to make it worse. Did you accidentally make them a little smaller when you turned yourself into the final tiger version? Way worse. Her expression turned a bit scary. That's wrong. I meant your embarrassment and whatnot. Not only were we pleasingly intimate all day, but we're also able to take a bath together without you having a complete meltdown now. She was desperately trying to save herself. Well, it's still embarrassing, but I'm getting used to it. It's at a point where my boosts can take care of it, I guess? Or rather, my improved personality at this point. Most of the time, that is. Also, we're together now, so. I still get shy and self-conscious when I'm naked, and you're looking at me, often, but Why, you noticed? It's hard not to. What's the but about? Maya, too, got embarrassed again. Well, the feelings I now have are, different from before. Oh, how so? What feelings are you having? Anyway, let's go back to the camp. Sophia dropped the topic, finished dressing up, left the bath, and walked away with a red face. The cat girl ran after her. The couple bickered, flirted, around the campfire for a while longer, before eventually turning in for the night. Sophia's urge to sprawl herself all over Maya's lap was still overwhelming, and so she made herself comfortable there before the cat girl could even complain about it being her turn. Chapter 71, Shopping Plans. Sophia had gotten relatively used to her new tail during the bear hunt the couple did. Her balance issues became much more subtle, and she was able to run reasonably well again. The girl still wasn't as fast as Maya yet, but she wasn't considerably holding back the group anymore. Let's have some lunch. After having run around for half a day, Sophia decided it was time for a break because she was getting hungry. Good idea. I've spotted a couple of vegetables as well. I'll get it ready in a flash. Maya also was ready to eat something. Thanks. There's also some meat running around. Fen was a little peculiar as always. While the wolf was collecting some meat, the couple went and gathered a couple of vegetables for them. Afterward, the tiger girl watched Maya prepare their lunch while the tiger got the campfire going. The cat girl made some sort of vegetable skewers by roughly cutting them with wind magic before putting them on a stick. She also used a somewhat flat stone as a makeshift pan to stir-fry the rest next to the fire. Though Sophia was impressed by her skills to improvise, she remembered the discussion from the other day. We could really use some cooking utensils after all, huh? As I said, that would be great, but carrying them around would be a major pain. They're heavy and bulky. I don't think they're worth the hassle, because we're traveling so much. Yeah, you're right. Sophia had to agree. Anyway, let's eat. Even so, Sophia couldn't let go of the idea during their meal and kept thinking about ways to solve the problem. Is there space-type magic in this world? Space. Like teleporting from one place to another? The cat girl had misunderstood her a little. You're not going to attempt that. For some reason, Fen really didn't like the idea. I wasn't planning to. Okay, I thought about that before, but given my, track record, this really doesn't sound like a good idea. I'm way too scared to mess up. And my Sophia's growing up. Maya was deeply moved. Hey, good. Don't ever try that, okay? The wolf was really insistent on it. Don't worry. The tiger girl was a little confused by his reaction, but not enough to care for the time being. Anyway, no, that's not what I meant. More like dimensional space. For example, creating a space outside of this reality where you can freely store things inside. Never heard of such a thing. Me neither. Can't say I understand what you mean in the first place. Too bad. Where did you get that idea from? It sounds like a fascinating concept. Fen got curious. It's a popular thing in the fantasy books I read in my old world. It's basically a limitless storage where you can just throw in whatever you want and take it out again once you need it. It would be super handy for us, because we could get all sorts of convenient things while still traveling hands-free. That sounds awesome. Maya was an instant fan. I wonder if I can do it. She tried to recall how this concept worked in her fantasy books. Let's see, they created some type of portal, gate thingy that connects to an empty room? In there, you can store all sorts of stuff. How would that work? Sophia was having a hard time imagining it. How about you simplify it? The cat girl tried to help her. Instead of this dimensional, space stuff, in a separate reality thing? Well, how about you think of a huge warehouse instead? The portal or gate, whatever, is like the door that opens it, or something like that? That's genius. You're awesome, Maya. Feel free to praise me more. Sue, a warehouse, huh? I should be able to work with that image. Sophia closed her eyes to concentrate. Warehouse, huge, empty hall. Lots of space to store things. Alright, that's not too hard to imagine. How to actually access it, though? A real door popping out in the middle of nowhere would be too weird. Maybe some sort of invisible portal thingy floating around midair? There, I could stick in my hand and grab whatever I want. How's that any less weird? The other two looked at each other while being slightly confused. Ahaha. Whatever, should I give it a try? The tiger girl grabbed a fist-sized stone and closed her eyes again. HRMN. Concentrating for a while, she suddenly thrust out her arm in the air beside her. Huh? Sophia? Noticing that everything up to the girl's elbow had disappeared, Maya got confused and slightly scared. Looking from a different angle, she saw that around her elbow, a couple of purple distortions appeared in the air. It formed a circle that looked like a portal that had swallowed the tiger's arm. Those purple distortions and particle effects look kinda like. Yeah? It actually worked? Sophia needed a moment, but she was actually the most surprised out of the group while she looked at her missing arm. Don't worry, it's still there. A short moment later, she retracted her arm, and it was in full view again. Only the stone was gone. That's good. She was visibly relieved. So, where's the stone now? Well, I put it in that warehouse space thingy. Really? That's so cool. The initial shock was replaced by curiosity. Yep. Let me take it out again. The tiger girl stretched out her arm once more, letting it disappear in the extra space. It seemed like she was rummaging around for a while, and Sophia slowly but surely turned pale. Huh? What's wrong? Maya and Fen tilted their heads. It's gone. Eh? The stone, I can't find it. Huh? Where did it go, then? It's an excellent question. Sophia had no idea either. HRMN. Let me try again. This time, she grabbed a twig from the ground and let it disappear in the extra space, as well. And now? Maya tried to understand what she's doing. Well, after she placed the twig inside, she closed the space again before driving her arm inside once, trying to get it out. Yeah, why? I can't find that one either. What's going on? Why isn't it working? Where did that stuff go in the first place? Is it one way only, or what? She couldn't understand what's wrong. Oh, on the bright side, it's good for getting rid of trash. The cat girl tried to cheer her up. And bodies. Fen had his very own way of cheering her up. Sure. She wasn't happy. I want to get this to work. The tiger girl had no plans to give up yet. Seriously, what's going on? Not understanding the problem, she faced it head-on. Literally. Instead of her arm, she stuck her entire head inside the extra space to find out what's in there. Sophia? Maya naturally didn't like this view. She sure is reckless, that girl. Ha, ha. A couple of moments later, the girl's head appeared again while panting for air. Oh, okay. That was scary. As it appears, there's no oxygen, or air, or literally anything in there. Just pitch black nothingness. Sophia, you idiot. The cat girl got angry. Why? Why you can't just stick your head in that? Inside a hole where everything disappears into. She only now noticed the issue. I'm sorry, I just really wanted to find out what's going on. Think before you act. Yes. Sophia looked genuinely apologetic. Alright, good. This was all Maya wanted. So, any findings? Well, I found nothing. That's the problem, I guess? It was nothing like the warehouse I wanted. Seems like I didn't imagine it properly. Okay, warehouse, big place, properly lighted and full of usable air. She made a couple of tweaks after her experience. Another try. Are you sure it works now? No more sticking body parts into holes you aren't certain they're good. Air. The ambiguity of the cat girl was killing her. Idiot. It took her a moment to notice. Why yeah, I think it's a good hole now. Sophia just had to do it. Stop it already. Her face turned red. Hee hee. After a short chuckle, the tiger girl grabbed another stone and let it disappear in the different space just like before. A moment later, she stretched out her hand into the portal again and rummaged around. Stone. Stone, where are you, Stony? Oh? I think there's Her expression changed, and she pulled out her arm again, holding the stone from before. There it is. It worked? Fen was surprised. Wow. For the next half hour, Sophia continued to throw all sorts of stuff in the extra space and took it out again, getting used to it. Losing anything useful would be pretty bad, after all. Alright. I don't want to put anything too valuable in it yet, but in the next city, we're going shopping, Maya. Yay. She was looking forward to it. I wonder where the next city is. Let's adjust my detection magic to regular beast folk power and take a look. Not any lower than that, okay? We don't want to end up in front of a human city. What he said. Maya heartily agreed to Fenn's urging to be cautious. Girls, if I were to search at human power levels, my entire vision would turn red by the reactions. Do you have any idea just how many bugs or insects are out in the nature? Good point. Anyway, She concentrated on her magic and looked for a grouping of beast people. Around 30 kilometers west from here, seems like it fits the bill. Oh, that's totally our direction, isn't it? Yeah, we're heading that way. I'm surprised you identified the right direction. The cat girl had to take a jab at her sense of direction. Hey. I may be stupid, but I'm capable of learning. Also, it's the same direction we were walking the entire day. Anyway, 30 kilometers, huh? With Sophia's speed, though increasing rapidly again, and her getting distracted by literally anything, all of tomorrow and maybe some extra, I guess? Yeah, I think so, too. Fen agreed. Fen and I used to cover that much in like an hour, half, if we were going for it. That's just you two being way too abnormal. I won't deny that. Still, I at least want to match Maya again. Alright, let's keep going until it gets dark. The more I run around, the sooner I'll get better at it again. The other two agreed to her suggestion, and the group covered some more ground for the next couple of hours. Once the sun had set, they ate their usual dinner in front of their campfire while talking about their upcoming plans. Is there anything specific you want to buy, Sophia? Maya looked at her. I definitely want all the things related to cooking. Dishware, pots, pans, all that stuff. Sounds good. I would really like that. Oh, we could also get spices and other non-perishable food. That's a great idea. We'll definitely get them. Sophia always wanted more and better food. How about some extra clothes? Absolutely. I want some long pants already. She wasn't a fan of the shorts she got when coming to this world and wasn't able to buy a different style because she couldn't find anything besides skirts and more shorts yet. No. The cat girl instantly shot her down. Why? Nice view, lap pillow, bare thighs. She didn't even bother to form a complete sentence. So selfish. How about some extra clothes just for sleeping instead? That would be way more comfortable, anyway. I'll allow that. My, how generous. Sophia rolled her eyes. Oh, what about a swimsuit? You wanted to go swimming a couple of times already. That's true. Only if you get one as well, Maya. Oh ho, why do you want me to get one, too? She started to grin. The same reason you actually want me to buy one. Her grin vanished. Why yes, let's buy some together. Okay. The couple kept chatting about her shopping plans for a while. Even Fen had a couple of requests, mainly all sorts of spices to make his meat taste better. This conversation went on all the way until they decided to go to sleep. Chapter 72, A Royal Mistake. Sophia had successfully learned some kind of storage magic and directly wanted to put it to good use. Finding the next city to visit, she was looking forward to going on a shopping spree. Now that the group was able to carry things, they could buy everything they dream of. The day after she learned the magic, they kept going for most of the time. Thanks to that, the tiger girl got a lot more used to running around, and the group made relatively good progress. During lunchtime of the following day, Sophia let out a familiar sigh. I'm hungry. Yeah, I could eat, too. But isn't the city really nearby now? Yeah, with my speed being somewhat okay again, we should reach it in around an hour or two. How about we wait until then? Maya had other plans. We could eat at a restaurant there. That's a brilliant idea. She liked the idea. What about you, Fen? I would eat the same either way, so I don't particularly care. One way or another, it would be a big chunk of meat. They kept going for a while, and the city finally came into view. It was far bigger than the previous village and had roughly the size of Ramont, the place where they picked up their cat girl. It even looked similar as everything was orderly built and easy to navigate thanks to the linear streets. I'm getting a little nervous. Sophia was looking at the city from a distance and noticed all the beast people running around. Why? Maya tilted her head. Won't they notice I'm a fake? Fake? Oh, you mean about being a tiger girl now? Yeah. Don't worry about that. You've turned yourself into a proper member of the beast folk. In the first place, you're more feline than I am, and I'm born as a cat girl. That's good, well, debatable. She had complicated feelings about being more of a cat than Maya. You'll be fine. Okay. Even so, she naturally was still concerned. The group walked towards the entrance, and Fen had turned his size to a reasonable one along the way. Arriving there, they stopped in front of two middle-aged guards. One looked a bit like a monkey, while the other seemed like a humanoid version of Fen, wolf-like fur, tail, and ears, but a human body. Welcome to Val. The monkey guard greeted them but stumbled over his words once he noticed Sophia. Is there a problem? The girl in question instinctively hid behind Maya in response. A tiger? He tilted his head. Why yes? Wow, to think I would ever see one up so close in this remote area. Yeah. Sophia was confused. And no. Anyway, welcome to Valona. Enjoy your stay. After this slightly weird greeting, the group entered the city and was currently walking around the main road, but something was still amiss. Wherever they went, Sophia could always feel multiple stares directed at her. Almost every person they walked past turned around to take a second glance at the tiger girl. Maya. She was already confused by how the guard had acted, but she was getting increasingly more uncomfortable by the minute. What is going on here? That's a good question. The cat girl had obviously noticed that everyone was staring at her girlfriend. Give me a minute, and I'll tell everyone just how I feel about that. She also was far from happy about this fact, but for very different reasons. Anyway, let's find a place to eat. Fan, as always, had his own priorities. Doing as told, the group entered the next best restaurant. Having ordered some food, they finally had their late lunch. Unfortunately, Sophia was unable to enjoy it. Just like on the streets before, she continued to be the center of attention inside the restaurant. Everyone was looking at her while whispering around. A tiger, here? An actual tiger girl? What is she doing here? Her followers seem to be special as well. Is she the real deal? I've never seen one looking like her, though. Yeah, I would definitely have remembered her. First time seeing a blonde. Absolutely, even for the already beautiful tiger family, she's in a league of her own. It's way better than the usual dark orange. I'm sensing something juicy. Maybe she's been hidden from the public? Why would you hide someone like her, though? Good point. Maybe her hair? They're usually way more orangey, after all. The blonde is a definitive step up, though. True. Should we approach her? I would really want to, but she's a tiger, way above us. Also, that white cat girl beside her looks really scary for some reason. Why yeah. Is she her bodyguard? I don't think so. First, it seems the tiger girl is much stronger, and the two give off a different feel. Oh, good for them. They look nice together. It really is something else if both are so beautiful, huh? Absolutely, as expected of the tiger family. The beast people around the group had gotten really chatty for some reason while they kept glancing at Sophia. Especially the female guests in the restaurant seemed really interested in, and excited about, her. Maya. The tiger girl in question was naturally aware of all the whispers. Seriously now. What is going on here? I honestly have no idea. It seems there's something wrong about me being a tiger. They're not doubting you are one, though. So, you're good on that part. Why yes, but something's definitely odd here. Are tigers perhaps anything special, and I made a big mistake? Maya, didn't you say you saw tiger people before? I did. Well, it was only once, and it was over 10 years ago, but I definitely did see them. I mean, I don't remember much about it, but it happened. Maybe they're just that rare, and people are interested in you because of that. She wasn't convinced. Fen? Well, I've met a bunch of them the last time I was in the Beastfolk capital. Granted, that was a very long time ago. The capital was way smaller than this city back then. Isn't the capital supposed to be gigantic? Seriously, just how old is this fella already? Maya only stared at him with big eyes. That doesn't seem to be it, then. Sophia was still confused. Excuse me, Because the cat girl had no issues starting a conversation with random people, she leaned over to the table next to them and addressed the couple there. It was a male half-dog and a female fox girl with an extremely bushy tail and big ears. Why yes. Slightly bewildered, the two turned to look at them. Is it really okay to talk to you? Of course? Maya was confused by their reply. No need to be formal. Oh okay. It's a weird question, but is there something wrong about her? The cat girl pointed at Sophia, who awkwardly waved at them. She's getting a lot of attention, and none of us can understand why. Yeah? The couple looked dumbfounded. Sorry. We're from pretty far away, and we honestly have no idea. How can one travel with royalty without knowing? Aren't the two of you even a couple? The fox girl looked at the two. How's it possible not to notice, then? Huh? It was Sophia herself who sprang up in shock. Our royalty. The couple was more than confused. She is of the tiger family, is she not? I am, but. Eh? Sophia couldn't follow. The tiger clan founded the capital and ruled it ever since. Wait, how don't you know about that, either? The fox girl looked at her now. Nowadays, the only tigers are the ones of the royal family and those with the highest noble ranks. I've never been to the capital before. Spent my entire life somewhere else completely. Never met another tiger person either. Seriously? The couple from the other table was shocked. A fugitive royal? That was too much for Sophia. The fox and dog couple also was too overwhelmed, and their conversation broke off soon enough as they couldn't get any more information out of them. The group spent the next couple of minutes in silence, trying to wrap their heads around the info they had just received. So that's why I met so many tigers when the capital was still small. Fen was the first to speak again. Maya followed shortly after. Looks like I wasn't that wrong, after all. In some bizarre way, that is. Instead of a demon, my Sophia ended up to be a beast folk royal. Her delusional misunderstanding from a while ago made an unexpected return. Maya? Yes? Shut up. Sophia didn't want to deal with that right now. Okay. Seriously. Can't I ever catch a break? Huh. Sighing, the royal tiger girl let her head fall down on the table. Oh ouch. Unfortunately, she hit it pretty hard. Why does everything I do go so extremely, horribly wrong? Every decision, a mistake. Hey. Her girlfriend felt offended. Present Ms. Exceptions aside, of course. She barely saved herself. 64 points. Maya wasn't that happy about her reply. Sorry. You're the best that ever happened to me. No decision I ever made regarding you was a mistake, and I love you. 93 points. She liked that version much more. Close enough. Sophia didn't want to try and go for full marks. 41 points. Fen, too, had something to say. Give me a break already, you two. Hee. The two let out a giggle. Seriously, though, Fen aside, Maya, how did you not know about tigers being, well, royal? The capital's really far, and I've never been there. I also never cared about politics. Ramon's pretty much self-governed, as well, because it's a frontier city at the border to the monster country. Royalty wasn't that much of a deal there, I guess? The tiger people I saw all those years ago probably were some officials looking how it's going then, I guess. Man, my luck's really the worst. To accidentally transform into a fake royal. No, it's not. The two had different opinions about her luck. Though, what are you going to do now, Sophia? Maya looked at her, especially her tiger parts. Transform into a different type of beast person? As long as you stay feline, you shouldn't have any problems with that phantom pain thingy, right? It would be for the best, huh? It would definitely make things easier, but, well, it hasn't been long, but I immediately fell in love with being a tiger, save for the instincts thing. She already was really fond of her transformation. And that part wouldn't even change. That's the best part. Anyway, she ignored the cat girl. I really want to stay the way I am now. Besides, changing my body more often than even the style of my clothes is kind of. Yeah, getting a third, no, fourth girlfriend, wow, I lost track already. Well, it sounds better than it is. I want to settle for one, okay? Maya had her own problems with the multiple versions of Sophia. If possible, I would like for you to stay a tiger girl now. Not that I wouldn't love any other version of you either, of course. Thanks. Oh, now that I think about it, it would also really help with your training if you stay that way. Eh? What do you mean? Judging by the reactions here, if a wild tiger girl runs through the capital. Yeah, you won't ever be shy or reserved again after that. Sophia forgot that they were heading to the Tiger People Central. It might be a bad idea, after all. It could cause many problems. She wanted to run away. It's not like anyone could do anything to you. If it becomes too bothersome, we can simply leave again. No one could stop us. Fen agreed. You too. Also, Maya, you took after Fen way too quick. Like you're one to talk. Sophia had no retort ready. Anyway, let's give it a try. Your boost should be working overtime in that situation, getting you used to them in no time. She wasn't convinced. Well, we could always resort to plan A. Now that we're a couple, I can think of all sorts of extreme things. Either way, you will get used to your boosts before long. I'm intrigued, but also scared. Let's try the capital thing first. The cat girl was actually disappointed. Ever since her confession, she had gotten slightly thirsty. Let's make that, plan BF for now, okay? Though her old personality made it hard for her to talk about it, Sophia wasn't much different from Maya in that regard. Yay. She was okay with her answer. After the group finished their slightly turbulent lunch, the two girls could finally do what they came to the city for, going on an extended shopping spree. Chapter 73, Shopping. Sophia had found out that her transformation into a tiger girl had way bigger consequences than she thought it would have. Visiting the first beast folk city since she became one, the group learned that tigers are actually a royal race. Once she had recovered from the initial shock, the girls decided to focus on what they actually visited the city for, though. Not only to get a distraction. Okay, what do you want to shop for first, Sophia? Dragging her by the hand, Maya was walking through the streets with the girl. Good question. Wait, where's Fen? Looking around, she noticed that the two girls were alone. Weren't you listening? Huh? Guess I was too busy with the whole tiger and royal thing. Fair excuse. He said he's feeling under-challenged lately and that he's going for a walk. No idea what he was implying, but. Should I be scared? Sophia had a bad feeling about this walk of his. I want to say no, but it's Fen, so . Yes. The couple answered at the same time. Okay, back to shopping. They ditched the topic of the wolf. Neither of them wanted to know. A good idea. Sophia felt the same. Look, a store for kitchen utensils. Let's go there first. She pointed at a place with many pans, pots, cutlery, plates, and the likes on display. Oh, I'm getting excited. The cook of the group was looking forward to it. The two entered and were immediately greeted by the owner. Welco, eh? The slightly elderly-looking male half-bear beast man looked at Sophia and froze up. Tiger. Shoo. Maya put a finger on her lips, urging the owner not to mention it. We're traveling incognito, because we're on a mission. Please don't raise a fuss. She already found a way to use the new situation. Why yes, this won't be a problem for this old me. He had gotten formal all of a sudden. How could this humble store and I be of use for you? The cat girl sounded a little awkward. We need some basic equipment for preparing, cooking, and eating. Oh, of course. Are there any preferences? Nothing too fancy. Just sturdy and reliable with a good value. Maya already had an idea of what she wanted. Yes, I have a lot in stock that fits these requirements. Afterward, the store owner showed the girls all sorts of pans, pots, cutlery, and many other things that could be interesting. Using the money the group had earned by doing basically nothing, They bought about anything that could be remotely of use during their camping. Ahaha. Once they left the store, Maya couldn't hold her laughter any longer. That was fun. How easy it was to deceive him. We're on a secret mission now, huh? Sophia rolled her eyes before she let the bought goods disappear in her extra space when nobody was nearby. I think that was a good excuse. Way better than explaining to him how you are not royalty and all that. That's actually a really good point. Okay, let's continue our secret mission. Shopping, that is. The cat girl was in a good mood. Sure. Alright, let's get this date going. She grabbed Sophia's hand and started walking again. She didn't make it far, though. After just a step, Maya had to stop because the tiger girl hadn't moved an inch. Date. It had caught her off guard. Yeah. A couple, walking hand in hand, shopping together. That's a date. An actual one. Oh, okay. A slight blush appeared on her cheeks. The tiger girl had gotten a lot better with the situation, but she still wasn't used to any of this. Embarrassed? A bit, but also really happy. It's a complicated feeling. Eehee. Let's work hard to only leave the happy part. Maya squeezed her hand and gave walking another try. Why yes. Glancing at their hands for a moment, Sophia then followed her with a smile on her lips. The two held hands basically constantly lately, but doing so on a date somehow felt different. Oh, a grocery store. After walking next to each other for a couple of minutes, Maya spotted another place of use for them. Let's get some spices and non-perishable food like pasta or rice. I'm going to love our new camp meals. Sophia was a big fan of the idea. The couple went inside, and after telling the surprised owner about their secret mission, they went on. The two got pasta, rice, and all sorts of other grains in vast amounts. Dried fruits were on sale, and so Sophia got them as well. All of them. She also bought a ton of nuts and seeds for snacking. After getting various spices, especially the staple sugar, salt, and pepper, together with some dried herbs, the two left the store again. What a haul! Maya looked at the bags of food before handing them over to Sophia, who stored them away. I expect big things during our next outdoor meal. We spent a lot of money, after all. I think. Did we spend a lot? I have no idea how money works here. It was not a little. Ignoring the tons of nuts and dried fruits, especially the cooking equipment, was pretty costly. Well, we're using money we got from a couple of minutes of work. All we did was kill some golems and use a bit of earth magic. It's hard for me to see the value of money now. The tiger questioningly tilted her head. I want to retort something, but I can actually understand. My poor common sense is getting corrupted. Haha. I mean, killing a golem and you can live for a month or two. It's half a year for the bridge. Let's fight some allegedly strong monster, collect whatever's valuable from them, and buy a house in the capital after a couple of hours of work. I don't think it's that easy. Wait a moment, it actually is, isn't it? Maya didn't know what was normal anymore and what wasn't. Well, I'm not planning to buy a house, but... Alright, what's left for our shopping spree? Didn't you want to get some clothes? Right, long pants. No. The cat girl immediately shot her down once more. Didn't we agree on that? It was okay when I got some clothes to your liking for when we sleep. She was conflicted. Well, let's see how you look in one before I decide. Don't you mean before I, as in me, decide? Sophia pointed at herself while saying so. No. Having agreed to disagree, the couple walked around some more while ignoring the stares Sophia was getting until they finally found a clothing store. Welcome. A cheerful greeting reached them the moment they entered. A tall blue-haired girl with long bunny ears and some other large assets smiled at the two. Age-wise, she seemed to be in her early 20s, visually a couple of years older than the couple. Some interesting customers have arrived. How can I be of help? Not raising a fuss, huh? Maya was relieved that the store clerk didn't flinch at Sophia's presence. Do you wish me to? I could do that. It's not every day that such important customers visit this place. She was a professional. No, we prefer it this way. So, what can I do for this adorable couple? Eehee. The cat girl was happy about how they were addressed. It's still fresh, huh? Congratulations. The clerk giggled at Maya's shy laugh. You managed to catch quite the big fish there. Ignoring the obvious, even without talking, this girl's oozing with charisma. I'm getting quite charmed here, and I'm not even really into girls. More importantly, I'm not interested in stealing others either. Still, you should be careful, cat. Tell me about it. Maya immediately bonded with her as it seemed the girl was no rival and simply understood and sympathized with her. Acha. Oozing with charisma. And me? Yes. The cat and bunny had the same reaction to Sophia bashfully tilting her head while pointing at herself. Eh. Her cheeks turned even redder. What a cutie. Okay, enough of that. The bunny girl tried to get back on track. Looking for clothes, I take it? Yeah. Why yes, I wanted to get some actual, long pants. Why would you want that? The clerk looked confused. You shouldn't hide such beautiful legs. Thank you. Maya liked her even more. You're so unfair. Sophia had no allies. Let's start with the stuff we actually want. Huh? She lightly glared at Maya. Alright. She ignored the tiger girl. Well, it's not clothing in the truest context, but do you also have pajamas and swimsuits? Of course. We even have some cute couple-look pajamas. Sold. The cat girl instantly bought them unseen. Thank you very much. As for bikinis, you're in luck. We just got the new arrivals of cute two-piece ones from the current collections. And just like that, things have gotten really interesting. Maya certainly wasn't holding back. Ugh, this world's too advanced in the weirdest things. Sophia was quietly complaining to herself. No cars or other quality of life things of a modern civilization, but freaking two-piece bikinis. Just because you have magic to take care of everything, don't focus all your ingenuity on weird stuff. Did you say something? No. But you're getting one, too, Maya. In the end, she just wanted to complain about something because her thoughts weren't the purest ones either. As long as you choose a good one for me, I don't mind. For you. Of course. And I'll get one for you in return. And nothing too skimpy, okay? She reluctantly accepted with conditions. She awkwardly pulled her eyes away from a model on display that was notably missing in fabric. Why you? Also, if you plan on getting me one with a frilly top only to mask something, I won't talk to you for at least a week. I wouldn't dream of it. Oh? The bunny girl glanced at Sophia's chest. Self-conscious? It's, complicated. Her current looks were a decision she made, in which she prioritized function over form, but that didn't mean there was still a little regret left. Especially when Maya was missing them more than anyone else. I don't think you need to be. They're not that small. They also perfectly fit your sporty figure. Doesn't sound that credible, coming from you. Sophia looked at the clerk's massive assets in return. She had no reply in store. Okay, bikinis. The cat girl had enough. The couple browsed around in the swimsuit section for a while until both found an interesting one for their partner. Sophia was the first one who had to enter the fitting room with the bikini Maya had chosen for her. So embarrassing. After changing, she reluctantly stepped outside again to present herself. As she likes to move around, the cat girl had chosen a sporty bikini with a little more fabric for her. Its base color was a dark blue, almost black, but it also had two pink stripes on the left cup and the bottom part for added cuteness. Even the fabric feels modern. I don't get the priorities of this place. Asterisk clap 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 asterisk instead of a spoken answer, Maya and the clerk were simply applauding her. This was a bad idea. She bashfully squirmed around so much that even the tiger girl's tail seemed to be nervous. Sold. Maya, on the other hand, was having the time of her life. You look great. She was excitedly moving around her to get a good look from every angle. I have to agree. The clerk knew how to sell their stock. There's absolutely no reason to worry about your chest, either. If anything, I would advise you to get some shirts that better accentuate your figure. Maya seemed like she wanted to make a comment as well when she followed the clerk's line of sight, which ended on Sophia's breasts but decided against it. She also looked a bit confused for some reason, but she still felt that staying silent was the best, the healthiest, option. Well, the bikini itself isn't bad. Her main problem was being stared at with such vigor. Oh okay, it's your time now, Maya. Short. Grabbing her swimsuit, she disappeared into the fitting room. A couple of minutes and lots of rustling later, the transformed catgirl stepped out again. Her bikini had not have quite as much fabric, highlighting her curves, and especially her chest, much more. Held together by thin strings at its sides, the bikini was primarily white, while one of her cups was filled with red polka dots, perfectly matching her usual clothes. My, how bold. She didn't fail to notice the difference in skin exposure between the two of them. Well, you like the color, right? Though, might, wanted to see you, wearing a bikini like that. Isn't she the cutest? Maya faced the bunny girl and boasted to her. I have to agree. Why am I always the embarrassed one, in the end, either way? Sophia had utterly lost. Hee. Well, I like the bikini. We'll be getting both. Thank you very much. The clerk was happy about the sale. Anything else you two want? To go home? Sophia had enough embarrassment for a day. Let's see, Maya didn't, though. Oh, I want to get some spare underwear, but other than that. Sophia joined in with that request, and both got a couple of extras. Thankfully, for the tiger girl, she wasn't urged to show them off before buying. Suspiciously enough, while she was browsing through them, Maya and the bunny girl had disappeared for a while. Afterward, the bag the cat girl was carrying when they left the store was much bigger than Sophia's for some reason, even though they had supposedly bought the same. The cat girl also forbade her to look inside when she handed it over to Sophia, so she could store it away in her extra space. In short, the tiger girl had a very bad feeling. After the couple said goodbye to the overly cheery bunny girl clerk, whose smile was even bigger when she parted from Maya while looking at Sophia for some reason, they went to look for Fen, wondering if he was done with his walk already. Chapter 74, New Clothes. The couple finished their shopping trip and left the city again to search for Fen. Using her detection magic, Sophia found out that the wolf was a good bit away. The two needed around an hour to reach him, thanks to the tiger girl still not quite being on par with Maya's speed. Having covered around half the distance, Sophia suddenly stopped and glanced around. What's wrong? Lost the big guy? And no, he's still there. Nah, it's nothing. She seemed evasive for some reason. Wait. Something else bothered her, as well. In the end, I never got my long pants. Flawless victory. Maya seemed really smug. I totally forgot because I was so caught up in yours and the bunny clerk's pace. Yep. So unfair. Well, she, too, said you look better in shorts, right? Still. And they're easier to move in. You don't want to hinder your mobility even further, do you? Ugh. Sophia didn't like being confronted with reasonable arguments. Maybe we should get you a skirt? The cat girl was having fun. Your legs will be completely free, then. Shorts are fine. I like them. Alright, if you love them that much, you can keep wearing your shorts. Thank you. Wait. She noticed that Maya had tricked her. Dejected, she simply kept walking until they reached Fen, only to find themselves rather overwhelmed by the sight. The couple found the wolf peacefully napping in a rocky wasteland. The area around him was far from peaceful, though. Aside from the signs of destruction all over, everything around him had burned down to nothingness. This wasn't the most shocking sight, though. Scattered around Fen, there were the remains of at least 30 rock golems. Most of them had melted into something glass-like, and a few others were reduced to piles of sand, and only their jewelry eyes remained. Looks like we could have spent some more money during our shopping trip. Sophia remembered that one golem I was worth around 100 gold and was enough to comfortably live for a month. Oh, welcome, I guess? Noticing their arrival, the wolf lazily opened his eyes. So, This is what happens when you go on a walk, huh? Sophia looked impressed. It was a productive walk, yes. I can see that. What happened here? Maya wasn't quite as easygoing as the other two. I detected those guys, and I thought it would be fun. Turns out, it really was. I even tried out your wind blast magic from the dungeon back then, Maya. He gestured at the two pulverized golems. It's really powerful. Thanks. The destruction and the melted, glass-like rocks. Sophia was looking around as well. Yes. Rock golems are normally basically immune to fire. Not against your blue version, though. Seriously, to easily melt stone. That flame's so messed up. I'm so glad I was able to learn it. Good for you. How did the shopping go? Have you gotten my spices? Of course, we've gotten everything remotely usable. Great. Eh? Spices or food's more important than this mountain of dead golems? Of course. Wolf and Tiger were on the same wavelength. Why am I even surprised? Maya questioned why she bothered asking in the first place. Fan, do you mind if we collect these eyes? Sophia pointed at the dead golems. They're rather valuable, after all. Well, for those who can't hunt them themselves, that is. Sure, I don't mind. And so, for the next 40 minutes, the group collected the eyes of all 30 golems, and Sophia stored them away. They planned to sell them the next time the group needs money. Afterward, they left the graveyard and entered a little forest not too far away, where the wolf also collected some meat. Alright, I'm looking forward to dinner, Maya. The tiger girl took out all the cooking equipment and looked at her with expectant eyes. Leave it to me. She was fired up. Going all out, it took Maya around an hour because she had yet to get used to the new knives and the like. Also, because she had so many choices now, the cat girl had way overdone it with the food. It almost ended up in an all-you-can-eat buffet. She prepared various cuts of meat with different spices, lots of vegetables, rice, pasta, and even a salad with some grains, seeds, and nuts. Shopping was totally worth it. Sophia was happily rubbing her stomach with a satisfied expression after they finished eating. Definitely, so was the wolf. I'm glad you like it. Alright, bath time? She looked at the cat girl, looking forward to a warm bath after a satisfying meal. Sure. Can you go ahead and build it? I'll clean the cooking utensils first and follow you then. Sounds like a plan. She was about to leave when Maya stopped her again. Can you give me my bag with the clothes from shopping? I want to change into them later. Good idea, I almost forgot about that. Sophia let both bags reappear from her extra space and placed them on the ground before leaving for real this time. Hurry up, okay? 3 come in a few minutes. She sent her off and stared at the bags with a smile. Maya followed her around 15 minutes later, and the two had a relaxing bath together. As much as that was possible with the two of them, at least. Afterward, it became a little more hectic, though. Sophia wanted to get dressed after drying herself, but she noticed a small problem. Where are my clothes? She glanced at the cat girl behind her, who had just finished changing into her new, light gray, fluffy, and comfortable-looking pajama from the store. I wanted you to change into something I bought first. That's why I hid them, giving you no other choice. I see. Wait, what? And so, here. She fished around in her bag before handing over a white piece of clothing to Sophia. What is that? She had a bad feeling about this. A dress. A dress? Yeah. Phew. Sophia seemed relieved. I expected whatever now, but a dress should be fine, I guess. You could have just asked. Eh? The cat girl hadn't expected such an answer. You're fine with wearing dresses? Even though you were so fixated on long pants the entire time? They're not my favorite piece of clothing, and I feel a little uncomfortable walking around in them, too breezy. But, wearing it in front of you, not that much of a deal. I am so blessed. Wait. What did you think I would be going to make you wear? I don't know, something embarrassing like, lingerie, or something like that? There was that option? Maya simply hadn't thought about this idea and seemed really regretful. Anyway, no, I'll settle for the dress. This time. I shouldn't have said anything. Huh? Maya, where's my underwear? Hey. I think I hid them with your clothes. Oi. Don't worry, going commando with the dress is perfectly okay. It was not. Because of that, she made Maya get her some before she changed. Bathing together naked all the time should make going commando a non-issue, but it still was. Naked in a bath and not wearing any underwear beneath clothes were two very different things for some reason. Once this was taken care of, she changed into the catgirl's dress. It was a primarily white summery sundress with a subtle pinkish red floral pattern together with a ruffled gaze belt and a red ribbon to keep the form around her waist. She would have preferred a completely straight neckline or maybe a style of dress that had no décolleté at all, mostly for reasons she's not going to name. It reminded her of slightly better times. Other than that, the tiger liked it, especially because it was a relatively longish dress, covering her legs almost all the way to her knees. It even had a hole for the tiger girl's tail at the backside. Afterward, she did a short twirl to present herself to Maya. It's dash, you're beautiful. She was mesmerized by the very feminine-looking tiger. Thanks. Save for maybe the neckline, it's a very nice dress. I actually like it a lot. It makes you look bigger, though. Well, my shirts are a little baggy, so the dress works better with what little I have? Maya continued to just stare at her. Hello. Why yes? What's wrong? No. Well, actually, they do seem bigger. I've actually been wondering about that lately, especially during our baths. Now, with the dress, it seems even more obvious. Well, not like your old, adult form. Sophia, you've made your chest bigger, didn't you? She turned her face away. I knew it. There's no way I would have missed your breasts changing. I was just too, scared to bring it up. So you did notice, huh? Your shirts hide a lot, after all. So. Why the change? Well, I do miss them. But running around feels so much better. I want to find out where the happy medium is. Big enough to make me happy and dash. And me? Maya answered on instinct. Yeah, that, too. Making you happy is a nice plus. Anyway, big enough, but also don't interfere with my running around. Anne? Have you found it yet? I think they can grow a little more. Yay. She, again, blurted out the first thing that went through her head. I mean, I'm glad that you're dash. Stop trying to save yourself. It's not working. Sophia could only roll her eyes. Sorry. You feel yours on your shoulders after walking around, yes? Considering the stakes, I really want to say no, but. Well, they're roughly the size of your old ones, so. There occasionally is a bit of pain after a long day. The catgirl decided to tell the truth. Thanks for being honest. It was hard. Well, current me's still a good bit smaller, so you might be in luck about getting something extra. Why not constantly use healing magic? Maya was trying her best. Well, that could work, but it sounds incredibly wrong. Even to me. It was worth a shot. Yeah, you're right. That might be a little much. Still, shouldn't be your pain resistance be boosted? When were my boosts ever consistent? Fair point. Also, even if, they would still move around and be annoying when running. That's true. Maya seemed to be able to relate. I hate it when you have reasonable arguments. Hee. Thankfully, that's a rare occurrence. Ugh. Well, whatever. The catgirl gave up. I admit liking them bigger, but I love you. If I get a little extra now, I won't complain. Sure. Anyway, thanks for getting me a long dress. Sophia wanted to change the topic. The catgirl went back to staring instead. Maya. Huh? Yes? So hopeless. I said thanks for getting me a long dress. Well, personally, I would have gone for a shorter one, but that would have been the wrong choice. It's perfect. I got it because you were so going on about your long pants, buying you a too short dress in that situation, bad idea. Aren't you considerate? I always am. I wonder about that. I really do. You should keep wearing it. It looks really good on you. I would prefer not to. Especially when we're traveling or even fighting. A dress like this only gets in the way. Also, while not as much as a skirt like yours, there's the chance of places being seen I would rather not show off. Panties? Well, yeah, but only I would see them. Still. Or rather, especially because of that. But when we're in a city and just leisurely walking around? I'll think about it. Sophia gave in. Yay. Wait, Maya was happy, but something bugged her then. What do you mean by not as much as a skirt like mine? I'm wearing it all the time and it's not like I'm showing off anything. She looked away. Hey. Look me in the eyes. Sorry. I knew after our first training session what kind of, well, underwear you prefer. And? I wasn't trying to look. Seriously? And no way. Her face turned red. I've been wearing this type of clothing forever. So embarrassing. Wait. She looked at Sophia with a pout. Why didn't you say anything back then? Hello? I was happy to be able to talk to you at all. With me being how I was back then. She would have been way too shy and embarrassed to mention something like that. Fair point. But why didn't you say anything later on? At least after we got together. It should have been fine then, right? She looked away again. Sophia? I might have, possibly, let's say, liked the, view. Why you? Also get you a miniskirt the next time I have the chance. Ugh. There was nothing she could say in her defense. I'm looking forward to that. Afterward, Sophia showed off her dress some more to the catgirl before she finally was allowed to change into her new pajamas as well. It was the same light gray one Maya was already wearing. Oh, it's so fluffy and feels so nice. It's great, huh? Absolutely. Though, Maya looked at the tiger girl's legs. I wonder if bare thighs would have been better, especially to sleep on. How about you not sleep in my lap? Not an option. Besides, if I weren't the one doing it, you would definitely use mine instead. And no comment. Both feline girls had taken a liking to the other's lap, after all. Dot. That topic being taken care of, the two finally went back to their campsite. There, after chatting for a while with Fan, the couple got ready to sleep. As it turned out, the fluffiness of the pajamas, together with the warmth of Sophia's thighs, the catgirl had no way of resisting the allure. She fell asleep in under 2 minutes once she had gotten comfortable on her lap. Maya liked it very much. Sophia had a more complicated opinion on the matter, mostly because she was jealous, though. Chapter 75, Entertaining Fen. The couple got some new clothes during their shopping trip, which ended up with Sophia suddenly having a dress thanks to the catgirl, who enjoyed her wearing it very much. They also got matching couple pajamas, and Maya immediately put them to good use, claiming the tiger's lap for the night. She had a lovely sleep and was very energetic the following morning. I don't think I ever slept so well. The fluffiness of your pajama pants, together with the warmth of you, such bliss. Your bare thighs are nice, too, but the fluffy can't be underestimated. Thanks. Sophia wasn't quite as enthusiastic, and not only because it was still morning. Tonight, we're switching places. I'll accept no discussions. She was mainly envious. Well, giving a lap pillow is nice on its own. She reluctantly agreed. There were worse fates in her eyes. Either way, I lose, huh? No, either way, I just win. But I think that's a win-win for both of us. You have a point there. That definitely is a net win here. So, what's the plan for today? Do you mind if I pay some attention to Fen today? Huh? Me? The wolf turned his head after hearing his name. Sure. I don't mind. Any specific reason for it, though? Maya didn't see a problem with it. Well, the two of us are kinda, all over each other lately. I feel like I'm leaving him out a lot recently. The catgirl knew what she was talking about. You really don't have to be concerned about me. It's perfectly fine by me if you two want to spend time together. The wolf was very understanding. Really? Well, I wanted to show you my time stop magic, but if you don't want dash. I'm sorry. Please pay some attention to me. Understanding, but greedy nonetheless. Ahaha, alright. So, what do I have to do? Fen was already really excited. Nothing much. I first have to find out how to stop time on purpose in the first place. Both times before happened unconsciously, after all. Okay, I'll patiently wait. There was nothing patient about his reply, though. Giving it her best, Sophia concentrated for the next hour to stop time on her own demand while the wolf ran in circles around her, and his tail definitely wasn't wagging the entire time. In his words, at least. Once she had a good enough image of the magic while also remembering what happened and her feelings during the times it happened on its own, the tiger girl finally gave it a try. Slowly opening her eyes, she looked around and confirmed that everything stopped moving, including her two companions. Still scary. While she learned about the good side of this magic after Maya's confession, she still found it creepy. Alright, now to unfreeze Fen she looked at the wolf, the reason for why she was doing this. Although Sophia then glanced at her cat girl. She circled around her with a goofy smile. Just how lucky am I? Bringing her face closer to Maya's cheek, she gave her a quick kiss before turning to the wolf again. Not having to fear getting attacked by Maya, she got a little bold. Oh okay. Sophia had gotten embarrassed over her own action and focused on the wolf again. I kinda want to play a prank on him. Oh, right. When we went clothes shopping, I also got some hairbands and clips. You can always use those, after all. Not to mention that I lose a couple, hundreds of them every year. Even though I rarely use them in the first place? Stupid things. Let's gather a flower or two and have some fun. Feeling playful, she played with the fur on top of the wolf's head and added some clips and hairbands. She made some short braided pigtails and decorated them with a bunch of colorful flowers. Adorable. Sophia was happy with the outcome. Time to be serious now, though. She walked up to the wolf again and touched his side. Once she poured some of her magic power into him, Fen soon started moving. Welcome. Oh? He needed a moment to adjust because, for him, the tiger girl had basically teleported, thanks to the difference in time. Oh. Fen finally noticed his frozen surroundings. And? How is it? It's surreal. Ah. His gaze fell on the still motionless cat girl. Very surreal. Feel free to look around. Will do. Excited, the wolf dashed away to take in all the little details. Alright, let's bring Maya over as well. It's getting kinda awkward. Touching her back, Sophia made time for the cat girl move again, as well. So freaky. Noticing Sophia being in an entirely different spot, too, confused her for a moment, but she then stopped moving and tilted her head. What did you do? She suddenly touched her cheek and rubbed it a bit. What do you mean? The tiger awkwardly looked to the side. I don't know. There's a lingering, kind of warm and fuzzy feeling on my cheek that wasn't there before. Well, there might be the possibility that I maybe, possibly, potentially, could have kissed you. Theoretically speaking, of course. Unfair. She immediately started to pout. Again. Do it again. It was not the reaction Sophia had expected. Really? Hurry up. Maya walked up to her and presented her cheek right in front of the girl's face. It's rather embarrassing you're so pushy. As it turned out, Sophia wasn't even safe from her advances when she stops time. It's better than kissing a defenseless girl, is it not? Ugh. She had no excuse. A little moment later, after preparing herself, Sophia leaned in and gave the cat girl another quick kiss on the cheek. Thank you very much. She was happy. Here, have one, too. Returning the favor, Maya kissed her, as well. Thanks. Her face had turned red. This was supposed to be for Fen, and yet we still. She was glad that the two always ended up in their own little world, even though it currently already was a world where only 3 individuals existed in the first place. I don't mind. The wolf showed up again. You're a good guy, Faye. Well. Maya looked at the wolf and noticed Sophia's prank. What's wrong? She noticed that the tiger girl was grinning mischievously and connected the dots. And nothing, you're cute, big guy. I would prefer being called cool over cute, you know? He seemed even more confused and tilted his head, causing his pigtails to sway around a bit. Be very cute. Sophia had difficulty staying serious. Anyway, found anything of interest, Fenny? Everything's really fascinating. Thank you very much for showing me. Think you can recreate it for yourself? No chance. The wolf wasn't confident. I have not the slightest idea how this magic of yours works. You're not alone with that. Sophia, too, couldn't really understand what she was doing. I'll be cross-referencing with some theories I had in the past. Maybe I'll find a hint. Now that I know that stopping time is not only theoretically possible, but it actually works, I'm really motivated again. Good for you. She noticed his little slip-up. Now that I think of it, what happens if we fight a monster while time stopped? Fen completely ignored her question. Does it die the moment I kill it, or only once time's back? Well, that's a very interesting question. Sophia hadn't thought about that before. Let's find out. He was definitely trying to change the subject. My detection magic isn't working? Really? Oh, you're right, neither does mine. No, wait, I can still detect you and Maya. The tiger girl tried the same, but she wasn't getting any detections. That's weird. Why? Yes, I met beside our group. Maybe it's because we're the only living beings? Maya had a theory for the situation. No, I detected some food before Sophia stopped time. Yeah, well, technically animals. The wolf's and tiger's magic still worked before. No, I mean right now. With everyone but us frozen in place due to time being stopped, aren't we the only actual living beings right now? The two looked at each other and then at the cat girl. You're quite smart, aren't you? That doesn't mean much in this group. Maya didn't take it as a compliment. On a more serious note, Fen had just played along. You might be right. We mainly detect the magic powers of living beings. As time is stopped, their life is stopped, as well, and thus their magic isn't working. Sounds plausible. Sophia nodded. But I still roughly remember the position of a herd of cows. Those guys sure are everywhere, huh? Let's do a little experimenting. Fen was still excited about the situation. Sure, why not? I'm getting hungry, anyway. The tiger girl knew how this experiment would end. The group walked around for around 30 minutes until Fen finally found the cows he detected earlier, because he had mostly forgotten about their position. Finally. The wolf had almost given up. Sophia stopped and looked a little awkward. I could have just unstopped time, look for them, and stop it again. Seriously, how did I fall for such a scatterbrain? What an idiot. Her companions were rather harsh. Hey. Wait. While I'm admittedly late, you guys didn't have the idea at all. The two didn't reply. Hey. She felt bullied. Anyway, Fen faced the nearest cow. Let's give this a try. Saying so, he formed multiple spears made out of ice with his magic and shot them at the animal. The tiger girl was looking at the result with a complicated expression. 3 thick icy spears had impaled the cow, but it wasn't bleeding and still standing. Not even the look on its face had changed. I don't know. I feel a little bad. Maya, too, wasn't a fan of the sight. Yeah. Even the wolf was questioning his doings. Something about this is wrong. I mean the result would have been the same anyway, but this. Normally, it at least theoretically has a chance. Sophia found the reason why they didn't like it. Yes, it's cowardly. Resume time for now? She felt like it was enough. Yes. The other two agreed. I need some time to think about possible ideas to recreate the magic first, anyway. I've seen enough for the time being. Sophia concentrated on activating her magic, and the flow of time slowly turned to normal. Once everything went back to how it was supposed to be, The impaled cow immediately started bleeding and fell over before even realizing that it had died. Yeah, we're not doing that again. Maya pointed at the dead animal as she spoke for the group. Agreed. Afterward, they collected the cow and turned it into a nice barbecue. While the three were eating, they continued to chat about what happened. I still can't believe it. I actually witnessed time being stopped with my own eyes. Fen was really happy. Again, thank you very much for showing me, Sophia. I'm glad my stupid and scary accidents bring you joy. No matter how cool it is, the scars from the first time she almost got stuck in it were still there. You're doing a lot of those, huh? The cat girl was glancing at her. Stupid mistakes with a good outcome, that is. She was specifically looking at her tiger ears and tail. It's my specialty. She was well aware of it. Eehee. Well, I like that about you. Okay, most of the time. She corrected herself a little. Because there was still a lot of the day left, because they hadn't spent much time yet, the group kept going after their barbecue. They covered some ground until the evening and got yet a little closer to the beastfolk capital, though it was still a long way to there. Chapter 76, A Sad Memory. Sophia had shown from the world where time had stopped, and he was very grateful for it because he always wanted to see it. Afterward, the group covered some more ground towards the capital of the beastfolk and ended the day after making camp in the evening. On the following day, the three kept going just like that. Thanks to the continuous moving around, the tiger girl had finally become at least as fast as Maya again. That meant the group had reached their old travel speed again. Before Sophia had accidentally transformed herself into a tiger, the cat girl was the slowest of them. Just before noon, Sophia suddenly stopped walking and looked behind her with a worried expression. What's wrong? Maya turned to look at her. I hate it when you do that. She needed a moment. There's something I've been hiding from you too. Don't you think your backstory is long enough already, girl? The wolf instinctively retorted. No, that's not what I meant. Remember the strong monster I detected at that beach, the one on the island? Why yes. The cat girl suddenly had a bad feeling. Well, it's back, and it's following us. For some days already, too. What? Maya didn't like this revelation at all. That's impossible. Fen, too, had gotten a little loud. That's what I'm seeing, though. Well, sensing. But detection magic's mine. Nobody should be able to follow us. Especially not from such a range. My range is bigger than yours, too? Maybe because that thing's so powerful? Yeah, but I taught you my magic. That's true. Sophia finally understood his problem. You haven't shown it to anyone besides me? There was one in the past. She was also really talented in it, but maybe it's her then? That acquaintance? There's no way she'd ever look for me again. Fen's expression changed. Oh? Ex-girlfriend? Sophia's eyes lit up. She's not. Really now? Sure sounds like it, though. Come on, tell us what happened for her to never approach you again? The tiger girl was really curious. I bet if you earnestly apologize, she'll forgive you. I don't think that will happen. Just how much did you mess up? I didn't. She's dead. That's why there's no chance she would ever look for me again. Oh. Sophia went silent while her face turned blue. As it turned out, she was the one who messed up. Big time, at that. Sophia. Maya sighed. I love you, but you're an absolute ass. That. Yes, I am. Feeling incredibly guilty, she eventually faced the wolf again. I am really sorry. That's not where I wanted this to go. Not at all. Well, it's been a long time since it happened, so. Still, you should learn to think before you speak already, girl. I really should. She had no excuse. Yeah. No matter how much time had passed since then, it apparently still affected the wolf. What, happened? If you don't mind telling us? It was an accident. She was a bit like you, Sophia, always trying out all kinds of interesting magic she came up with. One day, she wanted to teleport herself. It failed. As a test, she only tried to teleport like 10 meters or so. I've never seen her again after that. Is that why you reacted so strongly when I mentioned teleporting the other day? Yes. I don't want it to happen again. I can understand why now. Maya had a question. How do you know that she actually died? Yes, I had thought about the possibility that she's just lost. But then she could should have just teleported back. That's true. Also, the reaction of her magic power also vanished and hasn't shown up ever again since. I was living in the area where it happened for a while, but there was nothing. Even in the years after, there were no signs of her. None of my acquaintances from back then had seen her ever since then, either. I see. I'm sorry for your loss. Maya hung her head after it seemed like her idea had no chance of being true. Thank you. What is it now? The two looked at Sophia. No, I just had an idea, but I'll keep it to myself because I don't want to be called an idiot again. Not to mention the mood would turn even weirder. Just tell us, idiot. So unfair. She had no means of winning against those two. Well, maybe we're just too paranoid? What do you mean? Maya tilted her head. Ignoring their mysterious power, maybe it's just someone heading to the capital, as well? Not following us at all, just going in the same direction? The other two had the same reaction. Because this explanation was so anticlimactically reasonable, the group dropped the gloomy topic of Fenn's lost comrade and resumed their travels again. The mood didn't feel right to talk about it anymore. While Fenn was preparing the meat he had collected during the evening, Maya chatted with Sophia while she was getting their dinner ready. Say. The cat girl was glancing at the wolf. Do you think Fenn and this dead girl were together? I don't know. I don't even know what she was. For example, a wolf like ours here? A beast girl, demon? Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if he was hanging out with an elf. That's true. All I know is that she wasn't a human. There was at least one race Sophia could exclude. Haha. I do think he was quite fond of her, though. Well, he did tell me he was in love with someone in the past. Maybe it really was her. Possibly. Wait, what? The tiger girl heard something she couldn't ignore. When did that happen? Where was I? You were asleep. She is shocked to have missed such an important event again. Alright, I need to find some energy drinks in this world. Somewhat now. Something that, works like coffee? Anyway, don't mind me, go on. It was when we were talking about you and me, shortly before or after my confession? I don't know the exact time anymore. Whatever, okay, he didn't explicitly state he was in love, but his words made it seem like it. Fenny's girlfriend, huh? I would have loved to meet her. Sophia was really interested. It's too bad. She hung her head a little. Yeah. By the way, she glanced at the wolf again because she wanted to talk about something else. Yes? Aren't you going to tell him about are those new flowers in his hair? The cat girl was talking about his pigtails decorated with flowers that Sophia made when the time was stopped. It's super cute, isn't it? I plan to keep it. I see. Last night, I woke up because I was thirsty. While I was at it, I also exchanged the flowers for fresh ones. You really are motivated about the strangest things. Oh, so this was why my lap felt lonely for around 10 or so minutes in the middle of the night, huh? I knew I didn't just dream that. There's just no way you'd notice that while being asleep. I even noticed you kissing me while I was frozen in time. She had a pretty smug expression for some reason. Why, in a way, I think you're the most overpowered member of our group. It's the power of love. Wow. Sophia's face became red just having heard that line. After this, because Maya was too embarrassed to talk for a while, thanks to unconsciously having said a way too corny line, the group's dinner was much more peaceful than usual. A while later, the couple took their regular bath, and following that, they got comfortable before their day finally came to an end. I can't get enough of this. Just having woken up, Maya was happily wiggling her head in Sophia's lap. These pajamas, plus your warm thighs, are as heavenly as always. Thanks. The tiger girl was still sleepy. Well, I had the pleasure last night, and I have to agree. The two decided to change positions each night, so no one gets too pouty. So good. Fen? Sophia changed the topic. Yes? Your detection range is still around 5 kilometers, right? Roughly. My focus is more on details, rather than range, after all. Too bad. Why are you asking, Sophia? That strong one. They slowed down during the night, but it got a good bit nearer to us. Around 25 to 30 kilometers, I would guess. Sorry, too far for me. Are you really sure it's merely heading to the capital, not us? Maya still had a bad feeling about this. Okay, I have an idea. How far is the capital? A week? Maybe 10 days, give or take. We reach it if we keep going west, right? How about we travel north for a while? It's going to be a detour, but we'll find out if that thing's following us or not. Right, if it turns north, as well, we're screwed. If not, we really were just too paranoid. Exactly. Let's do it. The catgirl liked the idea. Having decided on it, the group changed their route to find out whether they're being followed or not. They kept going in the wrong direction for most of the day, and they strayed way more than a marathon's length away from the path to the beastfolk capital. They wanted to make sure whether the powerful being was actually after them or if all of it was just an unlucky coincidence. Is there really no one else that you taught your detection magic, Fen? Sophia glanced at the wolf while the group was currently resting near a shore of a river they found, grilling some meat and fish over their usual fire. Is it really following us, after all? Maya was panicking again. I'm not sure yet. The strong one isn't strictly heading for the capital anymore, either, but it's also not exactly our direction, somewhere in between. I see. No, you and my late companion are the only ones who learned my detection magic. Fen answered Sophia's question. Just because it's your original magic, that doesn't mean it has to be exclusive to you, does it? Someone else, completely unrelated, could have come up with the same idea, right? The tiger girl was looking for a suitable explanation. Unlikely, but not entirely impossible either. Do you have a better explanation? No, I have not. The wolf couldn't think of anything else. If it's actually following us. Why? I can safely assume I angered no one. After all, no one knows me here. Ahem. Maya coughed into her hand. No one with mentionable power. Sophia had excluded the humans in her claim. That's fair. You're also by far the strongest one I ever picked a fight with, Sophia. I'm sure I'm not the reason, either. The catgirl, too, doesn't know anyone with so much power she could have offended. What about you, big guy? The girls stared at the most likely reason they would be followed for. Let me think. He seemed to have an entire list to go through. Well, no, as I said before, no one with such vast powers should even exist. At least not to my knowledge. So mysterious. Sure is. Tiger and wolf were on the same wavelength. It's scary. The cat wasn't. The group stayed at the river for a while, waiting for something to happen. A little over an hour passed, and they were about to decide to head back, but Sophia's face suddenly tensed up. Don't say ah. It never means anything good when you say that. Maya's bad feeling was on an all-time high now. There are some occasional exceptions. This is not one of them. The tiger girl smashed her faint hope. And no way. Unfortunately, that thing changed directions. It's heading straight for us now. What should we do now? There's nothing we can do. We could run, alright? It's a good bit faster than Fan and I at top speed. It'll reach us in half an hour at best. Oh. Maya's entire body turned full white, and she fell down on her knees in despair, devoid of all hope. Just like Sophia, she can be pretty dramatic when the situation calls for it. Chapter 77, Their Pursuer. Sophia had detected the strong being she first noticed back when the group arrived at the sea again. They hoped it was just a coincidence, but it had now become clear that the being, which was at least 50% stronger than Fan, was indeed following them. Even worse, it was now heading straight towards them with tremendous speed. Is there really nothing we can do? At all. Maya was still panicking. Stop that already, Sophia. The tension caused her to snap. I'm stressed enough already. I can't deal with even more now. It's a good this time. Oh really? Do you have a plan? Fan also looked at her. Should I stop time again? If we travel that way for a while, we should be able to lose it after a couple of days while they're frozen. Let's do it. The cat girl sounded desperate. I think that would be for the best. Even Fen agreed. Alright. Putting her idea into action, Sophia stopped time and brought her comrades over to the frozen world. It's still as fascinating as ever. And scary. Maya wasn't in the mood to enjoy the sight. Speaking of scary. And now that it can't fight back, how about instead of running away, we go and defeat the strong one? I know it's cowardly, and I said it's a bad thing, but I really don't care about any of that. The tiger girl wasn't convinced. We still don't know if it's an enemy. Maybe it just wants friends, and we're the strongest around? You. It wasn't what she wanted to hear. Maybe we should still take a look at it? I'm not going to lie, I'm really curious about that individual. The wolf wanted to find out what or who was following them. That's a good idea. Sophia agreed. How about we decide what to do when we see it, Maya? Oh okay. Having agreed on a plan, the group decided to head towards their pursuer while time was stopped. It had taken them a couple of hours worth of time, but the three eventually reached a lush green plain where Sophia had last detected the strong being. You. The cat girl was fidgety for the entire time. Is it really safe to approach it? Yeah, once you're frozen, you're completely defenseless. Sophia was sure there's no danger. Alright, I even was molested without being able to do anything. Hey, it was just a kiss. Hee hee. Maya's tension eased up a little. Huh. I think we should see that thing anytime now. Oh? The tiger placed a hand on her forehead while looking into the distance and stopped. What is it now? Eh? She looked in the same direction and froze up, as well. What's going on, you two? The wolf was more specialized in hearing and smell, and so he couldn't see anything yet. It's another fan. Huh? He hadn't expected those words. The fur's a little darker and more of a grayish blue together with lots of white, and it's a bit thinner, but it's another oversized wolf. Sophia identified the being as something rather familiar. Be blue and white. No. How can that be? Fan wasn't sure how to react. Let's get a better look. With the tiger girl in the lead, the couple made their way closer to it while their resident wolf lagged behind. In a way, he looks kinda cute. Somewhat scary, but cute nonetheless. The two arrived, and Maya took a good look at the 2-meter-tall, mostly blue and white wolf. Sophia bent forward to look under the belly of the wolf for some reason. She looks cute. She noticed that a certain detail was missing. Where are you even looking? She looked female, smaller than Fan, not such a big build, the fur, and just the overall feel. I just wanted to make sure. I see. You're right. She does look feminine. She took another glance. Oh my gosh, she's so fluffy. The tiger girl wasted no time and touched the side of the wolf with her hand. She looked ecstatic as it had completely sunken into the thick and soft fur. What are you doing? How could I resist such a temptation? By now, she had both her hands deeply burrowed into the fur. You should try it, too, Maya. Oh really? She was a little intrigued. Wow, so silky smooth and soft. And this volume. The couple was enamored by the fur of this female wolf. I want to keep her. She looks like a gigantic husky. She's so adorable. I don't want to let go of this supremely fluffy fur. Is she really an enemy? Sophia wanted her as a companion. I have no idea how we could find out. Fan, what do you think? Fan. She looked for their wolf and noticed that he was still around 100 meters away, not moving a single muscle for some reason. He blinked a couple of times with a very shocked expression, seemingly distressed about something. The couple noticed that something was amiss and walked back to him. He continued to stare in silence at the other wolf. Yeah? Sophia took a better look at his face and noticed that the corners of his eyes were wet with tears. Wolves can cry. Wait, that's not important. What is wrong? Aora. After his low mutter, Finn slowly staggered towards the other wolf. He almost tripped over himself a couple of times. Aura. The girls looked at each other in confusion. Does he know her? Maya tilted her head. Seems like it. Aura. Finn arrived at the female wolf and was staring at her in point-blank range. A short while later, he made contact with her nose before he gently rubbed his face against her neck as a greeting and trying to make sure it really was the wolf he thinks she is. Chow. Having slight difficulties with standing, he eventually sat down on the grass in front of her without ever looking away. Finn. The couple approached him with a very worried expression. What's going on, big guy? I have no idea. This can't be Dash. She couldn't be Dash. It's impossible. Do you know her? The cat girl tried to ask him. She's Aura. Or Aurora. She's my old companion. My dead companion. Yeah? The girls were in perfect sync. Why, you mean the one who teleported herself into Nirvana, the other side? Yes. How's that even? It makes no sense. Sophia was confused. Finn was obviously the most affected one by this whole situation. Maybe it really was a different kind of accident? Maya tried to understand what happened. She teleported herself to a really far away place and needed this long to come back? It's been almost 200 years since the accident. Really, really, really far away. Stop talking, Maya. Sophia wanted to keep the damage low. Yes. Ugh, to be told that by you of all people. Finn. What do you want to do now? Maya wanted to kill that strong being, but hey. But the situation has obviously changed. I need to talk to her. Is it safe for us to unstop time? She was a bit eccentric, but a truly gentle soul. Well, at least before we parted. Okay, eccentric is our specialty, anyway. Maya, is it alright if we risk it? Yes. The circumstances are something else now. Thank you. Finn was glad that the couple was so understanding. Alright. Well, if push comes to shove, I can stop time again. The risk wasn't that big. But we should distance ourselves a good bit. Aura, was it? She's currently running at full speed. Once time resumes, she would crash into you with so much force, Finn. Maya would need another set of clothes, because they would be dyed blood red again. Not being interested in such a future, the group got a couple of 100 meters away from the female wolf. Just enough room for her to realize their arrival and stop her chase. The couple also distanced themselves from Finn because it was his reunion. Once everyone was in position, Sophia unstopped time again. Immediately after time resumed, the female wolf continued her high-speed sprint for a second or two before hitting the brakes. Once she realized their instant arrival, she barely managed to stop about 20 meters in front of the waiting Finn, followed by a massive cloud of dust behind her. Aura. Finn. The duo stared at each other for a good minute. Is it really you? Even though he was seeing it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. Yes, it's me, Aurora, Fenrid. A little distance away, Sophia tilted her head. It's similar, but different. I'm safe. For the first time, she was glad about the slightly different sounding names in this world. Now she can really convince herself that he's not the mythical beast she's known from her past life. Shut up and read the mood, idiot. Maya placed a hand on her lips to silence the tiger girl. Why? How are you here? The group's wolf was still overwhelmed by everything that was going on. It's a long, long story. Before that, though. Finn, how did you appear here in an instant? Don't tell me you continued to pursue teleportation magic in my stead after I disappeared? No. I traveled here while time was stopped. It only appears that I arrived in an instant. Why you're able to stop time now? After all those years we researched it together, you finally succeeded? Unfortunately, I cannot. One of my current companions made it possible. These two over there? Aura glanced at the couple. This continent sure changed a lot since I was gone. The cat's already ridiculous, but the power of that tiger. What's up with her? No, these two are rare exceptions among exceptions. If anything, this continent got worse. But yeah, Sophia, the tiger, she's the one who can stop time. She's an absolute monster. Hey! The monster in question complained from a distance. Stay silent already. Maya shushed her again. You two, come over for a bit. The female wolf wanted them to join. Is it okay? Sophia was hesitant. It's the reunion of the two of you, after all. You're eavesdropping anyway. Both of you. Fen saw through them. The two then walked towards them. And nice to meet you. I'm Sophia. Maya. I'm Aurora, an old companion of your Fen. Feel free to call me Aura. Oh, okay. So, you're able to stop time, huh? She looked at the tiger girl. Why, yes. Although I have no idea how to really do it. It happened on accident. You accidentally stopped time? Just how ridiculous are you, girl? You have no idea. The wolf and cat sighed in unison. Ahaha. A dry laugh escaped her lips. I do think there are more important topics other than my idiocy right now, are there not? Yes. Aura, what happened? Fen looked at his old companion again. I thought. No, I was sure you died back then. I almost did when I teleported myself. It was a close call, but I somehow barely managed to survive the aftermath. Really, what happened? It's a very long story. How about we get some food while I tell you? It'll take a while. I've run for a long time and I'm hungry. Having agreed to that, the group gathered some food and had their usual camping activity, only now with an extra member. While a ton of meat was being roasted over the fire, the three, especially Fen, were waiting for Aura to tell the story about her sudden and, not to mention, long disappearance. Chapter 78, Aura. While time was stopped, the group approached the powerful being that was following them for a long time. Arriving there, Fen was in for a big surprise. Their pursuer actually was his long-lost companion he thought had died in the past. It was a 2-meter tall, grayish-blue and white female wolf, going by the name of Aurora, or Aura. Alright. While they were eating, the newcomer tried to start her story. You teleported yourself to a very remote place, I take it? Fen wanted to help her. Yeah, basically to the other side of the planet, actually. I found myself in the middle of the demon continent. Oh, is that why it took so long to come back? Sophia also tried to understand it. If only. Crossing the sea was a bit of a pain and took me like a month or two, but, all in all, the entire journey of coming back here was 1, maybe 2 years? What happened, then? I did mention that I almost died, right? I didn't literally teleport myself on the demon continent. To be more precise, I ended up high in the sky above. The teleportation also emptied out my entire magic power. Thanks to that, I took a freefall dive towards the ground without any chance to dampen my impact with magic. Ouch. Sophia couldn't help but grimace at the mere thought. You have no idea, girl. Aura had a similar expression, together with everyone else. I landed in a forest in the middle of nowhere and barely survived. The trees probably dampened my fall a little. If you can call that dampening. I spent the next weeks recovering and healing myself until I was finally able to leave the forest. My magic power was still low, and I never was that good at healing magic in the first place, after all. I'm glad you survived that. Fen seemed relieved, but Maya looked confused. This happened around 200 years ago, right? And it took you 2 years to come back here? So, what happened in between? A good question. The female wolf paused for a moment. Well, probably thanks to the crash, I've lost my memory about almost everything. Yeah? Amnesia? The tiger girl didn't see this twist coming. Yes. Aura nodded to the shocked girl. Because of that, I had no recollection of this continent, or Fen, and simply didn't know I had somewhere to return. After leaving the forest, I eventually ran into a group of demons and lived in their village for a while. Once I was back to full strength, I spent many years hunting all the monsters I never saw before. Compared to here, everything is incomparably stronger there. It was so much fun. Great, another muscle brain. Sophia rolled her eyes. Is that why you became so insanely powerful? Now that he was near enough, Fen could also detect the overwhelming power of aura. You overdid it. There was a hint of envy in his voice, too. I'm actually not sure about that. Your magic powers increase a little when you use it a lot, but it's usually not at a point where it's worth emptying your magic every day. I think my teleportation used way more power than I had at my disposal and changed something about my capacity, or something like that. Is that so? Anyway, it's quite something. Ah, so that's why, the numbers aside, your magic also feels different. Ehe, were you surprised when you noticed me? Sophia was the one who detected that you were following us. We actually decided to run away because we didn't want to engage such a powerful being. Oh, you taught her the magic? Wait, you knew that I was following you, girl? Why yes. Around 2 weeks ago, maybe 3? When we reached the sea, I detected you on that huge island on the other side. Really? How big is your detection range? Right now? About 50 kilometers, I guess? Give or take. Wasn't it 40? Fen couldn't ignore her claim. That was a little while ago. It keeps growing all the time, after all. That's not bad. Aura was impressed. Mine's around 60 to 70 kilometers. Why is my range, the inventor of the magic, by far the shortest? Because you lack imagination. Sophia and Aura were bonding already as they said the same thing together. I do not. Looks like my plan would have worked, then. The tiger girl continued. We wanted to travel while time was stopped so you would lose sight of us. Definitely. It was a happy incident when I detected you on the island and found you again after crossing the water. If you had increased the distance, I most likely would have lost you. I'm glad you guys approached me first, before running away. Fen had gotten curious about this powerful being and wanted to take a look. You're still too curious for your own good, huh? Aura looked at the wolf. Well, it worked out in my favor in the end, so I'm happy. But then, Fen still seemed confused. If you've lost your memory about me, this place. Why did you come back? Actually, why do you even remember now? I lived near the demon capital for the last 100 years? Awesome place, you should totally visit it one day. Anyway, around 2 years ago, when I was fighting some huge kind of dragon, it landed a good hit on my head, and I suddenly remembered everything. Demon capital? How cool. Sophia liked the sound of that. I'm happy you remembered. The catgirl's reaction was a little different. She said dragon just now, right? Huge dragon, that is. They're everywhere on the demon continent. Great fun. Sophia, we're not going there, okay? Demon capital. Her eyes were sparkling. Maya knew what this meant. Well, once my memories were back. You immediately traveled around the entire world to see our Fenny here again? The tiger girl was smiling broadly. You're a feisty one, huh? I have my moments. You have a lot of them. The wolf and cat sighed again. So? She concentrated on Aura. Wouldn't you want to go back to the place you came from after being transported somewhere far away? Not at all. Sophia answered instantly. She actually was in a very similar situation. Still, she had no desire whatsoever to go back to her old world. I'm not from here either, but all my loved ones are. Well. I didn't make any meaningful connections in the demon realm, and I got homesick. So, fun wasn't a reason at all? I wouldn't go that far. Sophia. Fun glared at her. Yes? I'm about to get angry. I am very sorry. She didn't sound like it, though. Whatever. Okay. I want some more meat. It's okay if I go and hunt some, right? Rather than that, it seemed like the male wolf needed a break. Have fun. After Fen was gone, the 3 girls were left behind and talked some more. Ah, he ran away. Aura noticed his real intention. Well, in his defense, it must be a huge shock for him. Maya sympathized with him. For the last 200 years, he was convinced you died in that accident. I guess that's true. Did he ever mention me? He actually talked about what happened back then, just before we met you. He also looked really sad while talking about how you died in that accident. I see. Even though she felt bad, Aura seemed ever so slightly happy. So you did come back for him? Sophia couldn't let go of it. It's not unrelated. Well, it's been a little while since then, I don't know. Interesting. Dealing with this topic as a third person was much easier for the tiger. Sophia. Aura looked at her. You and Finn seem quite close. Are the two of you? Haha, no way. He's special to me because he's the first friend I made here, but we're just friends. Is that really all there is? Absolutely. Finn's a cool guy, but he is a guy. Not interested in that. Also, while nice and fluffy, he's way too furry for me. I'm into humanoid girls. Also, most importantly, she's mine. Maya finished her sentence. Why yes, that. Oh, so that's how it is. Aura was relieved. You two look cute together. Good for you. Thanks. Sophia's gotten bashful. So, Finn's free. Gee, good to know. Now go after him already. The cat girl had something to say, as well. Any feelings aside, you two were companions, friends, whatever. I bet you have a lot of catching up to do. Without the two of us meddling. Thank you, I will. Afterward, Aura turned around and went after the wolf, leaving the couple behind. She sure is cute. She is. Maya agreed. I wonder what there really was between the two. They definitely have some kind of feelings for each other. Were they a couple before the accident? I'm not sure. I would say, almost? Almost? The tiger girl tilted her head. It feels like they were close to it, but the accident interrupted whatever was going on between them. Yeah, that might be it? She agreed. Fight, Aura. Well, if that's what you want, of course. Haha. But if the two are. Is Finn going to leave us? How about we ask Aura if she wants to join us? That's a brilliant idea. Sophia liked the plan. I would love for the super fluffy yet silky smooth wolf to travel with us. You only want a new pillow, don't you? I won't deny that. No, I think I'm going to like her. She seems like a fun person, wolf. That's true. The cat girl agreed. She lived for 200 years on the demon continent. I bet she has a ton of interesting stories. It sounds like a great place. Really makes me want to visit it. Why, you did hear her saying that there are tons of dragons, right? Dragons? Yeah, great, isn't it? It's not. I think that sounds very exciting. Sophia's eyes were sparkling again. Maybe not fighting one, but I definitely would like to see one. I strongly disagree, though. While the two were bickering about various things, Aura arrived near Finn's position but hesitated to approach him. She thought about what to say for a while, but came to no conclusion. Giving up on it, she then simply greeted him. Hey there. Aura. How are you feeling? Confused? Overwhelmed. I was sure you're dead. But, just as quick as you disappeared, you suddenly popped up again. I'm really sorry about that. No, I'm just glad you're okay. Thanks. Can you tell me what happened in those 200 years? Besides what you said earlier already. Of course. The two then sat down and talked about these last 200 years and what happened when they were apart from each other. Chapter 79, Her Accident. The powerful being that was following the group for a while already turned out to be Finn's old companion, Aura. A female wolf who he was sure of that she died in an accident 200 years ago. This unexpected reunion shocked him quite a bit and was the cause for many questions. So, Finn and Aura were currently alone, and he wanted to know what happened to her after she disappeared. So, she wasn't sure where to start. Yeah, completely out of magic after my messed up teleportation, I hit the ground after falling from the sky. Hard. I have no idea how I survived that. It felt like basically every bone in my limbs was broken, and I was lying in a puddle of my own blood. I couldn't move a single muscle, either. I doubt any of them were intact anymore, actually. Wow. He was shocked. How high dash, how long were you falling? I'm not sure anymore. Some minutes. Why, you actually survived that? Barely, yes. It was a miracle. Definitely. Wait, weren't there any predators around? It sounds like you were completely defenseless. I don't know how long I was unconscious after my crash, but when I came to me again, a pack of common wolves was protecting me. Oh, yeah, we have that kind of effect on them. Fen remembered that wherever they went, the two ended up being the alphas of every more normal wolf around them. Yes. They were the reason I wasn't attacked. The pack also brought me water and food while I was recovering. You're almost as lucky as Sophia. What's that supposed to mean? A long story, let's finish yours first. Sure. Anyway, after I regained consciousness, enough time had passed to recover some of my magic power, and I started healing myself. The next days and weeks continued like that. I ate and rested while the pack protected me, and I poured every bit of my power into healing. As you know, healing magic was never my forte. Combined with the severity of my injuries, it took me a really long time to be able to walk and protect myself again. Have you ever found out what went wrong with your teleportation? No. Aura shook her head. In the first place, while I remembered my fall, I had no idea why. I only found out it was the result of my teleportation 2 years ago, when my memories came back. Wow, that must have been confusing. You have no idea. I gave it some thought while I was traveling back here. I think it happened because my image of the destination was rather half-hearted, and I messed up, big time. You're going to be best friends with Sophia. Huh? Why? She's the queen of half-assed magic. If she doesn't mess up catastrophically at least once a week, something's wrong. Or Maya got too angry with her. Oh ho, she's an interesting one, huh? She sure is. Fen agreed with her. You two are quite close, aren't you? She was still hung up on it. The last dozens of years were really dull for me. Since I met Sophia, these slow days became a thing of the past. Though, lately, I've become a bit of a third wheel. What happened? Maya happened. These two fell in love at first sight, and since they confessed their love, they can't let go of each other anymore. Not that they could before. Yeah, that sounds like it could get annoying. Well, I'm happy for Sophia, them. Really happy, so I don't particularly mind. She deserves this happiness. Has something happened to her? Aura seemed interested. Yeah, a lot. Ask her yourself if you're curious. Will do. Alright, back to you. So, you've healed yourself and left the forest? What happened then? Well, I was confused and disoriented. I wandered around for a long time, beat a couple of strong enemies, and eventually ended up in a demon village. It's been a long time since I met any of them. Are they still those easygoing, magic-loving, and fighting-enthusiastic idiots they used to be? Ever the same. Man, I miss them. I recommend a visit. It's great there. Sounds fun, indeed. Fen was always a fan of the demon race. I lived with the demons there for a while, trained with them. Maybe ended up forming a fighting squad there. They learned really fast and were super into it. A couple, maybe 10 or 15 years later, I left to explore the continent. I stayed here and there, but ultimately, I was just wandering around, finding a place for me. I was lost. Understandable. I've ended up spending most of my time fighting all sorts of strong monsters. Even without any memory, old habits die hard. They're really on an entirely different level there. Eventually, I ended up in the capital of the demon race. An incredible place. Huge, unlike anything else, and full of curious things and sights. I took it easy there for a good while, but they were slowly developing a bit of a dragon problem. It was awesome. Well, a big one of them managed to land a good hit on me, causing my memories to return. After that, once I gave that dragon a good smacking, I immediately headed back. What a story. There was a slight hint of jealousy in his voice. Aside from the tragedy, he thought it sounded fun. Hee hee. What about you, Fen? What did you do in all those years? I have nothing of interest to tell. I've spent a couple of years in the area where you disappeared and dash. You waited for me? Aura sounded a tiny bit happy. Yeah, that, too. I wanted to make sure, after all. After that, I eventually left and studied magic as usual, but most of the time I was simply bored. Also, occasionally pretty annoyed when those humans pestered me once again. Ahaha, you and your humans. Are they still such a pain? Believe it or not, they're getting worse with each passing year. Seriously? Aura was shocked. That you still haven't eradicated them. Well, Sophia was about to do that not too long ago, but I still don't think they're worth the effort. Fair point. Sophia hates them, too, huh? They have a bit of a history, and she has, anger issues from time to time. Really? She doesn't seem the type, though. She has a complex, very complex personality. How did the two of you meet, anyway? It's quite an unusual pairing, the two of you. That irregular powerhouse of a girl simply suddenly appeared right in front of me, and I decided to travel with her because I found her interesting. Her extraordinary powers really caught my curiosity. And I was right, Sophia's magic is unlike anything I ever witnessed before. Is she really that much of an exception? Sure, her raw power is slightly above yours, but, current me aside, there were some others that were stronger than you, right? Sure. The ideas she has for magic are just surreal, though. I mean, she can effortlessly stop time. Ask her to show you a little of her original magics. You'll understand what I mean, then. Now I'm interested. Aura had gotten even more curious about the tiger girl. Also, Sophia's magic power recovery is insane. She has no need to be reserved about her magic. Her maximum power is basically irrelevant. What do you mean? My detection magic. How long can you use it before your power gets to a concerning level? I've been using it a lot lately to search for you, Fen. The consumption got a lot better. I guess 2 hours of constant use before I feel uncomfortable about the remaining amount. Normally, I use it for a moment, run for a while, and start over. 2 hours, huh? Not bad. Thanks. It sure is a costly magic. I usually only use the danger detection variant as a passive, because that uses next to nothing. I mean, there aren't many things dangerous to me or us, but it's a good feeling to be protected. Yeah, me too. So, what about the detection magic? Sophia learned it from me a couple of months ago. She hasn't turned it off since then. What? Aura loudly cried out. How's that possible? Her magic power recovery is so fast that she doesn't even notice the cost of the detection magic. And no way. One day, she had emptied out her entire power for some large-scale magic. It took her maybe 2 hours before it was full again. Seriously, how's that even possible? She's a gifted one. It sure sounds like it. Yeah. The wolves chatted for a while longer, but Aura was bothered about something for some time already, and just had to address it now. Say, Fen. My memories might still be a little foggy, but were you always trying to look cute? What do you mean? The fur on your head. The pigtails and the beautiful flowers. It looks adorable, but I don't remember you wearing something like that ever before. What are you even talking about? He was confused. Here. Aura created something similar to a mirror with magic and showed him his own reflection. What is that? For the first time since it happened, Fen noticed that the fur on his head was styled up and decorated with many colorful flowers. You weren't the one who did it? Of course not. Sophia. Where are you? I'm going to kill you for sure now. He got angry. I think I'll like that girl. The two reunited with the couple, and Fen had a rather scary expression. Sophia. Yes? The tiger girl faced him. Welcome back. What did you do to my fur? You finally noticed? It's adorable, isn't it? Absolutely. Aura agreed. It's not. Even though I put so much effort into it. Sophia started to pout. That's not the issue. I look like a fool. You don't. I agree. The female wolf nodded her head. Me, too. Even Maya had the same opinion. You girls, stop screwing with me. Ahaha. Fan and Sophia bickered some more, and the other two barely stopped them from using magic to bring their standpoint across at one point. Once everyone had calmed down, the group got together again. Aura wanted to get to know the couple better, especially after the male wolf talked so much about the ridiculous tiger girl. Chapter 80, Getting to Know the Group. Fan and Aura had talked about their past when they were apart from each other to catch up on everything that happened. Afterward, the two reunited with Maya and Sophia because the female wolf wanted to get to know them better, as well. Sophia, I heard your magic power is rather unique. Is it? She tilted her head. It was also news to her. Fan told me that your recovery speed is abnormal. Ah, he mentioned that before, didn't he? Well, my self-healing ability is extremely high, as well. Maybe it's related together? I could have so used that in my accident. Aura was envious of that ability. Ahaha. Is it because you're from the tiger family? They were always some sort of oddballs along the beast folk when it came to their magic powers. Though, not even nearly to this extent. Like, at all. Ah. No. In the first place, I'm not really a tiger girl. Eh? You look exactly like I remember them, though? Save for maybe the color of your hair. The female wolf took a better look at her. Yeah, let me correct it a bit. I've not always been a tiger. I messed up my magic and ended up like this. It was an accident. Oh? That's quite something. Fan told me about that, too. He said you're really disaster-prone, mess up a lot, and lose yourself from time to time? Nice to meet you, my name's Sophia. Her description was spot on. I would love to get a rundown on that. I like these kinds of stories. Sophia thought about it for a moment and then looked at Fan. Is it okay to tell her? Can I trust her? The last time, when she hid her past from Maya, it almost backfired, and so she wanted to come clean from the get-go now. At least to someone she wants to be a permanent addition to the group. Even more so, because she's a close acquaintance to Fan, her first friend in the new world. She definitely was trustworthy in the past, and I doubt she changed. Alright, she took a deep breath, because she had to list a ton of things. Let's see. I died, I came back to life. Met a god, picked a fight with him. My personality got altered, not fun. That god transported me to a place full of slimes, hated it. I ran into Fan, almost picked a fight with him while I had no magic. Learned magic, made more careless mistakes than I can count. Accidentally tested darkness magic on Fan, almost drove him insane. Killed a baby griffon, mom came for revenge, grilled her, too. Met some humans, almost ended them. Found a human city, almost destroyed it. Wanted to start a genocide on humans, Fan didn't let me. Met Maya, totally embarrassed myself, continued to do so every day since then. Launched myself into a tree during training, accidentally stopped time. Panicked, almost trapped myself inside the frozen time. Scary. Wanted to start a genocide on spiders, wasn't allowed to. Wanted to start a genocide on slimes, weirdly wasn't allowed to either. Got angry, blew up a dungeon. Got really angry and destroyed a good portion of the land around, too. Turned an entire lake solid. Was put on a wanted list by humans, had a good laugh. Found a shrine of the god I met before, got angry. I punched a god, it was great. Punched a god again. I did it twice, because it was important. Told Maya about the real me, almost lost her. Maya ended up confessing to me afterward. I stopped time again on instinct. Detected an insanely powerful being, decided to run away. Got fed up with being mistaken for a human, changed my appearance with magic. Surprise, I used the wrong magic and royally messed up. Instead of looking like a tiger girl, I became one. Changed my race to beast folk on accident. I'm an idiot, after all. Forgot how to walk, because of my new body. That was a major pain. Gained a ton of animal instincts, still feel very complicated about that. Of all beast people I could choose, I picked the royal class. Tiger girl's cute, so I stayed like that, anyway. Created an extra dimension for luggage, almost got pulled into it. Detected that insanely powerful being again, ran away even faster. Met Aura, the dead companion of my best friend, very confused. Well, that's the top 10. 30 plus, of the stuff I went through lately. As in, the last 3 to 4 months or so. Kinda lost track of time already. Aura clearly looked overwhelmed. Are you serious? I probably forgot half of the things. Wait, you died? The female wolf couldn't keep up. Yep, right before I was transported to this world. I see. Huh? You're from a different world? Did I forget to mention? Yep, I am. See, I forgot some minor details in that list. Wow. Wait, you punched a god? Twice? I'm eagerly awaiting the third time. A fire was burning in Sophia's eyes. Which god could have possibly made you this angry? Was it that little prankster Kinnear? That very idiot. Then, I totally get it. Good job, girl. Eehee. From the sound of it, you, just like our fan, aren't the biggest fan of the humans, huh? Yeah, no good experiences yet. Makes it all the worse that I'm, technically speaking, one myself. You're human? In my old world, I was. Here, as I said, I accidentally turned myself into a tiger girl, all the way down to a biological level. No regrets. Wow, you sure are something else, girl. Aura had no other response. Yes. Fan and Maya wholeheartedly agreed. I try my best, and fail horribly. Also, just how many genocides did you try to start? A couple? What needs to be exterminated needs to be exterminated. There was no remorse whatsoever in her voice. Wow. Fan, did you raise her? Leave me out of this. She already was like that when we met. I mean, that part of why I like her so much, but still. What a wild girl. The magics you invented seem to be really interesting, too. How did you come up with them? Most of them are based on stuff I learned in my old world. That's also the reason why I mess up so much. Most of my knowledge is rather half-assed and superficial. Not to mention that it occasionally doesn't translate that well to magic over here. How interesting. Magic based on the principles of another world. Please show them to me sometimes. Sure, I don't mind. Yes. I finally get to see the magic of an otherworldler. Eh? Cat, tiger, and wolf all had the same reaction. Wait. That almost sounds like there are more like me? Sophia looked the most surprised. I haven't met them, personally, but I heard stories about them in the demon capital. Maybe they were a thing in the distant past? No idea. Most of them were supposedly really strong and ingenious. They apparently designed large parts of the capital. What? No way. There are actually others like me. So I've heard. Well, I'm not sure if it was actually true or made up, but what a surprise. Do you want to see them, Sophia? Maya glanced at her with a worried expression. I'm interested, sure. Though, I don't even know if we're from the same world. Rather than the desire to meet someone from my old world, I'm just curious about how they fared here. The tiger girl only wanted to see how other people in a similar predicament coped with the situation. The desire to meet random people from her homeworld was basically non-existent. Gee good. I'm not sure if I could compete with someone from your old world. Yeah, you couldn't. It wouldn't even be a contest. You're in an entirely different league, Maya. Someone as beautiful and nice as you only exist once, after all. Sophia. Thank you, you're unparalleled, too. Eehee. Her cheeks turned slightly red. Are they always like that? Aura looked at the other wolf. Fan only nodded. I see what you meant earlier. She remembered him mentioning being a third wheel. It almost hurts having to listen to that. The couple needed 5 minutes before they rejoined the discussion with the wolf after returning from their own little world again. By the way, the newcomer now glanced at Maya. That girlfriend of yours sure is something. How outrageous are you, then? Sorry to disappoint. Aside from my slightly out-of-the-norm magic power, well, compared to normal people, not this group, at least. Yeah, I'm just a normal girl that enjoys fighting strong enemies. Ones I have a chance of winning against, that is. She looked at every single one of them during the last part. Oh, sounds fun enough to me, though. She didn't seem bored. Let's go hunting together one time. And nothing too ridiculous, okay? While intrigued, the cat girl had a slightly bad feeling about going on a hunt with someone who casually mentioned how they took down a dragon or two. Don't worry, a dragon's actually not that scary. Yeah? How did you know what I was thinking? Just a wild guess. You're quite easy to read. Anyway, I can do without dragons, okay? Maya didn't have a death wish. What about you, Sophia? It's really fun. I'll obliterate every dragon that wants to harm Maya or me, but actively hunting one. Probably not? Though, it would depend on my mood during that time. It's getting warmer. Fan, you're cool, right? You'll hunt one with me, right? Theoretically, sure. I haven't seen one in ages, though. I think they only live on the demon continent nowadays. That's too bad. You'll have to accompany me there eventually, then. Oh, I want to see that continent, too. Sophia was very interested. The more, the merrier. The female wolf had nothing against it. Eh? We're actually going there? Maya did, though. Sure. The future keeps being eventful, huh? She began to resign herself to her fate. Oh, now that I think about it. We're heading towards the beastfolk capital. Do you want to join us, Aura? The tiger girl looked at her. Your pseudo-home, huh? The wolf glanced back at her tiger bits. Why yeah. You know about the royal tiger thing after all, huh? Of course? She tilted her head. I don't really care about the royalty of the beastfolk, but only idiots wouldn't be aware of that. Only idiots, huh? Sophia faced her two idiots. Aura knew about it, girls. Someone who lived on the demon continent for the last 200 years. We're very sorry. Fen and Maya could only apologize. Anyway, yeah, that was the plan. How about it, Aura? The tiger ignored the two. It sounds like that could be fun. If it's okay with everyone, I would like to accompany the group. Of course. No one had anything against it. By the way, can you transform to a smaller size, too, Aura? For the sake of not attracting too much attention, that is. No problem, every size you think is best. A cub would be great. Sophia got greedy. Don't do it, Aura. It's a trap. Fen warned her. She only wants something small and fluffy to pet. Fan, you spoil sport. She immediately started to pout as she glared at him. If it's just that, I don't mind at all. Really? You're awesome, Aura. Big mistake. The group welcomed Aura as a new member. After chatting a bit more, they resumed their travel towards the beastfolk capital, now without any additional detours. The four kept going until the evening when they made camp, which included an extra fancy dinner for their new friend. Chapter 81, The Capital. The group welcomed Aura as a new member, and they had a nice dinner together to celebrate it. Afterward, Maya and Sophia took their usual bath, before getting ready to sleep. It's my turn to use your lap, right? The cat girl was talking about their sleeping arrangement. Hurry up and lie down already. Sophia then alternatingly looked between the two wolves. Aura, let's assume I want to use your side as a pillow for tonight, what would you say? How are my chances? I don't particularly mind. Why, though? Because you're so incredibly fluffy, and your fur's so nice to the touch. Thank you very much. I'm quite proud of it, actually. Wait, how do you know how my fur feels? When we found you, while time was still stopped. Maya got a little excited about your fur, and I ended up also touching it because she was praising it so much. Hey! It was you. You're the one who buried her face deep into the fur. The cat girl complained. It did feel nice, though. You two sure are an interesting couple. The female wolf wasn't sure how to react. Well, I still don't mind. Feel free to get comfortable. Yay! Thank you very much. Feeling happy, Sophia immediately snuggled against Aura's side with a relaxed expression. So fluffy. You're so spoiled. While Maya said so, she laid down and got comfortable on the tiger girl's lap with the exact same expression. You both are. Fen could only roll his eyes. Thanks to the supreme comfiness of Aura's fur, Sophia needed not even 5 minutes to fall asleep. Having a similar opinion about the tiger girl's lap, Maya didn't need much longer, either, leaving the two wolves on their own together. These girls are something else. Aura looked at her side. That's for sure. They usually use me to sleep, so it's nothing new. Oh? Jealous? And not really. He turned his head away. Ahaha, you've become quite the softie, huh? Oh, shut up. Eehee. Well, I might like this new side of yours. I'm not sure if I should be happy now. Fen had some difficulties accepting this compliment. I'm getting old. Becoming docile comes with age. It's only been 200 years since we last met, though. I was just messing around. The two sense of time was slightly different from the norm. No. After you, left, as I said before, I was really bored. That surely had an effect on me. Combined with our pushy Sophia here, which I ended up taking care of. I calmed down. In a way, at least. You have to constantly watch and keep her in check, after all. You totally are her father, huh? Papa. She was enjoying this very much. See, could you not? Bad enough Maya implied the same. Oh? Aura was curious about that. Well, she talked about her feelings for Sophia with me of all people before, and I may have gotten a little overprotective, netting that retort from her, as well. Ahaha, that's great. The ferocious Fenrid became a doting dad. I didn't see that one coming. Were you always like this? Whatever do you mean? I don't remember you being this playful. Fen remembered her being a bit more serious in the past. Thanks to my temporary loss of memory, I lived the last 200 years completely free, and I had tons of fun. I've become a lot more cheerful, I guess? I see. Do you like the old me better? No, I think it's good. Great. She looked relieved. I like the new softie, Daddy Fen, too. Again, could you not? Eehee. Even though it's only 2 or something years since I remembered. Still, I really missed this. What do you mean? Us talking the night away. Ah, yeah. Fen agreed. Though our topics were vastly different back then. We mainly tried to invent new magic, after all. That's true. But, yes, I missed this, too. For the past 200 years, that is. Unfortunately, Fen never lost his memory. She wasn't sure what to reply. Say, Aura, are you really here? He paused for a moment. This isn't some sort of cruel dream, is it? I'm back, and I'm here to stay. Thank you. The two chatted for a while longer, but eventually turned in for the night as well. On the following day, after breakfast, Sophia and Aura were together and already up to no good. Alright, let's try out some ridiculous magic. Let's do it. Fen. Maya. Cat and Wolf were awkwardly looking at each other. I'm not sure if I like this pairing. Funny, I was just thinking the exact same. Okay, what's your most impressive magic, my dear otherworldler? Aura was really excited. I guess that would be my time stopping, but honestly, I don't want to use it too often. As cool as it is, it's at least twice as scary. Definitely. Maya instantly agreed from the sidelines. Other than that, let's see. I showed you my storage magic during dinner already. Oh, my darkness magic is really cool. Her voice suddenly got a nasty undertone. No. Fen and Maya's voices overlapped, trying to suppress her tendencies. Maya wasn't one to talk when it came to that, but Sophia's dark magic was something else entirely. I'm not really a fan of dark magic, too creepy. Thank goodness. Sophia seemed disappointed. The sun's already long up, light magic's no fun now. Well, I guess it's my signature blue fire then, I guess. Blue fire. Yeah, this. Sophia opened her palm, and her usual oddly colored flame appeared. Oh. Wait, is that a complete combustion of pure magic power you're doing there? Pretty much. You actually know what this is? Even I'm not sure what I'm doing. The tiger girl had not seen this reply coming. More or less. I've heard about it in the demon capital. They were trying to get it done there, too, but never got this far. I didn't know pure magic power could burn with a blue flame. A fairly light white was the hottest I ever saw. How high is the oxygen concentration you're letting it burn with to reach full combustion? Aura seemed pretty knowledgeable about it. Huh? Doesn't every flame burn blue when in an area with enough oxygen? Sophia didn't know about the properties of fire to that extent. It also depends on the fuel, as far as I heard. Oh, it seems like I mixed that up. I never went in that deep into the topic, after all. Wait a moment, Aura, you know what oxygen is? Roughly. It's part of the air, and it's what you actually need to breathe in the right mixture with other gases to survive, as the body needs it for some kind of function that I forgot the name of. Much like fire, which needs it to burn. Wow, the demons sure are advanced. Sophia had gotten even more impressed by them. Yeah, they have a bunch of interesting stuff going on. Sounds like it'll be a fun visit in the future. By the way, how destructive is that blue flame? The female wolf came back to the topic. Well, I used it in an explosion that turned a plane into a crater. I can also probably burn down an entire forest in a matter of seconds. While she said so, the girl found an innocent tree nearby and instantly burned it to nothingness. Oh ho, we definitely have to go dragon hunting together in the future. Ugh. That wasn't Sophia's intention. I look forward to it. Afterward, the group continued their travels toward the beast folk capital once more, but after around 2 hours, Sophia suddenly stopped. Stop that already. Maya instantly retorted, being tired of her ominous reactions. No, this one of these rare times where it's a positive Really? She naturally was dubious. Yeah. I adjusted my detection magic to include the beast folk again. I'm getting, I don't know, many tens of thousands of reactions. I think I'm detecting the edge of the capital now. Oh, you're right. Aura concentrated for a second and nodded. My range is a bit higher, and even I don't see the end yet. Finally. It feels like we've been traveling for a year already. The tiger girl was getting excited. It's not nearly been that much, though. Fen corrected her. Minor details. Ugh. 45 to 50 kilometers? With Maya's and mine speed. Whatever, it's way too long. Now that I'm detecting the capital, I want to reach it instantly. She was getting impatient. Want a ride? Fen gestured at his back. Aura and I should reach the capital in a fraction of that. Really? I don't mind. Me neither. Both wolves were okay with it. Thank you very much. Sophia was happy. Alright, since I used Aura to sleep last night, I'll ride on Fen to even it out. Are you okay with that, Maya? Sure, she's the fluffier one, after all. No offense, Fen. None taken. The couple climbed on the two's backs, and they began their high-speed travel. Not even 20 minutes passed before the group arrived at a hill from where almost the whole capital of the beast folk could be overlooked from. Wow. So huge. The cat and the tiger were overwhelmed by the sheer size of the capital. It really has grown a lot since the last time. Yeah, it's been a while, but it's way more impressive than I would have thought. The two wolves had been there before, but it was in the distant past when the capital was just a tiny village, incomparable to the metropolis they were looking at now. It was a gigantic circular city, being multiple kilometers in diameter. Right in the middle of it, there was a huge gray and white castle with many towers and some extra buildings with greenish roofs. All around it was a vast and colorful garden, and the area was protected by a brownish-red wall with a single gate for entrance and exit. Outside the wall, there was a huge green patch with smaller palaces in the 4 cardinal directions. Between those castles, many dozens of mansion-like buildings with fancy gardens could be identified. From the look of it, this was the noble lair. Around this area, there, too, was spanning a wall all around it, this time with a gate near every one of the 4 palaces. The last and outer layer of the capital was by far the biggest and made up for at least 90% of the whole city. There were next to no green patches, because the place was filled with many thousands of houses of various sizes. Almost every one of them was orderly built and had a uniformly red roof, making for a well-thought-out look. The entrance to the capital was handled by 4 large gates in every cardinal direction. From the biggest main gate led a huge road all the way to the castle in the innermost layer, while the streets from the other 3 gates terminated at the smaller palaces in the middle layer. Many other roads obviously connected every part of the capital with each other, though. Every gate was packed with people, and especially the main one was so busy that it was impossible to count just how many people were going in and out. Coincidentally, this main gate was also the one closest to the group. After the 2 wolves turned to a more reasonable size, they headed toward it, blissfully unaware of what kind of uproar they were going to cause. Chapter 82, Exploring the Capital. It felt like an eternity to Sophia because of just how much happened since coming to this world, especially after meeting Maya, but the group had finally arrived at the Beastfolk capital after their long and eventful journey. They were currently walking alongside a big road that leads towards the main gate of the capital. There, the blonde tiger noticed that every single gaze of the beast people along the way was focused on her while they were respectfully stepping aside from the group to make way for them. So much attention. The lost tiger has returned home. Aura was having fun. Everyone is, of course, curious. I'm not lost. Nor have I returned. She retorted on instinct. Well, that story makes a lot more sense than what actually happened, Sophia. Maya, unfortunately, had no nice words for her. I hate that you're right. She hung her head. While trying her best to hide herself between the wolves, which wasn't overly effective because they had shrunk in size, the gate soon was in full view. Ahaha. The cat girl let out a dry laugh when she spotted a couple of stone statues near the gate. There were a few actual tigers and multiple tiger beast people that had very similar features to the one in their group. I should have gone for a cat girl, after all. They're super adorable, as well. I would have matched Maya even more, and I wouldn't get so much attention. You decided that yourself, though. Because it's cute. I love the stripes. Then stop complaining. Maya naturally had no sympathy for such a reason, not that she disagreed. Ugh. There was a lot of regret in her voice, but Sophia had gotten way too attached to her tiger form that she didn't want to give it up anymore. Come on, it's going to be fun. Maya grabbed her hand while saying so. It'll also help you get rid of the rest of your shyness. Fine. Shyness? Aura sounded surprised about this absolutely unfitting description. Long story, don't ask. Fun stopped her from going down that rabbit hole. Huh. Sophia kept complaining all the way until the central gate, which didn't take long because everyone was making room for the group, parting the crowd while they were whispering about them, or rather, her. They had reached the guards, who looked very confused about their arrival. From the looks of it, it were mostly men in their late 30s, with all kinds of animal-like features, to varying degrees. Excuse me this terribly rude question, but, who are you? A guy with ears resembling those of foxes addressed them while he was clearly looking at Sophia as he said out loud what absolutely everyone around them was thinking. We know every individual of the tiger family, but I never saw you before. She tried to find an answer. I'm Sophia. It's my first time it's my first time being here. It's natural you never saw me before. She needed 2 tries. How's that supposed to be possible? Every member of the royal family has its permanent residency here. I mean, your hair color is different, but there's no doubt. Well, no one told me about that. In fact, I only learned that me being a tiger girl is something out of the ordinary a little while ago. I'm from really far away and never met another tiger before. Seriously? The guards were shocked. Why yes. Wow, this is going to be a massive uproar. Oh okay, let's go back, girls. Sophia already had enough and turned around. She had thought that it was not going to be easy for her, but actually hearing it was too much. No, you can't just leave now, miss. Now that you appeared, they're going to dispatch search parties to find you again if you disappear now. We could easily outrun them, though. The Heisbeckfen didn't see an issue. That might be true, but I like the beast folk. So, having to run away and hide from them is a bit. She didn't like the idea and faced the guards again. What's going to happen to me if I enter the capital? Hard to say. This had never happened before. I would reckon the royal family is going to seek an audience with you, and you have to explain who you are. They could only guess. Haha, I would like to know the same. Yes, I can imagine you have a lot of questions, too. The guard misunderstood her reaction. Sure. She just rolled with it. Anyway, welcome to Terego, the capital of the beast folk, founded and ruled by the tiger family. Thanks. I look forward to the uproar. Aura was still having a great time. I could do without that. Afterward, the group finally entered the capital while Sophia was already tired enough to look for an inn and take a long nap. Continuously being pierced by the gazes of everyone around her didn't help either. Maya suddenly noticed that Sophia had disappeared. After looking around for a second, she found the girl inside some sort of hat store next to the group. What is she doing? Much better. When she exited the place, the tiger girl was wearing a medium-sized, white hat. It was made with beast people in mind, so it provided extra space for the ears and hid them beneath the fabric at the same time. I should get a bit less attention now. Even the clerk I bought it from was super confused. Most of your striped hair's still out in the open, though. Maya didn't find it to be overly effective. So is your tail. It angrily swishing all over the place doesn't help much either. I am nervous, okay? Sophia glared at her tail as if ordering it to stop. It didn't help, though, and it almost seemed to get even more lively instead. Stupid thing. Well. It's at least a little less obvious, right? Sure. That being said, a white hat with your green shirt? It doesn't match at all. You're so picky. Am I wrong? You're not. Sophia had to agree. I didn't buy it with fashion in mind, anyway. My priorities were elsewhere. But, it would go perfectly with the white dress I gave you. You should totally change into that. Yeah, that would be a good match. Wait. An all-white and floral patterned dress would bring even more attention to me in this situation. TCH. So close. Maya had her very own motives in this situation. Why you? They continued to walk around in the capital for a while, and Sophia's hat idea worked to some degree. People who didn't look at her tail simply walked past her. But everyone who paid a little bit of attention to her immediately became suspicious and took a better look. Interestingly enough, it was mostly girls who managed to instantly identify the tiger girl for some reason. Maya also didn't like this observation one bit. Eventually, they came across a nice-looking inn and decided to get 2 rooms for a couple of days while they were at it. Maya and Sophia obviously shared one, but the 2 wolves did the same. Rooms for full beast people didn't have any actual beds in the first place, but rather the floor had some sort of cushioning. Other than that, both of them are adults, so there's nothing to consider because whatever happens, happens. After resting there for around an hour, the group went back to the streets of the capital. Anything you want to explore, Sophia? Maya was walking beside her and curiously looked around. Oh, what's this? She pointed at a massive building at the end of the street they were following. Various kinds of beast people were going in and out, but their looks were what pulled Sophia in. One half of them looked like warriors, covered in many different types of armor and carrying a wide variety of weapons. The other half was much lighter dressed, and there were no visible weapons. Still, the way they were dressed caught her attention. Eccentric, one might say. Large hats, extremely colorful clothes, robes, capes, there was nothing that wasn't there. They look a little like Chio's group, don't they? Maybe a little more, dedicated? So, is it a gathering spot for adventurer type of people? The tiger questioningly tilted her head. Seems like it. Want to take a look? Maya was a little curious as well. HRMN. Sophia wasn't sure. She didn't remember why, but something about entering such a place in another world made her uneasy. Yeah, whatever, let's go. I have a bad feeling, but I want to see it. Having agreed on it, the group walked over to the building with the many interesting people. Arriving there, they earned a ton of curious gazes, as usual, but no one raised too much of a fuss. Welcome to the Adventurer Guild of the capital. How can I help, huh? An energetic girl with brown hair and dog ears stood behind a counter inside and greeted the group once they entered the building. Even her tail seemed to be wagging for a moment, but she stopped when she saw Sophia and noticed her features that the hat wasn't hiding. Shoo! The cat girl put a finger on her lips. She wants to explore the city on her own because she hasn't had the chance to do that yet. I see. So, Adventurer Guild, what's that? Maya tilted her head. As the name implies, it's a place where adventurers gather together and do quests or tasks for rewards. The dog girl managed to keep her composure in front of the tiger. Oh, is that so? Sophia had gotten interested in it because she had read about this in countless novels in her previous life before. Like, you have to register with your party and advance in ranks to do more profitable quests? No? She immediately shot her down. You just come here, either solo or with your companions, and fetch a quest that tickles your fancy. But, how do you make sure no one takes quests that are too difficult for them? We don't? People have common sense and know that they'll die if they undertake a too difficult task. Well, we'll provide assistance and recommend quests that match your power, but it's ultimately your own responsibility not to die a stupid death. I see. Sophia sounded a tiny bit disappointed that there were no ranks and the likes. I'm sorry for this girl. She doesn't do well with common sense. Maya apologized for some reason. Hey, I understand. The dog girl simply nodded. HMPF. She pouted for a moment but swiftly recovered. Wait, so we could do some quests, as well? The guild worker looked at Sophia, mainly at her tiger bits. Technically, yes? There aren't any rules against it, but, are you sure? Great, let's take a look at the quest board thingy. She didn't care about her reaction and headed straight for the bulletin board. Don't worry, it's fine. Maya gave the dog girl a slight reassuring wink before following after Sophia. Let's see what kinds of quests are available in this terribly lackluster guild. Sophia was still disappointed that they were so easygoing. Escorting a merchant. Nah, let's not do that. Oh, teaching someone fire magic, huh? We're definitely not doing that. The cat girl instantly stopped her. You already destroyed my common sense enough. I thought that could be fun. Fetching cows, yeah, we did that enough already. Are there any dragon hunting requests? Aura also had gotten interested. Dragon, nope. She actually searched for it. Thank goodness. Also, there are no dragons here. Okay, giant frog killing. Frog? Sophia tilted her head. Probably frogs? Green, somewhat slimy amphibians with long tongues? They come in all sorts of colors, but yeah, that sounds like them. Maya confirmed her suspicion. This world. Wait, how giant are we talking about here? About 3 meters tall. They even attack beast people or humans and try to catch them with their tongues, swallowing them whole. You apparently can get out by cutting their stomach from the inside, but you'll be slimy and smelly for days, or so I've heard. What else is there to do? She didn't even want to comment on it, let alone consider going near them. Forest lizards. 10 silver coins each. 100 silver was 1 gold, right? Wow, that doesn't sound profitable at all. They're really easy to catch. You would still need to catch 1,000 of them to get the same pay as for a rock golem, whose eyes sell for 100 gold each. Sure, but they're also 5,000 times tougher. 10 silver is still enough for a somewhat decent meal or a ton of sweets, because those lizards are mainly hunted by children, and that's some nice pocket money for them. The cat girl was telling her more about this world. Oh, yeah, wrong quest for us, then. Also, the sweets example just now sounded oddly specific. She looked at Maya for a moment, who averted her gaze. Look at this. They're actually looking for the eyes of said rock golems. Wait, don't we still have a ton of them left from Fenny's killing spree the other day? Right, you kept them, didn't you? The wolf in question had already forgotten about it. Let's sell a couple of them the next time we come here. I don't think taking them out of my extra space here and now would be a good idea. My girl's growing up. Maya was proud that she had developed a tiny sliver of common sense. Because there was a distinct lack of interesting quests, the group left the Adventurer Guild for the time being, but Sophia immediately regretted this decision. There she is. Wow, the rumor was actually true. An unknown tiger girl has really arrived in the capital. Two male and official-looking beast people were waiting in front of the guild. While of feline origin, as well, they didn't look like tigers. Instead of stripes, their yellowish hair, fur, and tails had more of a rosette-like pattern, resembling those of a jaguar. Sophia had a bad feeling about this and wanted to go back inside the guild again. Chapter 83, Invitation to the Castle. The group had finally arrived in the Beastfolk capital. Though, as expected, because Sophia accidentally turned herself into a tiger girl a while ago, the same as the royal family, she was gathering a lot of attention. They had just exited the Adventurer Guild when they ran into some official-looking people who were searching for her. There really is an unknown member of the royal family. The two beast men, who somewhat resembled jaguars, as far as their hair, ears, and tail were concerned, couldn't actually believe it. How can we help you? Maya took over the talking for Sophia. A rumor of an unknown tiger girl had reached the royal castle, and His Majesty dispatched us to confirm it. And he entrusted us with a message in the case it's actually true. On the wish of His Majesty, King Menzer, we invite you to the royal castle for tomorrow at noon. What happens if I were to decline? Sophia wasn't exactly looking forward to it. Well, we most likely are going to become good friends, because he'll send us out every single day to convince you, I presume? Now that the rumor's confirmed, His Majesty definitely wants to at least see and talk to you. And what happens if I meet him? She was trying to find a way out. He probably wants to get to know you. I'm guessing he'll also invite you to join the royal family with official measures. Or some of the other high positions the tigers are responsible for. How? Maya interrupted them with a serious expression. How is she supposed to join the family? She's not going to marry any of them, I'll have you know. And marry? Sophia stumbled over the word. Unfortunately, I don't know. Then again, unofficially, she's already a part of the tiger family, after all. It'll most likely just be made public, then. Ah, I see. Her expression softened again. Do I, have to join the family in the first place? It's supposed to be an honor, you know? I see. She didn't feel like arguing at the moment, because she was still too overwhelmed. Then, can I bring my friends with me when I meet this king? That's. Just so you are aware, Maya interrupted them once more. I'm going with her, regardless of the answer. Well. The jaguar man gave up with a sigh. Yes, that would be acceptable. Only the two of you for the time being, please. Your wolf companions are free to visit at another time. Sounds good to me. I wanted to explore the city some more, anyway. Yeah, that sounds more fun to me than meeting the king. Fan and Aura had no problems with it. Why you too? Sophia couldn't believe how readily they bailed out of it. She wasn't angry, though, just terribly envious. So, can we tell His Majesty that you'll meet him tomorrow? HRMN. She needed a moment. Why yes, if Maya can come with me, I'll somehow manage. She still didn't sound happy, though. Excellent. We'll immediately head out and tell King Menzer the news. Sure. An audience with the king on the first day in the capital. You sure are something. The catgirl shook her head. Well, you insisted on tagging along, so we have an audience with him, Maya. You want to go alone? Thank you very much for coming with me. Sophia really didn't want to do it on her own. I simply wouldn't go without you at all. Even if you would have said yes now, it wouldn't change anything. There's no way I could let you go alone. I'm way too worried. Yeah, I might say or do something stupid. Offending the king seems like it would not be overly good. There's that, too. She stopped for a moment. But, I'm more worried about them stealing you away from me. Who knows what they're really planning to make you part of their family? Is that what the marrying thing was about? Yes. It doesn't sound that far-fetched, does it? Sophia tilted her head. That Jaguar guy did say that it's just about making it public, didn't he? Well, that doesn't sound fun either, though. Who knows if that's true? Maya seemed really fidgety about it. I bet he has no idea, either, or just wanted to lure you in. Don't worry, before anyone steals me away from you, I'll rather burn down the royal castle. Really? Of course. Ehe. The catgirl's expression turned bright again. Aura stared at them before looking at Fen. Don't worry, castles take a lot of time and work to burn down. Most of it is solid stone, after all. I know that. It's not my first time, but is that really the problem here? Nah, I don't think the king's that stupid. I see. She let the couple be. Well, not that I care either way. It'll be fun. The next day, unfortunately, appeared before long. After having had a good night's sleep, thanks to sleeping in an actual bed, not to mention having shared it with Maya, Sophia was extra reluctant to get up. Should we dress up? The catgirl was already out of bed and in the middle of sorting out her clothes, while only in her underwear. She was wearing light pink panties and just finished putting on a bra in the same color. Both had some light lace applications on the hem and looked really elaborately crafted. Your style is fancy enough, I guess? I think you're fine. She took a good look at Maya while saying so. The tiger was still confused about why this world was so advanced when it came to such things, but she definitely had no plans to complain here. Say that after I'm wearing some clothes. Yeah, those are fancy, as well. Hey. Maya was not amused. Oh, while we're at that, why light pink? She had no intention of stopping looking at Maya in her underwear. It looks great, I love the color, but going by your normal clothes, I was expecting full white underneath, too. I was a bit surprised that you usually go for more subtle shades. White on white can show through. Seriously? That makes no sense. She stopped for a moment. Right, white tends to be a bit see-through in the first place, so a different type of clothing beneath in a similar color kinda gets accentuated instead. I remember now. You want underwear closer to your skin color, right? Yep, else, the contrast between your skin and underwear will show through the clothes. Shows how much I wear white clothes. I prefer looking at them. Thanks. Maya had a rough idea of what the tiger meant. Ehe. Anyway, what about me? I love my shirts, but they might be a bit too casual, huh? She got back to the topic of dressing up for the visit in the royal castle. Well, they want something from you, so it should be fine either way. The catgirl didn't think she had to put so much thought into it. Then again, it would be the perfect opportunity to wear the sundress again I got for you. Oh, that might be a good idea. Sophia wasn't against it. Seriously? And just like that, I'm suddenly looking forward to this meeting. What a thirsty girl you are. Are you really saying that, Sophia? While still staring at me? All while I'm in just my underwear? A fair point. She didn't look away, though. And now I know I shouldn't wear white underneath. Good thing I got curious about your underwear. Sure, you only now got interested in it. The catgirl didn't believe her. She averted her eyes. Interested in the color, I mean. Better. She was satisfied with that much truth. Also, was a bit looking forward to your white on white. Hey. The tiger got angry. Why would you do that? Because it's a nice view for me? And for everyone else. She hadn't thought that far. Alright, I wouldn't want that. It's my personal privilege. Sure. Anyway, do I even have anything that doesn't show through? Most of my underwear's the sporty type, and they're either white or black, or some other, pretty bright colors. Your default setting is blush, so you should aim for something along those lines. Not setting, I meant skin color. Sassy today, aren't we? Yep, today. You. Sophia stared at her for a moment. Okay, whatever, I don't have anything blushy, though. Anything peachy would work okay enough. Your dress isn't a very bright white, so maybe even a light gray could work. I also only have darker types of gray. Peach, huh? Let me see. The blonde rummaged through her extra storage for a minute and eventually pulled out a matching set of underwear in a subtle shade of peach out of it. It also wasn't the sporty type, but closer to Maya's, with a few lace applications on the hem. I got those the last time we went shopping, but haven't had the chance to wear them yet. Perfect. Maya liked the idea. Good. The color's also good. It shouldn't show through. Turns out, it wasn't the idea the catgirl liked, but rather what she was seeing. Hey. But, thanks. Sophia's face turned to the color she, unfortunately, hadn't any type of underwear of, a subtle shade of blush. Once she was finally able to leave the bed, the tiger girl got ready. She changed into the floral sundress, together with her carefully chosen underwear. Afterward, the couple got some breakfast, left the inn, and slowly walked towards the royal castle while the tiger also had put on her new hat. This dress looks so nice on you. Maya couldn't avert her eyes. Thanks. She got a little shy. Wait, isn't that bad for me? The catgirl suddenly stopped in her tracks. If you're too pretty, they'll want you even more. I'm such an idiot. I only thought about my own enjoyment. As I said, that's not going to happen. Why yes. She couldn't help but be worried regardless. The couple kept walking for a while, hand in hand, of course, until they eventually arrived at the gate in front of the castle. There, the two were stopped by the guards. I'm sorry, girls, the royal palace is only for oh. The guard, yet another beast man with jaguar-like features, stumbled over his words when he looked past Sophia's hat. Welcome back, my lady, wait. He looked at her again, seemingly confused. It's my first time being here. It's only natural that you have no idea who I am. She had a rough understanding of why the guard was so all over the place. Really? Could it be? You're the new member of the royal family that appeared in the rumors yesterday? Well, the king wanted to see me after these rumors reached him, yes. She didn't address any of his other claims. I see. We were actually informed of your visit today. Together with your companion, that is. Because I sincerely doubt that there's yet another unknown tiger girl running around in the capital, it has to be you. You two can proceed now. Head towards the main entrance of the castle at the end of this road. Someone will pick you up there. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks. Following the instructions, they walked along the street until the two arrived at the actual castle. There, the couple spotted 3 jaguar girls that were dressed like maids. Are jaguars like the attendants of the tiger family? Sophia was wondering about it as it started to look like a pattern now. No idea, but I was just thinking the same. If Maya had known the royal family to this extent, none of this would have ever happened because she would have stopped Sophia before she transformed herself into a tiger. Welcome to the royal castle, the maids did a slight bow while addressing the couple. His Majesty, King Menzer is awaiting you already. May we ask for your names to properly announce you to His Majesty? Lim Sophia. M Maya. The situation made them a little tense. I understand. Lady Sophia, Lady Maya, please follow us. We'll take you to His Majesty. Lady? The couple felt incredibly awkward, but the maids paid it no mind and silently guided them through the castle. I am getting kinda nervous now. It took almost 10 minutes of walking around before the maids stopped in front of a huge and fancy wooden double door. We have arrived. His Majesty, King Menzer, is behind this door. Please wait here for a moment until we announce you. Oh, okay. Just like that, the couple was left alone. I guess I should take off my hat, huh? Well, I probably should have done so a long time ago, now that I think about it. My mind was too preoccupied. Sounds like a plan. The king probably wants to make sure about your tiger origins. What origins? She had none of those. You know what I mean. This is so messed up. You can say that again. 5 more minutes passed before the heavy wooden doors slowly opened again, and the maids beckoned them in. Your Majesty, this is Lady Sophia, together with Lady Maya on the left. And nice to meet you, why Your Majesty? Unsure how to reply, the couple became even more awkward. Haha, there's no need to be so formal. The king, a dignified-looking tiger man, greeted them with a hearty laugh. It somehow was hard to guess his age, but he seemed to be somewhere in his 40s. He had the same ears as Sophia, but his tail was a bit longer and thicker when compared to his body size. The striped, black pattern was the same, as well, but his hair and fur had a dark orange hue. Oh, okay. The rumors were true after all, huh? The king took a better look at Sophia. Although, your hair's somewhat different. While there are some slight derivations of the orange hue, I've never seen a blonde tiger before. Well, she had no idea how to react or what to say. From which family are you, Sophia? Maybe I can find an answer to your hair if I can trace back your ancestors. I don't have a family. She stopped for a moment. I've been on my own ever since I came to the world. Though there were a ton of details missing, it technically wasn't a lie. I have friends and companions, but no actual relatives. Is that so? He looked genuinely apologetic. I'm sorry for being insensitive and asking about something painful. No, it's fine. I'm living a good life now. She ended up glancing at Maya while saying so. There's no need to feel bad. The cat girl liked her answer. That's good. Still, for someone from the tiger family to be abandoned. This is unacceptable. The king seemed angry. But there are no reports of any members missing, even going back as far as 50 years. This doesn't make any sense. Well, of course. She only mumbled these words. Where did you come from, Sophia? Was there maybe a tribe that got overlooked during our migration to the capital in the distant past? This was a complicated question. Are you familiar with the so-called monster country? Yes, it's a vicious area far away. Even our most remote settlements that are directly governed by us aren't overly close. Why are you asking? Wait, don't tell me. Yes, I originated from deep inside of it. I've been there ever since I can remember. Again, it technically wasn't a lie. Unbelievable. Wait, is that why I'm feeling this massive power coming from you? Because you had to survive there for your entire life? Well, more or less. While Kinnear gave her this power, he did drop her there to survive. YUVE had it rough, huh? Absolutely. The two tigers weren't necessarily talking about the same thing, but they still came to a mutual understanding. That cat companion of yours seems to be quite powerful, as well. Maya, was it? No, I'm simply born with these high magical powers. There's no fancy story behind me. She didn't want to be compared with Sophia. I see. Still, it's at a level where even I lose my confidence, the king of a whole country. No, actually, mine's not even a sliver compared to it. The cat girl went silent. Okay, let's get back to the topic. The king's voice changed. Sophia, even though you should be part of the royalty or high nobility of this country, you had to go through such a tragic and hard past. She, too, went silent. We still need to investigate a little further, trying to find your real ancestors. Regardless of that, though, I want you to formally become a part of the royal family, Sophia. My family. We can't let this incident go on without doing anything and let such an outstanding individual not benefit from her origins. She was at a loss for words. Chapter 84, The Princess. The rumor of a new tiger girl, Sophia, arriving in the beastfolk capital had even reached the king, head of the royal tiger family. He invited her to the palace and offered her to join the family as a result. After all, that's supposed to be the role of every tiger. How am I supposed to join the family? Well, my oldest son and daughter are still not Anga. No. Maya instinctively interrupted the king without thinking. I'm terribly sorry, but... No. Why yeah, I have to agree here. And marriage is not an option here. Could I ask The king couldn't finish his question because the enormous wooden doors suddenly flung open in the middle of his sentence. Father, I have returned home from school. I heard you wanted to see. I'm very sorry for interrupting. Another tiger girl had appeared in the room. She seemed to be around the same age as the couple, maybe 1 or at best 2 years older, at least judging by her face with her cat-like and cheeky-looking eyes that were a mix between yellow and orange with a hint of blue around the iris. For a moment, a certain girl became a bit envious because the growth spurt of the new tiger was in a league of its own, as she looked even more developed than the cat girl in certain areas. Luckily, because Sophia had adjusted herself in a way she was happy with by now, it wasn't much of an issue, and she simply enjoyed the splendid view. She was a good bit taller than Maya, too. These two things made for a big contrast between the two tiger girls. Her animal features were the exact same as Sophia's, save for the base color of her fur and hair, which was of a darkish orange, just like her father. It was less faded out, more glossy, and overall looked very cared for, though. The length of her hair seemed to be rather long, but it was hard to guess the exact length as she had tied it up to a ponytail. This tiger girl was wearing something resembling a summer-themed school uniform. Dark brown shoes and black socks, which covered half of her calves and featured a white line at the top. A tartan-styled, checkered with different hues of red and black, skirt accentuated with white stripes. Her white dress shirt looked slightly similar to Maya's, but instead of red applications, it had a black stripe on the sleeves and a black collar. The style, too, looked less casual. It also had a golden badge on the chest area, which seemed to have some symbols resembling elements like water, fire, and the likes engraved on it. Rounding everything up, she was wearing a bow tie-like ribbon in the same pattern as her skirt. Spoiler, click here for a picture of her. Collapse? Anna, he stared at the girl. Welcome back. How often did I tell you to knock? Ahaha, sorry. HIA. Menzo let out a sigh. Whatever, please introduce yourself now that you're here already. Of course. I'm the oldest daughter of King Menzer. I'm Anna, the first princess of this country. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintanceship. She did a little curtsy towards the end in stark contrast to her earlier roughness. Someone troublesome has appeared. Inaudible to everyone else, the couple came to the same conclusion. May I ask about the names of our guests? Ah, right, I'm Maya. Sophia here, it's nice to meet you. The pleasure's all mine. Oh? Oh, so that's how it is. Anna took a better look at Sophia. You're the rumored lost family member, I take it? The fellow tiger girl. Why yes, I'm that, rumored girl. Ho. The princess mustered her again. You're pretty hot. Her formal speech lasted for around 4 seconds in total. Afterward, the room was wrapped in absolute silence for a good minute. Anna, behave yourself. What? It's true. She didn't seem apologetic whatsoever. Seriously, can we keep her, father? I want this girl to be around all the time. Anna. The king rubbed his temples before continuing. Wait, you never were so interested in others before, were you? I've never met anyone as interesting as her before, after all. I see. So, is she sticking around? We just started talking about his topic when a certain someone interrupted us. Dear daughter of mine. I mentioned my children before, Sophia. Anna is one of them, and while she's a bit of work, I think she's still a good option. Hey, prove me wrong. She didn't reply for a moment. Wait, option? Are you trying to use me to have Sophia marry into the family? Not without your consent, obviously. We aren't barbarians, after all. Anna looked at Sophia while thinking about it. Jackpot. Seemingly having warmed up to the idea in an instant, the princess inched closer to the tiger girl, but she didn't make it far. And stop. Maya literally appeared between the two girls and forcefully stopped Anna from doing whatever she planned to do to Sophia by holding her off with her hand. I am sorry for doing this to a princess, but I'm about to explode here. Why your majesty, it's great that you asked your daughter for consent and all, but I sincerely hope that, well, my consent is as important in this. Sophia was hoping to debate the situation peacefully. As the cat girl had gone down the path of emotion here, she had to be the voice of reason. King and princess looked equally dumbfounded. It's a very generous offer, and Princess Anna is certainly beautiful. I should be happy, I guess, but I have to respectfully decline. Come on. Once we get to know each other better, I'm sure we'll be happy. Bad princess, stop. Maya noticed that she tried to get closer to Sophia again, but her defenses were impenetrable. Come on, help out a girl here. I just want to get closer to my future wife. That's never going to happen. The cat girl was getting angry. Well, the king faced Sophia. Naturally, I won't force you. That would never work out. Still, I might be biased, but you said it yourself that my Anna is beautiful. Again, yes, she's a bit of a handful, but I'm certain she'll calm down in the future. Why is my own father the one playing down my worth? That's your fault alone. The king and his daughter seem to be getting along great. Ugh, Princess Anna herself isn't the problem. I have a soft spot for girls that are high maintenance, after all. Hey! Two complainers raised their voices. May I ask for the reason then? Joining the royal family is a huge opportunity, is it not? Exactly. The two of us would be so great together. Anna hadn't given up yet. The blonde tiger really seemed to be her type. You two will never be a thing. A vein was about to pop on the cat girl's forehead. She's the reason. Sophia pointed at her Maya. The girl who's about to attack your daughter is my partner. In the G-girlfriend kind of sense. Admitting it in front of others made her bashful. Hee hee. Full of smug, the cat girl triumphantly flashed the princess a big grin. Won't you at least think about it? Considering that she's the first princess of a nation, she comes with a lot of benefits. No, I'm sorry. There wasn't even a shred of hesitation. There's no need to give it any thought. I love Maya. Sophia. The girl in question was deeply touched. Sharing wouldn't dash. No. Maya didn't let the king finish his sentence. I'm sorry. I don't want to offend His Majesty, but . It's alright, I fully understand. While it certainly is allowed and also practiced to have multiple lovers, I, too, wouldn't even dream of sharing my lovely wife with anyone. Menzer wasn't angry about her reaction. Thank you very much. Yes. Sophia also agreed. I'm a one-girl girl. I'm dedicated to a single one, and that won't change. Also, I can barely handle Maya, another one on top? No, totally impossible. Yeah. The king had an understanding expression for some reason. Also, why would you ever want to have more than one girl as your lover? Do you have any idea how much work we are? Dealing with multiple sounds more like a curse than anything else. Just a single girlfriend can be really exhausting. Sophia apparently preferred monogamous relationships. I mean, I won't judge anyone, but no, it's so not for me. Why do I feel like there was a jab against me in there? Maya didn't like everything about her explanation. Would you want multiple girls? A couple more of me? Maybe also a royal princess? Having to deal with everyone at the same time? The cat girl stopped for a moment and then shuddered. What Sophia said. Aside from not wanting to have anyone else in the first place, it does sound like a major pain. So it's over already? Anna didn't like this development. Sorry, too late. The levels of her smugness were still increasing. Gore. Alright, let's have a match. The winner will get Sophia. Anna, behave yourself already. Maya, too, stop egging her on. You two stay out of this. Aside from everything that was going on, the cat girl and the princess were in total sync. Huh. So were Sophia and the king as they shared a sigh. You have it rough, huh? We both have. How about no? The cat girl turned her down in the end. She already is my girlfriend. I won't lose, but there's nothing to gain for me here, is there? Anna noticed her oversight. Why, you can show off your strength in front of her, to make yourself look good. We train together every day. There's no need for that. Seriously? That sounds awesome. Wait, no. Stop making me jealous. Anyway, what do I have to give you to accept the match? There's noth. Maya, entertain her a bit. Sophia saw no harm in them having a match. You want to fight her, don't you? Ignore the part where the match is about me. After all, there's no way you'll lose. Well, of course. I just don't like the fact that I should fight for such a reason. Nah, it's fine, I don't mind, and I have faith in you. Now I have to. Maya was pretty easy to handle from time to time. Alright, let's have that match, Princess Anna. After openly flirting so much. She seemed a bit envious. I'll make you regret accepting. Let's go to the training place in the backyard immediately. Are you sure about this? The king addressed Sophia as the two were following the duo with a tired expression. It's okay. She's a prodigy at the academy, though. She always scores first place in the practical magic exams. I'm sorry, but your Anna has no chance. My Maya has vastly superior magic powers, not to mention actual experience in fighting monsters. She's not going to lose to anyone. Both of them sounded like boasting parents. Also, I love her. Even if the match is about me, I wouldn't suddenly accept Princess Anna. I'm sorry for raising any hopes in her. Maya also knows that. Are the two of you really the same age as my daughter? The king felt like the two were much more mature than Anna. The cat girl of yours is also really skillful in egging her on. Ahaha. She had to laugh that he said it after Maya was being so immature. The princess is around 17? Yeah, she turned 17 quite a while ago. Her next birthday isn't that far off, actually. Then no, Maya and I are a good bit older. Yeah, that makes sense, Menzer agreed without thinking. Wait, what? He only wanted to make a joke. Both, Maya and I, are in our 20s. Early 20s, I'll have you know. She felt the need to correct herself. Seriously? Okay, my wife will kill me when I tell her about this, and I didn't ask you. What are your secrets? Ahaha. I'm not sure if it's okay to tell you, but whatever, she didn't feel like the info could harm her. Actually, your life expectancy is directly related to your magic power. How do you know about that? He seemed visibly shocked. This is supposed to be a top secret. Eh? Well, I know a really powerful individual who made the connection himself after growing really old. I see. Please don't spread this information. It's the reason why the tiger family is so long-lived compared to the rest of the beast folk, too. We have the biggest magic power by far, so we grow up to 50% older than most others. It would be hard to explain to the public. Yes, I have nothing to gain by spreading it, anyway. So, what does that have to do with you being older than you look? Maya's and mine magic power are at a level where our bodies more or less stop aging altogether when we reach this age. He needed a moment. I'm sorry, what? You didn't mishear. Is that even possible? I mean, we also age slower than most, but not to a point where we looked like 16 in our 20s. Sorry, early 20s. He corrected himself after seeing Sophia's expression. You know, the guy who told me about it also frequently tells me stories about when he roamed around with the demons on this continent. How old is that friend of yours? He refuses to tell me, but he's old. Wait, I can sense that you're powerful, but just how big is your actual magic power? Let me put it that way, she tried to find an explanation that didn't sound too unbelievable. Maya started traveling with me because she initially wanted to learn my magic. In order to do that, she first had to learn chantless magic, because I have no idea how to use spells or activation words. You shouldn't mess with the king of a country, girl. He still didn't believe her. In response to that, Sophia opened her palm and created a miniature tornado on top of it. I wasn't messing around, though. Menzer needed a moment to process it. Does that mean your cat girl can use it, too? Or are you still teaching her? So far, she can use chantless magic of the air, water, fire, and earth category. F4 types of magic? Does that mean you can use even more, Sophia? Of course. Every single one, including the category-less, original magic. The king rubbed his temples again before his expression changed. Sophia, you have to become a part of the royal family, after all. As the ruler, I can't afford to let go of such a valuable person. Your Majesty, if you can offer me a way that doesn't include marriage, or hurting Maya in any other conceivable way, I will at least listen. If not, don't waste your or my time trying. I'm sure the time of a king is a very valuable asset. I, too, have better things to do. You just became one of the most important topics on my agenda. The development of magic has been stagnant for a while already. I have the feeling that would change with your presence. I have to get you for my country. Menzer seemed incredibly determined about his plan. I'll find a way that won't hurt the relationship with your partner. Thank you. While Sophia still wasn't sure whether she even wants to become part of the royal family, now she didn't have to fear anything stupid or regrettable happening. Speaking of stupid and regrettable. What do you He looked in the same direction as the tiger girl and saw his daughter facing off the supposedly ridiculously powerful Maya with a smug look after they arrived at the training field behind the castle. Do your best, cat. I'll definitely make you regret accepting this match. Your Sophia will be mine very soon. Her left eye was a little twitchy, but she managed to not react to the cheap provocation of the princess. I'll apologize in advance if anything happens to Princess Anna. Sophia felt that Maya was slightly angry. Don't worry, I'll immediately heal her if something happens. She has no chance, has she? It'll be a short fight. Yeah. Wait, you can even use healing magic? Yup. Eh? Using the dumbfounded cry of this country's king as a starting signal, his daughter faced off Maya in a match for Sophia's hand. Not that the girl in question had any intention of going along with it. Chapter 84.5 Illustrations. Here's the extra chapter for Anna's illustrations. There might be more eventually, so make sure to scroll all the way to the bottom. Chapter 85 Anna vs. Maya. During the audience with the king of the beast folk, Sophia was offered to marry his oldest daughter, the first princess of the nation. Obviously, Maya couldn't let that slide, but Sophia naturally wasn't a fan either. Unfortunately, Princess Anna was, though, because she had taken a liking to the blonde. She had gotten rather competitive, and it ended up with her challenging Maya to a match with Sophia's hand as the reward. Is this going to be all right? King Menzer looked at his daughter and the cat girl with a worried expression. Yeah. You know, in a way, Princess Anna reminds me a bit of Maya. She, too, challenged me to a duel the day we met and refused to listen at all. If it wasn't for, me, I think the two could have become good friends. Who knows, maybe they still will once my stupid daughter calms down. Or if a certain someone would have asked me about the matter first before mentioning anything to his daughter, and, more importantly, listen to our complaints. Menzer had an awkward expression. Well, it would be nice, them becoming friends. While they had a conversation that sounded a bit like two fathers complaining about their idiot daughters, though it couldn't be further away from Sophia's relationship with Maya, said idiots finally started their match. Okay. I hope you had a good time with Sophia, because she'll be mine soon. I sure had, and I sure will for a long time. As usual, the sass was strong in her. Well, try me, princess. Your overconfidence will be your end, cat. I am sorry for my daughter. The king seemed embarrassed. And no. Sophia was trying not to laugh instead, because this exchange resembled more and more her first meeting with Maya. Oh powerful wind, heed my call and cut this girl. After the princess' short chant, two medium-sized air blades shot toward Maya with moderate speed. Well, that's disappointing. After a small yawn for extra mockery, Maya simply stepped aside to dodge the blades. Gore. Is that all, princess? There's a limit to underestimating someone. Are you really saying this, Maya? Sophia had to make a retort from the sidelines. Shut up. I've changed since then. Ahaha. She couldn't help herself. True enough. This was just a warm-up. Anna's face turned red. Windy whirlwind, trap her. As the name implied, a precursor to a tornado formed and tried to entrap the cat girl, but she was well accustomed to this type of magic. Tornado. Not feeling the need to resort to chantless magic, Maya used one of her classics. Immediately after, a much stronger whirlwind formed and swallowed the magic of the princess. So you're capable of using activation words only, huh? Of course? You felt my power, didn't you? Why would activation words surprise you? Seriously? The blonde was still commenting on their match. Alright, I'll stop holding back. Anna seemed a bit flustered. The cat girl was not the least bit intimidated. Prison. After the princess shouted the word, Maya was trapped inside earthen walls that had shot out of the ground. How's that? You can give up if you want. No, I'm good. Sounding unfazed, Maya let a door appear in the walls Princess Anna made and stepped in front of her as if nothing happened. What dash? Completely unharmed? She was shocked. Wait, I didn't hear a chant or activation word? Of course. I used none of that, after all. Eh? How? Huh? Have you never heard of chantless magic? Oh, of course I have. You can actually use it? Even father can't do that. Well, I'm still in the middle of learning it, but so far, I can use it for 4 different types, categories. Why you can use 4 different types of magic? I thought I was special for using 2. Deja vu? Sophia still couldn't stay silent on this exact copy of her match with Maya from back then. The cat girl just now made the full connection to the couple's first meeting. Ahaha. The princess sounded desperate. Is there anything left I can do? That depends. Do you want to be set on fire? Cut in pieces by wind? Crushed by earth or drenched by a couple of 1,000 liters of water? Those are my answers to your next attack. I don't like any of these options. And maybe the water. I mean no. You could also give up. But then. Sophia won't. Princess Anna, the cat girl sighed. We love each other, and even if you would have won, this wouldn't have changed. You had no chance since the beginning. Ugh. Your girlfriend sure is harsh, Sophia. The king was impressed by her ruthlessness. Well, she's normally pretty gentle, but your daughter might have hit a nerve. Yeah, she's good at that. She takes after her mother, after all. I don't think so, dear. She's much more like you used to be. Next to the king, a woman suddenly appeared. She was the exact copy of Anna, or rather, an older version of her, with medium-long and slightly wavy hair. A beautiful tall, and well-endowed tiger lady, who seemed to be rather intimate with the king. She appeared to be roughly around his age, or maybe a couple of years younger. Kira? Where did you come from? I heard that something interesting was going on in the training area, and I came to take a look. It seems like our pretentious daughter got a small reality check, huh? She looked pretty satisfied. Who is this cat girl she lost so badly against? Oh, she's called Maya. She's the partner of Sophia over here. He stepped aside to bring her into full view. She was still bad at talking with people for the first time. I'm Sophia. It's nice to meet you. The pleasure's all mine. I'm Kira, wife of Menzer and mother of our stupid Anna, effectively the queen of this country. She then took a better look at her. So, you're the girl from the rumors, Sophia? That, I am. Oh ho, indeed, you're cute. As it turned out, the king might have been right about who the princess takes after. I've never seen a tiger with blonde hair before. It looks great, though. So do the white bits. Thanks. So, why were those two having a duel? Well, both, Sophia and the king, awkwardly looked away. Dear, what did you do? I wanted to integrate Sophia into the family because she's special, and I couldn't afford to let go of her. Marrying Anna was on the table. Our girl liked the idea, Maya, not so much. Obviously. Which girlfriend would like this? Why did you even suggest something so stupid? Kira got angry at her husband. I didn't know the two were a couple when the idea came up. A relatively solid excuse. You might want to get your eyesight checked, though, dear. Still, why are they fighting? It's not like a duel would suddenly change their feelings. Our daughter wanted to fight for Sophia's hand, as in the loser has to back down. And my Maya got a little angry about her wanting to steal me away. You gave her the last push, though. You didn't have to mention this, Your Majesty. I'm not going down without you. So unfair. You two get along great, huh? We bonded over a common source of problems. Yeah. As they said so, the king and Sophia looked at their daughter, respectively girlfriend. Alright, I accept defeat. While the queen was chatting with the two, Princess Anna finally gave up with a mortified expression. Good. Maya's expression, on the other hand, was one of pure smugness. Maya, stop playing with your prey already. You've won. That's not what I'm doing. Really? Sure seems like it, though. Just looking at you makes me want to catch something so I can play around with it. That's just because you're super instinct driven. Ugh. Sophia took a lot of damage from her reply. It's not that bad. Compared to your feline instincts, I might as well be a fish. You have strong instincts? The king seemed interested in the topic. She had a hard time answering. Ignoring her looks, which is hard because she's gorgeous, Sophia also could be an actual tiger at times. Maya couldn't stay impartial while addressing her looks. Are you holding a grudge against me for some reason? She was wondering why the cat girl was teasing her so much. I would never. Her voice implied otherwise. Even though I lost, you can still choose me, Sophia. I wouldn't treat you like this. Princess Anna had yet to step down on her chase. She put a hand on her chin to think about the suggestion. Sophia? Maya instantly panicked. Ahaha, getting back at you is fun. Her expression loosened again. I'm sorry, Princess Anna, I'll stick with Maya. I enjoy our bantering. No fair. Perfect victory. Maya, stop this stupid competition and be nice to her. I am sorry. Wait. You're the one who gave the last push for the competition. She's usually a good girl, princess. The blonde ignored her protest. If not for her jealousy, that is. I have a feeling that this is going to be weird, but, well, a relationship is impossible. Still, I would be happy if we could somehow become friends regardless. I'll settle with that for now. Yes, I'll gladly become your friend. Anna quickly corrected herself. Sophia, you mustn't. She's dangerous. Maya definitely wasn't a fan of this budding friendship. So. King Menzer wasn't sure what to say and came back to the previous topic again. What was that about you and your feline instincts? That's embarrassing. Her face turned slightly red. Basically, the instincts of my tiger side get really strong from time to time. To the point of them even taking over for me in some situations. Really, so embarrassing. The shade of her cheeks turned even darker. Even my ears and tail are hypersensitive. Really? MMH. Oh, if you try to touch either of them, especially my ears, I won't hesitate in even attacking a king of a country, you know? Her expression suddenly turned cold. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare. Right, dear? Queen Kira had the same expression for some reason. I would never. He backed off a couple of steps from the two in defense. I wouldn't dare to touch the ears of a fellow feline, especially one in a relationship, even more so because I'm married. Happily, so. Good. The expression of both girls returned to normal again. In the first place, that wasn't what I meant. I was talking about your instincts, Sophia. I know from the records that our early ancestors had pronounced instincts, as well. Still, nowadays, they're more on the unobtrusive side in the tiger family. At least the offensive-oriented instincts. It's the same for you, isn't it, Kira? Yes. Actually, in my lineage, they might be even weaker. General feline instincts and the sense of duty are still strong, though. That's true. Really? I'm so envious. Sophia wasn't a fan of her instincts running wild most of the time. Quite the opposite. I'm envious that the tiger blood in you is still so thick. No. Losing your reason in the middle of a hunt is far from desirable, if you ask me. Going for your prey purely on instinct alone. She remembered the bear hunt shortly after turning herself into a tiger. Wow. He sounded impressed. You might originate from an ancient tribe of the tiger folk, Sophia. Probably a very long-lived one, judging by just how extreme your magic power is. That would result in way fewer generations over time. You could be some sort of primal type of tiger girl. Is that so? This could also partially explain your hair and fur. From the records, the founders of our capital from many centuries ago were of a lighter orange, as well, and it started to darken over the generations. Still, your full blonde hair with only a hint of orange could very well mean that you're from an even more pure line than the founders. Oh, really? She had no idea how to reply. In a sense, she actually was something along those lines. Sophia was the first tiger in her lineage, but this was a pretty far stretch. The reason Sophia's instincts are so aggressive is because she turned herself into a full-fledged beast girl, a pure one, without any watering down over generations. Not that the blonde girl could admit to any of those at this point. In a way, she was a fake, but she also was the most real tiger girl there is. A complicated situation. Ah. The king sighed. Is it really impossible for you to accept our Anna? A primal tiger girl, together with our daughter. Your offspring would bring the tiger folk to new heights. It is impossible. Maya answered for her in a very direct and absolute tone. Why yeah, I love Maya and Maya only. Wait, what? Something in the king's plea had confused her. Greatly. I have to accept that. I won't drive a wedge between lovers. I need to rack my brain about how else I can include you in the family. No, I have to find a way you want to join. Maya, Menzer suddenly faced the cat girl. The tiger side of the parents is the dominant one in their offspring if both are feline. That's how the royal family was kept alive for so long. I would be glad if I could count on you for that somewhere in the future. Huh? That's way too early, Your Majesty. Along with many other things to consider here. Maya had gotten incredibly flustered. Impossible. She had to repeat herself. I didn't mean right now. You. Her face was bright red by now. Wait a moment. Sophia got only more confused. Princess Anna and my Maya, together with me, as well. No matter my partner, we'll always both be girls. There won't be any sea children between us. That's impossible, after all. It's not, though? The king objected with a calm voice. What? Question marks started to float above her head. Blessing magic takes care of that for same-sex couples. It's fairly easy and common for two women. Yeah? Completely bewildered, she looked at Maya for confirmation. Still deeply embarrassed by the king's request, the cat girl couldn't look at her directly and only gave a slight nod. What? The shock was way too big for her. After this revelation, the group had to take a small break because the two guests of honor got put out of commission for a while. Chapter 86, Blessing Magic. Maya naturally won the duel with Princess Anna and was allowed to keep Sophia. Not that any other outcome would have changed anything. Even so, it didn't seem like the princess had entirely given up yet, but there were more important issues at hand right now. Because Sophia didn't want to marry his daughter, the king tasked the cat girl with the topic of children because the bloodline of Sophia's tiger side must be preserved in his eyes. Maya, could I talk to you for a moment? Alone? It sounded like a question, but Sophia had already grabbed her hand and was dragging her away. Sure. Being embarrassed beyond belief herself, thanks to the king's request, the cat girl was unable to resist. Why, Your Majesty, we need a break here. She also didn't wait for his answer before the two disappeared. Menzer. A cold voice came from his left. Why yes? He reluctantly faced his wife. I don't mind that you want to bring Sophia into the family. I, too, find her interesting, after all. But. She raised her voice. If you don't stop butting into their relationship, I'll get angry. Leave these girls alone. Kira was a strong ally of the couple. I mean, I bet a child between them would look adorable, and I would love to see it, but have some delicacy. Strong, but maybe not the strongest ally. Why yes. Besides, the earlier misunderstanding of you touching her ears, where she threatened to attack you, the king, her eyes were serious. Even more so than mine. I have the feeling that angering her is not a good idea. For this country, that is. You know that I'm sensitive to magic power levels. Kira stopped for a moment. Maya already is on a level I doubt anyone would be able to beat her. Any of us, combined, that is. But Sophia, she's simply scary. That much? The king was shocked. Well, I don't think we have to fear her, because she doesn't seem like she even cares about her power. Still, as the saying goes, the silent types are always the scariest when angered. She's one of us, so let's treat her with the same respect as one. Alright, I'll leave their relationship alone. You, too, Anna, Kira faced her daughter. Don't overdo it. She knew that she hadn't fully given up yet, and also not to tell youths to stop entirely. That only acts as a motivation. Ugh. The princess looked away. Not that Maya would let you. Her defenses are strong. While the family was chatting, Sophia had found a suitable secluded place to question the cat girl. And Maya? Yes. What is this? Blessing magic the king mentioned. WL. Her face kept getting redder. It is a type of magic for, same-sex couples to have a child together. Their child. Yeah? The words didn't register in the tiger's brain. Yeah. Eh? Sophia needed a minute. Wait. Are you telling me there's magic to impregnate someone in this world? Maya didn't answer and only slightly nodded her head. Huh? Her face was going through all sorts of expressions and emotions at the same time. So. I can get someone pregnant just by concentrating on it? That's on a whole other level of messed up. She instinctively covered her stomach with her arms as a form of defense. And no, that's not how it works. Thank goodness. What a scary thought. Becoming pregnant just by someone thinking about you. The tiger girl shuddered from imagining such a scenario. Why you need the consent of your partner, and both have to use the magic together. Oh, I see. Her voice became more relaxed again. That's reasonable. Eh? While she was becoming visibly embarrassed as well, Sophia was also curious. How does this magic work? Do you actually get pregnant afterward, or does it literally create a child out of thin air? Complete, with pregnancy and all. Maya was taking a lot of damage during this conversation. Wow, what a world this is. Wait. Girls are one thing, but how does that work for male couples? They don't get pregnant now, do they? I don't know. I assume they get help? In the first place, I'm not that knowledgeable about the whole magic. It didn't have much of a relation to me before, after all. I don't know much more than the basics about it. I see. She nodded. Now I understand how this world's population is still fine even though a third of it prefers the same sex, and another third goes for both sides. That part bugged me a bit when you first told me about it. Yes. Huh? You seem really surprised, Sophia. How did this work in your old world? Well, it didn't. It was impossible to have our own kid. You'd either have to adopt a child, like from an orphanage, or borrow a man. Maya really didn't like the sound of the second option. Well, you didn't actually have to do it with him. You only need his, Why yeah, it's a valid option, but I wasn't really a fan either. I would have gone for adoption for sure. Not that I ever was at a point to decide on that in my old world. The cat girl broke. That's why. Sophia took a deep breath. Hearing that I can become an actual, biological, if you can call it that, and mother. It's quite, I don't know, exciting. Not that we're going to talk about that now. Our relationship is not at a point where this topic should have any kind of importance. Not even close. Sophia didn't think the two were at all ready for such a conversation. Why yeah, by the way. The tiger's expression suddenly became complicated. This blessing magic, it doesn't involve temporarily growing any extra body parts, does it? Extra? Maya needed a moment. No. Alright, let's go back and tear the king a new one for making things all awkward between us. Sophia didn't push the topic any further, and a fire started to burn in her eyes. See, could you not? Okay, he deserves it, especially when counting in the whole Princess Anna thing, but he's still the ruler of this country. You really don't like the princess, do you? Of course not. She wants to steal you away from me. Not that I can blame her, though. I would try to do the same in her position. You're such an unreasonable girl, Maya. That's why we're such a good fit. Wow, you really know how to talk your way out. Ehe. Even so, I want to be friends with her, so be nice. Be but dash. She won't make me fall for her. Have a little faith in me that I can make her keep her distance. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're way cuter. Also, she's 6 years younger. Not going to happen. Some years down the line, when such an age gap doesn't matter anymore, she might have been a threat to you age-wise, but not when she's 17. And no, me looking younger doesn't change anything. Her body looking like 16 years old right now wasn't helping her argument a whole lot, but Sophia was very adamant about it. That's crime territory in my old world. After all, I only took you with me back then because you admitted to being the same age as me. Oh, okay. The cat girl was convinced about her seriousness. Wait. So if I lied about being 22 dash. What? No way. Why you're seriously dash? Her face turned white. Oh no. What have I done? I dash, that's bad. But I love her already. Please, tell me you're still at least 18 or close to it. Ugh. I guess I have to commit to the crime I've done, huh? I hope I don't get a too harsh sentence. I never knew and wouldn't have done so if I did. I knew it was going too smooth for me. Sophia, calm down. This was just a what-if scenario. I'm really 22 years old. In fact, I'm turning 23 in 2 months. Are really? Yes. Thank goodness, dash, she let out a deep sigh. Don't scare me like this, Maya. I'm sorry? The cat girl wasn't sure how to react. Well, now I can see that you're definitely not going for a younger girl. I won't go for an older one, either. I'm only going for you. Okay. Alright, I'll try to get along with the princess for you. Thank you very much. Sophia was happy about it. But only as long as she behaves herself. As soon as she gets too close to you or tries something, it's war. Eh? I can't punch a king, but you're allowed to declare war on the nation's first princess? All's fair in love and war. You. Again, you really are such an unreasonable girl. Ugh. By the way, the legal age in this world is 17. Really? Yup. I don't care. Sophia got loud again. Ehe. A little while later, the couple finally went back and reunited with the king and his family. I'm sorry about that. Sophia apologized for suddenly running away. No, I'm the one who should apologize. The king, too, felt sorry. I shouldn't have tried to push our Anna onto you without asking first. I don't mind at all. Not now, Anna. He scolded the princess, before continuing. Also, about the whole offspring thing. This was very insensitive of me. It's all right now. Maya had calmed down. It's too early for us, though. Yeah. I didn't even know that it was possible for 2 girls, so it was a real shock for me. A happy one, sure, but really surprising. Still, way too early to even think about it. The king tilted his head. The blessing magic should be common sense, though. Sophia doesn't do well with common sense. Maya, shut up. Well, she has a point, though. She had to admit that she was painfully unaware of this world. Thanks to my, past, I don't know many things that should be known to everyone. Oh, Menzer remembered that she was most likely abandoned and grew up alone in a harsh area, or that's at least what he believed happened to her. My magic teacher wasn't of any help in that regard, either. I know how to level a city or erase a country, but even everyday magic, well, that's still fairly underdeveloped. King, queen, and even the loud princess went silent. She realized what she had just said. I wouldn't do that, though. You did eradicate that dungeon, though. Not to mention the 15 or 20 square kilometers of land around it. Not helpful, Maya. Sophia glared at her. I was angry back then, okay? I like this country, so that won't ever happen. Alright. Menzo looked at his wife and nodded, vowing never to make the girl angry. So, you have a teacher, Sophia? He wanted to change the topic away from nation-destroying ASAP. Yes. I owe him a lot. He took me in when I was alone and lost. But, he's a bit of a muscle brain, so a lot of my magic is rather battle-oriented. Really? He sounds like a capable man. Fenny sure is. He's actually here, as well, currently exploring the capital with his friend, girlfriend? It's a little complicated between them, not that this matters here. She got a little sidetracked. Is that so? I would like to meet him. The king seemed interested in her teacher. I wanted to bring him along, but your Jaguarman messenger guys only allowed Maya to accompany me. Well, Maya allowed herself. The Jaguar family has served the tigers for a long time already, but they're a little overprotective. Well, you are their king, so it makes sense for them wanting to protect you, doesn't it? Sophia couldn't blame them. True. I look forward to meeting your teacher. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Sophia, I still want you to join the family. King Menzer, too, hadn't given up. He had the same tenacity as his daughter, or it was the other way around. Maya was the one who answered. She didn't sound or seem to be overly cheerful, though. Don't worry, marriage is definitely off the table now. Good. She calmed down a bit. The princess wasn't a fan of this decision, only netting her a glare from the cat girl. We should discuss a couple of things, including what you want, so we can find the best way for it to benefit both sides. Honestly, while I said I would listen to your offer, I am still not sure if I even want to become a member of the family, though. I mean, it sounds kinda enticing, but, again, I had completely other plans for my future. After Sophia's unenthusiastic reply to the king's offer, it was time for yet another break. Chapter 87, The Group's Plans. Many things happened, and King Menzer offered Sophia once more to join the royal family, this time without marrying anyone. Though, while she was intrigued to some degree, the tiger wasn't sure if she wanted to because she had other plans for her future. Taking a break for a couple of hours, the couple then went back to the castle and was guided to a conference room, where the maids had already prepared snacks and some drinks. Princess Anna didn't join this time because she had homework to do. This wasn't her idea, but she had no sayings in the matter, which was made very clear by Queen Kira. So, you really don't want to become part of the royal family? The king hung his head while sitting on one of the sofas in the room, next to his wife. Divided by a table, Sophia and Maya sat on a different one across them. Well, it's not like I absolutely don't want to. I mean, being a royal sounds kinda cool, but as I grew up without having any contact with it, no offense, but it doesn't appeal to me that much. If anything, it feels like it would make my life a lot more complicated. I'm simply not sure if it fits with what I had in mind. My plans were rather different. What did you plan? She thought about it again. I want to travel. Up until a while ago, I was holed up in the same place the entire time. Now that I'm capable of meeting people, among other things, I want to see the world. I recently met someone who came back from the Demon Continent, and it sounds super interesting over there, too. While I plan to stay here for a good while, I want to also go there eventually. Dear, I think my hearing is deteriorating. I heard this girl saying she met someone from the Demon Continent just now. Weird, I heard the same. Menzer and the queen couldn't keep up with her. She's not a demon, okay? She just spent a little while there and recently came back. That's still, the scale was too big for the king. She's the one exploring the capital, together with my teacher right now. Although she wants to go dragon hunting with me there, I want to see that continent eventually, though. Dragon? Okay, please stop. I'm developing a headache. He started massaging his temples. Those aside things, just how strong are you really, girl? To bring it into some context, Your Majesty, Maya finished her sentence. Griffins are on the level of nuisances to her. God, I hate those pesky things. Griffins? They're a nation-level threat, you know? Yeah, well, one of them did manage to destroy my clothes and scratch me, but... And maybe a post in our military would be a good idea. Menzer was getting desperate. That sounds pretty restrictive. Lead them for all I care. He broke and gave up. With your power, no one would bat an eye. I'm actually not that much into fighting in the first place, though. More like the annihilate if they attack type of personality. Maya and Fen would be much better military commanders or whatever. I have yet to meet this Fen, but I would take Maya in a heartbeat. Ahaha, she could only laugh. Oh, how about an ambassador kind of position? I could travel all I want while still being associated with the royal family. I don't think you would be a good representative figure of a whole country, Sophia. Maya had her doubts about the idea. Ugh. She couldn't, talk back. It also defeats the purpose of you being here so that we could learn from your magic and whatnot. I see. Sophia understood his point. But, if I can't move freely anymore, I'm going to decline the offer. The downsides are far bigger than any fun such a position could possibly bring. The king panicked. How about we prepare a mansion for you? You could have a very comfortable life. Is that really something a good king should do? Buying someone to get what they want. I'm deeply sorry. He bowed his head. I got desperate. Besides, I could also just hunt, I don't know, 100 golems? It would take me half an hour, and I could just buy a villa. I really don't have any problems with money. Despite that, didn't I just mention that I want to travel? What good will a mansion do me? This girl really works on an entirely different level altogether. Menzer was starting to understand that winning her over would be no easy feat. How long have you planned to stay in the capital? That's a good question. I haven't thought about that yet. I could imagine staying for a couple of months and making it my base for the time being. She was in no rush. Excellent. The king seemed relieved. I'll find something to convince you during that time. I'll at least listen to those ideas while I'm here, I guess? Great. Where are you staying right now? Some random inn we came across that looked good when we arrived. No idea what the name was. That, I can't accept. At least during your stay, you, one of the Tiger clan without a residence, should live in the castle. He wanted to keep her close. We'll prepare a more than suitable room for you. I don't particularly mind. Sophia wasn't against the idea. But only if Maya and my other 2 friends can stay, as well. Also, I don't trust your daughter, Princess Anna. The cat girl wasn't starting to like her anytime soon. Letting Sophia stay here on her own is not an option. Well. Ahaha. He had no reply. Maya was naturally included in my offer. We need her favor in order for you to stay, too, after all. For your other companions, I would like to meet them first, before my final decision. Sounds reasonable enough. Sophia agreed. Alright, how about this? We'll stay another night in the inn, and tomorrow we'll visit again while I bring those 2 along as well? Yes, let us handle it like this. Alright, on that note, let's end the meeting for the time being. I need to think about a lot of things, and also do something about my headache. Fine by me. Immediately after, Sophia jumped off the sofa and did a few stretches. I'm kinda tired. Indeed. Menzer only nodded. I'll escort the 2 of you to the front. I'll accompany you, dear. Kira also wanted to move a bit. Doing as told, the group went to the entrance of the castle together, before stopping there. When should we meet again tomorrow? I'm pretty much free whenever. Sophia had no other plans yet. If possible, the same time as today would be perfect. Not a problem. Well then, bye, I guess. She had no idea how to say goodbye to a king. Why yes, I'll await your arrival tomorrow. With this, Sophia and Maya turned around. They walked along the broad and grandiose road that led away from the castle, while the royal couple looked after them. That was something. The queen, Kira, didn't know what else to say in this situation. To put it lightly, yes. I've never met anyone even remotely as unique as her. Me neither. Kira suddenly stopped when she looked at the couple that was slowly leaving the castle grounds while walking next to each other, naturally holding hands. Sophia just pulled out a white hat out of thin air and put it on my head. The king was rubbing his temples again. We need to bring this girl over to our side. We can't let someone like her slip through our fingers. True. We need to be careful, though. There has to be something that makes her want to stay. Forcing is not an option. Yes. I need to rest for an hour now, but I'll do some intensive brainstorming afterward. A break sounds lovely. I'll join you, dear. Needing to take it easy after the whirlwind called Sophia left, the king and queen went inside the castle again, ordering the maids not to disturb them for a while. The cat Dash and Tiger Girl eventually arrived back in the non-noble part of the city and quickly ran into their wolf duo. The two stood out, after all, making them easy to find even without using detection magic. Fenny, Aura, hello there. Oh ho, Sophia, back home from your audience with the king? Maya, did she behave herself? Fen greeted them back. The cat awkwardly looked away. Sophia. What did you do? I'm innocent. She didn't like to be under general suspicion all the time. Maya's the one who bullied and attacked the first princess of this nation. Wow, you're pretty wild. Aura was impressed. It couldn't be helped, okay? She tried to defend herself. The king wanted Sophia to marry the princess. Sophia, overflowing with charm, as usual, the princess totally fell for her and tried to steal her away from me. I couldn't let that happen now, could I? Is she still alive? Fen knew how Maya could be when it came to her girlfriend. I wouldn't kill a princess. Princess Anna surrendered, and I prevented the, catfight by declining the marriage and turning her down. She still hasn't given up, though. We'll have to settle this another day. Maya was still raring to go. I told you to be nice to her. Ugh. So, the male wolf tried to come to a conclusion. You had fun? I did not. Maya had a clear opinion. I don't know. The tiger girl wasn't quite as clear. A marriage thing aside, the king really wants me to join the royal family. I'm not sure how I should feel about this. It does sound a little cool, but he wants me to stay in the capital, and that doesn't seem fun at all. Traveling the world is far more interesting. I'm with you, girl. Aura felt the same. I wouldn't mind staying some years, multiple dozens even, in the same place if it's comfortable, but being tied down sounds like the worst. Yeah. Oh, what do you think, Maya? Sophia turned to her most important opinion on the topic. So much happened that I only now have the chance to ask. I mean, effectively, you'll also have some sort of connection to the royal family then. You're right. Because she was so busy with Anna before, it only hit her now. While my home, Ramont, is pretty much self-governed, my parents would still freak out for sure. Come to think of, I never met them, did Elle? There wasn't much of a reason back then, after all. That's true. Now, though. I look forward to your introduction to them. I'll train a lot to not fumble that one up too badly. I'm not confident about it. It was a high hurdle for her. On a more serious note, ignoring the part where I somehow become a relative to that princess. I think it's a very enticing offer if you ask me. I see. I guess I should give it some more thought. Let me finish, Sophia. Maya wasn't done yet. It is indeed enticing, but I'm with you and the wolf. I've been longing to travel for a long while already, and I don't want it to be over so soon. Also, while Aura's demon country sounds a bit scary, I want to go there because I like the demon's way. Most of them being quite powerful, and how they love to fight all kinds of strong monsters to test their strength, it resonates quite well with me. Aura liked the sound of that. Once we want to settle down or whatever, it would be a really exciting offer, but right now, I don't see the immediate appeal. We're on the same page, huh? The tiger girl was happy their feelings were the same. Turning down the king for real will be a major pain. Yeah. Oh, but I would like to accept his offer about staying in the castle. We probably won't get a chance like this in the near future. Maybe we should wait for a bit before telling him? You sure are greedy. Maya rolled her eyes. Well, I'll come with you. Protecting me from the princess? You're staying in the castle? Fen felt like he missed something along the way. About that. Sophia explained the king's offer to live in the castle while they were in the capital. After hearing that the wolves were also invited, the two agreed, as it seemed a little interesting. Chapter 88, Staying in the Castle. Sophia, together with Maya, decided to turn down the king's offer about joining the royal family in some way or another. Before that, she wanted to stay in the castle for a while, though, so she decided to wait before telling him. They wanted to get something out of the situation, after all. During the next day, after Sophia finally woke up and changed into her white dress once more, Maya might or might not had thrown her out of the bed to achieve this. The group had a late breakfast together in the inn. Once that was taken care of, they explored the capital a little more before heading over to the royal castle again. Welcome back, Lady Sophia and Lady Maya. Arriving there, the maids greeted them. We've awaited your arrival. Lady. Fen looked at the tiger girl while trying to stifle his laugh. Shut it. Might we ask for the names of your two new companions? Of course, the one with the big mouth is called Fen, and the one with the silky smooth fur is Aura, or Aurora. She thought it would be for the best not to mention Fen's full name. Madame Aurora and Sir Fen, all right. Pfft. Sir. Sophia wasn't able to stifle her laugh when she looked at the wolf. Okay, I'm sorry, it is funny. You little. His Majesty, King Menzer, is ready to meet you. We shall guide you. Navigating through a castle for a while, the group eventually arrived at the same huge wooden doors Maya and Sophia were the day before already. Sophia, Maya, welcome back. This time, the king greeted them himself. It's great to have you back here. Oh, are these two full wolves the companions you mentioned, Sophia? Yeah, the nice-looking one is Aurora, and that other one is Fen, my magic teacher, among other things. Aura seemed to be enjoying a much nicer treatment from her. I see. It's nice to meet you. No, the honor is all on our side. Fen, is it? Menzo looked at the wolf and turned silent. He looked back at the king. They stared at each other for a while. Yes? Fen finally tilted his head, trying to find out what he wanted. Somehow, I have the feeling I know you from somewhere. Menzer was slightly suspicious about something. That must be your imagination. Sophia really didn't want the king to learn about Fen's alleged real identity, and intervened before it was too late. You might be right. Thankfully, he didn't press the issue. So, you're the one who taught Sophia her magic? I only taught her the basics and things like how to hunt. The crazy stuff is all her own doing. She's a very creative one, on top of being a fast learner. It felt like only a couple of days went by until she could use intermediate magic of every category there is. That was precisely what indeed happened, but it sounded too unbelievable. That's incredible. Wait, does that mean you, too, can use every type of magic, Fen? Naturally. Just like every other being that's capable of using magic at all. That's not how it works, though. You normally can use only one element. If your magic powers are on the high side, you might be able to use two. Like our daughter Anna, for example. She had high powers. Maya wasn't planning to go easy on her anytime soon. Power has next to nothing to do with what kind of magic you can use. In the first place, magic is magic. Such things as hard types or groups don't even exist. What do you mean? The king couldn't follow the wolf. People are simply lazy and/or stupid. Their thought process is like, oh, fire is cool and easy to imagine, and that's it. They don't even try to learn anything else. Especially if the self-proclaimed wise, or idiots, keep teaching their own stupidity to others, because they, too, learned it like that from their teachers. Those who learned magic that way then think it makes no sense to even try. Some, like that daughter of yours, might be interested in more things or didn't bother to listen when they get taught. And once they put in a little bit of effort, oh wonder, it suddenly works. Fen was being tired of them misunderstanding how magic works. The part where magic power is of importance is the scale or flashiness and the way of activating magic. You know, the more power, the bigger the bang. That can't be. It's true. The cat girl agreed with Fen's claim. Since my childhood, I could only use fire and wind, and I was really proud of being able to use two elements. After meeting these two, though. Well, I'm currently about to learn the fifth element, or category, as he likes to call it. Impossible. It was too much for the king. This continent really is lagging behind, huh? Aura had her opinion, as well. On the demon continent, this much is common sense. There was not one guy who limited themselves to one element. I mean, why would they? Sure, everyone has their favorite and things they aren't too good with, but no one goes out of their way to limit the magic in any way. So, it was true. Sophia actually knows someone who was on the demon continent. This meeting wasn't good for his heart. Yeah, it was an accident. Teleportation magic is a fickle thing. Titella. I can't recommend it, though. Very complicated and unforgiving magic. Why yeah, no. Even if I were to gather every court magician, I don't think even in their combined effort, they would even dream of such a thing. Menzer's sanity points were quickly dropping. Back to the claim about the magic types, please. Is it true? This would change absolutely everything. Yes, as long you can use magic at all, it's absolutely possible with a bit of training. Then, what do I have to give you in order to train our magicians? The king wanted them to improve. Aura, can you detect a person capable of using magic with at least around a tenth of Maya's magic power in the capital at the moment? None. Aura quickly shook her head. Then, it's impossible. Fen turned down his request. There's no one powerful enough to use chantless magic around at the moment. How do you know that? The three of us can detect the magic power levels of the individuals around us. Those two girls even in a radius of over 50 kilometers. Ugh. He had to hold his head in response. That's why I can't do it. I first had to learn how to use chants or at least activation words to teach them. There's just no way I could be bothered, for any reward possible. Not really interested in teaching at the moment. Aura only nodded. I would rather die before using those embarrassing chants. Sophia had the strongest aversion. Oh, but Maya could teach the strongest ones, because she used to work with activation words. I am not sure if I'm confident about teaching someone, though. You should try your ability with someone interested in magic. Fen tried to encourage her. Someone who already can use two categories would be perfect for this matter. That means they're open to the idea of using more and better magic. Someone with an interest in magic and being able to use two types already? King Menzer tilted his head. Maya, would you please teach my daughter Anna? Her expression made it clear that she really didn't want to. I beg you, please. He lowered his head. That. Please do it, Maya. Sophia tried to convince her, as well. Be but Princess Anna and me. That's impossible. Is it really? The blonde smiled at her. You can boss her around and be as harsh as you want when teaching her. Why you know me so well. The cat girl was touched. Alright, I promise nothing, but I'll give it a try. As a father, I should be concerned. But, as the king who wants to improve his country, thank you very much. I'm so going to regret this. She already had her doubts about the plan. I'll inform her once she's back from school. I'm going to enjoy watching this. The tiger girl's real intention accidentally leaked out. Her personality can be pretty similar to Maya's in some aspects. Now that I've met your entire group, Sophia, my offer about having you stay in the castle still stands. Great, I was looking forward to that. How about we take a break, and have the maids guide you to the rooms we had prepared for all of you? The king needed a breather. Doing as suggested, the group followed the maids through the many corridors of the castle. Parting with the wolves at some point, the couple eventually arrived and entered their room. Wow. Sophia was looking at the interior with sparkling eyes. The room was enormous and fully equipped. Two huge, red, and comfortable-looking sofas, a big table, a small bar, a door leading to a luxurious bath, and most importantly, a spacious canopy-style bed. Okay, that's better than the inn. Maya, too, was impressed. The king's really trying his best to win me, or us over, huh? In her eyes, he was obviously trying to bribe them. Well, I'm not going to complain. This most likely also is the standard for rooms in the royal castle? The catgirl's eyes were fixed on the comfy and soft-looking bed. Want to take a nap? Sophia noticed her gaze. Not at all. She apparently had other plans. Hee hee. Her expression changed. Then, Maya turned around to face Sophia and placed her hands on the other's shoulders. Immediately after, she guided her a couple of steps before pushing the tiger girl down on the bed. There, the cat girl swiftly climbed on top of her and brought her face close. Ah, I see. Sophia was up for it. Wrapping her arms around Maya's neck, she pulled her even closer and gave her a quick kiss on the mouth. Someone's thirsty. They both obviously were, and she eagerly returned the kiss. Exchanging kiss after kiss, the two rolled around on the bed, trying to top the other. Sophia placed a couple of pecks on the cat girl's mouth before going for her neck, accidentally being too vigorous and leaving behind more than just traces of lightly glistening saliva. Maya then turned the tables around and sought revenge. The sweet type. She, too, focused on the tiger girl's lips for a while, before going for the neck, as well. She didn't stop there, though. Maya decided to take full advantage of the slight neckline of Sophia's dress. After showering the girl's nape in kisses, she slowly moved towards her collarbone. From there, Maya made her way towards Sophia's subtle cleavage the dress provided, leaving behind a trail of faint red marks. Not wanting to be outdone, Sophia went back to the cat girl's nape and neck, trying to draw a nice pattern there with her kisses alone. Today, they were engaging in a different kind of marking. A more visual one, that is. Almost as if unconsciously wanting to show off who they belonged to. The two were enjoying their alone time, quite loudly at that, but they were eventually interrupted by a soft yet determined knocking on the door of their room. There was a short pause after the knock. Lady Sophia, Lady Maya, Princess Anna has returned home a little while ago. After being informed about the arrangement His Majesty made in regards to being taught magic, they want to see you. One of the maids explained the reason for the interruption. This was the only sound that could be heard before the room went silent. Nothing happened for around 5 minutes before the maids heard the rustling of clothes, and two girls with crimson faces finally opened the door with very complicated expressions. Please let me guide you. As expected from maids serving in the royal capital, they were professionals and made no remark. The group walked in complete silence towards the king and the princess. Soft dash. Anna's face lit up when she saw her, but it only lasted for a second once she took a better look. The tiger girl's neck, collarbone, and the visible part of her cleavage were full of small marks, which origins were clear to everyone present. To make matters worse for her, the princess then looked at Maya and saw as many and equally vigorous marks on her. The silence went on for a long while. About the training we talked about. King Menzer couldn't read the mood and made things even more awkward. Having his daughter taught advanced magic wasn't off to a good start. Chapter 89, Teaching Anna. After being persuaded by Sophia and the king, Maya agreed to teach the princess more magic. The couple was also provided a room in the castle and directly tested it out. As a result of their little make-out session, the two were covered in hickeys. Unfortunately, immediately after, the king requested for them to meet Anna. This ended up being incredibly awkward as it was clear what the couple was engaging in prior to the meetup. The silent staring continued for even longer. Sue, how's the room we've provided? The king had no idea how to handle the situation. The interactions between teenage and/or young adult girls were way beyond his abilities. It's nice. The bed's very comfortable. Maya only made it worse. I want one, too. Princess Anna finally snapped and got unreasonable while she pointed at her neck. How about no? The embarrassment in the cat girl's face vanished in an instant. Come on, don't be like that, Maya. Sophia's expression changed to a grin instead. Eh? The other two girls had the same reaction. If she wants a hickey, give her one. She gave the cat girl a slight push on the back. Not from her. The retort of the princess echoed through the entire castle. Oh, you meant me? Sophia pointed at herself. No, that's not going to happen. Huh. Maya seemed relieved. You're so mean. Bully. She squirmed around a bit while loudly complaining. I've heard that a couple of times now. I don't think so, though. No, she's right. It was a rare case of the cat girl agreeing to Anna's claim, ignoring that she's pretty much the same, if not worse. Anyway, as usual, Sophia couldn't be bothered to put any thoughts into it. It definitely didn't mean she silently agreed, though. After that, she touched Maya's neck, which then was wrapped in a pale blue light. Once it disappeared, only her usual, spotless skin could be seen. Technically speaking, they were an injury, right? Well, I healed them. Mine will probably heal in a couple of minutes on their own regardless because of my natural recovery. She actually can use healing magic. Menzer didn't fully believe her when she first claimed to be able to do so. Sophia. Maya suddenly glared at her. Why yes? Why didn't you do this before we left the room? Her trademark reaction. It's not like you had that idea either. Ugh. The catgirl flinched before changing the topic. Oh, yours are actually mostly healed already, too. I heal fast, after all. That bite mark might need a little longer, though. Sophia touched her collarbone where Maya was pointing at. When did you? Don't do that during daytime. She had only just noticed the bite. Sorry. Alright. After witnessing his daughter's expression, the king also thought it was more than overdue to talk about something else. I told Anna about the teaching in magic. Right. The couple regained their focus. Why does it have to be the catgirl? I want Sophia. That's one of the reasons. Maya glared at the princess. She was doing that a lot today. Also, I wouldn't know how to teach you. I'm only able to use chantless magic, after all. Prodigies are scary. How about you girls go to the garden? There shouldn't be any onlookers, and you can train all you want. Menzer wanted them to get going. Also, Anna, behave yourself. Why me? You know why. Maya's doing all of us a favor. So, keep your hormones in check. Father. Her face instantly turned red. Wow. That's. Even the couple, the sole reason for the mess in the first place, felt bad for the princess. Just go already. Being a father of a teenage daughter only means suffering. Fleeing as fast as possible, Anna grabbed the hands of Maya and Sophia and ran as quickly as she could. Sympathizing with her, the catgirl didn't complain about her holding hands with Sophia in this situation. A short while later, the three arrived in the garden located behind the castle. Wow, it's so pretty. Sophia was excitedly looking at the scenery. The lush, green grass, neatly aligned and trimmed hedges, and most importantly, an uncountable number of colorful flowers. Those roses are beautiful and so huge. Roses? Anna tilted her head. You mean roses. What a funny way to pronounce them. She only rolled her eyes in response. Yes, they're currently in full bloom. That's why so much is going on in terms of colors here right now. What a time to visit. It also smells so nice. The blonde tiger was enjoying the garden. Yeah, it's quite nice. The princess nodded. So, Maya, are you really going to teach me magic? I admit that you're powerful, regrettably so, but is there anything you can teach me the school or private teachers from the court magicians can't? Well, the king and Sophia asked me to, so I'll at least try. The result will entirely be up to you. Maya still wasn't the most enthusiastic about the whole thing. Though, I don't remember how to use spells, so you'll have to put in some effort because it'll be activation words only training. Such a high difficulty. Sophia banned everything except chantless magic for me since day one of our training and threw me in a monster-filled dungeon before I learned a single attack the no-chant way. The catgirl recalled their first weeks together. So, don't complain here. Wow. Spartan training, best training. Sophia flashed them a victory sign with her hand. Spa, what? Anna looked confused. Don't mind her. Maya didn't want to deal with this. Alright, princess, you already understand air and, earth-related magic, right? Yes, though I'm better at earth. Other than that, I can show you water and fire-related magics. I recommend fire, though. That could be interesting. Fire, it is. Can we get any candles? Candles? Sure, 3 have the maids bring some. At this exact moment, said maid appeared seemingly out of nowhere and walked towards the castle after a short nod. But why do we need them? That's how I learned fire magic. Okay, I was 6 back then, so I'm not sure how effective it'll be. Why you learned magic when you were 6? No? Maya tilted her head. I started with air magic when I was 5. Eh? Hold on a moment. Sophia interrupted her. Didn't you mention that you hunted animals the old-fashioned way, before you could blast them away with magic? Just how old were you when you went hunting? 4? What a rowdy girl. Anna and Sophia's voices overlapped. Hee hee. A little while later, the maid returned with a couple of candles and handed them to the cat girl. In the meanwhile, Sophia went to a nearby bench and got comfortable there while watching the duo from a slight distance. What are we going to do with them? The princess suspiciously eyed the candles. Well, you are going to use its flame to learn fire magic. Okay. She was rather dubious, but still concentrated on the small flame after Maya lit one of the candles. Sue, back then, I was watching the candle for around an hour and got the strong urge to yell fireball while thrusting out my hands for extra effect. Set the chair across the table on fire, and my mom yelled at me for a long while afterward. The heck? Sophia instinctively retorted from her bench. No remarks from the peanut gallery. The cat girl was not amused by her reaction. That's so cool. Anna's eyes were sparkling. Oh ho, you might not be such a nuisance, after all, princess. The cat girl started to ever so slightly bond with her. Funny, I just thought the same. And I'm out. Sophia was unable to understand those two. She was far from being reasonable most of the time either, but she couldn't do anything with this conversation. Oh my, Sophia. What's up? Queen Kira was walking through the garden at the same time and spotted the blonde. Trying to understand what's going on inside their heads, but that's beyond my capabilities. She pointed at the two idiots. That's a tough nut. She nodded in understanding. Yeah. Sophia finally looked at Kira and noticed that she was holding the hand of a small girl not even half her size with long, orange and black hair. Just like the Queen and Princess Anna, she was another tiger girl who looked really similar to the two, as far as one could tell from a small child. Who's the little one in the adorable light blue dress? She's my youngest daughter. Come on, introduce yourself to Sophia. She gave the little kid a gentle push on the back. I am Ellie. I'll be 4 really soon. Saying so, she tried to hold up 3.5 fingers while looking really giddy. Oh my goodness, she's adorable. She instantly fell in love with her. She sure is. Kira looked highly proud. By the way, she turned 3 2 months ago. Nice to meet you. She got up from the bench and squatted down to be on Ellie's line of sight. I'm Sophia, and I'm staying here for a while. The girl over there playing with your big sister is called Maya. We're here together. They are playing? Yeah. She didn't have any better words to explain. At least none that a 3-year-old would understand, let alone be appropriate for them. Ellie wants to play, too. Let's play, Sophia. She needed a few extra tries to pronounce her name. You. I love her. The blonde couldn't keep her feelings to herself. Don't worry, it's the same for everyone. Kira was seemingly used to people fawning over her daughter. Sophia. Play. The little one was getting impatient. Though she usually doesn't take that quick to others. Can I? Sophia gestured at Ellie. As long as you take care, sure. Of course. So, what do you want to play? She faced the little tiger again. Piggyback. I want a piggyback ride. Eh? Well, sure, I don't mind. Agreeing to it, Sophia turned around and presented her back. Jump on and hang on tight. Yay! Wasting no second, Ellie climbed on her back and hugged the girl's neck for support. Let's go. Sophia was also having fun. Supporting the legs of the small princess with her arms, she sprang up and ran around in the garden. Ahaha! She was flailing around. Faster! Faster! My, aren't you a wild one? This way! This way! Ellie wasn't listening and pointed to their right, leading deeper into the garden. Aye aye, Captain. Turning towards the direction the little tiger girl on her back was pointing at, Sophia dashed away. They're both wild. Kira sent them off with a smile. She then sat down on the bench and watched the magic training session of the other two girls for a good while. Oh, they're actually somehow getting along, huh? Fireball. While thrusting out her right arm, Princess Anna yelled at the candle the two were using as a catalyst for fire magic. Put more feeling into it. Maya wasn't happy with her enthusiasm. Try it like this. The cat girl imitated something Sophia would call a superhero pose. Imagine a nice and big fireball and then BAM. She finished her stance, and a ball of fire shot out from the candle. Bam, she says. Anna rolled her eyes. Exactly. Imagine a fireball, and then, bam. Fireball. Imitating Maya's moves, the princess yelled at the candle again. Oh my gosh, it moved. That was just the wind generated by your hand, princess. Ayuyu. She looked deflated. Let's take a break and… Maya glanced at the bench and suddenly stopped when she saw the wrong tiger girl there. Where's Sophia, mother? Since when are you here? Anna was also surprised. Quite a while already. It was rather enjoyable watching the two of you training together. I didn't notice at all. So, where's Sophia? Maya was still waiting for an answer. She dashed away with Ellie like 2 hours ago. So unfair. Wait, who's this Ellie? The cat girl didn't like the sound of it. She's my little sister. There's another princess? Alone with Sophia, on top? Calm down, Maya. Ellie's only 3 years old. Kira tried to reassure the panicking girl. 3, huh? I guess that should be safe, probably. Yeah. Well, let's go take a look regardless. The logical side of her brain was naturally okay with it. Still, the emotional part didn't trust Sophia's over-the-top boosted charm stats in her imagination, no matter how extremely unreasonable it was. Feeling nervous, she immediately went to look for her. While she wasn't as much of a nervous wreck as Sophia when it came to relationships, the blonde tiger's still her first girlfriend. She hasn't fully figured out how to deal with anything regarding to be in a relationship yet. Having not gathered much experience yet, and feeling slightly insecure can lead to some slight rash reactions. Chapter 90, Sophia's Weakness. While Maya was trying to teach the princess fire magic, Sophia met Ellie, Anna's 3-year-old little sister. She instantly took a liking to the adorable little girl, and the two went to play together. Once the cat girl found out about this, she immediately searched for them to ensure her girlfriend wasn't in any danger. Maya knew how stupid it was, but her brain tends to short-circuit when she gets jealous, and she just couldn't help it. Ah, there she is. It didn't take Maya too long to sniff her out. Oh, Ellie's really with her. So unfair. Anna's expression changed when she spotted the duo. Sophia was sleeping while leaning against a tree, taking advantage of its shade, but that wasn't the problem. Her little sister was sitting on Sophia's lap, equally fast asleep, and leaning against the bigger tiger girl while being tightly hugged by the blonde. Outdone by one of my own. My, how adorable. Queen Kira followed them, and her expression grew gentle when she saw the two peacefully sleeping together while embracing each other. The cat girl was still deciding how she should feel about this. After watching this innocent display of affection for a while, she began to smile as well. Why yeah, this is alright. It's cute. Something about this sight made her feel all warm and fuzzy. Guh. Wait, since when's Ellie this good with strangers? Ah, that's Sophia's fault. Maya sighed. Wherever she goes, girls are drawn to her, fawning over her. Very irritating. There was some spite in the last part. As if something like that's possible. Anna didn't believe her. One cat girl and one queen stared at the princess with cold eyes, before Kira continued. Dear daughter of mine, I recall that a certain girl had absolutely zero interest in romance just 2 days ago. The same girl is now enviously looking at her little sister hugging someone she fought for to marry. Lost horribly, I'd like to add. Maya rubbed salt in the wound. Ugh. Sophia's charm is way too overpowered. That must be hard on you. Kira looked at the cat girl. So, you always have to keep the competition in check? The queen gestured at her daughter. It's a full-time job. Any plans for a vacation yet? Anna tried her luck. None. Maya got angry and shot a tiny ball of fire toward the princess. Stop it with the fireball. Her response was a little heated while she thrust out her arms to defend herself against the flames. Yeah? Opening her eyes again, Anna noticed that the fire had changed direction and was flying back toward Maya. Oh ho! The cat girl seemed impressed as she stepped aside to dodge the flame. Though I have my doubts about the motivation, not a bad job, princess. Huh? Did I do that? Seriously? Yep. And no way. Kira couldn't believe it. That's incredible. Amazing. Anna was shocked. I really used fire magic? Thank you very much. You're awesome, Maya. Emotionally all over the place, she jumped at the cat girl and tightly hugged her. Aren't you two good friends now? A new but very familiar voice joined the conversation. Here I am taking a quick nap, only to wake up to my girlfriend hugging someone else. Anna was the one who reacted. She let go of Maya again and took 2 steps back. It's not how it looks like. You're the one I want. Princess, shut up. Maya glared at her. And Sophia, who's the one who ran away with a girl and slept with her in a tight embrace. Wow, that sounds really bad without context. Wait. She stopped to think about it. It's even worse with context. She's 3, you know? Okay, I do want to keep her, but you're not keeping my Ellie. Kira instantly shot down her wish. The blonde looked genuinely sad. You can keep me, though. Anna was on a roll. No thanks. So close. Not at all. Maya disagreed with her claim. But seriously. Ellie's so adorable. She gave the little tiger girl, still sleeping on her lap, another squeeze. And so full of energy. The piggyback went on for a while. We ran a ton together, played tag, hide and seek, and much more until she finally got sleepy. Okay, we got sleepy. It seems like someone powered herself out while playing, huh? Kira patted the head of her youngest daughter. Ellie seems tired, too. Ahaha. But you sure are good with kids, Sophia. Ehe. She gave the princess in her arms another squeeze. Well, I always liked them, so I'm glad that it looks like that. Though, Ellie's really easy to get along with because she's so lively. Except the part where she's usually bad with strangers when it comes to beyond introducing herself. Eh? Sophia was surprised because that didn't match the impression she had whatsoever. It's because it's you she got so attached. Kira recalled what Maya had told her earlier. Ehe. She giggled again. Somehow, she was really happy about that. Oh yeah, good job with the fireball, Princess Anna. I woke up when you were bickering with Maya and saw it. Thanks. Also, sorry for waking you up. Don't worry, you didn't. It was just a coincidence. Really? Yeah. The cat girl answered her. You need more than that to wake Sophia up. Trust me, I'm speaking from experience. Exactly. I normally put even the sleeping princess here to shame. She gave Ellie, who showed no sign of waking up anytime soon, yet another hearty squeeze. She was very huggable, and Sophia enjoyed doing it very much. That's nothing to be proud of. Maya loudly complained, fueled by the daily struggle to wake her tiger girl up. Ellie loves to sleep like 16 hours a day, though. The queen didn't believe her to be as sleepy as her daughter. That sounds great. Sophia felt even closer to her. Well, I literally kicked my girl out of the bed this morning, and it still took her over half an hour to actually get up. No matter what the topic is, Maya always likes to get competitive. The wooden floor was surprisingly comfortable, nice, and warm. The girl in question was totally alright with it. Okay, that's something else. Kira accepted defeat. Hee. The group chatted a little longer before going back to the castle to report Anna's magic progress to the king. As Sophia didn't want to wake up Ellie, she placed her on her back again and gently carried the little tiger girl to the meeting room. There, she sat down on the sofa and got into the same position as before, embracing Ellie from behind while she was sleeping on her lap. I'm repeating myself, but you're not keeping her. The queen warned her while looking at the two. I know. I'm starting to have some doubts about this. The catgirl and Princess Anna weren't sure how to feel about Sophia fawning so openly over another girl, no matter their age. Well, it's still adorable, so. Maya was especially torn about it. What is going on here? King Menzer arrived and looked rather confused, even more so after seeing his youngest daughter. Ah, hello, dear. Sophia here has taken quite a liking to our Ellie. Though, as you can see, it's rather mutual. That was an outstanding job, Your Majesty. You have one adorable daughter there. Hey! The first princess jumped at the way she had worded it. Thank you. Kira, the king wasn't any less confused. We took a stroll through the garden and ran into her. Ellie got attached to Sophia, and they played together a lot. Ah, so that's why she's sleeping so soundly. Not that she ever needed a reason for that. Still, since when's our girl? Menzer was surprised at how close the two got. Sophia, you sure are popular with my daughters. Too popular. Maya glanced at Anna. Are there any other princesses I have to be wary of? We only have another son, but he's currently not in the capital. A son? Nah, that's fine. Right, Sophia? Because she was busy petting Ellie's head, she wasn't even listening. These two have a brother, the prince of the country. Cool. Sophia tilted her head. And? Her interest in him was clearly zero. Yeah, a prince is safe. Sue. Why are we here? The king dropped the topic. Maya attacked me with a fireball. Context, princess. Context. What did you do? He looked at Anna instead. Hey. I just wanted, with Sophia. Having no way to defend herself, she could only squirm a bit. Alright, I get the gist of it. Menzer didn't want to hear it. You. Anyway, let me finish, father. Maya attacked me with that fireball, and I got angry, as well. Then, I managed to throw the flame back to her. She dodged it, though. Anna mumbled the last part. What? You used the magic? Yes. I was able to control it. Incredible. It's actually possible. Anna, I'm so proud of you. Maya, thank you very much. The princess still needs a lot of training, though. A lot. Ugh, Maya. Sophia, I have no idea how to thank, no. Reward your group. If this catches on, it'll change the usage of magic in the kingdom from the ground up. It's not that big of a deal. Sophia didn't see the significance. It is. All the others loudly disagreed with her. Shoo. You'll wake her up. Not caring about their reactions, Sophia put a finger on her lips while her other hand continued to caress Ellie's head. The royal family couldn't believe her lack of situational awareness, while Maya only rolled her eyes, being used to it. No, I'll need to think of a suitable reward. Also, can I ask you to continue teaching Anna? The catgirl needed to put some thought into it. We could try out water-based magic, but we would need to do that without Sophia around because your daughter gets too distracted by her. What's even the point, then? She wasn't helping her point. No problem. I'll play with Ellie during your training. The distraction in question didn't mind at all. Why do I feel like I got replaced? Maya didn't like the sound of that. I did pay a lot of attention to you today, though. Sophia didn't understand the issue. That's true. Maya remembered what happened in their room earlier that day. I also want some attention. Anna only got even more jealous. After everyone finished ignoring the princess, Maya agreed to teach her some more. As the couple wanted to explore the capital a little more, they called it a day. The two were about to leave when Kira suddenly stopped them. Sophia. Leave Ellie here. She looked down at herself and noticed that she was still literally princess carrying the little tiger girl princess. Once she, very reluctantly, handed her over to the queen, they finally left for good. You know, Ellie might be the key for Sophia to stay. The king looked at his daughter when he was alone with Kira. Anna had gone shortly after the couple, as well. I'm not giving her away. No matter how much they like each other or how it would benefit our kingdom. No, that's not what I meant. They seem to really get along, and if Ellie's here, Sophia might simply not want to leave. Oh, yes. I think our girl here would also be delighted if she were to stay. So, Fia. Right on cue, the little one started to wake up. Where is Fia? The name was still a little too complicated for her. She left a little while ago. So, Fia left? No. I don't want Fia leave. Don't worry, she'll be back soon. Kira tried to calm her down. How soon? Very. Maybe in the evening? Yay. Ellie wants to stay with Fia. Her voice turned really happy again. You should tell her that the next time you see her. The king wanted to try his chance. Dear, don't use our daughter. Any of them. Why yes. Do you love her that much? Kira faced her daughter. Yes. Ellie likes Fia very much. BRR. Huh? While walking through the capital, Maya suddenly shuddered, sensing that someone else wants the blonde, too, though in an entirely different way. What's wrong? No idea. Totally unbeknownst to the couple, the biggest question mark in Sophia's plan to turn down the king's offer about staying in the capital had arrived. She didn't see any benefit in becoming a royal herself, but being near Ellie all the time might make her reconsider. Chapter 91, Being Popular. Maya somehow managed to teach Princess Anna fire magic, or at least made her aware that she could use it. While the two were training, Sophia was fawning all over Ellie, the 3-year-old little sister of Anna. An attachment between the two formed, deep enough to cause her problems in the future, but she wasn't aware of that yet. Anything you want to do, Maya? The two were walking through the capital together, taking a break from the royal family. Sophia was wearing her white hat again, to gather a little bit less attention. Unfortunately, she was also wearing the floral sundress she got from the cat girl. This caused her to get attention for a different reason. My, look at that girl in the white dress over there. Really, she's pretty cute. I'm being healed. The pedestrians the couple came across were very drawn to Sophia. Curiously enough, it was almost entirely female onlookers that paid attention to her. Yeah. Wait, that tail, isn't she? She's from the tiger family? I've never seen her before, though. Wait, wasn't there a rumor about a new tiger girl arriving in the city? Guess it's true. The royal family is something else. Everyone's so good looking. Definitely, but she takes the candle there. I love the blonde hair and fur. Absolutely. Though, Princess Anna has a lot of things going on for her, too. A very fair point you have there. I've always been a fan of how tall the princess is, and those legs that come with it. I like your priorities. The pedestrians were having a lot of fun. Oh, but look at her partner? She's also stunning. The cat girl? Yeah, I was wondering which one of the two was actually the lucky one there. Again, amazing legs. You have a thing for tall girls, huh? Not that I can blame you. The short ones are really cute, too, though. Aren't you a popular one, Maya? Sophia was listening to the gossip around them. Really, Sophia? Really? She didn't want to deal with this. Anyway, let's go inside somewhere. Why yeah. While teasing's always fair game, all these stairs are making me feel nervous. Ah, there's a cafe. Oh, I would like some cake. Grabbing her arm, Maya dragged her into the cafe. There, the two ordered some delicious-sounding cake sets and chatted while waiting. So, are you getting better along with Princess Anna yet? I didn't watch most of your training, after all. Well, you were busy with the other princess. Ahaha. That's a little complicated, actually. I think I could get along with her really well. I'm not sure if I want to, though. She's way too into you. Is that really so bad? I haven't had any friends my age in way over a decade, let alone more, so I'm kinda happy to be de-desired. I obviously won't answer her feelings, though. If you put it that way. I am glad for you in a way, but still. While I trust you, the others are the problem. Especially that thirsty princess. Who knows what she'd try if she's alone with you. And I would never let that happen. Are you sure? You're so scatterbrained that one could easily trick or surprise you. I could kiss you before you'd even react. That's. My guard around you is way lower. She stopped for a moment. Okay. I'll be careful. I'll only let little girls get close to me. Maya stared at her with a complicated expression. Okay, that sounded wrong. Sophia noticed her mistake. In a totally innocent way. Don't look at me like that. You sure like Princess Ellie, huh? She's adorable. That was fast. You might have a point, though. She was rather cute. You two together were. Ehe. But what about our plan to leave? If you got that attached to her, will you be able to say goodbye? Sophia froze up. That's a dilemma. Is she more important than your dream to travel? Ugh, what a decision. Probably not. She wasn't fully convinced about it. I wonder if there's a way to travel, but also return in an instant whenever I'm needed, or want to play with Ellie. Your real intention leaked out there, idiot. Maya rolled her eyes once more. Your idea sounds a bit like teleportation, but. Yeah, I'm not going to try that, don't worry. Good. Maybe I'll give a couple of alternatives some thought. Princess Ellie really got you good. She's adorable, after all. Sophia repeated herself. I feel a bit left out. Why, you're adorable, too. Adorable and much, much more. Good safe. You're the bestest. Thanks. By the way, where have Fan and Aura been all this time? Good question. I haven't seen them since we got our rooms. Sophia closed her eyes for a second. Oh, it seems like they're still on the castle grounds, from what I can detect. I wonder if it's alright to leave them alone there. Maya sounded a little concerned. They won't do anything stupid, like, for example, attacking a princess or something like that. I did that only once. Okay, maybe 2 or 3 times. She corrected herself. But it's alright, Anna's a tough one. But maybe not enough for our wolves. This continent is not tough enough for them. Not that this makes me feel any less concerned. It's fine. Sophia trusted them enough. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, how about we pay the sorry excuse of an adventurer guild another visit and sell a few of the golem eyes? The tiger girl was still disappointed that the place was so easygoing compared to what she read in those fantasy books of her old world. From the group Finn had killed? Sure. Maybe not all of them at the same time, though. That would create quite the commotion. Then again, that's a given with you, anyway. Why yeah, but we shouldn't make it worse. Might be fun? Maya wanted to tease her a bit. Might not. Sophia didn't share her opinion. How about we sell 4 eyes for starters? Basically, killed 2 of them? Sounds like a plan. But what do you need the money for? Buying a house, after all? Probably not? Still, money's way more useful than golem eyes. That's fair. Maybe some more clothes? Oh. And just like that, Maya was suddenly very motivated. Keep it reasonable, okay? She had a bad feeling about the reason why she was looking so forward to it. Actually, why do I care? We have enough money, and you can't be worse than I am when it comes to uselessly spending it, anyway. Sure. The couple finished their cake that had arrived while chatting and left the cafe again before long. Walking through the capital, Sophia was still catching many curious glances, but she was beginning to get used to it, to some degree. The two eventually arrived at the Adventure Guild and entered the place. Luckily, it seemed to be a good time, because the building was basically empty. Only a mature-looking female receptionist with black hair and cat ears was present. Welcome. How can I help the two of you? Oh. She stopped after Sophia took off her hat inside the building. Might you be here for an inspection of the guild? Huh. No. Well, I look like this. I'm not officially linked to the royal family right now. We're here on our own accord. Alright. Oh, are you the rumored dash? Yes, that's me. Sophia didn't need her to finish to understand. I see. Well then, again, how can I help you, stranger with a very interesting sounding backstory? The receptionist adapted fast. Ahaha. A dry laugh escaped the tiger girl's lips. Well, when we were here before, I saw the request for golem eyes. Is that still up to date? Of course. That's a permanent request. Crafters are always looking for them. Especially lately, because the supply seemed to have declined a lot for some reason. Yeah, because our Fenny has destroyed a nest of them or something. She mumbled in a voice low enough for only Maya to hear. Why yeah, could it be, do you have some at hand? The two of you seem to be really powerful, so it would be possible. Yes. We ran into 2 rock golems yesterday. We have 4 eyes right now. 2 even? That's incredible. Please let us buy these eyes. Well, that's why we're here. Judging by her reaction, Sophia was glad she mentioned only 2 golems for now. Thank you very much. Sure. Sophia grabbed into the backpack Maya was carrying and took the 4 out. She had put them in there before because her storage magic was deemed as way too flashy by the cat. Those are indeed rock golem eyes. The guild worker confirmed the goods before handing over the reward. For eyes, that'll be 500 gold coins in total. Do you want it like that, or should I exchange them for 5 big gold coins? 5 big ones, please. Alright. Eh? Wait. Isn't that too much? She was confused about the amount. Well, not that I'm complaining, but dash. They normally go for around 80 to 100 gold per eye, depending on the size. As these are high-quality items, combined with the current low supply and high demand, they're worth more. Oh, I see. So, it wouldn't be a bad idea to hunt some more of them, huh? If you're up for the challenge and run into them, by all means, please do so. We'll happily buy them from you. Just take care, and don't do anything too dangerous. Of course. Maya, we should scout the area where we found the 2. There might be some more. Sure. She played along with her act. Okay then, I hope you find some more golems. Assuring your safety, of course. We'll, manage. Sophia looked a little awkward. A little later, the couple left the Adventurer Guild again, but decided to save the clothes shopping for another time. As it was the late afternoon the streets began to become really lively, and the stares at Sophia multiplied, as well. Before, she had somewhat become able to deal with it, but this was too much. As a result of this, the two headed back to the castle for the time being. So, Faya. They had just entered through the main entrance when a familiar voice called out to the tiger girl. Ellie? So, Faya. Trying her best to keep her balance, the little girl ran towards Sophia. I know that feeling. She felt nostalgic watching the slight unsteadiness in her steps while trying to balance with her tail. Waiting for Ellie, she squatted down and welcomed her with open arms. Yay! Happy about the invitation, she jumped at Sophia before getting hugged by the bigger girl while they spun around on the spot. Ahaha. Dot. The two were laughing while spinning through the entrance hall. Yeah, we're not going to leave, are we? Maya quietly mumbled while she looked at the two playing around. So, what's going on here? Once she put the little tiger girl down again, Sophia finally questioned the situation. Well, watching from the sidelines until now, Queen Kira finally joined the conversation. She wanted to see you as soon as possible and decided to wait here. Immediately throwing a tantrum whenever I wanted to bring her to her room. Ellie, you should listen to your mom. But so, Faya was late. Even so, you shouldn't do that. Mom only wants your best, okay? I know. Ellie will listen next time. You're a good girl. Sophia petted her head as a reward. Thanks. Kira was grateful. Now let's go, Ellie, it's almost time for dinner. But don't worry, we can play a little later. Sophia gave her another pat before gently pushing the girl towards her mother. Yay! Ellie had a broad smile. Ahaha. Oh, Maya, Sophia, you might want to take a look at the training grounds. Kira received her daughter before looking at the two. Fan and Aura did a couple of, let's say, demonstrations for a few of our military personnel, and things got a little out of hand. Yeah? I knew it. Maya already had the suspicion before that it wasn't possible for the wolves to stay quiet all day long. Chapter 92, Veggies are important. After the couple came back from exploring the capital, Sophia was ambushed by Ellie in the entrance hall of the royal castle. Once the two finished cuddling and playing, they were informed by Queen Kira that the two wolves had overdone a demonstration of power in some way or another, having caused a bit of a commotion. I wonder what the two did. I'm kinda scared. Maya wasn't as easygoing. Navigating through the castle and getting lost only twice, according to their own report, the two finally arrived at the training grounds after around 20 minutes of wandering around. We should have asked someone for the way. Yeah. Okay, what do we have here? Sophia looked around and stopped talking. The training ground was riddled with craters of varying sizes. Next to it, on a patch of grass under a tree, Fen and Aura were quietly taking a nap without a care in the world. The cat girl also was speechless. It was amazing. Besides the couple, Anna suddenly popped up. Princess? Maya got surprised. What was amazing? What did the two do? Father's in a meeting with some of our military commanders at the moment. When they walked past here and saw the two napping there, the commanders noticed the power radiating from them, challenged them to a fight. Well, tried to challenge them. Oh. The cat girl turned pale. Are they still alive? Sophia, too, had a bad feeling. Of course. The male wolf. Fen? He couldn't be bothered whatsoever and simply turned around, sleeping some more. The other one. Aura, was it? She humored them a bit. She told them to all attack together with everything they got. 3 seconds later, she went to sleep again, as well. Father's currently busy nursing the broken egos of a couple of middle-aged men. Yeah, I'm not going to visit him today. Sophia really didn't want to deal with the aftermath. He wanted to see you, though. Nope. I'll pretend I never heard about this. Heard about what? Maya was with her on that. Exactly. I probably would do the same. Anna couldn't blame her. Still, Aura's awesome. She beat them so easily, and it was clear to even me that she was considerably holding back. Just how powerful is she? That's an excellent question. I don't think any of us could beat her using normal methods. Sophia could stop time if she really wanted to, but that wouldn't be a good answer. For various reasons, that is. I see. Speaking of which, how strong are you, anyway, Sophia? From what I can feel and also heard, it's ridiculous, but, compared to Maya, which I lost horribly to. The cat girl finished her sentence. You, compared to Maya, huh? That's a tough one. The gap between Sophia and me would make our fight look like a close call, princess. Comparing the two of us in terms of power is a direct insult to magic as a whole. Seriously? Anna was shocked. It's not that extreme, okay? Sophia wanted to play it down. I was even slightly downplaying you in that claim. The cat girl didn't let her have any of that. Wow, you should really stay away from father, then. Not that the military guys try to challenge you, as well, to get back their pride, only to be crushed even harder. They're good guys, after all. Ahaha. I wasn't going to, regardless of that. Your group sure is freaky. The princess was amazed. How did you all become like that? I mean, I'm the most talented in school, but, yeah, I know that feeling. Maya sympathized with her. I, too, thought I was the strongest. I mean, being able to use 2 elements, how amazing is that? Then, I met Sophia. I, in my presumptuous way, challenged her to a fight, even mocking her by saying stuff like I would hold back or not hurt her. The cat girl remembered their match. Only to be destroyed. Being the sadistic girl she is, from time to time, Sophia deliberately used a different type of magic whenever I attacked to completely crush my spirit. even forcing me to give up by activating darkness magic. Hey. She heard something she didn't like in there. That's. Wait. Sophia has a sadistic side, as well. She glanced at the cat during the last part. I have not. The girl in question loudly protested. Fen. Wake up for a moment. Maya yelled towards the wolf. What? He sounded grumpy after being woken up by her. About Sophia's sadistic side. Eh? We're talking about this now? Fen wasn't ready for this. Elle thought we're keeping it a secret? No, just proving a point. Don't get me involved in that, cat. Sorry. Seriously? Sophia was in shock. I had no idea. Really? How come I never noticed? Well, it mostly happens when you're boog dash, you know what I mean. She understood that the cat girl meant her boosts. How very embarrassing. He really gave me the short end of the stick. She sent another complaint toward Kinnear for messing with her personality. He did not. For the most part. What are you two talking about? Anna seemed confused. It's kinda complicated. It's alright, I won't pry. Despite anything, she was a good girl. Thanks. But a sadistic Sophia. I might want to see that. There was a hint of excitement in the voice of the royal tiger. You're into that? Maya hadn't expected that from the princess. Well, it could be, interesting. No sadistic Sophia for anyone. The girl in question had no intention of playing along. There's no reason to be disappointed here. She was getting angry. Fan, you'll regret this. Why me? The wolf woke up again from the sheer unreasonableness. Because I just decided on it. Aura, some backup, please. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I do know that I don't want to get involved. So, no thanks. As the female wolf didn't know all of Sophia's quirks yet, she simply turned around. I really have no allies. Sorry for bringing you into this. Maya felt slightly apologetic. I'm dragging you down with me when she makes me regret it. He had no intention of forgiving her. Anyway. Princess Anna thought it was about time to change the topic. We're about to have dinner. Are you two joining us? Well, Don't worry, father won't be attending. He's still with the military. She guessed why the blonde tiger girl was hesitating. Oh, then we might, Maya? These two are fine with a generous helping of meat, after all. She gestured at the wolves. A royal dinner? I'm intrigued. We don't eat overly fancy, okay? As the two didn't want to get lost again, the couple let themselves be guided by Princess Anna. And so, after just a few minutes, the three arrived in the dining hall. Sophia, Ellie, together with Queen Kira and two maids, were already present when the little tiger girl spotted her and got excited. Ellie. She happily waved back. You know, my little sister never before greeted me like that. Not even once. Anna softly complained to Maya. HRMN. She, too, had complicated feelings about this. I invited the two for dinner. Was that okay, Mother? Of course. That was the plan, anyway. Sophia, here. Here. Ellie pointed at the chair next to her, urging her to sit there. Sure. No hesitation whatsoever. The cat girl seemed slightly pouty. What? I wanted to sit opposite of you in the first place. It's easier to look at you that way. Oh. She had no comeback. Wow. That was smooth. Mother and daughter were impressed by Sophia. Alright, I'll sit next to Maya, then. That way, we'll be in the same line of sight. Anna was still going strong. Once the seating arrangement was taken care of, the maids soon served dinner. As it was a carnivore family, there were plenty of meat-based dishes. While Sophia was liking meat a lot more ever since she became a tiger girl herself, she was still happy that there were also plenty of vegetables. Because of that, she didn't hold back on the broccoli, carrots, and various others, or whatever they're called now. She didn't listen to the names when she was corrected. Sophia likes vegetables. The little tiger girl seemed to be a bit of a picky eater because only the pre-cut meat on her plate was gone. Of course. They're delicious. Really? Ellie suspiciously eyed her carrots. Here. Sophia picked up a small one with her fork and waved it around in front of the girl. And no. She turned her face away. Come on, they're important for you. All good kids eat their vegetables, you know? Are you not a good kid? Ellie is good. Then, Sophia waved around her look some more. Say ham. Reluctantly, the little tiger girl bit down on it. Ah. Chewing for a while, Ellie opened her mouth to show it was gone. I ate it. She ate it? Kira was the most shocked one. Very good. Now you can eat the rest on your own, right? No. Feed me. Eh? As Sophia couldn't help but spoil her, she did just that and picked up some more vegetables. Ham. She obediently ate everything now. What? Huh? How? Kira couldn't believe what she was seeing right now. Ellie is eating her vegetables. I tried the exact same thing, but there was no chance. Really? What did you do until now, then? I had the maids mix the vegetables into the meals in a way she wouldn't notice. Clever. Ellie, you'll eat your vegetables from now on, right? Only if so, Faya eats with me. That's no good. I won't always be here when you're eating. I also want to eat with Maya alone from time to time. That's very important for the two of us. But when I'm in the castle, I'll try to eat with you, okay? Yes. I understand. Though looking sad, Ellie accepted it. Great. It's important for you to eat your vegetables. Ellie will eat them now. But no bell pepper. They are bad. Evil. Pell. Ah. She managed to link them to bell pepper. Well, everyone has stuff they dislike. You're not a fan either, are you? The others instantly saw through Sophia's reaction. Shoo. She put a finger on her lips. I'm trying to do something here. As long as you eat most of your food, it should be fine. Is that okay? She looked at the queen for confirmation. Why yes, of course. Kira was still baffled about what was going on. Sophia, you're amazing. You're really so good with her. She was happy about it. They finished eating before long, with Kira being very glad that Ellie ate almost all of her vegetables. The evening was far from over with that, though. Alright, Ellie, let's get you in the bath. The queen grabbed her, but the little girl had different plans. I want to go with Faya. Eh? Maya was the one who reacted first. Ahaha. I'm sorry, Ellie, but my bathing time is reserved for Maya. We promised a long time ago, and I can't change that. The cat girl's request to take a bath together with her every day was still active. Eh? The wrong, grown-up princess complained now, but she was easily ignored by everyone. The little one seemed sad. But if so, Faya promised, there's no helping it. Thank you for understanding. Is she going to bed afterward? She looked at Kira while asking. In around an hour after. Why? Ellie, how about I come to your room later and tell you a story before you go to sleep instead? Really? Yay. It's a promise, okay? She got really excited. Of course. Now go and take your bath. Yes. Finally motivated, Kira was able to lift Ellie up and carried her over to the bathroom. Shall we head out, as well? Sure. Maya agreed. So, just for the record, I'm going to take a bath alone? Yes. The couple yelled at Princess Anna while leaving. Chapter 93, Story Time with Ellie. After the dinner with Queen Kira and her daughters, Sophia promised Princess Ellie to tell her a story after she'd taken her bath and gotten ready for bed. In the meanwhile, the couple got back to their room and prepared for their own bath. Sue. The two had entered the attached bathroom, and Maya addressed the tiger girl while they were undressing. You've fallen quite badly for the little one, huh? Maybe a bit. She's just so adorable. You know, while I don't fully, support you loving her so much, I don't particularly mind either. While saying so, she got into the water of the big tub and gestured to the place right next to her. You still have your priorities right after all. Haha, I want to take my baths with you, too, after all. Sophia knew what she was implying. Good. The catgirl looked satisfied. Still, don't you think it's maybe a bit much? Huh? She sat down next to her in the water and relaxed for a moment before tilting her head. What do you mean? Didn't you want to turn down the king? We wanted to leave eventually and continue traveling, right? How are you going to tell Ellie about that? Now that she's so attached to you. That's. But it's not like I could have distanced myself either. The heartbreak's going to be brutal. Yes. Ellie will be sad, as well. Yeah. Sophia didn't talk back about whose heart's going to be broken here. She might cry, even. The catgirl rubbed salt into the wound. Ugh, which side are you on here? I have yet to decide. While I enjoy watching you with the little one. It gives me a nice fuzzy kind of feeling seeing your interactions, most of the time. At the same time, I enjoyed traveling with you. I don't want to give up on that just yet. Maya also wanted to continue exploring the world. Why yes, I'll find a way. Will you really? Maya placed her head on Sophia's shoulder while stretching out her limbs in the water, seemingly being pretty comfortable. Well, the alternative isn't the worst, but still. If push comes to shove, she could get used to this lifestyle. Haha. The tiger girl, too, relaxed by stretching and gently rubbed her head against the cat's. The view from here is also nice. There's no window in the bath, though? I know. She stared right at Sophia. Pervert. Sophia playfully whacked the catgirl's head. I do agree, though. It is a nice view. So, we're both perverts, huh? Huh? I was talking about the bath tiles. I really like the floral pattern on them. Oh, shut up already. She didn't believe her for a second. Ehe. Enjoying their intimate togetherness for a while longer and comfortably soaking in the hot water, the couple eventually had to get out again. Sophia didn't want to faint again, after all. While they were drying themselves and getting dressed, Maya seemed to be interested in something. Ah. Sophia had just put her head through her shirt when she looked at the catgirl and stopped. She wasn't quite as dressed yet, and the tiger needed a moment after getting a point-blank view of her. Why yes? Enjoying the beautiful tiles again? I might. The tiger nodded. I can't get enough of them and will always react like that when I get a look at them. Her intonation on the last word was slightly different for some reason. Really now? She only rolled her eyes, but Maya also seemed glad that Sophia likes the tiles so much and has such a strong reaction to them. Anyway, what story are you going to tell Ellie later? That's actually a good question. You haven't thought that far, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. Let's see. Oh, I think I'll go with a fairy tale from my old world. I know a lot of them. Really? That sounds kind of fun. It's mostly cheesy make-believe stuff. Less fun. Maya had lost interest. Well, have fun with her. Maybe I'll go and visit Anna in the meanwhile. Huh? She didn't see that one coming. You're going to visit the princess. During the evening? Alone? Sophia's ears and tail perked up upon hearing this. Are you jealous? Are you the only one allowed to? The tiger thought she had a right for it, too. Ugh, I don't know if it's exactly that. I can't picture either of you falling for the other after all, but, concerned might be fitting? Good enough. Maya felt slightly happy. No, of course not. If you're not there, I might actually be able to teach her something, because she won't be getting distracted by you. That's true. She's so aggressive. Yes. I hate that, but I also can't blame her. I won't give her any room or chances, but I sympathize with her. I think I would do exactly the same in her position. One cannot not fall for you, after all. Well, you are quite aggressive, too. Why yes. You weren't in a relationship with anyone when I went for it, though. I think it was mostly justified to get it into your thick skull. Fair enough. Still, your evaluation of me is way too high. But thank you. It's not. Anyway, it sounds like we should find a girlfriend for her. Haha, that would be perfect. Do you happen to know any teenage girls that would be willing to date the first princess of this nation? Maya had her doubts. Also, a girl that could hold a candle to you. Spoiler alert, not going to happen. You. The tiger girl wasn't sure if she should feel happy or embarrassed about her last claim, so she opted for both at the same time as her face turned red, but with a smile on her lips. I mean, look at you. Thanks. Though I think you look much better. Ehe. Before the two were able to fully lose themselves in their own little world, the tiger girl remembered her date with the little princess and decided to leave before they got too flirty. Ah, there she is. Kira stood in the hallway and greeted her once she saw Sophia. She's waiting already. Ahaha. I got a little lost on the way. Should have asked a maid. It was the second or third time already, so she most likely won't learn. It's alright. She can still stay up a little longer. Not that she'd ever fall asleep without you arriving. I promised her, so I'll obviously show up. I like that adorable little girl, after all. Thanks. For the dinner, as well, it's awesome how you can get through her. Ellie totally loves you. I'm really happy to hear that. I don't know what it is, but there's something about Ellie that makes me want to spoil her. I've always been a fan of kids, but something about her is different. She's the first small child you met from your own race, is she not? Maybe some sort of instincts are kicking in? You did mention something about having strong ones, right? It would explain why you're so drawn to her. We from the tiger family are extremely protective of our children. It actually makes sense. Sophia had no doubts that any motherly instincts of a tiger would go wild inside her, as well. I wonder what's going to happen if you ever have your own child. Kira was a little interested in the idea. I haven't thought about that before. Until a little while ago, she never imagined it would be relevant. Even in her dreams, blessing magic wasn't something she could have imagined, but her answer to the idea was still clear. Yep, I'll become completely useless if that ever happens. I look forward to it. Show them to me, then. I want to spoil them, too. Sure. But, and no, it's not going to happen anytime soon. We are not at this point yet, at all. Just thinking about it made her nervous. No, don't worry. It's just a personal interest, not a prompt. Thanks. Anyway, Ellie's waiting, so I better get going. That's a good idea. Would it be possible to ask you to watch over her until she falls asleep? Menzer's meeting with the commanders is taking longer than anticipated, and he asked me to join. Of course. Wait, that sounds serious. Did something happen? Nah, it wouldn't be the first time that they're planning to get dead drunk and invited me to join, so. Probably no need to worry. Hee, have fun with that. Thanks. The two split up, and the blonde tiger girl was finally able to enter Ellie's room, who already eagerly awaited her. So, Faya. The little girl was sitting on her bed, wearing some red pajamas, and was kicking her feet in the air while happily smiling at her. You. Her heart took a lot of damage from this adorable display. Sorry, I'm late. I got held up a little. So, Faya's here now, it's okay. You're such a good girl. She sat down next to Ellie on the bed and gently patted her head. Ehe. Do you want to hear a story now? Yes. Well then, how about you lay down first? Alright. Agreeing, Ellie placed her head on the pillow before Sophia covered her with a blanket. Everything nice and comfy? So, Faya. Here. She patted down on the place next to her on the bed. You want me to lie down, as well? Yes. Geez, can't be helped. Unable to turn her down, not that she tried to, Sophia lay down next to her, and the little tiger girl immediately snuggled against her side. Ehe, so, Faya's warm. The hugged girl wondered whether it's possible to overdose on adorableness, because it felt like it would be to her. Oh okay, story time. Okay. Let's see. She had still to decide on a story. Once upon a time, a cute little princess, just like you, Ellie, was playing in the garden of her castle. There, she met a lovely hummingbird that sung her a beautiful song. Not knowing what to tell, Sophia simply mashed together some of the classic fairy tales she remembered from her old world. While avoiding stories that would obviously not work here, like the Beauty and the Beast, as this is most likely, in some way or another, a common occurrence now, she told the little tiger girl a wonderful tale about a foreign world with a beautiful and sweet princess over the next half hour. And they lived happily ever after. Yay! It seemed like Ellie liked the story. Was it good? Very. Great. So, Fia, another one. Only one per evening. She needed time to think of another one first, after all. Okay. While sad, Ellie still accepted it. Besides, it's gotten late, and good kids need their sleep. Is so, Fia going to stay? Yes, I'll be here for a while. Technically speaking, story time had somehow turned into babysitting, not that she minded it even a bit. Yay! Obviously feeling happy, Ellie snuggled even closer to the bigger tiger girl in response. Alright, it's time to sleep. Need some water? Toilet? No. Perfect. Then, good night, Ellie. So, Fia, night. Increasing her hug even more, she finally closed her eyes and fell asleep in no time. Sue, what now? Sophia was trapped in the bed and had little room to move. Well, I might as take a nap, too, huh? Saying so, she also closed her eyes and did just that. Being able to fall asleep everywhere, at any given time, in any situation, was one of her biggest strengths. Quietly napping together, time passed in the blink of an eye, and 2 hours had already gone by. The peacefulness was soon interrupted, though. Noticing the presence of someone entering the room, Sophia woke up and opened her eyes. Shoo! She put a finger on her lips after seeing it was Kira. Don't worry. I once dropped a plate, it shattered into 1,000 pieces, and she still didn't wake up. Oh, so she's a good sleeper, just like me. You woke up pretty easily, though. The queen had her doubts about her claim. I'm pretty sure I made next to no sound. I'm using something called detection magic. I simply knew that someone was coming. Aren't your defenses something else? Well, I have to make sure nothing happens to the little one here. Sophia pat Ellie's head before gently freeing herself from her grip. Impressive dedication. Care to become a full-time babysitter? Enticing, but I'll have to decline. So, why are we having this conversation? Sophia knew that something else entirely was going on. Well, a messenger arrived during the meeting with the commanders. I don't like where this is going. She already had a bad feeling. Yeah, let's say we've run into a bit of a situation, and Menzer wants you to attend, as well. As I said, I really don't like where this is going. Unfortunately, her complaints fell on deaf ears as Kira escorted her out of the room. Chapter 94, An Unpleasant Conference. Sophia had told Ellie a goodnight story, and the two fell asleep together afterward. Unfortunately, the peace was eventually interrupted by Kira, who came to get the blonde tiger for a meeting on behalf of the king for some reason. Could we stop for Maya? I kinda need her to watch out that I don't say anything too stupid. The cat girl had become her speaker when it came to complicated and/or delicate matters. Sophia's not compatible with either of those things, after all. She's already there, and so is Anna. The two were training magic together when I wanted to pick up your girl. That's good. Were they behaving themselves? Maya was bullying my daughter a little, but that might be for the best. Maybe she'll become a little more docile with that. We spoiled her a bit too much when she was a kid, and she got a little bratty. What a thing to say as a queen about her daughter, the first princess of the nation. She had to laugh at it. But don't you expect me to stop spoiling Ellie now. Don't worry about that. I mean, neither will I, after all. It's simply impossible. Good. Sophia was relieved. And there we are. Kira stopped in front of a rather big wooden door and opened it, revealing a big room with a large round desk inside. Gathered around it were many middle-aged men exclusively of feline origin, or to be precise, either jaguar or tiger beast people. Their clothes resembled military attire, and they had a varying number of different medals on them. The tiger faction was considerably more decorated. King Menzer was seated in the middle of them and looked around with a stern gaze. All in all, not Sophia's favorite sort of company, so her face lit up all the more when she spotted Maya in the corner of the room. She was standing next to Princess Anna and gently waved her hand upon seeing her. "Thank you for coming, Sophia." The king addressed her. "Commanders, generals, this is the girl I mentioned, the rumored lost member of the tiger family. She has a bit of a backstory, so please don't ask her about the clan she originated from. Anything of her past, really. Thanks." She was glad about not getting pressured. She still didn't like the situation itself, though. "The cat girl in the corner, next to my daughter, is her partner, Maya. They came together with the two wolves you all already are acquainted with." When he mentioned them, the entire group became flustered. Hello. Sophia had no idea what to say and only wanted to go back to Ellie. "You must be wondering why I asked you to come, right? It's a bit of a touchy subject, but word reached us that a city of our kingdom, Talaga, will soon be attacked." "Yeah?" The girls, Maya, Anna, and especially Sophia, were surprised about the sudden and unexpected revelation. "Why are you telling us that?" Princess Anna aside, "Maya and I shouldn't be hearing this." It was only partly because she didn't want to hear it. "Yes." The cat girl vigorously nodded to Sophia's complaint. "Normally, I would agree, but the two of you are in a special position. Sophia, I do know that you have your doubts about my offer to join the royal family. Actually, you're probably thinking about how to turn it down right now, aren't you? That's." He was spot on. "But even so, official member or not, I want you to be treated like one, a fellow tiger, no matter your decision. Also, you like this country and its citizens, do you not? I love it." An aside, the beast folk was the first to accept Sophia in this world. They have a special place in her heart for this. Not even taking Maya into account. She has met many of them by now, and still has yet to have an actual bad experience. And that's why you're here. You're one of us, regardless of the circumstances and your plans for the future. I see. So, who wants to attack us?" His words had worked on her. "The humans." After getting hyped up so much, Sophia felt cheated. My peaceful nap with Ellie was interrupted for that? Can I go back now? She already turned around after hearing this lousy joke and almost reached the door again. Please wait." The king tried to stop her. "Why?" Her voice sounded a tiny bit cold. "I know exactly how strong every individual in this room is. No one here, not even Anna over there, who probably has no experience in fighting, should feel the slightest bit intimidated by those insects. Humans, is what I wanted to say. Does she have a history with them?" Anna leaned closer to Maya while she asked her. "It sounds like it. Yeah, don't ask. I don't want to remember what they tried." Well, the punishment Sophia delivered wasn't that bad, but... The cat girl clenched her fist and didn't want to think about how some humans tried to sell her or wanted to use her body in the past during Sophia's first contacts with them. You are not wrong." Menzer nodded while sighing. "Individually speaking, or even in small to medium groups, humans are, well, harmless. But, just like actual insects, they like to attack in hordes. With enough of them, everything becomes a threat. Ugh, strength in numbers, huh? How many are we talking about here? We don't have exact numbers yet, but we're guessing around 10,000 to 20,000 humans. They seem to be really trying it this time. That's the reason I, the king, and our higher military commanders are involved. Normally, humans are dealt with by the local troops. Why yeah, I think I heard Ellie calling for me just now. I better go and take a look." Sophia didn't want to deal with this. She did not. Kira stopped her. "I have pretty good ears, you know? I could hear Ellie calling for someone across the continent. You." Sophia had no chance of winning against a doting mother. But 20,000 of these pesky, narcissistic, idiotic, self-centered, egoistic, nasty, gross, stupid pricks of a sorry excuse for a living being. I don't wanna. She threw a tantrum. Some of these adjectives were somewhat redundant, but that was no accident. Well, I can't blame you. The king was amazed by her extreme reaction. We have to repel them. for our citizens. Alright, I get it. There was nothing the blonde could say. Fine. Can I quickly get over with it? I want to go back to Ellie and continue my nap. Were you even listening, girl? Menzer got angry. Yes? It might be close to 20,000 humans. Yes? Sophia failed to see the problem. Also, Talaga is around 200 kilometers away. Our army will need at least 200 kilometers? Going there, beating them, and back to the capital. That would be easily 5 hours, you know? It'll be way too late for a nap by the time I come back. Ellie might be already awake by then. She'd need to ride on Fen to even be that fast. Sophia, Maya glared at her. Neither your nap nor Princess Ellie is of any importance right now. I beg to differ. She thought otherwise, but gave up after seeing her glare getting stronger. Fine. She needed to yield a lot today. Gee girl. The king and every single member of the military was staring daggers at the already irritated girl. Did you say 5 hours just now? I did? Covering 200 kilometers, well, 400 for a round trip, takes a while. Also, I don't want to kill them, so I'd need to considerably hold back. There was still a little bit of attachment left for them. For now, at least. Oh, never mind, for the way, I could just stop. She couldn't finish her thought. Are you being serious right now? I always am. Sophia's determined expression only caused Maya to roll her eyes. Travel aside. How would you beat 20,000 humans in such a short amount of time? Blinding them, stealing their sight completely, flooding a couple of tornadoes. Squashing them with earth magic or setting everyone on fire. Trapping them with nature magic spines or roots. Oh, letting them faint by getting rid of the air around the army could be entertaining. There's also Sophia had so many means to eradicate an army that she had a hard time deciding. The room fell silent. Anna leaned over to Maya again. The sadistic thing we talked about not too long ago. I believe you now. You two might be a good match, after all. Why yeah. I can't let you go alone. But I hope you'll accompany us, regardless. Half of the generals here and I will depart tomorrow at noon, together with a couple of retainers. We'll meet up with an around 3,000 member strong army of ours that's currently stationed not too far away from Talaga. The king is going too? Sophia was surprised about that. Of course. It's my job to oversee such a large battlefield. Oh, I see. Father. Anna suddenly spoke up. I want to go, too. I think I'm old enough to accompany you now. It's about time. I promise you that I won't leave the backlands and stay away from danger. Why do you think you're attending this meeting? The king apparently had already planned so. Thank you very much, Father. Maya, Kira addressed the cat girl. It seems like Sophia will be busy, so can I ask you to protect her? As far as you're willing to go, of course. She didn't question her husband, but as a mother, she was naturally concerned about her daughter. You can leave it to me. But with Sophia around, you don't have to worry that much. There's no way she'd let any of us get hurt. Thank you. By the way, this, Talaga, was it? Is there anything interesting over there? Sophia got a little curious. Are you wondering why the humans attack there? No. I was more interested in sightseeing. This whole ordeal should be good for something, after all. As usual, her situational awareness was non-existent. To others, that is. It's one of our major trade hubs. Dealing with Sophia wasn't good for his mental health. Oh, sounds good for some shopping. But now that it got mentioned, why are they attacking? To display their superiority. I see. Wait, the what now? She almost tripped over those words. Their words, not mine. King Menzer also disagreed with their claim for apparent reasons. There's also their strive to enslave us. I'm sorry? The temperature in the room dropped a couple of degrees when Sophia's ice-cold voice leaked out. Could you please repeat that? I'm sure you didn't say what you just did, right? Everyone was taken aback. They try it every so often, but the humans only ever get themselves killed in the process. I don't know why they dash. And stop right there. Sophia interrupted the king, and her expression was unlike anything anyone, even Maya, ever saw on her, and the cat girl had seen her angry before. So, this happened more than once, huh? Why are they still alive? Their race as a whole, that is. They, aren't successful, so we normally dash. Oh, just because they aren't any good at it, it's okay? There was no emotion left in her voice. The others felt only cold and darkness radiating from her. Don't you think, no matter the result, the emotional trauma of someone trying to take dash, or kidnap you, force you to do something you don't want, or even sell you, is reason enough? To end them, I mean? She got oddly specific, probably remembering the times she met humans before. WL. The commanders didn't dare to answer. And none of the humans that tried it made it out alive. Menzer tried to de-escalate the situation. How? How would they even try to enslave a beast person? It's not like they have enough strength to forcefully take one. They occasionally try to go for the kids playing outside the cities. There never anything happens, because we can sense an ambush, so dash. Oh, so they're trying to kidnap the little ones? I see. Her voice wasn't cold or emotionless anymore, but everyone sure wished it still was. The military commanders and even the king were feeling physically uncomfortable now. My, aren't they a funny bunch? Oh no. Maya finally noticed that Sophia had lost it again. Your Majesty, how about you give the army a day off? There are one or two things I would like to try on these humans, and I want to avoid friendly fire. While it was still the blonde tiger girl who was talking, the personality behind it was completely unlike the usual happy-go-lucky girl. While I want to trust your words, that's not something I can do. The king couldn't grant her request. That wasn't a question, Your Majesty. Sophia paused for a moment. Fine. Just keep them in the background until I'm done with them. We leave tomorrow at noon, was it? Why yes. All right. Sophia simply turned around and left. The topic was over for her. I'm sorry. Maya wasn't sure what to say and simply apologized to the group. Sophia has she has a bit of a history with the humans, to put it lightly. Also, after spending most of the day with your daughter, Princess Ellie, the information about the attempted kidnappings was a bit much, Your Majesty. She can get a little angry when something bothers her too much. I'll be able to calm Sophia down a bit later. Still, you might want to think about her request to put the army on standby in the beginning, at least. As Maya knows her strength, she had no doubts about them not being needed. Again, I'm sorry about her, Your Majesty. I'll go after her now, so I'll take my leave, as well. Doing as told, the cat girl also turned around and ran after the upset girl. After the couple left, the room fell silent again while everyone just looked at each other with baffled expressions. Sophia's scary. Princess Anna spoke out what everyone was thinking. Why, Your Majesty, just who is this girl? One of the commanders was close to freaking out. I never was subjected to such an intense pressure before. Who is she, indeed? The king wasn't sure, either. All I do know is that she's strong, ridiculously strong. The two wolves you met are her companions, after all. The room fell silent again, with the commanders hanging their heads in shame now. She also has a strong sense of justice, as you just witnessed. We could see that, yes. But can we trust her? She seems a little bit unstable. I do believe we can. Her common sense might be a bit different, but she has the same ideals as I have. Also, my daughter Ellie adores her. You know, the girl who cried after meeting half of you guys and is wary of the other half. That has to speak for Sophia in one way or another. Actually, both of my daughters love this girl, but that's another story. Menzer glanced toward Anna while saying so. Ugh. She didn't meet his gaze and only looked away. She definitely is an ally. Likely the most important one we have ever come across. We'll naturally rally the corps near Talaga. It would be foolish to decide on anything else. That being said, I'm willing to give Sophia the chance she asked for. If her claims of being able to deal with their army on her own are true, we won't have to put our men in danger. I think that is a worthwhile option to consider. We shouldn't waste any lives, especially if there might be an alternative. Yes. The commanders agreed with the king. Alright, but we still need to strategize our plan B. Menzer mostly trusted Sophia, but betting everything on a single card was stupid at best. My men, it's going to be a long night. Yes. Their meeting went on for many hours after the couple had left. It would most likely end up being wasted time, but they couldn't count on it as they hadn't seen Sophia in action yet. Chapter 95, Getting Ready to Depart. During the meeting with the king and his military commanders, Sophia found out that the humans planned to attack a beastfolk city. To make matters worse, she was also informed that humans regularly try to kidnap children to enslave them. As she had spent most of her day with Ellie, a little child, anger had taken over the blonde tiger girl once more after hearing this story. Sophia. After having left the meeting, Maya ran after her to talk about what had just happened. Ahaha. She stopped walking and faced the cat girl. I messed that one up, huh? Well, you made a room full of military commanders wet their pants, so. I think I even saw a stain on the king's dash. Where were you looking? Ah, that's better. Maya sounded relieved. I was just kidding. Well, I didn't look, I mean. Oh, thank you. She noticed that it calmed her down. Though, this time it's reasonable to get angry. I had heard about these attempted kidnappings before, but I had no idea it wasn't an incredibly rare occurrence. When I heard about that, kidnapping little children, especially right after my nap with Ellie, I kinda lost it. Okay, I'm not going to imply anything here now, alright. If you'd taken a nap with your own sea child right before hearing about it, what would have happened then? The cat girl wanted to find out about her priorities. She went silent, and an eerie sensation filled the hallway the two were standing in. At the same time, a pitch-black darkness began to fill the floor around the tiger girl while her eyes turned lifeless. Sophia. Only a few moments passed, but she already felt really uncomfortable and started to panic. Sorry. The tiger quickly returned back to normal. I was just thinking how time-consuming it would be to erase the human race from this world. Just out of interest, where's their capital? I feel like I shouldn't tell you. Might be a good decision. You having a sea child might be too dangerous for the world right now. Sentences I never thought I'd hear. Sophia wasn't sure how to react to something like that. Though, yes, there's some truth to it. Overprotectiveness, plus my boosted anger, which I have no control over right now, bad combination. It's a good thing I'm not all ready for that yet. Ahaha. She let out an awkward laugh. So, this time, you got angry for Ellie's sake, big enough to start a war. Harm to your own kid would result in genocide. What would you do if I were kidnapped? Aside from the part where I would be confused about you being kidnapped by humans, or even the possibility of such a thing? Fair. Hypothetically speaking, then. Didn't I almost start 1 or 2 genocides for you already? The slime thing in Kinnear's joke dungeon, for example. That was even before we got together. Is it just me, or are you quite the brutal one? You just noticed? Sophia tilted her head. I finally have people dear to me, and the power to protect them. I will let no one steal them away from me, or let them get harmed. And from the currently living ones, you're the most important one. I'm too scared to even imagine what I would do if something were to happen to you. I'm glad to hear that, in a way. I'll have to make sure to stay safe, though. For the sake of the world. By the way, the kidnappings and thinking about Ellie made me very upset. Something happening to my future child or you, I might actually get angry instead. Oh. I wonder if Kinnear himself could stop me. She'd gone off the deep end. Alright, back to the problem at hand. While touched, Maya was too scared to continue the topic. What are you going to do about this impending human attack? You made it pretty clear earlier that it's going to be a short excursion. That's a good question. I don't want to kill any humans because, well, you know why. Sophia used to be one herself in the past, after all. But at the same time, I have no lingering attachment whatsoever anymore. For obvious reasons, that is, when taking these humans into account. I'm a tiger girl in both body and mind now. I also love the beast folk, so if I was forced to make a choice between saving the folk I love and identify myself with now or ending the lives of humans threatening them, there's only one choice. What do you want to hear from me? How am I supposed to know? Do you think you need to kill them? Even if you hold back considerably, you could easily scare them away without killing anyone. If you're not comfortable with it, you don't have to. Probably. But would simply scaring the humans away bring any results? I want them to stop their idiocy. Quite honestly, it's so bothersome, and I just want to talk myself into humans simply not existing for all I care, but the enslavement or kidnapping attempts, at least, have to end. I don't think even killing their whole army would lead to such a result. Maya didn't think the humans would ever stop, no matter what happened. I mean, the beast folk usually might not go on the offensive, but they don't show mercy, either. Even if they killed a bunch of them, it never changed anything. Why are they such idiots? Only the gods know that. She had no idea. They don't, actually. I asked Kinnear about them when I met him the last time. He had no idea how they developed into that. Actually, he went as far as admitting he has given up on humans. Seriously? Why yeah. Means it's up to me if I want to change anything. Again, how? That, I still don't know. Sophia was at a loss. Something, with a lasting impact, I suppose? Well, you're good with lasting impacts, that's for sure. If anyone's able to change the humans, it's you. What a pain. She gave up. Thinking about it will get me nowhere. Alright, whatever, I'll go to bed. What a transition. Maya rolled her eyes at the tiger girl's slight mood swings. Are you going back to Ellie? No, I won't. I'm not in the mood to cuddle with the little one anymore. Ah, is that so? She didn't sound unhappy. Might I offer my services then? To cuddle? And to sleep together. A very enticing offer. I might actually take you up on that. Great. With a smile on her lips, Maya grabbed her hand, and the two went back to their room. The next day arrived before long, and the castle seemed really busy. The word about the attack had obviously gotten around, and everyone was preparing for the king's departure. Sophia and Maya didn't take part in any of that, though. The two were ready to go whenever, after all. Instead, they met up with the wolves to tell them what was going on. These fools. Fen sighed when he heard the story. They really became even bigger idiots, huh? Aura, too, was astonished. Are you going to fight them, Sophia? The male wolf looked at her. I want to teach them a lesson. The beast folk are my friends. If anyone tries to harm them, they'll get to know me. These poor souls. Fen actually pitied them a bit. Is it known how many humans are attacking? They're guessing around 10 to 20,000. Oh, good, so you won't need us then, huh? He had no doubts she could easily deal with them on her own. There are also 3,000 soldiers on our side. It won't be a problem. Why? Do you already have plans? Aura and I went out drinking last night and met a couple of fun people in a bar. We originally planned to meet up again today. What? That sounds so much better than my plans. Sophia was a little jealous. No, you two go do that. I still have Maya, not to mention the other soldiers. Also, I can always stop time in case if something dangerous happens. If you struggle against those humans, I'll personally train you without holding back, and Fen's in trouble, as well. Why me again? He glared at Aura, who just threatened him, too. Because you obviously didn't teach her right, then. Please don't struggle, Sophia. She playfully put a finger on her chin while tilting her head. Hey, don't worry, I don't plan to. She had to tease him a little. But could the two of you do me a favor while we're gone? Of course. I don't think they're that intelligent, but in case this attack is just a decoy to lure the king and some of his personnel away from the capital to attack here, please watch out for this place. Especially Kira and Ellie. I don't know what I would do if something happened to the little one. Yeah, they aren't that intelligent, but of course, we'll be on the lookout and protect if necessary. My detection magic reaches way beyond the city walls. I'll keep scanning for approaching humans. Aura also agreed to help in case anything happens. Thanks, you too. She was happy. Well, I guess it's time to head over to where the king is. Maya, Fun stopped the cat girl before she also left. I know Sophia's going to be a little extreme, but please watch out that she doesn't do anything she may regret later on once she returns back to normal. He was worried. I think it's too late for that. It seems like she made up her mind that the beast folk are obviously more important to her. I see. I'll try to keep the damage low. Yeah. Fun settled for that, and Maya quickly followed after her tiger girl. While the two were walking through the halls of the castle, naturally not knowing where to go, the couple eventually ran into Princess Anna. Oh. Good morning, you two. Morning. You look tired, princess. Sophia noticed some dark circles beneath her eyes. Why yeah, I haven't slept well. I'm a bit nervous. Why? Because we're heading to a battlefield, idiot. The wielder of common sense, Maya, explained the situation to her. Well, I haven't slept much either. Ah. Sophia nodded in understanding. Wait, are you nervous, too? She looked at the cat girl. For a different reason. Nervous about you overdoing it. I know we are going to be safe, after all. Not to mention that you kept me up for most of the night. Ah. Sophia repeated herself. Me overdoing is something that could actually happen. You don't have to be concerned, princess. There's little danger for us with Sophia around. That's reassuring? Besides, Queen Kira also asked me to look out for you, so you'll definitely be fine. Maya tried to make her feel better. Thank you. Wait. You're only doing it because Mother asked you? And no. I would have done so regardless. While she clearly wasn't a fan of her, deep down, Maya didn't hate the princess. Eehee. Anna's mood improved. Oh ho, looks who started to become friends. Sophia seemed happy about it, as well. Oh, shut up. Jay, just friends, okay? Anna somehow felt the need to make this detail very clear. Isn't that great? Ugh. The two girls had the same reaction after seeing Sophia's smile. After they were done with their chat and the couple had gotten themselves a guide for the castle, the princess and the group went to the previously mentioned meeting point together. Ah, there they are. Kira noticed the arrival of the girls. Wow, sure is busy here. Sophia looked around and was amazed by the mass of people. Not only the king and around half of the commanders from last night's meeting were present, but also a dozen maids. Furthermore, there were also 60 to 70 soldiers on site. Interestingly enough, a good number of them were jaguar beast people, probably indicating they were relatively high-ranking members. Well, the king heads out for a potential battlefield. This much is the absolute bare minimum. More soldiers are waiting outside, too. The queen explained the situation. Sounds reasonable. She agreed. By the way, where's Ellie? Sophia noticed the distinct lack of her favorite girl in the castle. She's too young to learn what's going on, so I just told her that Daddy's going on a trip and sent her to play with the maids. I see. She was visibly disappointed and sad about not being able to see the little one before leaving. All right, my men. Before she could complain anymore, the king suddenly and loudly spoke up. I'm well aware that this is on short notice, but we have no time to lose. Once again, these foolish humans have challenged us, and we'll show them that it was yet another mistake. Yeah. The morale appeared to be high. We'll regroup with the main unit near Talaga. Until then, I'll put my trust in you guys to protect me and my daughter, Princess Anna, who'll accompany us today. Yeah, I like the sound of that. Let's depart. Chapter 96, An Uncomfy Ride. The king finished his speech to raise morale before they left for the soon-to-be battle between the beast folk and the humans. Afterward, they boarded the carriages, 10 in total, drawn by 2 horses, or harzas. The king and his group of commanders, just as Sophia, Maya, Anna, and 2 maids, were seated in the 2 middle ones, each driven by 2 soldiers. The remaining soldiers boarded the remaining carriages in front and on the back of the convoy. By the way, how long is this trip going to take? They had only just left the capital, and Sophia was already bored. We'll have to stay the night in the carriages once and continue our travels in the early morning. We should reach the troops near Talaga around the same time tomorrow. One of the maids accompanying the group answered her. So long. She didn't like the sound of that. Also, leaving early in the morning? Don't even bother to wake me up. This part sounded even worse to her. At least riding in a carriage is nice. It's my first time, but it's really comfy and relaxing, though really slow. Yep, slower but nice. Maya agreed. Wait a moment. Anna interrupted them. If you've never ridden a carriage before, how did you come to the capital? Father said that you're from really far away. We walked? Sophia tilted her head. We're much faster than those carriages, after all. Not having to follow roads speeds things up, as well. Seriously. How long did you walk? 3 months? Maybe 4, I'm not sure. It could have been longer, actually. The blonde's sense of time was already long gone. Yeah, we took a lot of detours. Maya, too, had lost track. It really isn't a good idea to apply common sense to the two of you. Hey. Maya didn't like the sound of that. But sleeping in the carriage sounds, Sophia looked around. It will be snug or cozy? There's not exactly much room, to say the least. I don't mind at all. Anna saw her chance to sleep with Sophia. I do, though. The cat girl put up her guard. You're not going to sleep next to her, princess. Sophia, we're camping outside. She didn't trust Anna, after all. I don't mind either way. Though, I'll miss my body pillows. Fenny and Aura, that is. Yeah? Isn't sleeping outside dangerous? Not really. I've done that almost exclusively, actually. Nice campfire, good food, some friends. I think that's good fun. Yep, it's great. It does sound fun when you put it that way. Anna sounded a little envious. Wanna try camping tonight, princess? Eh? It was the cat girl who reacted to Sophia's offer. I only suggested it to get you away from her, you know? Don't be like that. No matter what she wants to do. Princess Anna would never do anything that would make me lose my trust in her, would she? She looked at her towards the end. I wouldn't. Consent is important. Anna could do nothing against the pressure she was feeling. Great. I look forward to it. Why yeah. The other two girls once more shared the same expression. About 4 hours passed since the convoy left the capital, and it was time for the first break to let the Harzas rest. Feeling a little sore after sitting for so long, the girls decided to take a little walk. I might want to rethink my earlier statement. Sophia rubbed her but while saying so. My backside's all tingly. A carriage isn't so comfy, after all. That's true. The other two shared her assessment. Also, I'm hungry. I think food's scheduled for the evening. Anna swiftly crushed her dreams. Hunting and grilling something takes too much time. It seemed like she got an idea. Anyone want some nuts or dried fruits? You actually still have some left? You've constantly been snacking on them, after all. Maya rolled her eyes in response. Of course. I mean, I bought out the entire shop. The princess seemed lost. What nuts or fruits? You're not carrying anything, are you? Want to see a little party trick? While saying so, the blonde tiger girl stretched out her hand, which suddenly disappeared into her extra storage space, giving Anna quite the fright. Huh? Your arm. What is going on? Why yeah. Maya could sympathize with her, having had the exact same reaction when Sophia first tried out this magic. And there we are. Pulling out her hand again, she now held a bag filled with the previously mentioned nuts and fruits. Oh, I love that mix. Gimme some. Being used to it already, the cat girl simply went for the snacks. The princess, on the other hand, was still quite confused. What just happened here? A magic eye, Invented. I didn't want to bother carrying luggage, so I created a place with magic where I can simply dump everything into. She needed a moment to wrap her head around it. Some nuts? Maya held out the bag she'd snagged from Sophia before. They're good. Thanks. Accepting her offer, Anna had a small snack to calm her nerves. Seriously, what sort of monster are you, Sophia? Just why does everyone keep calling me that? Because you are. As usual lately, the princess and the cat girl were in perfect sync. I am just creative and maybe a bit eccentric. Not that she'd never called herself a monster, either. Same difference. Alright, give back the snacks. The monster's hungry. The blonde just rolled with it. We're very sorry. Seriously, are you guys getting along now or not? Sophia was confused about their relationship. We are not. Their sinking wasn't helping. Okay, maybe a bit. That's nice. But you're still my number one. The two, again, replied with the same bouquet, and it's gotten creepy. Their continuous syncing up was too much for even Sophia. After having had their snack, the girls finished their walk to get rid of the soreness from sitting for so long and went back to the resting place of the convoy. There, they ran into the king, who had just come back from some sort of meeting. Oh, where have you girls been? We had just a little walk, father. The ride in the carriage was a little tiring. That is true. Is something the matter? We saw you talking with the commanders just now. Anna seemed concerned. No, everything's all right. We were just talking about how we're making surprisingly good progress because no monster had held us up until now. Normally, some of them would have tried to attack us. That's Maya's and mine fault. What's that supposed to mean? The king looked at Sophia. Monsters. Actual monsters, she glared at the other two girls while adding that part. They can instinctively sense magic power and stay away from sources that are much more powerful than themselves. Because Maya and I have so much of that, no monster is stupid enough to attack us. Is that true? Menzer was shocked. Yes. When I lived in the monster country with Fen, the only monsters that tried to attack me was a group of slimes because they're too basic to sense it. From what I've heard, it's normal instant death there because you'll be flooded by monsters the moment you enter the place. That's how it's supposed to be. Well, I was attacked by a griffon once, but only because it was blinded by rage after I accidentally killed its child. That's a different story, though. The king needed a moment. Alright, I think the break was long enough. While holding his head, Menzer went back to his carriage. Poor father. Yeah. Hey. Sophia began to dislike the bond that was forming between Maya and the princess. They didn't reply, and soon after, the three girls also went back to their carriage before the convoy resumed its travel. After a little while, Sophia began to shift around her butt on the bench inside the carriage. Ugh. Maya, remind me to buy some extra fluffy pillows in that Talaga or whatever it's called city for the way back. It's really no fun for longer than half an hour. Good idea. She gave a big nod. So carefree. Maybe I should get a couple of them? Pillows are always useful. They would even be a nice addition for camping. How big is that storage space thingy of yours? Anna was surprised it would even fit multiple pillows. That's a good question. I've never tested the maximum size. Right now, you could comfortably live in there, though. Seriously? Live in there, huh? Sophia got interested in her own words. Don't get any weird ideas now. The cat girl, on the other hand, didn't. It wasn't that weird. Her defense was weak. Entering the place might be useful for something, somehow. It sounds like it would be a great hiding place for when you don't want to deal with something. That's brilliant. Sophia liked Anna's suggestion. Don't spur her on, princess. Maya, once more, didn't. There's definitely more potential in the extra space than just storage. Great, now she's motivated. The cat girl had lost in persuading her to drop the idea. By the way, the blonde tiger girl looked at the orange one. You're still going to school, right? Aren't there any problems with you taking off a few days for this trip? The Magic Academy, to be exact, but there are none at all. I mean, I'm the daughter of the king, after all. This falls under royal duty, or something like that. Fair point. What do you do there anyway? Such an academy didn't exist from where I come from. Interested? Want to accompany me once we're back? I have some good connections, so it should be possible. If anything, a princess should indeed have good connections. Me going to school. Judging by her cramped-up expression, Sophia wasn't the biggest fan. The memories of her school life weren't something she liked to remember because she had completely isolated herself ever since puberty started. Definitely not a good idea. The cat girl stepped in. Sophia in a place full of teenage girls? She had her very own worries. And maybe I'll check it out. While a part of her was happy about the cat's feelings, she also felt her jealousy was a bit too much. You have to grow a bit of a thicker skin. Also, it might help with the other thing, Maya. You. She had no defense, and also knew Sophia was talking about her boosts and shyness. I still don't like it, though. Oh, only if I, too, can come with you, for protective measures. That's fine. I wouldn't survive there without you, anyway. Alright, princess, I'll think about it. While she didn't overly like the idea, she saw it as a challenge to overcome in order to become the person she wants to be. Really? That's going to be so much fun. Anna was really happy about it. I wonder. For once, lately, the couple had the same reaction, but for very different reasons. I look forward to it. Good for you. The journey continued for a couple of hours until it started to get dark when the convoy finally took its second break. They had already done more than 2/3 of the distance, but going through the night would only increase the theoretical danger. That's why the second break included an overnight stay inside the carriages, though the girls planned to camp outside. Before that, the three first had to take another walk to get rid of their soreness. Chapter 97, Camping with the Princess. The convoy made its second break on its way toward Talaga, a beast folk city that was about to be attacked by humans. As it was getting dark already, it was planned to spend a night inside the carriages as traveling through the night was needlessly dangerous. Together with the princess, the couple had other plans, though, because they wanted to camp outside. Lightly stretching herself during their walk after sitting for so long, Sophia let out a soft yawn. How is it possible to be more tired after doing absolutely nothing compared to walking on your own? Being bored is exhausting. Maya felt the same. You two sure are whiny. Well, not that I disagree. Oh, out for another walk? Once the girls were closer to the carriages again, they promptly ran into Menzer once more. Yeah, you should invest in some better carriages, father. In the end, the princess was also complaining. They're carriages made for the royal family. They're more than all right. Stop whining. It's so unfair. By the way, Sophia faced the king. Am I right to assume we're around 50 kilometers away from Talaga? Talaga. Maya corrected her. Same difference. The blonde still wasn't good with names. Wow, that's a good guess. The king ignored the other part. Not really. I just started feeling the presence of the citizens there before we stopped here. 50 kilometers is roughly the range I can detect magic power around me. Has anyone ever told you that you're kind of a monster, Sophia? He was baffled about her skills. The mood turned awkward because it was only a couple of hours ago when his daughter implied the same. Anyway, she didn't want to answer that. You might be interested to hear that I can only detect the power levels of beast people. There's no response on the insect, human level as of now. Really? That's reassuring. I can't feel a second group that would be our army either, though. Yes, going from here, they're stationed behind the city. Around 10 kilometers, to be exact. Then we first have to get a little closer. What's the direction of the humans? The same, our troops placed between them and the city. Oh, of course, makes sense. Should I go and take a look? The 10 kilometers to detect our army won't take long, and 5 more to see if anyone's approaching is no problem, either. I'm also in serious need to properly move my body after sitting for so long. Can I ask that of you? I'm already getting nervous and twitchy from being so idle. Please do. Well then. Alright. Okay, Maya, watch the place for me. Sophia was suddenly very motivated. Sure. The moment the catgirl agreed, the blonde broke into a sprint. And she's gone. So fast. The king quickly lost sight of her. You know, I always thought that Sophia's quirky, but I imagined her to be more on the lazy side. Anna was also confused. She's surely not. Maya corrected her. While sleep is probably the most important thing for her, she's by far the sportiest girl I've ever met. Really now? Yep. A little while ago, she, had an accident that, let's say, handicapped her for a while. The catgirl had no better idea how to describe it when Sophia turned herself into a tiger girl. Anyway, during that time, she was unable to run. Even walking was hard for her in the beginning. She had to learn how to use her tail, after all. So, because of this, that idiot couldn't power herself out. She was so twitchy and whiny during that time it actually became annoying. Once Sophia was healed, she just kept running and running to get rid of her excess energy all day long. Not being able to move is one of her worst nightmares. That's unexpected. Also, what happened to her? It sounds really serious? The princess got worried. One of her magic experiments went wrong, and it had some, lasting effect on her body. But don't worry, everything's fine now. As you can see, or saw, she's the very picture of health. Sophia loves her new body, after all. Gee good. Not even half an hour had passed since the blonde tiger girl left for her reconnaissance mission, but she already arrived back at the resting place of the convoy. I'm back. Sorry, it took so long. I got a little distracted. Long? The king held his head. Anyway, how did it go? I found a river and caught some fish. She looked at Anna and the catgirl. Let's grill them later. Sophia. Maya warned her. His Majesty didn't want to know why you got distracted. Right. Everything seems to be in order. Just like you said, I spotted the army around 10 kilometers behind the city. There were no suspicious movements that would indicate that humans are anywhere close to the troops. That's great news. Menzer looked relieved. It seems there's still enough time to form a proper formation once we arrive. Just give me 15 minutes at the front, and we can go back home. There's no need to invest so much time in those things, humans, I mean. The air around Sophia suddenly changed again. I'll decide on that once I get a proper overview of the situation at hand. He flinched upon hearing her cold voice. Fine. It took a moment for her mood to return to normal. Anyway, I'm hungry. Let's have dinner. So jumpy. Maya, can you prepare the fish I caught? Sure. Oh, I forgot. Anna jumped in. The two told me about their camping outings, including campfires, barbecue, and sleeping under the stars. I got interested and wanted to try it out. Would that be all right, Father? Is that so? As long as you stay within sight. Yes, I think it would be a valuable experience. Thank you. Having gotten permission, the three girls distanced themselves a little from the rest of the group and prepared everything for their camping. Let's see. Sophia looked at the mountain of firewood they had gathered. Well then, start the fire for us, princess. Huh? Why me? I can't even use fire magic. Of course, you can. You attacked Maya with it, after all. I defended myself. She felt the need to correct the blonde tiger girl. Basically the same. Just imagine what you did back then and put your feelings into it. My feelings. What did I feel? Right. Fireball. For some reason, the princess' expression darkened before she shot a perfectly shaped ball of fire toward the pile of wood and effortlessly ignited it. Not bad. How did you do it? Well. When I first used it. Maya teased me about how you're only for her, and I got a little angry. Seriously. The catgirl stared at her in disbelief. So, you were literally burning with envy? Pfft. Sophia couldn't hold it in. Somehow, sorry. Ugh. I'll try to be a little nicer in the future. The cat girl, too, felt a little bad. Being pitted, especially by you, only makes it worse, Maya. Anna took even more damage. I think that calls for a reward. The blonde tiger girl wanted to cheer up the princess. Also, to make up for this cat's rudeness. Hey, I want a head pat. Anna immediately jumped on the opportunity. A head pat? Yes. It's not too intimate for Maya to raise any meaningful protest, but it would still be a sign of affection for me. She actually had planned it out. Why you? The Protestant was speechless. Just the head, okay? No touching of the ears is allowed. She gave in. Oh, of course. Anna agreed. I'm still a princess. Not just a common pervert. She obviously knew the meaning behind it. Ugh. The couple couldn't look at each other. It's way too early for that. Anna slightly reworded her reply. That's not the issue. Maya snapped. Sophia's ears are mine, and mine only to touch. Now, stay calm, you two. You stay out of this. Their voices overlapped again. The owner of the aforementioned ears had no idea what was going on anymore. You're so unfair, Maya. The princess kept going. Is it so wrong for me to want to get closer? It's not, technically speaking. I totally understand you, but as her partner, that's a big no. I obviously don't want anyone to get too close to my girlfriend, especially when the person in question has such obvious motives. Which motives would these be? Anna feigned ignorance. Well, the cat girl's expression changed. In the next moment, she pulled Sophia closer and surprised her with a kiss on the lips before parting again while grinning at the princess. This kind. Don't use me to prove your point. The blonde girl didn't seem too angry about it, though, as she couldn't hide her smile. Why you don't have to rub it in like that? The royal tiger girl took a lot of damage from this display. Meaning I was right, huh? She was very smug. Why you're not wrong. And that's why I'm so defensive. There's no way I could relax when the two of you are together. Ugh, so no head pat for me. Just get over here already. Sophia had had enough. Once the princess was within reach, she gently placed her hand on the girl's head. Softly caressing it in a circular motion, the blonde enjoyed the incredibly smooth feel of Anna's hair while taking care not to accidentally touch her ears. This was reserved for her partner, after all, because they're so sensitive in the sensual kind of way. Once Sophia thought it was enough, she slowly removed her hand again. With a low, almost purr-like sound, Anna followed her hand for a second before she stopped her head. Maya did her best to stay silent. I hope this was sufficient. I won't be doing any more than that. After actually petting her, Sophia also felt this was somewhat borderline in terms of showing innocent affection. Why yesh. Thank you very much. She bit her tongue. By the way, what kind of hair care products are you using, princess? Your hair's so silky and nice to the touch. So, I really have no chance, huh? Noticing that Sophia was only interested in her hair care even after a somewhat intimate contact, Anna looked downwards while mumbling her reply. There's a really nice shop in the capital that sells all kinds of beauty products. I'll show it to you when we get back. Thanks, I haven't found anything good until now. Alright, let's get dinner done already. I'm about to starve. She got the topic finally back on track. Yeah. As the mood was a little awkward, the other two readily agreed. As Maya has the only one with meaningful cooking skills, she was in charge of preparing the food. Using the fish Sophia had caught earlier, together with some other side dishes from their pantry, the cat girl effortlessly created a delicious meal. As usual, your cooking's great, Maya. I'm so happy to get to eat it almost every day. Why yes, it's good. The princess had to agree, painfully so. I'm happy to hear that. After the girls finished dinner, they chatted for a while longer while watching the starry sky. After a while, much to the envy of the princess, Maya made herself comfortable on Sophia's lap. Partly to show Anna her place, but mostly because she simply wanted to. But, because the day was mentally exhausting for her, combined with being really comfortable, the cat girl was the first to fall asleep for a rare change. This gave Anna and Sophia the chance to have an uninterrupted chat for the first time since they met. The princess definitely didn't want to waste this opportunity. The other tiger girl, too, wanted to ask a thing or two and get to know her better without the cat girl interfering. Chapter 98, Sophia and Anna. While camping outside during their travels to Talaga, a beast folk city about to be attacked by humans, Maya fell asleep first after being exhausted from keeping Anna off of Sophia. This actually caused these two to be alone together for the first time since meeting each other. While the two were sitting next to each other in front of the campfire, the princess looked at the cat girl peacefully sleeping in Sophia's lap while also having her head lovingly stroked. How did the two of you even meet? That's such a stupid story. Even so, the blonde was smiling broadly. Fan and I had just left the human territory after we ended up attacking a city of theirs. How nonchalantly she admitted it. Well, I got kinda upset. Anyway, Fenny suggested visiting the beast folk to have some nice company for a change. On our way, we saved a group of adventurers from a couple of rock golems. Those were friends with Maya, and when we were out drinking together, she ran into us. This cat's a bit of a muscle brain, so she challenged me to a fight the second we met. Sophia left out the part where she embarrassed herself. She thought she was the strongest, after all. Well, she already mentioned how that ended up for her, right? After that, Maya didn't stop bugging me about wanting to travel together with me so she could learn my magic. As you can see, she succeeded. So, it was basically fate? You saved the life of someone and got rewarded with meeting her? Sounds super cheesy, putting it that way. I think it rather was one of these rare cases of me actually being lucky. And I was unlucky. I don't think it's that easy. Just because I met her first doesn't mean I would have chosen you if it were the other way around. I see, yeah, you're right. Anna managed to accept this. Hey, Sophia also wanted to know something. Why? Why did you fall in love with me, anyway? She had a hard time asking. I mean, we just met, and you know nothing about me. Just did? When I saw you talking with father, it was like something hit me. Oh really? Yep. The princess nodded. Totally love at first sight. You're really charming. I also think I have something for girls that are shorter than me. Not that this means a lot, coming from me. The princess was taller than most, after all. Ugh. She remembered Maya mentioning that she thinks her boost also increased her charm. I think your personality is interesting, too. No. Sophia instantly denied that claim. That's just a huge mess. I'm a huge mess. Aren't you too harsh with yourself? You have no idea. Though, after meeting Maya, it's gotten better. I'm not a complete mess anymore. She looked at the cat girl in her lap with a gentle expression. You really love her, don't you? Yes. There was no hesitation. My life until a while ago wasn't a good one, and Fen was the stepping stone for a better one, but after meeting her, she's the reason I'm able to enjoy it again. She's my light. Maya was able to accept everything about me and still loves me. I really never ever was so happy before meeting her. If I were to accept everything about you, as well, would it still be impossible for me, Sophia? How do you know you could? You've seen nothing I'm capable of. You have no idea what I become like when I'm really upset, or even angry, for example. Oh, I saw that yesterday during the meeting with father and the commanders. You were scary, but I think I could get used to it. In terms of what I let out. At best, I was somewhat annoyed there. You might see me really upset, maybe even angry, when I meet this human army. I don't think you'll want to come near me again afterward. What are you planning? I'm going to end the pretentiousness of those insects, humans. That's simply not possible. Anna didn't buy it. I will end it. Her expression changed again. How? Even killing all of them would do nothing in that regard. It's the first time I'm going to see it with my own eyes, but I heard from father how many humans already died because of their idiocy. With force. There are ways other than killing to make them listen, though I'm not sure if they're any better. At the end of the day, their entire army will be kneeling in front of me, begging for forgiveness. Sophia's voice grew colder with each word. Depending on my mood and their behavior, my level of forgiveness will vary between non-existent and very little. Wow. Do you still think you'd be able to I love me when I turn into an angry and brutal monster? That's. I might be. The princess wasn't 100% convinced about it anymore. At the end of the day, she still was just a young girl, but she was still willing to try. You're getting angry for the sake of our people, after all. You're a strong one, huh? Sophia was a bit impressed. Even so. Even so? I'm sorry. The blonde tiger girl glanced at Maya while having a great smile. I'm really sorry. She's the one. The only one. I love her. I genuinely love this girl. She's my first love, and while I'm aware these often don't work out, I'll try my best to stay by her side as long as she lets me. I hope she feels the same, too. That would make me the happiest person in this world. There's a chance we might break up, in the future, these things happen. She made herself sad while just imagining it. Maybe Anna tried to say something but managed to hold back and let Sophia continue. I sincerely hope we don't, though. That's why, don't get your hopes up, Anna. I do like you, but not in this way. I don't know what's going on in 10 or so years, especially when the age gap between us isn't criminal anymore. She mumbled the last part to herself. I'll do my best, and if I'm lucky, I'll still be together with my dream girl. Sophia gave Maya's head yet another pat. She was only listening. You're really beautiful, and I think your personality's great, as well. You're super funny when you're not too pushy. I'm sure you'll find a wonderful partner in the future. That person will be extremely lucky, but it won't be me. I can't forbid you to love me, but we won't ever be more than friends. The princess was unable to reply. I'm sorry. Sophia felt bad, really bad, but she had to properly turn her down, or this situation would go on forever. Don't be. I was aware. I really was. Even so, I ignored it, I didn't want to believe it. You. Maya is so lucky. It won't be in an instant, but I'll try to get over it somehow. I need a moment. Anna stood up and turned around to leave. Unfortunately, Sophia saw something she didn't want to when the princess turned away from her. She really wished she wouldn't have noticed those big tears running down her cheeks. Are you happy now, Maya? The cat girl stirred in her lap before opening her eyes. How did you know? The heartbeat of a sleeping person is different from one simply pretending. It's pretty easy to tell when your head's on my lap. I see. She felt a little awkward. Happy is a pretty wide term. Well, I'm not very happy right now. If anything, Sophia looked quite sad. You understandable. The princess isn't a bad girl. So, seeing her heart getting broken does sting. But, thank you. You did it for me, after all. Us, and that does make me happy. Why yeah, your speech was great, too, and I feel the same. I also will work hard to keep us going. You were the best that happened to me, too. A little more happy now. Sophia liked Maya's answer. Still. I know I'm the last person who should say this in this situation, but I want to help Anna out somehow. I think I'm the last one, but... How? How am I supposed to know? Up to a little while ago, I had neither friends nor a girlfriend. I have no idea how any of this works. You're the popular one, Maya, says the girl who just turned down the first princess of the Beastfolk Kingdom. Again, actually. Ugh. She had to give her props for the comeback. Why, you know what I mean. Both of us are the wrong girls to help her at the moment. I think time's pretty much the only thing able to heal these kinds of wounds. Or maybe a distraction. By that, you mean another girl or boy, who knows. Though, she feels kinda girls only. No one could compete with you, but now that this door's completely closed for her, there might be some options now. Not that playing Cupid for a princess sounds easy. True. Sophia agreed. Oh, are we still going to visit her school? Maybe? Depends on whether she still wants. Do you have an idea? Well, she is a princess, after all. I also do have to admit that she's pretty attractive. There's bound to be one or two that have a crush on her, don't you think? School crushes. Sophia's face grimaced by just repeating these words. Something's wrong? And no. She shook her head. Just some suppressed memories came back to me. Playing matchmaker might be fun, though. Do you think it will work out? That entirely depends on the princess having someone else in her life she finds interesting. A fair point. It would be great. I would like to finally get a real friend. As in a female and humanoid type. That's still a very sad part of my life since coming here. The tiger girl had yet to find someone who was more than an acquaintance and roughly the same species. Yeah? Am I not your friend? Someone I'm not romantically involved with, I mean. It's not like I can boast about you, to you. Ehe. Maya was happy with her reply. Or complain too, huh? Not so happy anymore. You know, I love my girlfriend, and I'm happy that she feels so strongly about me, but her jealousy can get really annoying. Is not something I can tell you, can I? Sophia, suspiciously quick, had a very specific example ready. It was impossible to say anything in her defense. Though, if that's a thing, you need a whole group of friends, Maya. She was fairly self-aware. With all the stuff you can complain about me. Rightfully so. That's. The catgirl didn't deny it. Have you claimed the princess as a ranting partner already? Oh, shut up. Speaking of which. Sophia looked around. Anna's not coming back, is she? Obviously. Would you? She needs a little distance right now. Why yeah. It's too bad. She was looking forward to camping outside with us so much. There'll be another opportunity. Maya did seem a little conflicted, too, but the couple could do nothing about it right now. The princess indeed never returned that night, and the two had to camp out alone. The catgirl got comfortable in Sophia's lap again and fell asleep relatively fast. The tiger stayed awake a little longer, thinking about things. Still, she ultimately followed the other girl not too long after. On the following day, once Sophia was awake, forcefully awoken, the convoy resumed their travels for the last leg of the journey towards Talaga. There was a slight change in the carriages, though. Sophia and Maya were now alone in one with a few maids. Anna needed some more time and rode in the carriage of her father for obvious reasons. 1.5 hours passed when Sophia's expression suddenly turned complicated. I told you to stop doing that already. Maya really hated it when the tiger girl did her off thing because it basically never meant anything good. She didn't listen to the cat and exited their carriage without it ever stopping. They weren't traveling at a speed where she could get hurt, after all. Effortlessly jogging up to it, Sophia then knocked on the door of the king's carriage and entered it after politely waiting for 3 seconds, delivering the news of the human army that she had just detected. Chapter 99, Arriving at the Battlefield. The trip towards the battlefield between the beast folk and humans had claimed its first victim. Sophia had a serious conversation with Anna and turned her down completely. She made clear that the princess has no chance of being romantically involved with her. This caused Anna to want to distance herself from the couple for a while to cool down. Then, on the last leg of their travels, the blonde tiger girl picked up something with her detection magic. Something she had to report to the king. Sophia? Menzer was bewildered about her suddenly entering the carriage while it was moving at full speed. Anna was inside, as well, and awkwardly looked away. The selection of military commanders had no idea how to react, either. Is something the matter? The human army just entered my detection range. What? The carriage grew noisy. They're around 30 to 40 kilometers away from our troops, slowly advancing towards them. Good. The king and the commanders were relieved. It's a bit unfortunate, though. Sophia, on the other hand, seemed to be ever so slightly disappointed. What is? It's a little hard to get a definite reading. Their magic power literally is on par with insects, after all. It's nowhere near close to 20,000 humans. They're around 7,000 at best. That's good news, girl. They didn't understand why she was unhappy about their numbers. Well, I'm not sure whether instigating a deeply rooted fear in just 7,000 is enough for forcing humanity to change or not. Why you? Okay then, that's all from me. Not wanting to deal with them, Sophia simply left their carriage again and went back to Maya. She's dangerous. The commanders once more felt intimidated by her. She's also reliable, though. What happened? Maya asked the tiger girl once she was back. I found the humans. Oh really? So there actually is an army. She was hoping until now that it was all just a miscommunication of sorts. Only like 7,000. Much fewer than anticipated. Oh, that's good. Maya, too, disagreed with her. Is it? I wonder if that few are enough for my plan. Well, I wasn't sure so about this plan of yours in the first place. Alright, I'll just have to make sure to be extra persuasive with the few that are present. I don't like the sound of that. Maya wasn't the biggest fan of this side of Sophia. How about you let our army do the job, after all? No. They won't get an easy way out now. I figured as much. Actually, the humans only using 7,000 people. Doesn't that imply even more how they're just looking down on us? Sophia had no plans of backing down. Well, they traveled for another hour before the convoy finally arrived at its destination. It was a fort around 5 kilometers north of the trade city called Talaga. Positioned, there were about 3,000 members of the Beastfolk army. I'm seriously considering walking back home. Sophia complained the moment she exited the carriage while stretching her body. It would be faster, too. Maya gave her a nod. These two. The king rubbed his temples while walking towards the couple. Sophia, I'm having a meeting with the troop commanders here soon. Could you update me on the position of the human army? Sure, let's see, roughly 10 kilometers less than last time. Around 35 kilometers, give or take. Maybe 30. They sure are slow. Thank you very much. Can't I just do a quick sprint and go through with my plan? I'll be back in an hour, too, if I find anything interesting to eat along the way. The blonde tiger girl's priorities were as interesting as usual. No, we want them to get closer to the fort so that we have the territorial advantage in case anything goes wrong. If they scatter and run around in small groups, it would be quite the hassle for us. Such a hassle, indeed. Alright, Maya, let's go and get lunch. Okay. The cat girl stopped caring. Wait a moment. Menzer stopped her. What happened to Anna? She seems depressed but refuses to talk to me, even though she wanted to ride in my carriage. I think it's also the first time I've ever seen her cry. Maya, lunch. She really didn't want to deal with that. Stop right there, girl. He grabbed her shoulder. The princess and I had a little talk yesterday. She didn't accept it the first time, but I completely turned her down last night. I want Maya, not her, and she finally understood it this time. I see. He nodded in understanding. I'm deeply sorry for creating such a mess between all of you. I think little would have changed even without you suggesting the marriage thing, Your Majesty. Maya had the feeling Anna wouldn't be any different even without her father trying to matchmake. Yeah. The other two had to agree. It didn't help either, though. Even a king wasn't safe from her sass. Okay. Now that I know my daughter's fine, relatively speaking, I'll head for the meeting. Take care. So, lunch? Just how hungry are you? Maya had to retort. Not overly, actually. Just bored. Whatever, how long do you think the humans will need to reach us here? If they're intelligent, they're going to camp not too far away and attack well-rested tomorrow morning. So? Maya didn't feel like her question was answered. In around 4 to 5 hours. Are you really going to execute the plan you told me about? That depends on the humans. If they want to talk it out. It's a yes, then? The cat girl had little faith. Yeah. I'm counting on you for the countermeasures in case I can't properly hold back. Yes, I'll do as you instructed me when push comes to shove. I'm sorry. Also, thank you. I want a reward when we're done here. Again? Sophia felt reminded of their dungeon exploration. Wait, have you even claimed all your rewards from back then? I'm not sure. I kinda lost track. And yet you want another one? Yep. You can never have enough of those. Should I be scared? A little. Maya wanted to tease her. I want something big this time. Well, fair enough, I guess. That was easy. You're going to go really all out on these humans later, aren't you? Not all out, but that's the plan. A reward is the very least I can do to make it up to you. Sophia was about to do something outrageous. 3 have to think of something nice. A couple of hours passed, and the human army had advanced so far that they could be seen from the fort with bare eyes. Just as Sophia had detected, the beast folk commanders and the king could confirm that they were roughly 7,000 soldiers. Also, as expected, the humans really didn't take a break to attack while they were rested. Once they were only 5 kilometers away, a single human on a horse rode close to the fort. As it turned out, he was a messenger, out to deliver a letter. It was forwarded to the king and his commanders. Sophia and Maya, too, were present in the meeting room because they're a part of the upper echelon right now. Mere beasts of Talaga. We, the superior human race, have come to claim this eyesore of a city. It is unacceptable that beasts live so close to our own beautiful cities. If you surrender right now, we swear to not use our strength to annihilate you. Dirty as they are, leave any still young and trainable members of your race behind, as they'll be a usable workforce for us. Adhere to these demands, or we'll use the superiority of our army and claim them with force. Long live the only important human race. These insolent. The king crumbled the letter in his hand before slamming his fists on the table. They'll pay for this. The commanders were naturally furious, as well. I wonder what stuff they put into their food. The cat girl, who hadn't had much contact with humans besides knowing their stupidity, had a little different take on it. Sophia, on the other hand, was silent, but precisely this caused even Maya to take a couple of steps away from her. Hey. She tried to address the blonde. Your Majesty. The room suddenly got noticeably colder when Sophia opened her mouth and looked at the king with an even icier stare. Inform your troops. I'll take care of this. Alone. They already are. Our men will be on standby in and around the fort in case something unpredictable happens. There's no need for that, but it's good enough for me. Sophia. Menzer managed to bear with her stare and looked at her. Are you really alright with this? Doing me such a huge favor even though you don't have to? You seem to be misunderstanding something here. I'm not doing this for you. Why you're not? No. I actually just got angry. Angry about some insects that barked at the wrong tree. I love the beast folk because they're great people, and so our interests align here. I don't want to simply defend against these humans. I'm going to crush their spirits and break their wills. They angered the wrong girl. Today will be the last day they picked a fight with us. Yeah. Even though they were scared of Sophia and her chilly aura that had filled the room, the commanders felt strangely motivated by her speech. Alright. Menzer accepted it. I'll leave the battlefield to you, Sophia. Commanders, we'll head to the observation platform at the outer wall. Maya, the blonde, faced her. I know. I'll make sure no one here will be affected. Thanks. Well then, I'll head. She was about to leave when another person stopped her. Sophia. Yes? She turned around when she heard the voice of Princess Anna. Please stay safe, okay? Of course. Feeling extra motivated now, the blonde tiger girl finally left to confront the approaching human army all on her own. In the meanwhile, King Menzer, his military commanders, together with Maya and Anna, went to the observation platform to overlook the battlefield. Chapter 100, A Quarrel with the Humans, Part 1/4. The beast folk convoy around King Menzer and his military commanders had reached their destination, a fort near Talaga with a 3,000-man strong troop of their own to defend against the human army. Sophia had her own plans, though. After receiving a letter from the humans, demanding unconditional surrender and leaving behind their children as a cheap workforce for the superior insects, she got angry. Putting the beast folk troops on standby, the blonde tiger girl decided to deal with them all on her own. You. Maya seemed slightly fidgety while standing on the observation platform at the fort's outer walls with the king, his commanders, and Princess Anna. She nervously walked back and forth with her tail darting all over the place while watching Sophia approaching the army. Are you scared, Maya? Even though it was a little awkward between them right now, Anna was still concerned about her. I am. I'm sure it'll be fine. Sophia's strong, after all. Eh? No, she'll definitely be fine in that regard. I'm more concerned about her mental side. I don't like it when she's like that. Huh? What do you mean? The princess looked confused. Sophia was angry before, very angry, to the point where she caused a lot of destruction, among other things. Oh, okay? Yet, I don't think she ever admitted or even noticed being angry during those times before. It was all on a level of a mild annoyance to her. But now she's even noticed herself. It's very worrisome. Is she actually that much of a dangerous being? I mean, the coldness she was radiating is a bit scary, but Sophia becomes someone else entirely when she's angry. The girl you know is gone at the moment. Really? Yeah. Your Majesty? Maya suddenly looked at the king. How fast can you order your outside troops to retreat in or behind the fort if I give the signal? It won't take any time at all. Why are you asking? Sophia tasked me to protect you, or this group here, but my magic is not strong enough to cover much more than this observation platform at the moment. Your men would need to get away from the battlefield by retreating inside the fort, or at least get to the other side of it because we're so many. They can protect themselves quite well against the humans. You don't have to watch out for them, Maya. No, the cat girl shook her head. Sophia tasked me to protect this place from her. What? Well, her plan's a bit. It's starting. You'll probably see it soon. While the group was watching Sophia with concerned eyes, the blonde tiger girl was still walking towards the human army with a slightly scary expression and had just reached the outer edge of their troops. Stop right there, beast. Once she was close enough, Sophia found herself standing in front of the pointy end of a couple of swords, which were held by a group of human soldiers in crude-looking uniforms who had encircled the girl. Have you come to deliver the confirmation of your surrender? Pathetic. For this lousy king to send one of his own. Just how desperate can you be? Even the humans were aware of what being a tiger girl implicates. She was at a loss for words. What is it? Are you that scared by us? The humans completely misunderstood her trembling. Could you, I don't know, shut up? Sophia couldn't bear with it any longer. What? Know your place, I said. Shut up. Grabbing the sword swung at the girl with her bare hand, she effortlessly flung it away while glaring at the previous wielder. Hey? Where's that superiority you're talking about? I'm not seeing any of it right now. Die. The other humans, feeling offended, attacked the tiger girl at the same time with their swords. Yeah, pathetic. Borrowing their words, she activated her magic, and the blades never came in contact with the tiger. Instead, strong winds gathered around her and blew away all the humans around the girl. I have to apologize to the insects later. It was wrong of me to compare humans to them. Woo. Seeing their members being attacked, the remaining troop in the vicinity around Sophia all charged at her. Letting out an annoyed sigh, she closed her eyes, but she had far from given up. Such a bother. I miss Ellie. While the girl complained, the entire ground in the area started to rumble. A second later, two gigantic earthen walls, several hundreds of meters long, shot up left and right from Sophia, dividing the entire battlefield. That's much better. The walls shielded the tiger from the soldiers, and she could walk all the way into the core of their army without having to deal with anyone on the path she created. On the observation platform of the fort, it had gotten quite silent. Equipped with binoculars to see more details, they had no words for what they had just witnessed. She really is serious. There goes that hope. Maya's eyes looked a little lifeless. Wow, she's intense. Anna, too, was overwhelmed. I am so glad she's on our side. The king let out a relieved sigh after a while and looked at the cat girl. Say, what actually is her plan? I don't know how far she'll go, has to go. I don't want to say anything unnecessary, so you'll just have to watch. In the meanwhile, Sophia had reached the core of the human army. There, she found a rather grandiose-looking red and white tent that was guarded by what seemed to be elite guards. In human terms, that is. Their uniform looked slightly fancier, and the swords they were holding were pointlessly decorated, as well. Even though they noticed the commotion and the huge walls appearing out of nowhere, no one seemed to have fled from the place. Idiots. Any sane person would have run. Even though she was the reason, Sophia couldn't believe it. Also, the circus colors of the tent are oddly fitting for the situation. Halt, you vicious beast. Once more, the tiger girl was staring at the pointy end of some swords. The humans guarding the tent wasted no time and seized the girl. Tried to, at least. Stop with the swords already. They're dangerous. With a gentle snap of her fingers, she flicked away the closest sword pointing at her face, and it landed about 50 meters away from the guard who was holding it before. Monster. Don't you have any more creative insults? I'm used to that already. Also, while I do see where everyone's coming from, and I might even agree, I still don't like it. While her ice-cold voice echoed through the camp, the other swords pointing at her were flicked away, as well. What are you even planning, beast? You can't be expecting to leave this place alive, do you? And why would that be? I just walked past your entire army, right to the core, and disarmed some elite guards. I have not even used a shred of my power. Just who are you trying to scare here, oh you superior being? There's a limit to your mockery, you insolent dash. Yeah, I told this to your colleagues at the front lines already, but just shut up, okay? Saying so, Sophia lightly lifted one of her arms, and roots shot out of the ground, binding the soldiers charging at her and forced them to kneel down. That looks way better now, oh you superior humans. That position should be your default one. It perfectly matches your power level. You know, the non-existent one. Gah. Why you? Didn't I just tell you to stop talking? She glared at them, and they immediately stopped talking. But I do have a question. Inside that pointlessly decorated and tacky-looking tent over there, I guess there's some sort of commander inside? Maybe a couple of them? 3, for example? How important are they in terms of human ranks? Are they close to your king or whatever sorry excuse is ruling over you? They didn't answer. Oh, now you know how to shut up. My, aren't you guys learning fast? Her glare intensified. Well, whatever. I'll just go inside and ask them until they talk. But then again, I sometimes have problems holding back with my questions, so I might overask one or two. As long as a single one survives, it'll be fine. Stop. Oh? If you hurt any of the Supreme Commanders, the entire human nation will come after you. Supreme, man, you guys are such a joke. But they are that important, huh? Lucky me. Ignoring the guards' protests, she simply entered the tent while erecting an earthen wall around it, hindering any interruptions from getting in. Chapter 100, A Quarrel with the Humans, Part 2/4. Sophia had entered the battlefield between the humans and the beast folk and pretty much speed ran to the heart of the enemy where their commanders were located. Once she entered the tent they were in, the observation platform of the beast folk fort turned noisy. This girl. Menzer held his head. She walked right into enemy's army and effortlessly disarmed the elite or whatever guards of their commanders. Not to mention the whole binding them with nature magic. She's. The beastfolk commanders had no words. So far, so good. Maya was glad that her tiger girl hadn't done anything too outrageous yet. She's properly holding back. Yeah? More than just one beast person reacted to her claim. I wonder what she's doing inside that tent now. The princess seemed curious. We'll have to wait for the bang. Bang? The king didn't like Maya's wording. Back inside the tent, Sophia was currently regretting her choice to enter it. She found 3 humans in there. Their military attire was decorated with many colorful badges of some sort, but that wasn't the problem. These three commanders were so horribly obese that they resembled more pigs than actual humans. There was no way that any of them had any actual combat experience. Of course, ugly, fat bastards. Why am I not surprised? Her eyes looked dead when she forced herself to muster them. Couldn't you be some cute girls, so I at least would have gotten something to look at? Hey! Don't come near us, you beast. Seriously. People who look like an ugly version of a pig beast person shouldn't say anything like this. Actually, no, now I feel super bad for having said that. I didn't want to insult my fellow pig friends. Don't compare us to these lowly creatures. Oi. Her expression turned even colder. Let me ask you something. Why is the beast folk even considered lowly in your eyes? Because you're the descendants of actual beasts. They can't compare to us pure and superior humans. Huh. Even though you lot look like mutated goblins? She didn't know if goblins were a thing in this world, but she couldn't even try to care about that right now. Why you? What's so wrong about having the blood of beasts run through us? It's clear that it makes us much stronger than pure humans. Cuter, too. She only thought the last part. You're not. It was pure luck that you managed to surprise us. They actually looked serious during their claim. It was not. Do you have any idea how much I had to hold back to not kill any of your soldiers? Pathetic doesn't even begin to describe your powers. Humanity should learn to be humble. It's such a joke. You humans are such a joke. How dare you, a mere beast, talk about us in such a way? A mere beast, huh? Is this the first time you moved your fat asses to an actual battle? The tiger just couldn't understand their way of thinking. How about this, then? Smoke enveloped Sophia's body, and once it vanished, a different girl was standing there. The hair color was still roughly the same, but her tiger ears and tail were gone. She grew a bit taller and more mature-looking. Sophia had returned to the looks from her previous world. Am I any more credible now? Why you're human? They were naturally shocked. Who knows? It's pretty easy to change your appearance. That's unheard of. Yeah, you need some power for that. Of course, you weak humans wouldn't understand. So you aren't. I don't want to be associated with you lot. No, I'm not a human. The beast folk is the much more likable race. While saying so, Sophia reverted back to her original tiger girl appearance. Much better. Yeah, I can't be anyone else anymore. This is the true me, idiots. Just what are you? Your enemy. Her gaze pierced right through the commanders. Why you do know that if you do anything to us, you'll be antagonized by the entire human race? That's the plan. Sophia's cold voice and nonchalant answer caused them to shiver. What do you want? For all of you to learn your place in this world. We already know. We're at the top. The commanders were highly stubborn. Yeah, that's your problem. You're by far the most arrogant race, that I can guarantee. But even then, you're also one of the weakest. Even with just the beast folk, have you won even a single battle? Were any of your attempted kidnappings ever a success? There was no reply. Exactly. These attempts end now. The inferior human race won't ever try to harm the beast folk again. No matter in which conceivable way. It's over. You've lost. There's no way we would ever agree to this. Yeah, I thought as much. Well then, Sophia closed her eyes, and a second later, the tent they were in was set on fire and burned down in an instant. Yay! This fireball that reduced the camp of the enemy commanders to ash was naturally seen from the beastfolk fort, as well. Menzer sprang up after witnessing the explosion. Has she killed them already? His commanders were also surprised. It has begun. Maya was focusing on something else. Hey. The princess, too, has noticed something. Is it just me, or are the surroundings starting to turn, dark? Oh, now that you mention it. Her father realized it, as well. Your Majesty. Have the troops withdrawn to the fort? Maya suddenly shouted at him. Why? Now. Alright. The king grabbed a horn from one of his commanders and blew into it after taking a deep breath. Immediately after its sound echoed through the area, the entirety of the beast folk troop began to swiftly retreat. Now, what's going on here, cat? Sophia's going on the offense. There, look, she pointed at the place where the remains of the tent were burning. Bit by bit, the flames started to turn dark. A perfect, pitch-black darkness. Once the fire was consumed, the blackness rapidly grew in all directions, swallowing everything in its path. Before long, a massive radius around Sophia had lost all of its light and even form. The core of the human army was already consumed by the darkness. It was hard to see, because there wasn't much visible anymore. Still, judging by the agonizing screams coming from all over the swallowed battlefield, the soldiers were despairing and slowly going insane after being subjected to Sophia's darkness magic and whatever thoughts she was putting into it while using the magic. It didn't stop there, though. The pitch-black nothingness was still spreading. A radius of at least a kilometer was soon shrouded in it, but it still showed no sign of stopping. More and more, it was rapidly approaching the fort. The observation platform turned noisy once. Seeing how the nothingness was creeping dangerously close to them, they also started to panic. Maya, you have to stop her. Menzer had a bad feeling about this. Don't worry. As I said before, I'm here to protect all of you. The catgirl walked a couple of steps forwards and closed her eyes, while also raising up her arms. A few moments later, the observation platform was enveloped in a blindingly white light. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, the king looked around in confusion. What is going on? It's light magic. This will cancel out the effects of Sophia's darkness magic on us. Think of it as something like a shield. You can use light magic? Everyone looked at the catgirl in disbelief now. Sophia taught it to me before we came here in order to protect everyone from her once she has to resort to this. She gestured at the battlefield in front of them, or the lack of it, because nothing was visible outside the fort anymore. It had turned into a pitch-black void by now. Wow. Everyone was speechless. What's going to happen now? Princess Anna, after a while, spoke out what all of them were dying to know. Well, Maya wasn't sure what to reply and urged them to simply watch and wait. Chapter 100, A Quarrel with the Humans, Part 3/4. Sophia had bathed the entire battlefield into the pitch-black nothingness of her darkness magic while the beastfolk group was nervously staring at the event, not that they could see anything more than a black void. Eventually, the blonde slowly began to wrap things up. Spare us, please. We'll do anything. Help. Spare at least us. Darkness magic was quite effective. The ever-so-proud supreme commanders of the human army had turned into a sobbing mess while cowering on the ground, trying to shield themselves from the all-embracing void. Anything, huh? She raised an eyebrow in interest. Anything. The leader of the commanders, the one with the wettest pants, raised his voice. That sounds lovely. You guys are aware of what's going to happen if you're lying, right? Her voice was both sweet and intimidating. Why yes. Perfect. Sophia seemed satisfied. A little while later, the light slowly returned to the area, and soon enough, everything was back to normal. They were sweating profusely. Thank goodness. The commanders were visibly relieved while trying to get away from the tiger by slowly retreating. What are you going to do to us now? Well, unfortunately, like most grievous wounds, it's going to get worse before it becomes better. Yay! They flinched again. Let's get over with this. The moment those words left her lips, many roots shot out of the earth, binding the commanders and forcing them to kneel down in front of Sophia. Once they were in a nice and humiliating position, the entire ground around them started to rumble. It slowly raised up and formed into a sort of pedestal, presenting Sophia and the bound-up commanders to the human army. The supreme commanders. I am possible. Monster. What have you beast done? A good number of soldiers had fainted from the darkness magic, but most were still up and raised quite a fuss. Even so, behind their complaints, pure terror was written all over their faces. and they tried to put more distance between Sophia and themselves with a mortified expression. It almost looked like something was telling them to stay away from her. Silence. A loud yet calm voice of a girl echoed through the area, and not a single sound could be heard anymore afterward. My, aren't you good listeners now? Sophia seemed to be using some sort of magic to amplify her voice. No one dared to talk back. You might ask who I am. Well, let's just say I'm the one who brought you this nightmare, and I'll bring you many more if you don't listen now. As you can see, you've lost this war. She pointed at their commanders. A dirty little beast like me kicked the asses of you superior humans. Quite easily so. You may call yourself superior, but you're the furthest away from it. You're in the realm of being entirely powerless. The only thing the humans are good at is opening their big mouths, but all that comes out there is hot air. You're such a joke. It's at a point where it stopped being funny, went full circle, and went back to hilarious again. Just in a painful and unfunny way, though. The soldiers were unable to give a reply as fear and terror were still ruling over them. You might also be thinking now what this bastard is even talking about, huh? Whatever she wants, we'll never comply. You know, I wouldn't recommend this way of thinking. The tiger girl pointed at one of the commanders, whose expression quickly changed. Gah. Ha. Ha. After a quick pained cry, he began to pant for air, but it didn't seem like he was getting any. A moment later, his face turned blue, and he lifelessly fell face first down on the ground. Yay! Yet another pig-like squeak could be heard. S Supreme Commander. M Monster. The battlefield turned noisy again. Silence. Her cold voice once more echoed through the area. They turned into good listeners. Just to be clear, I can do that to every single one of you without moving from this place. I highly suggest you to listen to my words. I will now recommend a couple of things to you all, and with that, the entire human race. Also, with recommendation, I mean absolute, non-negotiable rules. She made a slight pause to add some drama to it. Everyone seemed to be on high alert. You'll never again attack or even try to attack the beast folk. No, merely thinking about it is a no-go. The attempted kidnappings will never occur again, either. You are not superior to anyone, don't act like that. Tell your family, friends, fellow citizens, anyone. If even a single beast person is harmed by a human again or inconvenienced for that matter, I'll come to your homes, and this time, I won't be holding back. I'll end you. Every single one of you. An army of 5,000 or 5 million, it makes no difference to me. Not to mention that I have a couple of friends who are at least as powerful as I am. Don't even try to think of anything funny. It'll only lead to your ruin. She was continued to be met with silence. That's all. Now to show you how serious I am, a small demonstration might be appropriate. Sophia raised one of her hands, and the battlefield became noisy again. A final time. Jigra. W-A-R. H help. Anguished screams echoed from all corners while the soldiers were grabbing their throats and panting for air, seemingly suffocating. Bit by bit, the area was turning silent. One human after the other fell on the ground and stopped moving, just like their commander earlier. All right. Sophia turned to the two remaining commanders. Why? Why did you kill them? This makes no sense, after your speech. They're not dead. Yeah? They obviously couldn't believe her. Just like your colleague, too. Sophia pointed at the human lying in the dirt next to the two. I just let them pass out by temporarily removing the air in the area. She didn't feel like explaining how she did it. They'll wake up again and without any sort of lasting damage. Probably. They're of no use for me dead. It was a mere demonstration to you. Why you can remove our air to breathe. It's quite easy. Do you understand how simple it would be for me to eradicate a city of yours? I wouldn't even have to actually destroy it. Also, while this here is indeed my true form. I am a tiger, she pointed at her body. Is her true form, became her true form, same difference for Sophia. I don't have the need to, but I can simply turn into a human shape and walk right into your capital. And it will happen if I find out that a human tried to harm another of my fellow beast folk. Contrary to today, I won't hold back then, though. Not even ash will be left behind of your capital. Go to your king or whatever sorry excuse rules over you and tell them what happened today. Inform him of my demands and what happens if they get ignored. If he doesn't listen, make him. Do you understand? Even the effects of the darkness magic you're feeling right now, it's not even half of what they could become if you don't comply. Why yes. Both supreme commanders were shivering like crazy. Though I'm not unreasonable, you know? Sophia smiled at them, which only caused the two to shiver even more. The humans have 1 week to put these rules in effect. That's 1 week. There was no room for negotiation. Why yes. Oh, one last thing. While I am of the tiger family, I'm not directly affiliated with the king in this matter. I've acted on my own here, because I love my fellow beast folk. While I think the king agrees, I decided to end this stupidity on my own. She didn't want to give Menzer even more of a headache, not that it would change anything. We understand. Alrighty. Her voice turned cheery, or extra scary, depending on the listener. I guess it's only fair for the two of you to join your comrades, no? Once she said these words, the only two conscious humans fainted in a matter of seconds. I'm so tired. Sophia's anger was also gone as she looked across the silent battlefield. Chapter 100, A Quarrel with the Humans, Part 4/4. Sophia had finished her squabble with the humans, and it ended with every single one of them being tortured with darkness magic before she let the entire army faint. The battlefield wasn't the only quiet place, though. Not one sound could be heard from the beastfolk fort either. Especially the observation platform was in shock, and they were unable to wrap their heads around the events. The king, Anna, and the commanders only stared in Sophia's direction with their mouths wide open. This idiot. A certain catgirl didn't stay silent, though, and let out a strained sigh while facepalming. There's a limit to overdoing it. Dee did. Did she really just kill all of them? The princess couldn't believe it. Yeah? Maya looked at her. No, it's a type of air magic. Sophia can literally control the air itself. She simply got rid of it for a while, letting the humans faint. Well, I have a bit of a mess to clean up. The catgirl pointed in the exact direction of Sophia before gesturing at the rest of the battlefield. I leave that mess to you, your majesty. Sure. He was still dazed. All right. She left without saying anything more and slowly made her way towards Sophia, leaving the others behind. The group around the king needed some time to fully reboot and understand what they saw. I'm not dreaming, am I? Menzer blinked a couple of times. No, there's no way that just happened, right? It sure did. His daughter didn't let him escape from reality. My head. Why, your majesty? The commanders finally came back to their senses, as well. We said it before, but this person's incredibly dangerous. Is it really okay for her to be around you, us? Our kingdom might vanish in a fit of anger of hers. Well, he needed a moment. There is some truth to it. She is, dangerous, but we just have to treat her with care. Sophia's very clearly on our side. As long as we don't anger her, we found the strongest ally in our history. That is true. She, destroyed the humans because they looked down on us and tried to harm the beast folk. We're just not sure if it's worth the risk. The commanders pointed at the battlefield and all the passed out humans. I don't think we can handle something of her caliber. It's impossible to handle her. I don't plan on that anymore either. I'm just happy she loves our folk, just like any member of the Tiger clan should do. It's true that I want her to join the royal family and stay in the capital, but I surely won't force her. She should be introduced to the public, but if she wants to be free, there's nothing any of us could do. That's true. I'll talk to her once we're back in the castle and find out what her plans are. Though, I most likely already know her answer. She's going to leave, isn't she? Anna didn't sound happy when she replied to her father. Probably, yes. In the meanwhile, Maya had reached the place where Sophia had beaten the human generals, finally reuniting with the girl who had slightly overdone it. Good job, is what I want to say, but, The cat girl looked around and didn't know how to react to all the chaos around them. Be it the terraformed ground or the hundreds of unconscious humans in the direct vicinity, ignoring the thousands more in the further distance. Ha. Her reply was rather meek and sounded more like a sigh. Maya then noticed that her partner was looking ever so slightly pale. Are you okay? Ugh. Before she even gave her time to react, the blonde suddenly sunk on her knees. Sophia? This action caused her to immediately panic. Did you get hurt somewhere? Maya frantically patted down the tiger girl, searching for any injuries. No, as if they could have hurt me. But you're definitely feeling unwell. Don't try to hide it. Could it be you ran out of magic power? That makes me feel sluggish, as well. I still feel it, though. No, I only used a little over a third of it, and at least a half of that is already back. Seriously? Maya was briefly amazed, before going back to being concerned again. Then, what is wrong? Well. Sophia hesitated for a moment. I feel kinda sick. Actually, it's like I'll throw up any moment now. She got even paler. Yeah. Why? The cat girl looked around to find the source of her unwell being, and her eyes stopped on the three horribly obese, pig-like goblins disguised as commanders of the human army. Okay, I don't want to look at them either, but it's that bad. No. Well, yes, but that's not it. She held her stomach while paying no attention to the orcs. I just now realized what I did, and that made me feel incredibly sick. Looking slightly confused, Maya sat down in front of the kneeling girl while gently placing one of her hands on Sophia's. I think my boosted anger ran out the moment I finished things up, and that made me notice just what messed up kinds of things I did. She wasn't sure what to say, because she definitely agreed with this point of view. Seriously, just what have I become? Do you regret what you've done? Yes. Well, no. Maybe? She couldn't decide how to feel. It's not something I can answer for you. I know, just let me complain. Sophia didn't actually want any help. I'm just surprised how far I'm willing to go. I managed to not kill them, but the darkness magic I used and the effects it's going to cause in them isn't much less messed up. It's scary. I don't know, some months ago, I was so shy that I could barely interact with anyone. Right now, I'm in the middle of a battlefield filled with thousands of defeated humans, by me no less. It's hard to wrap my head around. Well. Then again, aside from my family, I never had anyone to get angry for or wanted to protect. Maybe I've always been like that? I'm not so sure about that. Maya had her doubts about Sophia being able to get this angry in her old life. Maybe you always had a strong sense of justice, though. It would explain why, with your boosts, you get so angry at humans. It sounds logical, yeah. In a way, I'm glad that I now have the power and mental fortitude to do something and pull through, but the way I end up doing things is really bad for my stomach. That is very true. The cat girl, too, had her fair share of stomach-related problems since meeting her. What's that supposed to mean? You know exactly what I mean. I sure do. Sophia was already able to tease her again. I really love how easily you recover. Feeling better now? I'm not so sure about that. I'm either way too easygoing, or Maya's too good at cheering me up. Yes. That's not. Well, whatever. The blonde gave up. Hee. Anyway, now that that's taken care of, how about we leave this place? Our fellow army will most likely survey the area soon. And, most importantly, my mood's starting to turn sour because these things accidentally keep entering my vision all the time. Maya glanced at the unconscious human commanders, who really were no sights for sore eyes. Agreed. The tiger girl didn't even want to look in the same direction. Oh, let's go to that nearby city. Nabiko, was it? It's called Talaga. I've heard it both ways. It wasn't even close. Shut up and help me up. The tiger girl raised up her arms while still kneeling on the ground. So spoiled. Well, it can't be helped. Saying so, Maya got up first, before extending her hands to help Sophia. Without letting go of one of her hands, the couple then finally left the battlefield and all the chaos the tiger girl made there, behind. Neither of them cared about whether or not the king still had some business with them. In fact, Sophia had completely forgotten about them at the moment. A date with her cat girl in the nearby city she just saved was the only thing on her mind right now. Yeah, so they're just leaving. I really have to deal with cleaning up this mess on my own. While the king couldn't listen to the couple back in the fort, he still saw them leaving. At least she seems okay. Princess Anna got worried when she saw Sophia going down on her knees for a moment. After this anticlimactic end, everyone in the Beastfolk fort was at a loss.